The point is that, to answer your question directly, IPOB never had a firm grip.
Okay.
It was a sense of fear. Legitimacy is different from fear.
Okay.
Compliance based on fear is different from compliance based on legitimacy.
Okay.
You get the point. So it was compliance based on fear. So they never had it.
Okay.
It was not legitimately so, in terms of organization and all of that. Okay. In terms of people falling behind it. The intelligentsia, the Igbo intelligentsia, were never part of it.
But the common men,
Exactly. So it's still that sense of fear, not out of legitimacy.
Okay.
All right, let's move on to another story.
Moses is disagreeing with me, but I don't know why.
I don't, but we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
A new trend has emerged in Lagos where thieves are targeting women's wigs, leaving victims feeling vulnerable and insecure. Now, the incident, often carried out by motorcyclists with accomplices, have sparked widespread concern among women in the city. The wigs, which can be valued up to 15 million. Jane?
Yes?
15 million naira can be spent on wigs?
People do.
People do?
Women do.
Oh, my. Oh, well, we hear that these wigs can be valued at... That's what you carry on your head. You carry land on your head.
It's like
15 million naira are highly sought after due to their high demand and lucrative resale value. Now, some thieves sell the stolen wigs on social media platforms or to thrift vendors, making it a profitable business. Now, to protect themselves, women are advised to wear scarves, tighten their wig caps, and be hyper vigilant, especially in crowded areas. Now, some wig sellers also offer customization services, such as embroidering initials inside the wig to make them more difficult to resell. So you put your initials, like J.A., Jane Ogoye, inside the wig. My goodness. It's a big market. It's a big market. Yes. From the different names, I don't even want to mention the different names.
Mention them. Tell us the ones you know.
Well, I used to know Peruvian. Okay. I used to know, that's like low now, right? Low now. It's gone down, right? But it was big at some point. My goodness. I used to know of Cambodian.
Oh, yes.
That's the big one now. Is that a brand or that's Bone Street?
Where it's sourced from. Bone Street is a type.
Okay.
Is a type.
Brazilian. Okay. All right. So all of this, it's interesting that even in places like India, they give up their hair to be, in the temple, to be resold. So India is a major exporter
Vietnam.
Of hair. Vietnam too.
Yeah.
So you basically, those that keep their natural hair at some point will go submit themselves to some authority and have them shave the hair off, and then they put some, they clean it up, put some dye in it, and then package it. Put like what's that thing called?
They sanitize it.
Weave
it, and sell it to Africa.
Closure. Put some closure on top of it.
What's this? You're really
because I was
you know so much.
I was thinking if Moses has done this hair business.
I'm suspecting Moses. Are you sure you don't have a hair business?
Yeah, he knows a lot about all of this.
Well, I have a woman in the house.
So do I. All of us. But I don't know anything about it.
Depends on the attention you put. Okay. But I see them tonguing. They do all the tonguing. Okay. I see them tonguing every day, every morning. And I'm like, you're going to run down. You're going to use up electricity doing all of this. It's really annoying.
I think Moses, Jen would like for you to educate us briefly. But before I come to you, I'm not sure that the protective way is to, they say you sew something is a scrap.
The cap. There's a band.
Okay.
There's a band that keeps it firm on the head.
Yeah.
No, you know the danger now. If a motorbike is on motion and pulls it, and it's difficult for the thing to get off the head, it might just pull the person down.
That's even not as harmful as there are types that they stick on the skin.
Yes.
They sew.
So
on the skin.
They sew.
On the skin, yes.
No, you don't sew on the skin.
They don't stick on the skin, they sew.
I've seen people pull out types and
okay, so that's the frontal.
That's the frontal. They stick that one on the skin.
Yes.
Now, if you pull that off forcefully, it could peel the person's skin.
Apart from peeling, if the person is light, and depending on the velocity, of the motorbike, you could actually pull the person down and it becomes
Mr. Okoro, do you know what came to my mind when Moses was reading it? I'm like, how would you wear a wig of 15 million and climb a bike?
No,
it's not walking down the road.
I'm walking on the road.
No, even if you are in a Mercedes
Let's
Formatic, you have to come down at one point.
While I won't knock people for their personal choices or what they choose to do with their money, I'm still trying to grapple, wrap my head around why I'll wear a 15 million naira wig.
One thing I've discovered is some women invest in it. Like they used to invest in jewelry at some point. People buy expensive jewelry when they have the money.
No, it's not an investment.
And
it's not an investment that will give you returns.
Later, they can resell.
No, not for hair, not hair.
Really?
No, it doesn't have like second-hand value.
Oh, I hear
so the people that are pulling them out, what are they using them for?
I hear it does. They can resell.
You can resell, but you won't compare it to jewelry, to gold and all of that.
Okay, that the price appreciates.
No, it doesn't appreciate.
No, I mean the price of gold, jewelry appreciates.
But not wigs, not hair. But for me, I feel it just goes to tell us how big the beauty industry is in Nigeria.
Yes.
I mean, if you're a man into beauty industry in Nigeria, there's so much money.
Second highest users of wigs
in the world.
In the world, yes. After America.
It's a booming market. You need to see these Vietnamese people. You will see their ads on social media and they're targeting Nigerians. Even in their ads, I mean the Chinese, the Cambodians, the Indians, which are like the top sources for these wigs. They target Nigeria. So it just goes to tell us how big the beauty industry is and how lucrative it is in Nigeria.
Why can't we encourage our women from childhood to keep their natural hair?
I was coming to that because in terms of protection, so that when they pull it, it won't go off your hair. I think the best thing to do is to wear low cuts now.
No, but it doesn't beautify you, so they wear.
Who says who?
No, you can.
Not everybody has the head for it.
It has hair. The producer is telling me that this is not 1942, but I see a lot of beautiful women, professional women wear low cuts.
Is your wife on low cut?
Wear low cut. No, it's not about my wife now. It's not about my wife. Moses asked the question, why will a woman use 15 million naira to buy hair?
So, Mr. Okoro, I think it just depends on the things we place premium on.
It's priority. Because what I ask you, why will a man use 250 million naira to buy a G-Guard when he could also use 50 million naira to buy a Formatic? That's the question.
Mr. Okoro, can I say something? Anytime I see this, sometimes I'm maybe on the road driving and I see a very luxurious car and I'm like, maybe I ask my husband, how much is this car? He'll be like, 100 million. I'm like, wow, so this is an estate. Somebody's driving on the road. I say, you're a poor person. That's why I'm thinking like that.
That is the way.
I just think it's a mindset.
So that, like you said, the 15 million naira is a plot of land in some part of Lagos, or even 2 plots of land in some parts of Lagos. And you're wearing it on your hair.
But then again, we should look for, because there was a time the snatching of jewelry was a thing. I mean, I've had it. There was a time it happened to somebody standing close to me at Oshodi many years back, and I felt sorry for the lady. Then they just come to you, they snatch it, and they leave you with marks and all of that. And that market seems to have died out. So I think what government should do, because people need protection, whether or not they chose to put land on their head or an estate on their head, they still need protection. So what government should do something. And these people, I mean, they don't just snatch it and run on foot. They are usually on motorbikes. And I understand that this trend started on social media with skip makers. That's about the first place I started seeing it. Skip makers started doing these things, snatching hair off ladies, and then we will laugh it off. But now we are seeing it happen. It's basically been a message that has gone down. People have absorbed it. Like, oh yes, truly, money can be made from taking weeds. But my concern is for the women who will have this thing snatched off their head, and the possible danger, like you were trying to say, if it's tightly fit and they pull the hair
with
that velocity, yes, it could make the person fall or something, and then create
injuries or something.
Story altogether. But we should be more protective, and
But Moses, sorry to cut you in. I think we should be very realistic here. They are calling on the government to do something, but
clamp down on these robbers.
But that's not going to happen soon. So So I think we should think about how you can prevent or guard against that. So
Okay.
me, I would say, don't wear your expensive wig out. You can
Put your wig in the bag.
Yeah, wear something lesser if you have to walk on a very busy road. I mean, I still can't understand why I'll wear a 15 million naira wig
Or a 1 million naira wig.
I can't even spend that much on a wig. Sorry, I can't.
Your husband told you something.
Um,
Anyway, let's leave that and get into another interesting story. Well, the Nigerian musician icon Tubaba has spoken candidly about a disagreement with his wife Natasha in London, attributing the incident to anger and emotional strain. In a recent podcast appearance, Tubaba took responsibility for his actions and expressed regret over the episode. He emphasized the importance of managing emotions and responding carefully in tense situations, sharing lessons learned from his experiences. Well, it's good that he's the one saying this. He went to fight with his wife. I think that is his business. And as a matter of fact, I mean, he has learned his lessons. So
Yeah,
that's my take on that.
It's interesting that he's coming out again to talk about this. I mean, this is just after a lot of people have forgotten about what happened to him and his wife, and she got him arrested. I mean, it's a path you chose, so live your life. And then in that interview, he said he has not been a good father to his children in recent times. So now you know, be a good father. Retrace your steps and you do the needful, do the things that you've learned. All right, so that's my
I
take on
agree.
that one.
I agree with you, but how do you successfully father 7 children? Now, I'm not saying this to judge him, but how do you successfully father 7 children? You know, with different
Our
moms?
fathers,
Our forefathers did.
Okay, they did that
our fathers,
remotely.
I was just going to say that.
But under the same roof now.
Our fathers had 10,
But under the same
15
roof.
children.
Jane, even now.
In fact, right
Jane,
now,
Jane,
some
even
people
now.
have a lot of children
It's true.
under the same roof, sometimes spread out, and they're able to father them. So it's he should just do better. I mean, since he knows that he can do better and he has learned, that's his business, really.
Yeah. I also watched the interview, and I think what stood out for me was when he talked about politics. You saw the interview as well?
No, I didn't.
Okay. He talked about politics and how he's going on. He wants to use his music to galvanize the youths and have them be actively involved in politics and avoid violence, vote buying, and all of that. So for me, I felt that was more topical.
I think he's just trying to
redeem
put
his
himself
image,
out
right?
there. There was a time Two-Face made a call for some sort of protest after he did
Yeah,
a song.
but he
and
was
there was a
threatened.
following.
He was threatened,
yes.
and then he backed
There
down.
was a following at that
Yeah.
time. People were like, yes, if Two-Face leads
Yeah.
this, we will all come out.
Yeah.
And then threats came and
And
Baba
then,
just
the
said, "Look,
following day,
please."
say, sorry, Nigerians, we can't.
So he doesn't have the stomach for such things.
Do we
Just
have
continue
any?
to talk about love.
Do we have any?
It's okay.
Do we have any Nigerian
Musician.
artist who is very social conscious and that can lead such things right now?
Right
Do we
now,
have any?
right now, the problem is a lot of them are funded by politicians.
A
So
lot
it's
of them.
a lot of them. So it's really difficult to have those that will come out and say, look, these are those that tried it. The likes of African China that talked about how Nigeria
Or Idris.
is. Idris Abdul Karim. We know where they are today. I mean, when the challenges of life came, they had to go back to some of these people for assistance and they didn't get it. And a lot of them have had issues. So I think the younger ones just know, look, let's just align. Let's just align and have one Baba somewhere invite us to shows and give us money and all of that. So it's difficult at this time. We can't have another fella,
No, we can't.
if that's what you're hoping to get.
No, we can't.
We can't have another fella. So the people will just decide on what they want and what they can deal with and what they think they've had enough of, and deliver themselves. Oh well, let's run to the papers now. Let's see what headlines we have from the pages this morning. Jay.
Okay, on the front page of the Daily Sun, insecurity, tension in Kogi, Niger State. Markets, motor parks, shots across 7 local governments in Kogi. We are under siege. Niger communities cry out. No more Monday sit at home. Kano, others IPOB. Cost of medicine soar. Defy federal government's cost-cutting framework. NBA president raises alarm over rot in judiciary. Pope asks Tinubu to protect Nigerians. Dangote Cement vows to make Africa self-sufficient in cement production. Enugu government grows IGR to 406.7 billion. Targets 870 billion naira in 2026. Also on the front page of The Guardian,
Okay.
Treasury bills see over 400,000% demand spike as manufacturers face credit squeeze. Outcry grows over e-transmission ahead of Senate emergency session. IPOB Kano cancel Monday sit-at-home order. SAN rank under scrutiny as AGF CJN warn against abuse of influence. BOI secures CBN's approval for non-interest banking. Pope mourns victims of attacks in Nigeria, urges government to protect citizens. Atiku, no economic sense in reviving failed refineries after 1.5 billion naira investment.
And there you have it. Now let's run to the conversation. Sarah petitions Code of Conduct Bureau to investigate Senate over Electoral Act and the tax laws. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has petitioned the Code of Conduct Bureau, CCB, to investigate members of the Senate and other public officers over alleged irregularities in the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill on the tax reform laws. SERAP claims that, that certain senators removed provisions on electronic transmission of election results from the Electoral Act Amendment Bill during plenary, despite a majority voting for their inclusion and without debate on the proposed removal. The organization also alleges that the processes leading to the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill and the signing into law of the tax reform laws were marked by alterations to bill provisions without debate and due process of law. SERAP is seeking a prompt, thorough, and effective probe into these claims and has asked the CCB to examine whether inducements, benefits, or promises were offered or received in connection with these acts. Oh, well, we do have with us on the program today, we have Adams Atta Esquire, a legal practitioner and a human resource practitioner. Good to have you join us this morning. We also have with us Barrister Darlington Agomore. Good morning to you, Barrister. Good
morning, Moses. And how was your weekend?
Very well. Thank you. So, the last week ended with Nigerians talking about the passage, the removal of real-time transmission of election results through to INEC portal. But this week, we're starting, over the weekend, conversations, and then Senate President Godswill Akpabio made some statements also. He has said that the Senate will not be intimidated. I'm trying to get his exact words, but one other thing that he said is that in 9 states, there are no internet. Internet access is not available in 9 states. And so, this is to avoid possible problem. Well, looking at the Senate President's exact words, he says, in states where networks are not working, does it mean there will be no election? If the national grid collapses, will no results be valid nationwide? Technology must serve democracy. It must not endanger democracy. This is coming from the President of the Senate, all right? And he went on, he said, all we said was that the word real time should be removed. If you want to transmit results electronically, do so. If you want to use your phone, iPad, or any device, do so. But if you make real-time transmission mandatory and there is a network failure or a grid collapse, what happens to the elections? This he said. And then in the same statement, he says, until we approve the votes and proceedings, the bill is not completed. Any senator can still rise to say that the record does not reflect the agreed outcome and it can be corrected. Why then are people setting up panels on television stations and abusing the Senate when the process is incomplete? All right. So we have set up our own panel here, not to abuse, but to interrogate and see, what has happened. Oh, well, what do you make of the statement from the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio? What if there is a grid collapse during elections? Is that just making excuses? Barrister Darlington.
The propositions of the Senate President does not add up. If there's a grid collapse, will it be only on those 9 states, to be precise?
No, but then it will affect the 9 states that don't have. Is it that people in 9 states don't make calls?
Wait, I'm coming. The 9 states he pointed out, I was talking about grid collapse and no network. Are you telling me that up to today, no economic activities are going on in those states? No POS, no banking? And how did he come about these 9 states? Who gave him the data? Is it the network, or he just sat down in his office and assumed? Look, it did not add up, and it will never add up. Thank God some civil society groups are storming Abuja today. They are reconvening for an emergency session over this bill. Agbabio should pass this bill. Leave the other things for nature to take its course. Leave it for nature, because if you transmit, it cannot come back to you. Even if there's a network glitch or whatever, the result you posted is already going. So whenever the network comes, it will still go on its own. You don't need to bring it out again and start using your hand. No. All these things are when you don't want to do anything, you must find one excuse or one reason or the other. Why can't this National Assembly and the federal government make sure that the networks cover those states? The network cover those states.
Right. Okay.
Yes, that is what they're supposed to do. Yes, they should do it.
All right. So, Barrister Atta, now the Senate President has spoken. TERAP has also made a move, contacting Code of Conduct Bureau and asking that they investigate. What do you mean? Do you think anything will come out of that investigation or that proposal that CCB investigates if monies were given to the senators to pass this bill the way it was passed?
I'm not surprised, and I don't think anything is going to come out, because looking at the antecedents of this government, it's a half-baked government. We have seen series of allegations against them. Who is there to investigate them? There's nobody. They call a government that is hobnobbing and romancing with the executive arm of government. It's just a rubber stamp National Assembly. Who's going to investigate them? Nobody. Is it the police? Is it an arm of government that they are conniving together to bring out a result to favor them? I don't think anything better will come out. More importantly, recently we heard about the allegation of the tax law and all those things. And now another law is being said to have been tampered with. How are you going to justify that? Who is there to investigate them? There's nobody. And that is why you see that the Senate President is preempting even an election for 2027. He's already preempting there's going to be glitch. On what basis? On what assumption? Who's spoon-fed in? On what grounds? So for me, I think that they are not serious. They know what they are doing.
Is and it that they are not serious? What are Nigerians expecting a little too much from the Senate that is largely filled with members of the APC? Are we expecting too much?
We're not expecting too much. Do the needful. That's what the people are saying. We voted them in, we pay tax, and in reciprocal, you give us the best.
Do you honestly think that the Senate will, establish the fact that election results, e-transmission of results should be mandatory, knowing that, they need to create room for loopholes that will make it easy to get in? Are you expecting that they will do the needful in that regard?
Whether e-transmission, whether transfer, in line with the provisions of Section 60 of the Electoral Act, these people will hack the system. It's certain. We cannot hide
so from e-transmission is
whether really, electronic transmission.
That's not where the salvation will come from.
Whether electronic transmission, whether transfer, manually or physically or otherwise, these people will manipulate the system. But it's important we start from somewhere.
Okay, it's important we start from somewhere.
Yes.
Barrister, talking about hacking, I heard someone put up an argument that, look, why is the opposition is interested in this real-time transmission is that they have perfected, the act of hacking, and that they want to hack the elections. That's why they are insisting on the e-transmission of results. But I want us to move away from that briefly. But Barrister Darlington, let me come to you. I want us to return to the issue of internet connectivity, you know, the substructure on which this particular exercise is built. Talking about the power supply, internet connectivity and all of that, wouldn't it have been appropriate, you know, for Nigerians to say, okay, let us ensure that there is full internet connectivity. Let us ensure that there is 24/7 supply of power before we start talking about e-transmission of results. That is one angle of the equation. The other angle is, I also checked out a few other countries, like I went to Ghana and I went to Kenya. I discovered that Ghana is hybrid. You know, the electoral law says, when it is possible for you, use e-transmission. If it is not, upload manually. And in their last elections, and that was the hybrid method they used, and nobody went to court. The winner congratulated the loser congratulated the winner, and the winner accepted it magnanimously. And in all of that, by the way, talking about the electoral processes in Nigeria and Ghana, Barrister, are you aware that the Ghana president has recalled the Ghana High Commissioner to Nigeria because of what? Because he was involved in electoral malpractice just last year before he became the High Commissioner here. So I'd like for you to put all of this together. Is it not better that we say, okay, let us put the substructure in place before we now put the structure, which is the e-transmission of results? Wouldn't it be better than this back and forth that we are going?
If we don't force their hand, nothing will be done. They are not ready to do anything. If you consider the fact that this particular section of the electoral law caused a lot of problem during the 2023 election tribunal session, whereby it was decided that the IREV and BVAS are discretionary. Is that not the only reason why people are saying, okay, make it now legal and mandatory, so that such excuses will not come up?
No, the same discretion I talked about in Ghana is also discretionary in Ghana.
Mr. Okoro, the people in Ghana are not the people in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. So it's a human problem
in
now.
In Ghana, they don't shut down their country when they are doing election. True or false? So in your own case, the whole place must be on lockdown because we want to conduct elections. So in Ghana, they have imbibed some moral integrity in the conduct of state affairs. That is why you don't see such things there. We watch Ghana elections. I think that was that last year. Is that not to be
last
here?
Year, yes.
Yes, we are here. Some people were voting while some women were selling by the side. You just vote and go away. Vote. In Nigeria, is it like that? So you have a peculiar set of human beings. No thanks to our leaders who have who are now preaching the principle of grab it, snatch it, and run away. And our youth have imbibed this culture of violence. No thanks to our leaders. Because this youth learned it from them. These youth were the ones that energized and mobilized them. For example, the opposition cannot hold any meeting anywhere now. Some unknown persons, hoodlums, that's what they call them, they will go and scatter the place. Ordinary meeting. They will go and scatter the place and chase them away. No arrest, no nothing. What are you breeding in a country like what kind of human being are you breeding? What will be wrong if our leaders imbibe a culture of what? Integrity and due process in all our affairs. Because after doing all this is now, the ripple effect or the implication is that in future, these people will turn around and be preaching moral to me. Meanwhile, the evil seed they planted now, by the time it will germinate, they may not be in the office. And maybe somebody that will inherit it, they will start blaming that person. You can't even conduct election. There is no this. If they leave office tomorrow, Mr. Okoro, this APC, they will be the one preaching for this mandatory transmission of a result. They will be the one preaching it.
But Barrister, briefly, but as an aside, we're still in line with what we are discussing. I said something about the president of Ghana recalling their high commissioner because he was involved in electoral malpractice.
Yes.
But here, people that conducted the worst elections are rewarded with ambassadorial positions.
Mr. Okoro, have I not told that we are peculiar people? In this particular country, we believe let's move on. All the atrocities committed, don't worry, the election is over, let's move on. Is that not why we are here? Imagine if people were punished. Mr. Okoro, imagine if people were punished for what they did with our election in the last general election. But nobody said anything. You can't even say anything. They'll tell you, let's move on, the election is over. Is that not what we are hearing? The worst of it that you go to court, and when you go to court, what happens? So, except we have leaders who know that yes, national integrity is the way to go, so that this mockery of Nigeria all over the world will stop. Mr. Okoro, we are being mocked all over the world. I mean, mockery of the highest order. Because we have nothing to hold on to as a country. Nothing.
Barrister, you know, let's go back to the clause. Why is it that clauses that tighten transparency seems to be the one that will mysteriously disappear at the end of the day in Nigeria? Why does this seem to be the case?
What do you expect when you are... Look, for you to drive integrity, you must have men of integrity in office. Simple. You can't give what you don't have. Look, somebody or people who have been groomed in the act of violence, you mean all of a sudden they will become nice people, Abi? Hold on. You mean all of a sudden they will now become nice and do things in a humane manner, do things with respect, with dignity? My dear, you cannot give what you don't have. That is what we are seeing today. Because when we shouted from the rooftop during the last day, they said, let's move on, let's move on. Look at where we are now.
So basically, Nigerians are deluding themselves.
Yeah, I mean, is it not obvious? Everything we want to get from now is by force. Look at ordinary electoral reform. Look at, you have to mobilize everybody in Nigeria now for them to even start looking at it. They have to reconvene to start looking at it. But meanwhile, they're supposed to do the needful. The House of Rep, they conducted their own and said that this should remain mandatory and compulsory. But the Senate started speaking from three mouths. The Senate president started speaking from three mouths. Is that not why they are running back now? They say they want to convene. So there is no synergy. You have men who don't even have the interest of this country at heart, except their own selfish interests. They forgot that they will leave that office tomorrow. And the evil they kept there will be waiting for somebody else. Then who loses? Nigeria. Nigeria is the loser in all these things, Mr. Moses. We don't have any men of integrity in office. None of them. And they do something that, yes, you don't need to argue. Tomorrow we'll say, yeah, it was these people that gave us this. We don't have the proud. When they leave office, they say, yeah, we are the one that, did all this. We put it into law and it has helped the country. We have something to hold on to now. But nobody is thinking about it. Nobody.
All right. Well, Nigerians are saying, look, there will be a protest if nothing is done. If we don't see
in Abuja today, yes.
A reversal.
Yes.
Barrister Atta. Now, NLC has, joined the fray. NLC is saying, look, we will join and there will be a nationwide shutdown if this is not addressed. But some Nigerians are thinking, NLC coming in might just be the end of everything because of antecedents where NLC joins the protest and that's it. It fizzles out. Next thing, when they take ownership of it, and then the government will probably have people to negotiate with, and then there'll be nothing again. Everything, all doors close after that. What do you say to NLC's inclusion?
You see, that's corruption we're talking about. Their integrity is already in doubt. And that is why Nigerians are saying, no, we don't.
But then can a protest happen without somebody taking the lead? Someone coming out to say, look, this is the organizers of this protest.
You yourself can even lead a protest by the provisions of the Constitution. You need not have a leader per se, but somebody needs to intervene and then discuss with the government. So by the provisions of the Constitution, anybody can lead a protest. It need not be a registered body. It need not be an established body. So that's what the Constitution envisages. You can even do it solo. You can sit down, use a social media crusade to unleash your content, and then you pass your message. And then furthermore, you can even go down to the National Assembly. I don't like the fact that they are barricading the National Assembly as if it's heaven and then people cannot have access to it. That is a public office. We're entitled to go there and demand for accountability. We're entitled to go there to demand for respect for constituted authority. We can equally go there and tell them to do the needful. So it's not a matter that the building is designed for mere cosmetics or for history purpose. It is where we Nigerians can go there and exercise our rights. That's what the law is.
Okay, so Barrister, would you say, because listening to Barrister Agwemo's submission, it's almost like a lost cause. And it's almost like, let's just resign to faith because nothing can happen. Because when we talk about the credibility of the people in power and all that they do, it almost seems as though that the law is even skewed to favor them. So at this point, is it right to say that Nigeria is broken or that Nigeria is just serving a particular few? and we are just on our own. I mean, the populace, we are just on our own.
I want to say that, or let me put it this way, freedom is not given voluntarily. You must ask for it, you must request for it, you must take steps. And in a civil society like ours, the best way to do that is to request. And that is why we see that people are going there to protest in exercise of their constitutional right to demand for good governance. So you can't eat it and have it. You can't eat your cake and then you have it. So I'm very optimistic that the system is still there, it's still going to work. However, some people are benefiting from the system. They are feeding fat from the system. And that's why they are frustrating your effort, my effort, and every other person's effort. These are the people that voted you in. And then they are saying, we need this, we need that, considering the fact that the court held that, no, indeed, it's discretionary for INEC to transmit. It's not compulsory. But however, the Nigerians are saying, make it part and parcel of the system. And then you are saying you are designing it to brand it in your own figure. Let me also quote the statement of the former Senate President, Senator David Mark, over the weekend. I think they were in occasion with Akpabio and others. And then he said that all we are saying is that you make it part and parcel of the law, Senator Akpabio. Don't make excuses for INEC. Do your own part. Your party is pursuant to Section 4 of the 1999 Constitution to make law for the good governance of Nigeria. That is what the law puts on board for what? For the Senate arms of government. And then now you are going on the voyage on your own. You are going on the frolic on your own to now delve into the job description of INEC. It's not done.
And to add to that, if the discretionary loophole that was there before, or that is still there, if it was actually used for a good purpose, nobody will bother. If INEC have used these discretionary powers it has, and transmitted that result without any glitch, please, Moses and every other person, do you think we'll come here to be arguing? Nobody will even remember that it needs to be made mandatory. It needs to be made legal. But because of this loophole, we say we don't want that excuse again. We don't want excuse again. Make it legal and mandatory. That is all. Because you are the one that created this problem by your actions and by your body language. We don't want another INEC chairman to tell us that it was not made legal. There is no law that says it must be by electronic transmission. We don't want it. Because the person here now may be worse.
But how do you also fix a system whereby the reforms threaten so many powerful people at once? How do you fix such a system?
There must be a way. What are you saying? Who is powerful? Nobody is powerful. It's only God. When the people decide, you are nothing before the people.
But Barrister, realistically, we have powerful individuals.
How powerful are they?
Powerful collectives.
How powerful are they? It's because you allow them to be powerful.
No, they are powerful because they are powerful. They lord it over us.
And essentially, these are the people to make the laws.
They are the lawmakers.
Hold on. If you know your right and you decide on what you want, there's no powerful man here.
Now that we have not decided, we have the powerful
we are going to decide now. We are going to. They are mobilizing in Abuja. Is that what do you think?
Barrister, okay, you trust that this mobilization will.
I said something will come out of it.
Barrister, for everything we did about the tax reform laws, what happened?
What happened now?
Looks like it's in the cooler now. It's frozen.
Oh, so is it not people that pressurize? Is it not people that mounted pressure?
That's what I'm saying. Despite the pressure we mounted.
But you told it that it's
okay. Do you know whether it is okay? Do you know the gazetted aspect of it?
Is it working now? Is it working?
Barrister, the way we run in this country, don't you think that you might just wake up one day and say that this law is already in place?
Somebody will go to court. As it is now, government has.
Now that Serap has gone to court, we're interrogating it. Do you think that anything will come out of this court case?
Something will come out of it. As long as the matter is in court, government cannot take further steps until that matter is adjudicated upon.
Really?
Yes.
That is supposed to be the law.
That is supposed to be the law.
Once the matter is in court, all parties are to stop pending the determination of the case. But however, with the government to obey it, this is a country we have seen where courts have made an order and then the government refused to obey it.
You refuse to obey.
A government that lack respect for rule of law and considered authority.
So that is the point. That is the issue now.
Do you know that if you should take my tax when the matter is illegal, I can sue you. I can go to court. Are you aware? I can go to court.
I'm aware. What we are saying is, what is the outcome What will be the outcome of the court of the suit?
The court will always make pronouncement. It's certain, but enforcement is the issue, and that is why we are saying that we are calling on the government, because we have seen over the years, we have seen from the antecedent misconduct, they don't respect the rule of law, they don't comply with the order of the court. We have seen, is it the case of Nnamdi Kanu we want to talk about, and series of other cases and other judgments, and even where there is a pending suit in court, you see that the government will proceed. And then they will go and dispose the subject matter. We have seen in Lagos State, in land matters, where there will be pending matter in court, and then you see that the government will take the law into their hand.
All right, so it's not, so Nigerians should not give up yet.
No, we should not.
No, Nigerians should never give up, not to give up yet. Nigerians should never give up. Because you must fight for it.
Yes.
Okay.
The Western world was built with protests. Everything. You remember the black, whatever, that woman now. That
Rosa
woman,
Parks,
who said I will not stand up in a train ride for a white man. Is
No,
that
sure.
not how it started? No, is that not how this thing started? So, except you fight for your right, nobody will give it to you.
All right, then. Thank you very
That's
much.
just the truth.
So the point I'm making is that Nigerians should not give up yet. Should not even give up at any time, at any point, because we must request. That is the purpose and that is the intention of the Constitution. Check and balances. The job description of the executive arm is there, the judiciary is there. But however, you see that these people don't respect the system. They take the law into their hand. How long are we going to continue with this? And that is what we are talking about.
Right, then. Thank
To
you very
make
much.
matters worse, everybody saw how this APC gave PDP hell in office with protests.
Well, thank you very much,
With protests.
gentlemen. Barristers Darlington Nagumo and Adam Zata. Thank you very much for your contribution. Barrister Darlington, we have to let you go.
Yeah.
We'll take a break now. Terrorists kill 13, abduct Catholic priest, 10 others in Benue and Kaduna attacks. Let's interrogate this conversation as well. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react.
Welcome back. Now, terrorist attacks in Benue and Kaduna states have resulted in significant loss of life and abductions, highlighting the region's growing insecurity. Well, in Benue, an attack on Anwase market in Kwande local government area claimed 13 lives, with gunmen opening fire on traders and residents. Meanwhile, in Kaduna's Kaura local government area, terrorists killed 3 people and abducted a Catholic priest, Reverend Father Nathaniel Asuwaye, along with 10 other residents from Kako community. Well, the Kaduna incident has drawn attention to the priest's abduction, with the Catholic Diocese of Kafanchan calling for prayers for victims' safe release. According to reports, the attacker has invaded the priest's residence and nearby homes, leaving the community in shock and fear. Well, these attacks are part of a larger security crisis affecting Nigeria, with Amnesty International accusing the government of gross incompetence in protecting civilians. US President Donald Trump has also criticized Nigeria's government for failing to protect Christians, although the Nigerian government denies these claims, stating that the security challenges affect citizens of all faiths. We still have in the studio here with us Barrister Adams Atta. Thanks for staying with us.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll be joined virtually in the course of the program by other guests. So let me stay with you, Barrister Atta. Since after the December 25th bomb in Sokoto State, we have seen terrorists double down. In Kaduna, 170 people abducted and released in bits and pieces. In Kwara State last week, in cold blood, 178 people were killed. We are going back to Kaduna again, 13 people killed. Now, since after the abduction of the over 170 people, 6 people were killed before. Now we had 13 people killed. Catholic priest, his residence invaded, abducted, and 3 people in that residence killed. And within the community, other people killed. Are you able to help us offer an explanation, if you understand, why these people just doubled down after the incident? What are they telling Nigerians? What are they telling United States? Meanwhile, we understand that United States military, they are here, but we are told that they are here to offer logistics and intelligence, not boots on ground, by the way. So are you able to help us explain all of this, the way you understand it?
Yes, my little understanding is that it is a duty of the government to ensure that life and properties are well protected. That is what the Constitution envisages. But however, the reverse is the case. They are more interested in protecting themselves. We see VIPs attached with series of numbers of policemen, army men, armed personnel, and then all over the Federation. Even when Mr. President came out last time and then directed the concerned office to withdraw all the personnel from the VIPs, you see that we are lacking behind. Recently, last year, I saw a news that they want to recruit more policemen and then more force. Up to date, I don't think that that recruitment is done. That's number one. We lack more personnel and we lack more, intelligent units. So more importantly, that the US government is involved. I want them to take charge in full, 10 over 10, 100%. Let them not give fora to the Nigerian, security outfits. They can support, but let them be in charge. Let the US government, because the Nigerian army and then the Nigerian police have failed us woefully.
No, when you say that they have failed us woefully, is it because they are overwhelmed? Because I heard you talk about recruitment of more men into the forces. Does it look like the present crop of officers that we have, men and officers, are they overwhelmed? Because we also hear from some of the sources within the military, whenever we try to, engage and take out these people, we have orders asking us to pull back and all of that. So is it a question of numbers or is it a question of intentionality in fighting this war on terror?
I think the intention to come out full in support is not there. And I have this impression that the government is equally involved. That is why we're not getting results. But however, like I said, and I'm saying it again and I will say it, I think the United States needs to take full charge. Don't give them that benefit. Yes, okay, because nobody celebrates failure all over the world. I don't celebrate failure. If you have tried once, 2, 3, and 4, but not even up to the 10th time, and then you continue to fail, I think somebody who can do it better should step up and then do the needful, not the... This is life and properties we're talking about.
Okay.
It is he that is alive that the government is going to govern. It is he that is alive that is going to pay tax. It is he that is alive that can make decisions. It is he that is alive that can even participate in election that will usher in most of our leaders. So it must be given priority over every other thing. If I'm not alive, you cannot be talking about tax law. If I'm not alive, you can't be benefiting from
the first duty of government is to protect lives and
properties.
Now, in the course of this intervention, you said something that I would like for us to expand. You said that government is involved. How?
Because, like I always say that, and I will say that, and I want to say it again that, let me quote the statement of our then military head of state, Sani Abacha. He said, once an insurgency exceeds 24 hours, know that the government is involved. And we have seen severally that, I think a recent killing sometime last year, where one of the personnel came out and said that they were authorized to pull out. And then after pulling out, that was when about 2 or 1 hour thereabout, that was when the terrorists now came and then hit. So my point is very certain. You can see from the antecedents, you can see from all angles that the government have failed woefully in protecting life and properties. And that is why you see that some the people like General Hussein thereabout, they are saying that Nigerians should, what is it called? Should start having access to weapons, bear arms and all those things. But however, I'm not in support of that because even in the United States, that they are bearing arms, they cannot even manage that situation. How much of where a country that we have a tribal color and then
much ethnic society.
Yes, and then tribalism is there, religion is there. You like me, I don't like you. This and that, all those personal factors you need to.
Okay, we'll come. All right, thank you very much, Barrister Atam. We will come back to you in the course of this discussion because we have more talking points that you raised to interrogate. Let's quickly run to Professor Emmanuel Odue Usue, a professor of Old Testament Studies, Benue State University, Makurdi, Nigeria, who joined us virtually. Good morning to you, Professor, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, beautiful. Good to have you, Prof. The connectivity is very clear, and I'm happy we can hear you loud and clear. Now, let's beautiful. Let's get into it. Prof, you are in Benue State. I'd like for you to bring us up to the minute. Give us an update. What is happening in Benue State? We hear that some communities in Benue were attacked recently. Is that correct?
It's correct. In Kwande local government area of Benue State, and Kwande is neighboring with Cameroon, and there are several attacks in Kwande. It's not just one incident. There are a couple of incidences of the attack in Kwande local government. And for your information, this is where illegal mining activities are taking place. And I suppose the government is fully aware of this. But the communities, the indigenous people are being killed, displaced in their ancestral lands. Fulanis and the Chinese are there and they are carrying on with their own activities. And so it is taking place in Benue State. The Kwande local government is bounded with the Cameroon. It is a mountainous area. It's a very good place for mineral resources, including gold and other resources.
Quite interesting.
And then apart from that, in Ukum local government area of Benue State, which is also neighboring to Taraba, Takum to be specific, in Taraba states, there are series of killings there. In fact, recently, a list of more than 70 people were killed by terrorists. I'm talking about within the last 1 week. I'm not saying 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. We're talking about the last 1 week.
That's a very serious matter.
But it has not made any newspaper headline.
Okay.
Why? Because as my other friend who had just spoken said, there's a strong suspicion or allegedly government is also part and parcel of our
all right, Prof, before we get to the involvement of government in all of this, you said that in Kwande local government area, mining activities, are going on between the Fulani people and the Chinese. Now, is this a new perspective to this case of insecurity? Because before now, the impression we have is that, well, these Fulani people, the headsmen, are up for land grabbing. Looks like the situation is changing, where they have to kill people, just to put fear into them and keep on with their mining activities with the Chinese people. So, is there some kind of change, in the mission of these people from land grabbing to doing business? Talk about mining. Which one will it be for you?
Well, it is, first of all, you need to have a geographical space. So their major agenda is to grab the land first. And then when you grab the land, you move ahead to make use of the land in the way and manner you want to do so. In this case, mineral resources are there. So when these criminals grab the land, they make use of it, they get interest from it. The Chinese are there. They are collaborators in one way or the other. Remember recently, about a month or less ago, when US was contemplating on invading Nigeria and dealing with these criminal activities, the Chinese government said US should not meddle in the affairs of an independent nation. This is what the Chinese government said. Why would they say so when their own citizens are here doing business, both black and white businesses, and then they are telling us that stay away from here? This is somebody reasoning properly. There should be a connection between what the president or the president of China said against the United States and what is happening here in Nigeria.
But it's a deep revelation that you've made here, in bringing China and basically the government, of Nigeria using Fulani terrorists, as it were, or headers, as it were, into this conversation. How much facts do you have to back this up?
What the president of China said is in a public domain. It wasn't.
I'm not talking about the statement from the president of China. I'm talking about the facts.
Second, listen. The Chinese are.
Oh, well, Benue State seems to be one of the 9 states that do not have a good network. Because the network.
We've seen them. They are moving here. One of my sibling brother, the youngest one in our family, was hit by this company vehicle of the Chinese here in Benue State.
He was
the matter is still within the police.
Is he alive?
I know what I'm talking.
Is he alive? He was run over by the vehicle.
Yes, of this company that are extracting illegal minings in Benue State. And they happen to run away. Up till now, we are still trying to bring this company to justice. So what we are saying is not a matter of whether it exists or it doesn't.
The company's vehicle ran over a relative of yours.
Yes, but one of the things that is very unfortunate is the denial of our government. And those who are supposed to speak on these issues, they are denying these issues. So that is one of the issues that worries some of us. Because if you really want to address a problem, you first of all acknowledge the existence of that problem. And then you begin to look at possible causes of the problem. And then you profile solutions. This is the way to go. But living in denial that the problem exists in the first place shows that the person is not prepared to address the problem.
All right then, Prof. We'll come back to you shortly. Let me go to Dr.
Thank you.
Dixon Osaje. No, just stay with us, please. Dr. Dixon Osaje, he's an international certified anti-terrorism specialist, global security analyst. He was with the Nigerian Army and also runs his own security outfit as the Breeze Protection. Now, Dr. Osaje, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you. Good morning.
I understand you've been following the conversation, and talking about insecurity. I know we've had you here quite a number of times. We've talked about these things, but we know that in Benue State there is a local security outfit. I think they call them the Benue State Civil Protection Guards, and they're given Dane guns. That's what they've been given. Some of them actually have Dane guns. Others have machetes. And they are to protect residents against those with AK-47 rifles and the rest. Is this deliberate? Do you think it's deliberate by the government or some organization? Go ahead.
I think that's a suicide mission. It's a suicide mission. For you to face these deadly criminals with cutlasses and local weapons is a suicide mission, and I will not advise any of the people of Benue State to tread on the part of that suicide mission. That's it's a deliberate error and also a wrong approach in curtailing this crime. Like the last speaker already said, every problem starts with identification of that problem, then having identified the problem, the proper solution. So for me, I think it's a suicide mission, and that's the wrong notion and wrong way to go. So for me, the government of Benue State should start looking at carrying out an assessment of the entire situation of Benue State, look at the crime-prone areas where this threat is coming from, like the mining site, and also ensure that they project reasonably security forces. And I'm very sure the Nigerian government is aware of what's happening there. And the reason why reasonable security forces have not been projected there is a surprising situation to me. We are ready to take out. Let's take them out. This joke has been taken so far, and that is why the President of the United States, President Donald Trump, tweeted and said Nigeria is a country of particular concern. All
right, if you want to go by the statement made by Professor Emmanuel Usie on the program there, where he talked about some terrorist group working with some nationals, some Chinese nationals, mining resources in that area, the areas where Kwande local government and some other areas where you have these killings take place. And we also have American boots on the ground. And of course, we understand that the Americans that have come to Nigeria, the boots on the ground, cannot work without cooperation from Nigeria's security agencies. Do you think this will lead to a stop in the level of insecurity that we are seeing, or maybe a reduction in it? America's involvement.
The United States is a country of interest from some criminal gangs and some terrorist sponsored nation, and I think that the United States coming on ground will help and mitigate the situation, but this is going to be a very long-lasting war if they are to engage this criminal element. We understand what happened in Afghanistan. They spent 20 years in Afghanistan. Terrorism is an ideological driven mentality and driven war. And I tell you that if we are ready to take out these guys, I don't think the United States of America should have been on ground, because we have the capability, we have the capacity, and we have the will to take out these guys. But I don't think we are doing so well enough as a country, because you can't imagine, my brother, the Nigerian Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Nigerian police and other security parastatals engaging this group of organized criminal gangs. Then that tells you that it's becoming a state-sponsored crime. It's an organized crime, and we need to know what is sponsored, because it's impossible for you to have.
So if it is a state-sponsored crime, the question I'm asking is, if it is state-sponsored, will the coming of American soldiers make any difference?
Yes, it will make a difference. One, in the area of intelligence gathering, and secondly, in the area of eliminating the threat, because whatever poses threat to human life, the role of contention, the role of engagement is eliminate such threats. But here in Nigeria, we don't eliminate threats that poses dangerous risk to human lives. All we do is that we romance the threats, we negotiate with the threats, bandit negotiation, for example, and terrorism negotiation with the killers of our officers and men. So for me, the Americans on ground will mitigate it a little bit, but it's going to drag for a long time if the government hands is involved. But if the government is not involved, then they're going to succeed. But my brother, it's sad to have the Americans on ground when we have brave officers and men in the Nigerian army. But it's so sad that the Nigerian military has been politicized. And that's why they are not getting it right to take out these criminal gangs. They are not up to 1% of the population of Benue State, the people that are committing this crime. So what's the big deal in taking them out? So that means some people are benefiting from this mining, and they don't want the war to end.
Okay, now if you say it's embarrassing to have American government on ground, would it be better if there's some mercenary, if some mercenaries were brought in, like we had sometime in the past in Nigeria, where some individuals were brought in by the government, of course, to help, deplete terrorist forces in Nigeria. Would it be better? And if mercenaries would be needed, do you have them at the Breeze Protection Services Limited? Do you have the numbers? Do you have men with the experience that are not in service but can, do this thing and protect the people if government contracts them?
All right, thank you very much. The Breeze Protection Services is a private security company licensed by the federal government of this great country. Private security companies have over 7 million personnel, average of 7 million personnel nationwide. And if the government start looking at integrating private security industry into a security design, they're going to do a lot in the area of intelligence and also in the area of response.
Oh, so we shouldn't be talking about losing forces. Then we shouldn't be talking about not having enough men on ground. If you have about 7 million for your own security outfit alone.
No, not my security outfit. I'm talking about the entire private security outfit in Nigeria.
Oh, the entire private security outfit, 7 million.
Yeah. About 1,000 of private security company in Nigeria. Like here in London, we have private security companies supplementing the effort of the police. In America, you have the private security company supplementing the efforts of the police. But the truth is, when it comes to security management, it's not all about personnel. There are 3 factors responsible when it comes to security personnel. We have the human factor, we have the technological factor, and we have the processes. These 3 components come together to, give an effective security management. The whole essence of technology is to reduce the loss of man, the loss of lives. That's why technology is being introduced into the battlefield. I tell you, 10 to 30 soldiers, 10 to 30 American soldiers can wipe out the situation in Benue State. All you need to do is to send in drones to the threat location and carry out a hostile surveillance within that threat location, and also ascertain their strength, their numbers, then send in fighters to go and clean them up. But yeah, we keep on putting our soldiers and officers and policemen, in line of risk to go after these guys, and that's why we are losing a lot of officers and men. And it's so sad we have them train so hard and dying cheaply.
All right, Doctor. If in Nigeria, the security on ground is very, very peculiar. If we have situations whereby these bandits, these armed men, operate for hours unchallenged and they abduct people in the process, and then you hear cases where you hear news that security operatives now come in 10 hours after. As a former soldier, where do you think that this break, in doing the right thing, where do you think it comes in? Is it at the point of intelligence, intervention, or does this still boil down to complicity within the military?
Fantastic question. You see, when it comes to security management, and that's why sometimes I've queried the national security strategy, I think that is just a paper. I don't think it addresses the imminent trend developing the Nigerian people. When it comes to security management, looking at the response measures, we have the preventive measures. Sometimes you say prevention is better than cure. we have the preventive measures, measures put in place to ensure that these criminals do not exploit the vulnerability of the Nigerian people. Then we have the proactive measures, and these proactive measures is put in place to ensure that you manage any given threat or anything that poses threat to human life before it occurs. Then you have the response, reactive measures. Reactive measures is after the failure of proactive measures and preventive measures. And yet these three measures fail. The preventive measures fail, the proactive measures fail, and reactive measures fail. That is why you have our officers and men responding after the commission of crime. Each time you respond after the commission of crime, security has been defeated. So for me, it's an absence of intelligence, because for these criminal guys to organize themselves and carry out a strike without the knowledge of the Nigerian police or the Nigerian military, and they successfully executed that strike, is a failure of intelligence, and it's also a failure on the national security strategy in the area of red.
All right, Dr. Osaje, let me stay with you. I'm happy that you talked about national security strategy. Do we actually have one in Nigeria? Are you aware if we have one? And what does it speak to?
Yeah, we have one national security strategy. I think.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, it was launched by the late president of Nigeria, General Muhammadu Buhari. That is about 4 years ago. The national security strategy is a book. Insecurity management will call it the life book, just like a Bible. It's a book that governs the entire state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Identifying threats and also how to respond to such threats. And that book is supposed to be reviewed every 3 years. Any national security strategy that is not being reviewed after 3 years, the reason why it should be reviewed is to look at what's happening in Benue State, for example, and check where the Nigerian government failed. Then after ascertaining where their failure is, then you review the book and also, profile, another strategy in
constant review. Okay, now I will assume that the national security strategy is overseen by the National Security Advisor. Am I correct?
You are very, very good.
Okay, beautiful. I asked the question in light of the fact that saw the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu. A few people were caught in Kwara State, Mieti Allah men, and with guns and equipment, And when they were asked, they said they were armed by the NSA to help the NSA fight insecurity in that area. So how do we balance all of that? Someone in charge of our strategy is arming people, people that are suspected to be the cause of the problem, and is arming them to fight the problem itself. Does it work where you live? Does it work that way in the UK where you live?
That's a technical error, an operational error, and also an abuse on security management. For me, I heard about the story, and the reason why the Nigerian government have not set a board of inquiry to investigate this report is also disturbing, and that is why most times we see Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Because things like this happening in Nigeria is not acceptable in any global community. It's a disturbing situation that allegation is coming against our NSA. But for me, I think there should be an holistic investigation into this incident. We don't know the reason why he did that, but from my own public perspective, I'm not aware if that is a strategy or if those guys are capable than our military. If he does that,
all right.
I think it's an abuse on our military system.
All right, Doctor. I'm not sure if you did listen to the professor when he spoke earlier and trying to make sense of the topography of Kwande, where the heinous attacks happened recently. From his explanation, he said it's mountainous and it also shares a border with Cameroon. From your military experience, what do you think about such topographies? Do you think, also looking at the peculiarity of Nigeria's security intervention and all of that, do you think that the topography of such areas might make it difficult for military intervention to come in early, or even maybe surveillance or even intelligence? What do you think in this regard?
But if any human being can find them, if these criminals can find their way to that environment, then the military also can find their way to that environment, because these guys didn't go there by air, neither did they went there did they go there by sea. They advanced towards that location by land and also got there safely. So the military has the capability and capacity to carry out hostile surveillance within that given environment, that threat perception area, and ensure that they dispatch reasonably security forces to curtail such crime in progress or such criminal gangs. For me, I'm still finding it very difficult to comprehend the reason why Nigerians have been failed. Because one of your colleagues in the studio says that the government has failed the Nigerian people. I go in line with that thought because truly the government has failed the Nigerian people, because when it comes to security, is the topmost priority of any given government. If the government cannot protect the protection cannot protect its people, then it has failed its people in its given priority to protect.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Osagie. Let's quickly go back to Professor Emmanuel Usue. Professor, now,
thank you.
Obviously, it seems like the people are by themselves and they have to fend for themselves, as it were. What are the people doing to protect themselves, or are they sitting back and waiting on government to come protect them?
There is very pathetic, because the communities that have been affected, they do not have the capacity to face these terrorists. They do not have the sophistication of their weapons to be able to face these terrorists. And so some have relocated to camps, or can I say IDP camps. Some have relocated to their families in some other villages or towns, and so it's a very difficult situation.
So basically, you're saying the people are now leaving their land just to stay alive. They are leaving their land. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they have left their land because the Fulanis are taken over. The terrorists have taken over the communities, and so they cannot stay there. If you stay there, you'll be dead. That's it. And let me be very sincere with you. Our government, both state and federal government, they are not serious. Why am I saying so? These incidents have happened over and over and over. And when you say the government has intelligence, I want to question that kind of intelligence. Intelligence to do what? If you look at the West, when an issue happens, analyses are made, intelligence information is gathered in order to address so that a similar situation won't happen again. Here in Nigeria, an incident happened over more than 20 times, and yet no reasonable solution is proffered. So what I'm trying to say is that I am aligning with the thinking that the government of Nigeria is part and parcel of our problem. Look at the issue of sponsors. Why is it that it is very difficult to arrest these sponsors? Because the government knows them. Information has been given to the government. Why is it that it's so difficult to arrest and bring these sponsors to justice so that the source of this or the causes of this terrorism will reduce drastically in Nigeria? Why is it so difficult for the government to do so? I think we keep on sitting here and talking, and people are going to be killed continuously until I, myself, will also one day disappear from the screen because I will be dead. This is so unfortunate. So to my mind, our government has not taken this as a serious issue. That's my own thinking.
Professor, so from your standpoint there in Benue State, what do you think is that thing that the government of Benue State or the federal government could do right now to curb this, what's going on in Kwande? What do you think might be the immediate solution?
The federal government has all the weapons, it has all the aircraft, it has the digital gadgets that they can locate this place, send drones, and be able to address these subject matters. I am not the one to give them these details because these are security matters, and I am not a professional in security, but I am very sure that the government knows what to do. But the government, what would the government want? How will I address the issue when I don't have the capacity, but the government has it? So the federal government and the state collaborate and address this issue. It is not beyond their ability to do it, but they are silly, the willingness, the sincerity is not there.
All right, then, thank you very
They
much.
keep on diverting their attention to something else. It's not their a priority to the government of Nigeria.
Yes, of course, it is indeed horrible when we hear people that have been directly affected talk about these things. But, Professor, let's just come to this. Let's come to the studio now. Let's come to Barrister Adams Atta. Now, insecurity, it's one too many in Nigeria. In fact, it's a lot. It's difficult to keep up with the killings here and there. Let's leave Benue now. You know, talking about government and what government can do and what the people should do as well. If you go back to what happened about a week ago in Kwara State, where over 100 people were slaughtered, we understand that there was a letter written to the community asking that they renounce Nigerian government and accept their doctrine, the doctrine of those that wrote the letter, accept their own government. All right. And that letter was written to the people, and the letter has made it to social media, allegedly saying, claiming that they did not want to harm anyone and were not thieves, or neither were they declaring war. And all they did was ask residents to renounce the Nigerian government and follow their doctrine. That's and we hear that from that letter had some alleged signatories to be Mohammed Bello Turji Kachala and also Bakura Doro, or his own faction of Boko Haram and all of that. How does this make you feel? Letter written to a community in Nigeria asking that leave your government and follow us, and if you don't, they come and kill them. And government basically, other than deploy other than a statement from the president saying he was deploying some tactical squad there, we haven't heard anything come from that.
You know that this government is a government of social media crusade. You see them, they come out on the social media space and then they talk. In reality, there is nothing. They're not doing anything. And that is why you see that all the massive killing all over the Federation. As I'm speaking to you now, is it today or tomorrow, Mr. President is on his way to Kebbi State to go and commission a project. Whereas there have been incessant killing all over the Federation. Is it in Kaduna State you want to talk about? Is it in Benue State? Is it in Kwara State that people died recently? He can't even go there and sympathize with them. Is that a leader? You don't have emotion for people. You are not concerned about the welfareism, about the people that voted you in. That's not a leader. That is tyrant.
Is it until the president goes to every sport there is an attack that he will become a leader? Don't we have the security agencies? We have the NSA. We have the service chiefs.
My point is that if he can go, what is the purpose of Mr. President leaving FCT to go and commission a project in Kebbi State, and whereas he cannot go and sympathize with the people, I mean, when somebody is present, is a sign of concern, and then is a sign of emotion, is a sign of love. These people voted you in. You have to hobnob and romance with them. You have to come out massively and showcase them love. So, and that is one. And then on the second leg, on whether people have lost interest in the system. Yes, we have lost interest in the system. I have lost interest in the system. I don't know about you, but however, by the provisions of the Constitution, we are a sovereign nation. And for somebody to write a letter to a fellow Nigerians to denounce their loyalty to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the provisions of the Constitution is firm and is certain. This Constitution is supreme, and every other law that is acting side by side or in consonance with the provisions of this Constitution shall be declared null and void. That is certain. That is to say that we are a sovereign nation. And then furthermore, as to whether you can exercise your religion, your religious right, the provisions of the Constitution is equally clear. You can't force your own religion on another person. So that letter that was written to those people, as far as I'm concerned, that letter is just it's null and void. It has no legal effect. Yes, and the government on their own part, they are just not concerned. Like I said, they are not disturbed. They are not perturbed, and that is why you see that those people are taking advantage of the system. This is the same Boko Haram the government said they have eliminated a long time ago. Another set of Boko Haram continue to spark up. We have not seen any conviction for once. Is that what you describe as a government? You harbor these people, you arrest them, you harbor them, you rebrand them, and then these people, they continue to recycle and then come back to the system.
Barrister Atta, we see these groups splinter, you know, from Boko Haram to Lakurawa to Mamuda, so many of them that I don't even know their names and all of that. And the government is still finding it difficult, you know, to cut off the source, the funding, because, I mean, a lot of people believe that this war has been internationalized to the extent that it was the UAE that gave us a list of people, sponsors of terrorism. Yet we have a government that today tells us they will release the list next week. The next week they'll tell us that they are working on the list. The other week they say, oh, we'll soon start prosecuting and all of that. So do you think that the president asking, you know, the deployment of a cantonment or a brigade to terror zone is going to solve the problem? Because, okay, let's say you move a cantonment to Kwara State and something happens, you move another one to Borno State, and something happens, you take another one to Kaduna State. I mean, is that how we are going to travel in this journey?
Let me say that this is the same government that came out, is it last year or last 2 years? Remember that names of some people were published. Are you aware of that fact? And up till date, we have not secured any conviction. Nobody is used as a deterrent.
In 30 seconds, give us your concluding thoughts on this conversation today.
My stand is firm. Let the government wake up. I've always been saying that. We pay tax to government. That is the purpose of the social. That's the purpose of the social contract theory. You pay tax, and then in reciprocal, the government protects you. Let the government wake up and do the needful. Otherwise, these people will continue to take advantage. And let me say this finally. If the government fail or consistently fail when we need their service, people are going to come out massively to protect themselves.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Adams Atta. Dr. Dixon Osagie, please, your concluding thoughts, please, in 1 minute.
I mean, I think it's an absence of political will, and also it's so sad we're seeing these guys, you know, they are done with the Northeast, they went to the Northwest, they are also messing up the Northwest now, they are in the Middle Belt. The Middle Belt consists of 7 states, the Kogi, Nasarawa, and also 1 or 2 other states that made up the Middle Belt. So I think there's a plan to take over Nigeria, which is an external aggression, and this external aggression is regrettable. So finally, I would advise the Nigerian government to set up military commandos in every state of every state of the country, and also give them attack helicopters. And the police must also be well equipped for solely taking care of our people, because they are solely responsible for internal security. So give standby commandos, helicopters, and also equip the Nigerian police to ensure that they go after these guys behaving our country and ensure that they bring us back to a state of peace. And it's so sad that the Nigerian government knows what to do, but they are not doing it at their own.
It's sad indeed. Sad indeed. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Dixon Osagie, International Certified Anti-Terrorism Specialist, Global Security Analyst, veteran of Nigerian Army, CEO, the Breeze Protection Service Limited. Thank you for your time. Professor Emmanuel Usue, let's have your concluding thoughts in one minute.
Suggestion made by this, my friend. The government of Nigeria should stop denying the genocide, stop denying the atrocities. Let's the government acknowledge that it exists. Second, sponsors should be brought to justice. The government has a list of sponsors. The government of Nigeria cannot tell us that they don't know those who are sponsoring this. Bring them to justice. Right. In addition to those things that my other brother has said. Thank you
very much, Professor Emmanuel Odue Usue, Professor of Old Testament Studies, Benue State University, Makurdi, Nigeria. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
On the program. And big thanks to Mr. Adams Atta Esquire, legal practitioner. Thank you for your time on the program. I do expect that you will stay with us into newspaper review. It's a horrible thing happening in parts of Nigeria, with Nigerians killed daily. I mean, the professor talked about 70 people killed last week, somewhere in Benue as well. And it's horrible to think about. Not all the killings make it to the papers. And one can only hope that someday the government will realize that it is its duty to protect Nigerians. And then they will indeed protect Nigerians. That's my hope. That's my prayer. On behalf of my colleagues, Chukwuba Okoro, Jane Ogoye, I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Join us again at 10 for Newspaper Review. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. And if you're just tuning in, you're most welcome. This is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Thanks for joining us again.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for sticking with us.
And we still have with us Mr. Adams Atta Esquire, a legal practitioner. Thank you very much for coming. And we have Mr. Darlington Agumwo, a lawyer, with us as well. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time here. Now let's dive into the papers. Let's look at the headlines. There's a story I was reading about. It's not on the cover page, so let me just leave that one for now. Let's go to, let's start off with the Guardian newspaper. These are the headlines on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. T-bill see over 400% demand spike as manufacturers face credit squeeze. That's Treasury bills. The writers to that story can be found on page 6, and quickly flipping. It says, financial sector continues to crowd out real sector. Fund-starved SMEs operator paying 5% monthly interest rates. Experts seek more responsible banking. Urge operators to support real sector. All right. So that's, let's take some of the headlines. BOI secures CBN's approval for non-interest banking. Pope mourns victims of attacks in Nigeria, urges government to protect citizens. Atiku No economic sense in reviving failed refineries after $1.5 billion. Well, they are reviving to sell, isn't it? Oh well, let's have reactions to these headlines, and then we'll take some more from the daily still.
Before we can listen to the man at NNPCL, let him return all the money he told us he wanted to use to repair the refinery. Because for you to talk about repairing the refinery, you must have done your cost-benefit analysis.
He's not been given the monies to repair the refinery. He only made proposals. Maybe before he saw how bad it was.
He mentioned an amount of money. He mentioned
probably.
But he was not given.
Before he saw how bad it was.
No. They gave money.
But not to jewelry.
Not to buy your jewelry.
So this one that he's telling us now, was it what he promised us when he came in?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, he probably went in there, he saw the paper, like, oh yes, I can do this.
Look, Mr.
I can do this.
Moses.
But then he got in there and realized that, this one.
Please, whatever he's telling me now, until they return that 210 trillion, I will not listen.
That is missing.
I think that one under his watch or under somebody's
watch.
Under somebody's watch. Let him trace it. Government is a continuum.
While they're tracing that one, should we just leave the refineries like that? It's been redundant, and the workers are asking to be paid.
Are they not being paid before? They are being paid
their
now.
monies were delayed at some point.
No, they are being paid. They are being paid. It's only Nigeria that you pay somebody for not working.
But it's Nigeria. It's not their fault.
It's not their fault that they don't give them work to do. You employ them. You gave them offer letter. They accepted, signed, and
when you see
even train them with our money.
Train them with our money abroad.
When you see incompetence, and that particular all the refinery is a good example. When you are talking about incompetence, it's a good example. So why should they now celebrate what the man is saying now? That the refinery cannot be repaired.
But I'm not sure anyone is celebrating him. Nigerians are asking questions. They say, Bayo, how come you told us you needed 60 billion, to fix these refineries? And we told him at that point that, look, Aliko used 20 billion to build his own. Now you're asking for 60 billion for maintenance.
I am telling you.
And meanwhile, within a space of how many years, close to $10 billion had been sent. And now he's made a recant and he said, well, unfortunately, these refineries can't work.
Really?
So that Nigerians are asking, between then and now, what happened? What did you see? Nigerians are even asking, does it look like, well, they try to sell off these assets to themselves?
No, all this while, is it not collecting salary?
Barrister, it's not the only refinery. NNPCL is a conglomerate. They have a lot of things they do. So it's not only the refineries. They do other things.
What are they producing for us? Is a question. What's their core mandate? What are they producing for us?
Barrister, they also manage the joint venture operations now with international oil companies. They are also into production. MPDC, yes. They have the MPDC.
Of what? Producing what?
Oil. MPDC located somewhere in Edo State.
Have you had one particular product that is coming out from there?
Barrister, it's oil now. They're into exploration. Yes, MPDC. You've not heard about MPDC before.
Really? The upstream conglomerate headed by the resigned man, Benga Komolafe. Was it not here that we discussed how they wrote off 5 trillion naira?
No, that's not the point. The point is that he asked what do they do? He said, and I told you it's not only the four refineries that NNPCL manages. NNPCL is a conglomerate. I think they have about 8, 9, 10 companies within. They have DPR, they manage it. They have NDPC, they have the refineries, 4 of them. They have petrochemical and all of that.
Really?
So they actually do it.
And they're working.
Barrister, some of these organizations are working.
No, it's not enough to say that. I agree with what Barrister is saying. It's not enough for you to say they are working. How effective are they working? More money is being pumped into the sector.
I don't want us to create the impression that the only thing NNPCL does is to manage refineries.
No,
they do a lot more than that.
that's not their major.
Yes,
It's their major.
that's not in dispute.
It's their major.
But what is
Barrister,
important? What is important?
Barrister, it's not their major. That is downstream operations. What
Whether
happens is their
downstream,
major.
whether upstream, what is
Both of
important
them are
and what
not
I agree
functioning.
with Barrister is that the system is dead. It's redundant.
No,
and more money is being invested into that
Exactly.
system. He is glamoring and he's saying that the missing money, they should provide that money. It is right. It is constitutional right.
Gentlemen.
It is his right. It is your right. It is our collective right. So it's not the one way to
My point.
Is what the money not missing from there?
Barrister, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't
Is it not
you
missing?
people are trying to twist this conversation. My intervention was that Barrister wanted that Agomo wanted to reduce NNPCL to the refineries. And my position is no, they do a lot more than refining products.
I agree with your point. I agree with your point. But let us concentrate and demand from them. Yes.
Subsidiary companies, they are not irrelevant to Nigeria because they are not our cash cow. Those subsidiaries you are mentioning, they are not our cash cow, Mr. Okoro. Those ones are not relevant to the Nigerian economy. We are talking of their core mandates. Are they fulfilling it? The answer is capital no. So what defense do you have here?
Barrister, I'm not trying to put up any defense. I don't speak for NNPCL, but I'm just trying to make a correction here.
Yes, I agree with your correction.
We've all made our points.
Yes.
So it's up to the viewers to take what they want to take from it. Now let's go to another headline here.
Mr. Moses, please, before you go away from, please, somebody should tell Ojulari that money that he must trace it, that 210 trillion, he must trace it. He must trace who took that money.
It's not only narrowed down to him. It's not only narrowed down to him. It's a collective responsibility. EFCC will do it more and more better. Barrister, you can equally petition to EFCC.
No. He's the one in charge now.
You can equally petition to EFCC. Any other person can petition.
He's the one in charge now. Let him tell us so that we can now say, okay, yeah, somebody have done something here. Not to tell us that the refinery is not working.
Because Millie Kyari is he's been called in to answer questions.
So that's
I think
because that money came from the same NNPC that is not working. Oh, I hope you know. It came from there. Those refineries, the money came from there. 210 trillion.
Okay, so therefore means that indirectly
we'll
they are
look for the money.
Look at the way Barrister is contradicting himself.
Yes, therefore means that they are working.
And we are not seeing the result.
And you said that the major work they do is the refinery. So where did they get the 210 trillion from?
So when they bring that money, they will not tell us. They break it down for us.
Okay, since the refineries are not working according to you, and are it's only the refineries that constitutes the bulk of their job, they can as well tell you, well, since the refineries are not working, then there is no 210 trillion missing.
No.
No.
Money is missing. It's already in the public.
So what are you telling me?
It's not a hidden fact.
No, I'm responding to Barrister's argument.
Let's go to some other headlines here. So, yes, we talked about this earlier in the day. IPOB Kano cancel Monday sit-at-home order. All right, if you want to react to it, you may go ahead and react. Outcry grows over e-transmission ahead of Senate emergency session. I think we've talked about this already earlier in the day, but if you have more reactions, I think Mr. Kuro might have a few things to add. He just might go ahead to add that. And also, we have another headline here. SAN ranked under scrutiny as AGF, CJN warn against abuse of influence. Of course, those... yes, the riders to that one. Oh, that's I have the men here. This is their forte. So, senior lawyers divided over bribery allegations against judges. Fagbemi tasks senior lawyers on discipline. Junior lawyers against disrespect. All right. So, gentlemen.
Is that the one you wanted me to react?
No.
Okay.
I wanted you to react to it.
Yes, for me, I think that the legal profession is a profession that is built on respect. And this respect we're talking about is that there's seniority at the bar. You must respect your senior at the bar. If I'm called to the bar in the morning, 9 a.m., and then you are called by 4 p.m. the same day, who is the senior? Is the person earlier that's the senior, the other person. So there is seniority at the bar. You must respect your senior. It's part and parcel of the profession for decades. And then on the second leg, on the issue of corruption, it's not in dispute because I have to say it openly. It's not in dispute that there have been a series of allegations against senior members of the bar, which are the senior advocates.
And then equally allegations of corruption against the judiciary, which is the bench, most of the judges. But in any event, we have been saying it and will continue to say it. The judiciary is supposed to be the last hope of the common man. If the judiciary is now marked with corruption, where do you expect the common man to go? People will now go and cash out justice. Justice is not a one-way traffic something. It's about three-way traffic something. It's for you and I, it's for the government, and then it's for the victim of the offender per se. So whether we like it or not, justice must be seen to have been done. When people are now buying justice, they go and bribe the system to get justice. Is that what you brand as justice? It's failure. It's a pure case of corruption. And that is why some of us are clamoring for a collective responsibility in the system and then a change of mind by the bench. That's my little take on the issue on the judiciary.
All right.
And I think it's about time people start taking exams for sanship. It's no longer about your how many appearances you have at the Supreme Court or how many landmark cases you have won and all that. There should be examination for sanship. If you pass it, you become a san. It's not enough for you to have worked in a big chamber and then because of the influence of the principal, they will now put your name and you become a san. I mean, it is denying a lot of people the opportunity and the chances because when you are a san, in fact, it is assumed that you are up there. You know everything about law and all that. That is the meaning. And so, there should be examination now so that we know actually whether, whether yes, you actually qualify for this thing or they just appointed you because you are connected with somebody and all that. That is my take on this matter.
Okay, I'd like to speak briefly about it because I'm interested in it. As a matter of fact, but I'll speak to another angle that you raised, the issue of judges being bribed. But because before I talk to that about that, some of the ways some senior advocates are appointed is that, from my understanding, you see why it is very easy for some states, the Attorney General, the moment they finish serving, they become senior advocate of Nigeria is because, especially during this time of electoral these things, when there's litigation, at the tribunal that gets up to the Supreme Court, it is normally, even if the Attorney General is not the principal person making the submission and all of that, I think his name appears first, as the lead team lead. And when it gets to Supreme Court, some of the times appearance and number of cases won at the Supreme Court level also enough for the person to become a senior advocate of Nigeria. I think I'm right on that because you must have practiced law for a certain number of years. You must have also made appearances or won cases at the Supreme Court level for a certain number of times to be able to qualify for sanship. Now, that said, talking about the issue of judges taking bribe, judges take bribe. I'll go back to 2014. I experienced it live. Yemi Oshibanjo then, was the running mate to Buhari. And when they called the Lagos business community somewhere in Victoria Land, one hall, for interactions, and Yemi was asked, what did you do as Attorney General, to ensure that the cases of bribery and corruption in Lagos judiciary went down? He said when he became the Attorney General of Lagos State, he commissioned a study and he discovered that there was bribery and corruption. What led to it? Judges' welfare was very low. Their remunerations was very low. Protection was very low. So judges naturally need to, go the extra mile to take care of themselves. And now when they scaled, increased salaries, build houses for judges, and gave vehicles, police protection and all of that, before he left office, and in his first term, they went back. Lawyers were the responders and asked lawyers. Lawyers say that the thing has reduced drastically to about 10% or more. So it speaks to how judges, and judicial officers are open to bribery and corruption, maybe because of the welfare issue. And it speaks to what will happen in the larger society. Some people in government take bribe because they are not guaranteed of tomorrow. If you fall sick, you don't have a guarantee that the state will take care of you, that the health system will take care of you. If your children are sent out of school, you are not guaranteed, except to provide the money. So if the state provides all of these things, the level of corruption in society will simply go down. So people naturally, take to bribery and corruption because they want to protect their tomorrow. So apart from the judiciary, every other sector of society needs to be taken care of. Because, when you have good hospital, good home, good school, good accommodation, what will you do? Use the money for and keep it in your bank. It doesn't make sense. So it is the responsibility of government to ensure that the basic needs of human beings in this country, citizens, are provided. That is one way we can also start fighting corruption.
But then, your duty to your country is first, before your welfare. Your duty to your country. That is what should be uppermost on your mind, because we know of Justice Oputa, Charlie Boy's father. Throughout his legal career until he died, I didn't hear one single scandal against that man.
How many of them can you mention?
That was just when these are judges.
First, you are talking about an example now.
Those people, why were they not after money and all that? And look at their sets. No government can bully them and all that. They had respect. So the moment the people like we can start patronizing you and all that, you are reducing your influence and everything. So it is left for them now to decide. Do you sacrifice your integrity on the altar of pecuniary things? That's the question.
Yes, I agree with Barrister, because you are an oath as a judge to protect the integrity of the judiciary.
Exactly.
So if you start prognosing, if you start looking at whether you are well remunerated
I
or
think
not, because it's your choice to whether go and practice outside.
Or you go outside.
Or you go outside and do business. The law allows you to do business and then abandon the legal
Both of you are just speaking English. When you finish speaking the English, you come back to the reality.
Reality exists.
Good,
but the fact that the judiciary is the last hope of the common man, let us not give these people the impression like you need to be well remunerated before you do justice. No, it will sound an ugly. And what is your definition of well remunerated?
I wonder.
What is your definition?
You
live in accordance with what you can give. That is how life is all about. You cannot be paying rent on the mainland, and then you take your kids to go to school at Victoria Island. Is that what you describe as well remunerated? You must live according to your standard. That is my own definition of your remuneration, earning, and then your spending. You must live in line with what you are spending. You can't go outside what you have. Okay. The law is setting. Memory days what? In Kakaswa.
No problem.
You can't be a judge
on your own matter.
On your own matter. So you cannot determine what is remuneration in line with what the government is paying you. You have to live in accordance with what is reality. I know in reality it does exist. But however,
say that again in Latin.
Yeah. Don't tell them. It's against the profession.
You can't be a judge in your own case. So you cannot determine. You can't make decisions as to what
Barrister, you can't stop us now.
And every other thing.
Agomo, you can't stop us. Even if
are not expected to.
Even if Ata didn't say it, I will have said it. I have a diploma in Latin language. I speak Latin. I can interpret Latin.
You have started now. You have started.
No, honestly.
What is Adioteron pattern?
Well, I'm not under interrogation.
What is Adioteron pattern?
You listen to the other party.
I'm not under interrogation. I'm at liberty to say yes or no.
Let's go to the Vanguard newspaper, and I would like us to interrogate the window headline here. It says manufacturers record 1.8 trillion naira on sold goods as demand slumps. Inventory surge contradicts official claims of economic recovery. Raw materials up 15.4% to 1.5 trillion naira. Nigeria's industrialization effort weakened. That's according to CPPE. CPPE CEO. Rising costs, weak demand, squeeze firms. CIS president. Gentlemen.
Is it not obvious? When you are purchasing power,
1.8 trillion naira on sold goods.
Of course, if you go to the warehouse, most goods are there. By the time they even manage to bring them out, they would have expired. Yes. The purchasing power has been weakened. Who has the money to buy what? With 100 and how many? They say it will get to 60 now, Abi, this year. Embarrassingly poor. So where is the money to buy anything now? Where is the money? You know, when government put up these statistics, they bamboozle the gullible. But the reality is out there. The reality is out there. They should start living in denial. This one that they are telling us the economy is broken. Where is the economy? With 5,000 megawatts of electricity that is not even stable. 5,000. Where will you now industrialize? What will you industrialize with? Is it not electricity? 5,000. Look, just imagine that in this age and time. You are struggling with 5,000 megawatts. When some people have light, they believe that the light is all over. No, when you have light, Moses, just have it at the back of your mind that somebody is suffering because of the light you are using. Because that's what they do. When they collect from another section of the country, they will shift it to another section. And when they give you light for maybe a day or two, they will take it to the other place. That is how we have been rationing light in Nigeria. There is no time anybody in Nigeria will have 24 hours of electricity. It can never happen with
yes, we are selling to
with 5,000
neighbors.
Who are even owing us? Who are even owing us?
Who are also?
I said something is wrong with us here in this country. No, I am thinking that somebody will come and do spiritual examination to know the witches and wizards that refuse to let us move forward. Whenever you look at Nigeria's situation, you begin to wonder, what is wrong with us? We have seen the problem, we know the problem, but solve it no way. No way. In this age and time, you can't have light. Look at South Africa. Look at Egypt. In fact, I can't even begin to imagine with 200 million people. We have nothing to boast of in this age and time. Nothing.
I think corruption is a major drive, and then people benefiting from the system. And that is what the immediate president said. What's his name? President Muhammadu Buhari. He said that it's either you kill corruption or corruption will kill you.
That was when he was outside.
Even when he was inside.
I'm not interested in his person by that statement. I'm interested in the content of that statement in line with what we're experiencing now. I don't want to talk about him because he himself is a failure. He came and promised us heaven and earth. He's going to build refinery. He's going to build the health sector. But look at how he died outside the court. I don't want to.
He built one refinery. He couldn't manage it.
Well, can you say this? He built refinery, or
he was the chairman?
He's refurbished, and then kind of a cake or something.
Okay, I'm talking about the one in Niger, Abi, where his cousins are staying. Okay.
So I don't want to delve into that. You see, I agree with what Barrister is saying as to the fact that the system has failed us woefully. Look at recently, the government came and then the government said, "Oh, give prepaid meter free to Nigerians." And then some set of people came, a company came and countered the federal government. You can even see that the government is no longer government. A government will make a pronouncement. And how dare you, as a corporate entity or as an individual, how dare you counter the position of the government?
And the government will surrender.
Yes, because the government have what is it called? Connive with them to. It's a matter of conspiracy. When two of them connive together, you don't get result anymore. And that is why people don't even respect the government anytime they make pronouncements. Because these people, they themselves, they have failed the system. And that is why what we are saying today is a matter of...
I remember what Mr. Adelabu told us when he started this band A, band B, band C. He said that with it now, the the power sector will now be competitive, that a foreign investor will now come in and there will be competition. And that was how he jacked up the tariff. Up to today, we have not seen the dividends.
The tariff is going up on a daily basis.
It's going up.
On a daily basis.
That's the most annoying part.
So
because
and the government is aware.
So Nigerians are not told anymore.
And that's a breach. That's a breach of our
rights. It's only when you go and
because the right of what is it called?
You notice it.
Electricity consumers is that they must give you notice, assuming they want to make.
You just realize that you load a certain amount and it gives you a lesser.
Yes. That's when you will know. Their receipt if they were under 1 week. So you can't even challenge the court.
All you need to do is to scan it. It's important.
They are not alone. Even telcos increase their call rates without notice.
You see,
you
that's
just discover that you are paying
that's
more.
where consumer rights is not well taken care of in this part of the world. We have a body. We have a body that oversee and regulate. There's even a law.
But if you don't report, how will they now take action?
Why are we silent?
They do it because they know that we don't report.
Yes. I mean, who cares?
Even when you report, nothing is done.
No, if you report and follow through, something is done.
No, it has to be a collective.
But the point is that we don't normally follow through. We don't normally follow through. And when you report and you go there once, twice, and come back, you know, even people will tell you, guy, leave this thing. And only you.
I'm telling you, especially if the money is small, they will tell you all this money you are wasting. You know, they are taking advantage of us. Seriously, we don't have a structured society.
All right, Barrister, let's move over to.
I'm very optimistic Barrister is going to lead the team that will lead the protest. The concerned office.
Okay.
Yes. I'm very optimistic for consumer rights as it relates to electricity consumers in Nigeria.
I like your
outcome. Yes.
You mean the barrister?
Yes. No, he himself. He himself will lead the squad. Okay. I'm ready to support him as a subject.
You are very correct.
Yes. He's so passionate and concerned about and then the drive and then the way he speaks and everything. So let him lead the squad.
Now that
hit the ground, let him hit the ground running.
You are very correct. Not in Lagos State.
Okay.
Not in Lagos State.
Let's move
over to the Vanguard. On the front page, 2027 polls. How 3 Southern senators blocked real-time results transmission. Sources. Senate bows to pressure to hold emergency sitting tomorrow instead of February 24. Delay in Electoral Act amendment. Says judicial interpretation is key to credible polls. Transmission of results, no election. That's what the NLC is saying. Still on the front page of the Vanguard, Kanu orders cancellation of Monday seat at home. Manufacturers record 1.8 trillion.
All right, before we go to that one, Mr. Agomo, let's talk about I think we touched on it during the morning show. We touched on it briefly, that information, cancellation. There was even a video of another faction also giving their own statements, and they were really derogatory in some of the things they said to the governor, you know. But the more powerful faction of IPOB, or that's the IPOB, have said, look, it's over. Is this, some have said it is bowing to pressure. Soludo put pressure, or, you know, or it's just, it was just overdue.
Look, I have always been consistent on this matter that there is no need for sit at home. Because Nnamdi Kanu have said it before now that, look, he doesn't want it. And so I don't like people using his name to perpetrate evil. I'm telling you, most people who were speaking out of emotional advice, show me the law, you don't have the right to close my shop. I said, look, government established that market. So why should you shut it down? You know, eventually, Nnamdi Kanu, I'm sure he had some of us. And he reasoned very well and said, look, no more sit at home. And so anybody that ventured to try that now should be picked up and be charged to court. Because he has no right. You have freedom of movement. You have no right to impose your will on others. Do you know the meaning of what these people are doing? A few people gather together and impose their own will on the market, threatening people. If you come out, they will kill you. So who will not do the killing? Is it not you? You threaten people not to come out to do their business. And people outside Anambra, we are supporting it. Meanwhile, all of them in Lagos or Akron all this way, they open their own market on Monday. Can you just imagine? So I thank God that in fact, God will bless Nnamdi Kanu for his intervention. And bless Chukwuma Soludo for insisting. Not this governor that will say, I don't want to be talked about. I don't want people to come in and this and that. Where will they not talk about you? If you are doing the right thing, eventually, good sense will prevail. Soludo did the right thing on this particular matter. He did the right thing. And I thank God everybody has fallen in line. So nobody should use IPOB or Nnamdi Kanu again to cause problem in the southeast. That is the truth. We can only make progress in an atmosphere of peace. We are talking of releasing Nnamdi Kanu. So if you are doing all this now, the federal government, what will happen? How will they be looking at Nnamdi Kanu and what he is requesting for? They will say these people have not repented, though. They are not remorseful. So please, it has come to stay. No more sit at home on Mondays.
All right. Mr. Atta?
Yes, I align myself with what my colleague have said. Is a welcome development. They are now bowing down to pressure and forget about all the videos and all those things you see on the social media. The government will go after them very soon. The government is going to arrest them. It's just a matter of time.
Exactly.
We are similar of them in the north, and then they are infiltrating other parts of the federation right now. But however, the government needs to be firm as to their position.
Yes.
The law is clear. Like he said, it's the government that built that market. So the government have the power to revoke your license. You are just there as a licensee. So if you are not interested in running the market, the government is losing money because they need to pay tax. People are equally losing on a daily basis because you lock the market permanently. So for me, I think that it's a welcome development in the East, and then the peace is the utmost priority of government. Let them wake up and then, but however, some people have lost interest. Some people are now used to sit at home on Monday. I will tell you the open truth, because a friend of mine called me yesterday. He said he's not happy that after he goes to market on Saturday, Sundays he go for his service and all of that things. That even on Mondays now, he's used to rest at home and everything. That he's not happy that they are calling
he
for
can
them
choose to stay home.
No, people chose to stay home and they say you must not stay.
No, because it's the closure of the entire market that is of paramount importance. If there are few shops that are closed, it's fine. But how will you now come and shut if you are not interested in running? Because if you are not losing money, the state is losing money. Some other people are losing money.
An individual that feels it's a day to rest can choose to rest.
Can choose to
Let others go and work.
Yes. And the government is saying, if you are not ready to work, if you are not ready to come and open the market, I will open it because I am the head lessor. I lease this property out because all lands, the government is there to hold all
landlord,
lands
the government
trust
is the landlord.
for everybody. That is why the government is the head lessor under land law and then under equity and trust. So whether you like it or not, the government is now saying, I want that market reopen forthwith. And they are beginning to think in line with what is in vogue.
We'll reach out to our correspondents. I think last Monday we saw people come out at about 2 p.m. But today we'll reach out to our correspondents.
It's a gradual process. They can come out by 2 p.m. There's every possibility. But however, it's not one-way traffic. It's not enough for the government to put pressure on them. It is also important for the government to provide an enabling atmosphere, life and properties. Because these people, they is their right equally. When you talk about one, you talk about number two, and then number three. It is equally their right to decide to stay back at home. And in as much as the government is putting pressure on them, my point is certain. It's good that they have considered to go back to the market. But however, the government must provide enough security for them. Because this other group, they are very deadly, and then they can strike at any time. Nobody will give you notice. Look at what happened in Kwara State recently. Wherein they killed about 100 and something people without notice. Nobody is going to give you notice before they strike.
Anyway, my happiness is that we don't have such terror group in Southeast.
But however, these people are equally killing. They are killing these people, and that's why people are afraid of coming out.
Their own is guerrilla warfare, hit and run.
And so you see my point. So the government needs to provide enough security.
All right, let's take another headline here.
Federal government's oil production data casts doubts over 2M PBD 2026 targets.
Now, how much of this will affect the budget? Let me take that again. FG's oil production data cast doubt over 2 MBPD 2026 targets. All right, and that's from page 26 of the Vanguard
2 million
newspaper.
barrels.
Yes. How much of that do you think will?
It will affect the budget because even at that, some of this our oil production, it has been outsourced already. We are paying debt with this oil production. I hope you are aware. And so it will affect your budget. There's no two ways about it. And that is why whenever the government is reading out these statistics on a good economy, a blossoming economy, I say, how? Where are the statistics? Where is the money? You are not making any progress in your oil production or even in your industrial production. So where will the money come from? You are now dependent on borrowing money. Do you finance your way out of poverty with borrowing? It's not possible now. So it will affect the budget. That means this year's budget, 2026, but remember that 2025, 70% has been rolled over into 2026. That means by the time you finish the 70%, there is the tendency that 2026 may even start towards the ending of the year. And then a large chunk will enter into 2027 because there is no production. That is the truth. You use money to finance your budget and you now go a borrowing.
Yes, apart from that, I think we have two major sources of financing our budget. One is our oil revenue, our accruals, and the other one is the monies we borrow from outside to support the deficit.
How about taxation that the government wants to invoke? Yes, taxation had always been there because from sources. It has always been there.
You know,
look at Lagos government, only God knows their internal thing. There was even a time the federal government refused to pay. Yes, then when the current president was on board.
Okay, their local government revenues.
Yes, the revenue also matters.
So it is going to affect it adversely. I don't know our threshold, you know, the benchmark for this year's budget. Last year it was 2.06 million barrels per day, and but we hovered between 1.7 1.8. You know, at the time it looked as if we were going to the 2.06, but we didn't actually meet that target. So it's going to affect our budget a whole lot, and so that means people should expect, you know, when they cast doubt, when they are casting doubt, they're telling us that they might not meet it. So if they might not meet it, that means people should expect that we'll borrow more money this year to finance our budget.
And that's why the World Bank have told you that more people are going into poverty.
Exactly.
This year.
That's what it means. We've got to borrow more.
Certainly we have to borrow more to finance the deficit aspect of the budget.
So what happens to the concurrent ones we are running?
Where did you talk about
my take is certain. Borrowing to feed the politicians. Or to do what?
I'm telling you.
Meanwhile,
because
you mentioned,
because
you know, Ramfak is talking about increasing the salaries of the political office holders.
So they have done it. I think they have done it already.
No, I don't.
No, they have not done it. They still at the committee level.
You see, when we are talking at a time where people should be clamoring for part-time legislators.
Even
part-time on a part-time basis, you can go back to where you're working. That's how it's done in some European
countries.
And then we are here now paying humongous amounts of money to people who are consuming. Somebody will go and sit with Babariga and then have a seat on one sitting is being paid running to millions.
Okay,
and then somebody who is well educated, a professor, you look at their salary for the whole of their retirement.
I'm telling you, nothing to write home about.
Well, people say that the professor.
Because the fact that we are lawmakers does not presuppose.
We also have lawmakers who are professors.
Most of the laws that these people made, they set up a committee, subcommittees, professionals are being hired who will do most of the technical and most of the dirty job. And then the lawmakers will just come and do the finishing.
Exactly.
Those people are they not entitled to be well paid?
I wonder.
Well,
okay, all right. I'm happy that we got back to the issue of this oil again. You know, so now, Barrister, NNPCL has 15 subsidiaries. Let me name them: the Pipelines and Product Marketing Company (PPMC), National Petroleum Investment Company (NPIC), Nigerian Gas Company Limited. Nigeria is more of a gas nation than even an oil nation. Now we have the Nigerian Petroleum Development Company, the one that is into exploration. You know, they drill oil for Nigeria. You have the NNPCL Retail, Kaduna Refinery and Petrochemical. That is just one, you know, and a lot.
Okay.
There are about 15 of them, and the refineries just are 3.
Mr. Okoro,
yes, sir.
How many of them are active?
Barrister, the fact that the refinery is not active does not. What of Nigerian Gas? Nigerian Gas Company is working. The West African Gas Company is working.
How much is the gas now per liter?
How much are you making from the gas? Have they told you?
The fact that how much is a barrel of oil? What's the dollar rate and how much are we buying fuel?
We are buying at very exorbitant.
So it doesn't mean that we are not making money from oil. The country might
how reflective. What Barrister is saying is certain. how effective the source the funds from that industry.
Which argument? Barrister, I'm trying to correct you. You're saying argument. NNPC, they do a lot. They do a lot.
Yes, it's not in dispute that they do a lot. He's not disputing that.
But however, he disputed that. No, he did. He said the only thing that they do is a
fact. He has said he's not. He's talking about the core mandate.
Okay, so he has recanted.
If these companies were as active as Aramco in Saudi Arabia, we would not be where we are today. You know that.
You agree with him on that point?
I've never been in that.
It's not enough as to whether they are subsidiaries or not.
No, that was the point of argument. No, that was the point of argument. No, that was the point of argument. That was the point of argument. That was the point of argument.
All right.
So one thing is talking about gas. There's this headline here, but I'm trying to look for where the story actually is. In the Guardian, it says new twist in Nigeria's fuel story. Dangote imports gasoline. S&P Global.
Dangote is taking over everything from them.
Imports gasoline. He's importing gasoline.
You see it? So what's your take about that?
They are not giving him enough crude.
Yes.
He has complained now. He's buying from US.
And that is going to have effects on the price.
He's buying from US. He's buying from US.
And recently, is it this month that increments of about 100 or 150 thereabouts? In liter.
As long as this NNPC, a regulator cannot be a player in the same industry, and we expect progress, it can never happen. NNPC should have been like NCC, this communication regulator. They don't have any network they are managing.
But they see oversee.
That's what I'm saying. They are just a regulator. They monitor Airtel, Global, whatever, Glo and MTN. You don't see any CC running any network. It will be, they will compromise their standard and their policy. But this NNPC is into this business. That's the problem.
Yes, I agree with your points.
That's the problem.
Is part and parcel of the nation problem. They are not supporting the system. Look at how they are making it so frustrating for Dangote now.
But that's it.
Because the effect is that it's going to bounce back on you and I, and
of course.
And then on every other person. And that is what some of us are clamoring for. Some of us are saying that there should be fairness in the system. It's not you don't just make it
there can't be fairness
in such a way that you frustrate somebody who is trying to help the system. Dangote is trying his best, but the government is frustrating him. He came out recently, is it last year or last month thereabout, where he said that the government is frustrating him, and then somebody has to be laid up of his.
Of course. Now, my brother, look at this. OVH bought NNPC, downstream sector.
Yes.
Then Owando now bought OVH. That means Owando now bought OVH and NNPC downstream sector. Can you imagine pranks these people are playing with us? The other day, just 2 weeks ago, they said the company made over 2 trillion naira profit. And I asked myself, is that company the only oil company in Nigeria? Man, look, the day Nigerians wake up to what is doing them, the day they wake up to what is doing them, I just pray that those people who are behind all this thing will remain in this country. Look at how they trickishly. I was imagining how a small company called OVH will buy an entire downstream sector of NNPC. Can you imagine? That is all their station, everything,
Nationwide.
Then behind them, Ondo now bought OVH. So that he doesn't want to come direct and buy NNPC. Oh, God Almighty. And who is behind Ondo?
Okay, I know we're running out of time, but let's just get a quick reaction to this headline. Tinubu to visit Kebbi for infrastructural renewal. So, Governor Nasir Idris has disclosed that President Bola Tinubu will attend the Agungu International Fishing and Cultural Festival, holding from February 11 to 14. Yes. So
you see, that's the point. That's my point. I said this earlier.
What's your point, actually?
Mr. President is not concerned about life and properties.
He's going out fishing.
He's going out forum shopping, where he can adopt his policy and then his campaign strategy. Even though he's Mr. President, he's supposed to ensure that the provisions of the laws are complied with. All those visits you are saying is for the purpose of campaigning. And the law prohibits all this campaign they are doing. There are numbers of days towards election before you can
INEC is there. They are
but INEC is silent.
No, INEC is not silent. INEC has said, as long as they don't say vote for during the visits before the stipulated time, it's not an offense.
Look at that. Look
So
at
he goes to
this vote buying that is going all over the place. Which one is worst? Moses, which one is worst now? Vote buy all over Nigeria.
So my stand is firm. My stand is firm. I'm not stopping Mr. President from going or proceeding on his visit to Kebbi State. But my point is that he should go to all the places. Kaduna State, Benue State, and then Kwara State, where people, life and properties are being destroyed and then killed on a daily basis. He should go and show concern. You are not the president for the purpose of, you are not the ceremonial president. You are a president that you must show and exhibit that indeed you are concerned about.
You're concerned about the people. Yes, this would be a good place to anchor the conversation because we are absolutely out of time. Thank you very much, Adam Zata Esquire.
Thank you.
A legal practitioner, lawyer. Thank you very much. Also, Mr. Darlington Agumo, a lawyer. Thank you very much for your time on the program. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey. I wish you a beautiful day.
Around Nigeria to bring you interesting political stories.
And I'm Jane Ondoye. See you tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Yes, Manchester City came from goal to just get the result right. You could say Man City came from behind to beat Liverpool 2-1 at Anfield to stay in the Premier League title race, while the finale was dominated by some controversial decision. Manchester City beat Liverpool at Anfield to stay in the Premier League title race, but only after a dramatic game provided by the VAR. City came from behind to win a 2-1 and they complete a league double over the rivals in a chaotic and confusing fashion. Dominic Solanke is a man we talked about all the time, but this time around, we are talking about Dominic Szoboszlai, who smashed Liverpool ahead with a stunning long-range free kick, yet ended the game with a red card in astonishing fashion. Bernardo Silva fast City level from Erling Haaland's knockdown before Alisson clattered, Matheus Nunes to hand City a penalty late on. Haaland also converted a spot kick to put City 2-1 in the 93rd minute, but more was to come, with Alisson heading up to another end of the pitch as Liverpool desperately chased an equalizer that left the goal open on the counter-attack, and City thought they had gone 3-1 up with the closing stages as Ryan Cherki effort doubled over the line. Dominic Solanke also is the man who will look into his goal scoring, but yesterday's goal from that man was great. Dominic Szoboszlai, and then him and Haaland raced back at the ball and pulled each other's shirts, but for the ball to roll over the game, the untouched, however, VAR cancelled the goal, awarding City a free kick outside the area while sending off Szoboszlai
for the denial of a clear goal scoring opportunity. Szoboszlai, he trudged off City and then managed to see out the remaining minutes to close the gap as Arsenal are now on the news, because right now 6 points adrift, Man City chasing Arsenal. But official Craig Paulson said after review there's a careless foul by Erling Haaland that pulls the shirt of Dominic Szoboszlai. Prior to that, Szoboszlai commits a holding offense that denies an obvious goal scoring opportunity. The final decision is a direct free kick from Manchester City to get it all right. So let's say it this way, it's no longer news. You could say congratulations to Manchester City for what they did yesterday, coming from behind and now putting a lot of pressure on Arsenal in the title race. So we have a breakdown of how it happened, and then what we say welcome. It's a very different start. It's a new week, and I say good morning. Thank you so much for joining us right here on the show today. We are the Voice of Lagos, Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. It's a lot to be talked about on the show, the boxing, the Formula One, all of the Daniel Dubois stories, the Formula One stories that also having to do with Lando Norris. We still have a story coming up about the golf world and also some Nigeria tennis news that happened at the Davis Cup. But a breakdown for what we see, what we saw yesterday. Let's have a breakdown. 73rd minute, Szoboszlai's match brilliant free kick off the post. 83rd minute, Silva Ekolalos for City for Haaland, knocked down in header. 92 minutes, Haaland fast City ahead of the penalty spot. Alisson fouled Manchester Nunes. 98th minute, Alexis McAllister also denied an Ekolaza by outstanding save by Gianluigi Donnarumma. And at 102 minutes, Dominic Szoboszlai sent off in the chaotic scenes. So Bernardo Silva, I must tell you, has admitted that Manchester City knew the Premier League title race would have been over at Anfield. City went to the game 9 points behind Arsenal, and after the Gunners beat Sunderland 3-0 on Saturday, and it looked like it could stay when they got it right. But Dominic Szoboszlai's free kick was a superb one that can be taken off in any time. But Bernardo Silva told reports that coming to Anfield is the toughest place to be in the Premier League by far. Usually, for most teams, a draw is not a bad result here, but we needed to win. And he said if we had lost that game, we would have seen ourselves off the title race. So, in other words, it's news to say that congratulations to Manchester City for that result. But elsewhere, let's go on and tell you it's now highly competitive, the Premier League. Yesterday would have been 9 points clear for Arsenal if City had lost that game. But magical moments played out. A manager with distinct quality, Pep Guardiola, making sure he managed his team and put things right. And what he did yesterday was astonishing. His changes were great. The players who got on start were okay. But, City, this is how they chase teams. This is no surrender. This is to say, Arsenal, we are coming. This is a big pressure on Arsenal, Mikel Arteta's side. When they won on Saturday against Sunderland at Emirates, it felt like they are done. 9 points was clear. But Man City coming from behind means that the title rate is still very high and very competitive. Not to talk less about some Premier League club sides that are doing so well for themselves. You talk about Manchester United, whose record Michael Carrick football is paying off. Chelsea also, the Ambrose are not doing bad as well at the club level. But teams, so we should be watching out. I would have said everything is working for Arsenal. If City had lost that game and then Aston Villa, who drew against Bournemouth, it would have been an Arsenal thing, 9 point lead. But the game is magical. The game is a nice moment that you just can't take away anything. And what we saw was a good game from both sides. And I think 1953, many years ago, was the first time, like the third time, City has won at Anfield. So City always struggle to play. If you've been to Liverpool, Anfield Stadium to be exact, to precise, you would understand what it takes to play there. The noise, the ovation, the fans, the massive turnaround from the people out there is usually very, very big. But getting the result, well decisive result from Pep Guardiola's side, who they know that they might be losing their manager come the end of the season, and that's a big pressure on Arsenal. So Arsenal have to go forward to the game that will play by the midweek to see that they get the result right on Thursday, else the chase continues. Like Bernardo Silva rather said, if we had lost that game, we would have said goodbye, kissing the goodbye to the Premier League. But good that they have the result for themselves. And then Haaland's goal was a stunning one, penalty well converted and well composed. Alisson Becker with magical mistakes all the time. And everybody cannot be trooping, that's just it. Trooping did it in Benfica game against Real Madrid. He came out and he paid off. But Alisson Becker felt like, yes, this is me. But let me explain that Dominic Szoboszlai. I think we should explain this so people can understand before we talk more. On this show today, we'll tell you about Kevin Bassey because there's a news about Bassey. He's been on the show and talks about Bassey's problem in the Premier League recently since he returned. We'll look into all of those cases. We'll talk about the Super Eagles. Victor Osimhen also urging the NFF to make sure that they give Arochel a new contract. We still look into that one. But now we're still talking about the Premier League in a bit. I must say this. Football, sometimes you just will say you cannot predict what comes to play at times. And you must give a record. Now, Harlan went as far as saying on that red card, he said, the referee has to follow the rules. But in the end, I honestly feel bad for Dominic Szoboszlai. And he said, now he gets a 3-game ban. Just give the goal. Don't give the red card. Simple. That's Harlan saying that. And he also said, but I think it's the rules. It's just how it is. So there was no way that would have counted. So some people say it was a bad time for Ryan Cherki. Maybe the goal would have counted for the French international. Some say it would have been Haaland's goal because if the Hungarian, talk about Dominic Szoboszlai, had not stepped in to draw his jerseys down, maybe, just maybe, it would have been Haaland because he was having the upper power on the chase. And also, we told you how the Premier League is looking right now. But I need to tell you this one because this is like the most of them all. If you look at the Premier League and the way it's going, that game has shown a lot of pressure. That game shows that the pressure is mounted so much on Arsenal. That game shows that Arsenal need to still up their game. They can't be sleeping at this time around. Zubimendi scored, Gyökeres from the bench, and they won Sunderland. And the first results affected them to this stage. So I must say, Arsenal, if you're an Arsenal fan, you should be praying because the side who is coming, who's chasing, are no look side, are no mess side. It's about Manchester City. But let's move elsewhere and talk about something else in the La Liga ES Sports, where we did see Real Madrid, Alvaro Carreras, and Kylian Mbappe goals earning. Real Madrid battling to 0 win to Valencia on Sunday to close the gap to La Liga leaders Barcelona to 1 point. After the Spanish Championship have been beaten by Mallorca, or they were beaten, the champions had beaten Mallorca on Saturday. Alvaro Arbelo's side eked out of a tight victory and got the result right there at the Mestalla to keep the pressure on the arch rivals. Missing suspended forward Vinicius Junior, and also Los Blancos lacked some sparkle because the Brazilian was not in the game. But then they did just enough to claim 3 points on that game. Alexander Arnold, talk about England international, made his return from injury as substitute in the second half of the Madrid victory. Arbeloa, also his side, had the better chances in the first half, but failed to create the danger on consistent basis in a gritty encounter. Alagoles shot deflected narrowly wide, while Valencia's top pass towards Miskritsky saved well with the legs from Mbappe's fierce rival's drive. Now, Madrid right back David Jimenez from the club side, youth level, academy player could say, came closest to scoring after French superstar Mbappe teed him up, but the Macedonian goalkeeper denied him too. Midway through the second half, Carreras conjured a goal out of nothing to give Real Madrid the lead, drifting inside from the left to the box. The defender used the weaker foot, talking about the right side, to strike the ball inside Adrimovski's near post. Valencia might have leveled, but Lucas Pedrano's effort on the stretch beat Thibaut Courtois and climbed the post. Arbeloa brought in Alexander Arnold for his first appearance since early December following the tire injury as Real Madrid looked to close out the game. They eventually secured 3 points in stoppage time as Brahim Diaz teed up La Liga top scorer Kylian Mbappe, who finished calmly for his 23rd goal in the competition this season. Valencia fans also, some of whom had waved white handkerchiefs during the match in protest at the club situation, headed in the exit with lost chase 17 to 1 point above the drop zone. So it's about Real Madrid. The chase continues. La Liga ES Sports looks quite interesting every day, just as your folks. We see how it's running. Real Madrid chasing Barcelona, Football Club Barcelona, who also knows there's a high pressure surmounted on them. It's the competition of football. We also did see elsewhere where Ademola Lookman, Nigerian international player, his side lost to Real Betis, and well-deserved result for the Anthony side because they lost the Copa del Rey game to Ademola Lookman, Atletico de Madrid, and yesterday it went well for the Real Betis side away from home, getting that maximum order they deserve for themselves. But just to let you know, the Real Madrid side are second, playing second fiddle, and just 1 point adrift. Football Club Barcelona, who has a flick, has also done so well for his team. Now, talking about Barcelona, I must tell you the way it goes right now. Hansi Flick was stunned when Marcus Rashford went down, grabbing his knee before, thankfully it turned out to be just a mere case. So good to see that Rashford is not ruled out for more games to come for the side. Now we shift attention. Let's talk about this one, Nigeria. To be exact, this is what it is about Super Falconet. You could call them the Falconet. They are in the news. Nigerian Falconet on Saturday secured a slim first leg advantage in the FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualifier, defeating Senegal 1-0 at the MKO Abiola Sports Arena at Abeokuta, Ogun State. Both teams showed determination, but neither could find a breakthrough before the interval, leaving the score at 0-0 at halftime. Substitute Candace Ifeanyi scored a decisive goal in the second half, heading home from a corner kick in the 50th minute to separate both sides. She came close to doubling the advantage in the 66th minute, but the Senegalese goalkeeper stretched full length to push her effort away. The Falconets maintained their lead through discipline, defending and also controlled play, with head coach Moses Aduku's second half substitution helping the team sustain momentum and then see out the encounter. Nigeria striker Janet Akorowore was sent off, or forced off rather, in the first half due to an injury, while Ifeanyi was later named player of the match in her match-winning performance. We tell you the return leg of this fixture is scheduled for February 14 in Senegal that Saturday, where Nigeria will seek a consolidated result, taking the advantage and advancing to the next round about the Falconets. So we wish them one of the best at the game played right here in Nigeria. So the next game we played away from home, and I'm believing our girls, our ladies are good to go. They look like the next big team. Anytime it's a football world for the women category, nobody is really under pressure. We don't fear. We feel like we are the best side on the African continent, on African shows, talking about female football. No disrespect to the rest of the nation, but you know what the Falcons have built. So you talk about the Falconet, it's a connection linked up. So I believe Moses Adugus also have to follow the step that the Falcons are really taking. But now let's get to case point, the talk point quickly on the show today. This one is very, very contractual. This one is very synonymous. This one is very interesting to know. This one is good to say. Some say he's the biggest name in Nigerian football at this point in time. Some said he's just so proud. He's got pride. He needs to lace, he needs to calm down. A lot of people are saying a lot of words about one man, Super Eagles striker, star player Victor Osimhen, who has now publicly called on the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, to offer head coach Eric Chell a long-term contract. And you know, Victor Osimhen served as assistant captain during the Nations Cup, cited the team bronze medal achieved by Eric Chell. And then Osimhen has praised the Franco-Malian tactician plans and balanced approach, technically and intelligence, and the man management, the skills, noting that Eric Chell's ability to foster unity and motivation within the squad. Victor Osimhen expressed optimism about the team's future with his current talent pool and also emerging as top player. Now on the show today, we should tell you some key points so you can have this more like a take-home about what Victor Osimhen is really trying to do and what he's trying to portray right now for the Nigerian side. Now fans, you keep a date. Fans are also eager, they are also worried. Fans and players are also asking questions and wanted to say that this one goes their very way. But you want to know more about the story, we'll go on a break. When we return, the show continues. Why? Why?
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you can.
Yeah, so welcome back from that quick break. Let's tell them more about the Super Eagles of Nigeria and what just transpired out there. Now, we move into this viral phase now. The Super Eagles without a talkback is what people are looking at this point in time. Now, what is the key point? Fans and players seek stability and clear long-term vision for the national team development. Number two, consistent leadership could improve team performance and then attract better sponsorship and then investment. Number three right now, the coach gains security to implement his philosophy while the NFF faces a critical contract decision. Number four, the public endorsement reflects a player's led desire for managerial continuity over frequent changes. And then number five, the timing follows a modestly successful tournament, framing continuity, and then as part of the greater achievement. Osimhen's endorsement places the decision for managerial stability, and then this is good to see. Can I tell you, let's really talk about it so you understand what I'm saying. Everyone needs to talk about Eric Chell. Everybody needs to be talking about Eric Chell. You know why? He has shown us the quality. He has shown us that he's good to go. He has shown us that you understand how Nigerian football should go. If you follow Nigerian football very well, you will understand that we barely score goals. With Pesero, last Nations Cup before the recent concluded one, 2023, in Africa, we were just getting the results. We're not dominating teams. We're not playing so well. And you see Super Eagles, Giant of Africa, dominating of the games. This is what the Franco-Malian has brought now. So why is Eric Chell's talk still a major talk point every time on the show? This time is now that big that the Super Eagles international striker, Big Victor Osimhen, is now urging the Nigerian Football Federation that please let this man stay on the job, give him a contract. Why are we even waiting? Why are we negotiating? Why are we talking about this? With what he did the last time, the Nations Cup in Morocco, winning the bronze medal for the team, and that should just give him that yardstick to say, yes, I am the coach of the national team. So why are we still waiting? Why is people still talking about this? Why does the Nigerian Football Federation likes to be in the news? You don't wait until something happens before you know what you want. It's more like you knew this man was good enough for the job. You gave him the job. You're paying him. And at some point, you still owe him. Now the job is done. National teams are calling and wanting to sign a coach. But you are also trying to keep him. Now, because of his love, like Afis Ogubanja, I recall, who played a pivotal role right here on the show on Saturday. Afis Ogubanjo, also a host here, he said something that struck my mind, and that happens to be true. He said this Nigerian Football Federation are also playing with the intelligence of Eric Chell because they know he loves the Super Eagles. Because he loves the national team, that's why we are seeing all of this talk point. If he didn't do so well, let him go. Now you're seeing that the coach loves the team. He wants to stay. He wants to stay. He likes to stay. He wishes to stay more. But make him happy. What rises passion? What drives passion? Money works like that. 55,000 US dollar. We should be thinking of increasing his salary, his wages, make him feel comfortable. How many times are we going to see a manager, a foreign manager that says, I want to be based in Nigeria? This man has an apartment in Abuja. They are making him feel comfortable, but they're not making him feel comfortable. So in one way, it's more like a 50-50 thing. The money is not even big enough to say. They owe him, and he had a very decent tournament. Why are we still waiting? Should we give him a contract? Yes, of course, we should have been thinking about it. Now, it's that big that the vice captain of the national team, Victor Smith, had to come out to say, please, I'm urging you, Federation, please do it. Now, if they do it, tomorrow someone will say they are listening to Victor Smith. They should have done it even before people keep talking. So this is the Federation that I just sometimes think, is it that they don't even know what they want? Is it that when they see what they want, they don't recognize it? Why are we having cases in the Nigerian football setup all of the time? Knowing fully well that this is the biggest brand, and yet they still make us talk about this. We say it all the time, the media will not sleep until things are right with the NFF. It's not no news, transparency-wise, they are not 100%. Corruption is everywhere, we see it. The game is being run like political affair. Administrative-wise is so poor. Players' old bonuses till alarm is being raised and then we can start. You know, it doesn't make sense, that's the truth. Let's be factual, let's even say the way it is. If it's white, it's white. If it's black, it's black. They might not be friends to what I'm saying, but we need to keep talking about these bodies till they make things right. I would have said a national team that's well organized. I would say it. What you need to do is not, you don't even think about it. Just give him the job. He has done well. See, we lost against the national side, Morocco, the best playing side in Africa. Regardless of Senegal winning, no disrespect, but they are the best playing side. They got that fluidity, they got the flair, they have what it takes to run games. And we got off not on the 90 minutes, but on penalty shootout. We saw it. Goal scoring, how many goals? 14 in a single. How many national side did that? Even the Super Eagles record, you can see they broke some records there. Playing side, dominating wise, conceding, and then he went out to the round of 16 and said, we're not conceding anymore. Mozambique 4-0, Algeria 2-0. Got teams and smashed them off. We started enjoying Super Eagles like this is the playing side. This is the dominating team we want to see. Under one man. And the players love this coach. They are giving him his they're 100. You can see for yourself. They love the coach. So why is the Nigerian Football Federation making this a talk point, holding this one, and then are they having a rethink? Obviously, you can say they don't know what they want until they don't know the value they have actually until they lose it. But let's also talk about one Super Eagles player who happens to be in trouble at this point in time. You might not like the news, but that's just what it is. I call it trouble, and it's some of those disadvantage of leaving your club side and going for the national team call-up. But I wonder why this is a talk point. He had a very decent AFCON tournament. I'm talking about no other name, but Calvin Bassey. His father has been in the news. He wants to get back to his son. But Calvin Bassey, let's quickly talk about this. Now, before the AFCON 2025, Calvin Bassey played 1,358 minutes in the Premier League for Fulham. Despite, being one of the startup players at the AFCON, he has played just 4 minutes in 3 matches since the tournament ended. That's the news. So I call it a very big trouble because he had a very decent tournament. If we had got to the final, he would have been one of the best players, even though we saw his high rate. But you need to know that the Super Eagles defender, Calvin Bassey, has faced growing scrutiny from Nigeria fans and pundits after failing to reclaim his starting spot at Fulham following the return to the club side in the Premier League. Also, Bassey was a stand-up performer for Nigeria during the tournament, delivering a commanding display, including a monumental showing in the semi-final against host Morocco. Many expected the 26-year-old to walk straight back into Fulham's first 11. I also thought so. Upon rejoining the club in late January, we know his contract move. However, Fulham manager Marco Silva has kept Bassey on the bench or limited him to late substitution appearances in recent Premier League matches, including against Brighton and Manchester United. The former Rangers and Ajax man was either used or just minutes off the bench. Now, Marco Silva attributed the decision. This is the coach. He can't fault him. Sometimes this is the disadvantage of a Nations Cup being played at club level football time. Michael Silva has now attributed that the decision to the strong form of replacement, talking about Josh Quensa, who stepped in seamlessly during Bassey's absence and has helped Fulham maintain a solid defensive performance. Quensa has stepped in. Silva explained this in a recent press conference, and he said it's a competition, and Quensa knows the pro he's up against. So it's more like Michael Silva respects him, but he knows you just cannot come back and get into the team, because even when you're away, while you are away, we had a very decent play with this young lad. So you have to fight for your shirt. It will not be a plug and play like we thought it would be. Now, former Super Eagles forward Victor Kweba suggested fatigue from the congested schedule and then international duty may also be a factor, noting that the players sometimes need a breather after major tournaments. So we don't know what is on ground, but Nigerian supporters have taken to social media to express frustration, questioning why one of the Nigerian side, why one of the country's most consistent defender is being sidelined despite his AFCON heroics. Now we talk about Pojo Media. Let's quote them on the show. He said, Calvin Bassey starts on the bench again for Fulham. Make Marco Silva not key the juice where he bring come from AFCON. Another one says, Pamela Taye, went as far as saying, Calvin Bassey is no longer starting for Fulham just because he went to AFCON. Imagine the best defender of a tournament still benched by a club like Fulham. Why Calvin Bassey not starting for Fulham all of a sudden? Why isn't he asking? And at first, he said, I thought it was because of fatigue from AFCON, but it's been 3 games in a row now. It's been games now where we've seen Quensa now better than him. Who is going on, Nigerian fans are really not happy about this. So, looking at the scenario, you understand that everybody wants to see Bassey continue with their Fulham side. But you need to know Bassey joined Fulham in 2024 and has been near ever-present figure in the starting lineup before the AFCON. So why are we saying this? But let me explain something, right? Let me explain this so people can understand. Let me explain it. I am not a coach. I'm not a football coach, but because of the job, sometimes we know how this works. We've seen Liam Rosinio rotate games for Cole Palmer in Chelsea. Since he became the manager, aside recent games where Palmer has started, last week he went on the ball, hat-trick, 2 penalties, and then 1 finish, almost like a screamer, but no screamer inside the box, But it's about manager trying to figure who gets to start. We can't put pressure on Marco Silva. We cannot do that. I understand how Nigerian fans are feeling at this point. They want to see, their best defender up his game, continues his game. I think against Man United, where Fernandes got the assist, was quite rusty. We want to see a Bassey own up, but let's allow the manager do what he wants. Let him decide how he wants his gameplay to go. You cannot pressure the manager. He feels Quensa is good enough to go, so why not? Let him continue the job till Bassey gets this opportunity, and then hopefully he takes it. That's how foreign football used to be. Sometimes it's not everybody that can be like Baleba. You just come and you walk into the team. Not everybody will be like, what's the name? Lookman, who came from the Atalanta now at Atletico de Madrid. So it's not like a plug and play. Basically for African players, you must be a star player. But we know Calvin Bassey is. But with Quensa, then we have to wait to know if Bassey will ever get his shirt playing time wise. But also on the show, let's talk about this one. This is a new development. You have seen former Super Eagles and Kaizer Chiefs goalkeeper Daniel Akpeyi, who was the AFCON pundit for reporting side in South Africa, has opened up his own coaching internship. That's an ongoing coaching internship in South Africa as he begins a new chapter in his football career. Akpeyi, who officially announced his retirement from professional football back in December 2025, following his exit from Marumo Gallants, is currently undergoing a coaching internship with Premier Soccer side, talking about PSL star TS Galaxy. The former Nigerian international revealed that the internship is a compulsory requirement for his progression from the CAF C coaching license to the CAF B license, which he is preparing to undertake. Having already completed his CAF C license, Akpeyi explained that CAF regulation mandate an internship with a professional club before, candidates can be admitted into the CAF B license program, a requirement that led to his placement at TX Galaxy. Now, coming from Akpeyi, the man you have, he said, gratitude to the club's leadership and technical crew for the opportunity. I think, firstly, I am grateful to the team, TX Galaxy, and also most especially to the chairman of the team, Mr. Tim Sukazi, for availing me the privilege of doing my internship with the team on short notice. That's coming from Akpeyi. He said, I'm grateful to the head coach, Adam Begonovic, the assistant and staff members for making the environment conducive for me to be able to do my internship. He further clarified that the internship is part of the Camp C structured coaching pathway. He said, when you do your C license, which you have done, before you do your B license, you are required to do an internship with a professional team to provide and give you some days before you can be granted access to the Camp B license. So I had to do my internship so that I can be granted access to do my Camp B license. Akpai also revealed that while the current internship covers general coaching duties, his long-term focus will be goalkeeping development. It's not particularly on the goalkeeping department, it's overall coaching. But I'm going to be moving to the goalkeeping department during my B license. For now, it's just the general coaching. So good to see that the former Super Eagles goalkeeper has rightly concluded the statement and saying he is happy and is feeling very special. So congratulations to Akpe. This is the development we've been talking about from people. This is what we want to see them do. This is how far we want to see our players go. You go back and make things right. Tomorrow, I won't be surprised in years to come, future time, if Akpe wants to be the coach of the senior national team, Nigeria, Super Eagles, or if he wants to be the head coach for the goalkeeper department, he would not be wrong. And shout out to also TS Galaxy for giving the opportunity also to be doing this internship out there just to get a CAF B license, which is pivotal and very, very important to Daniel Akpe. But we go on a quick break. When we return, guess what? We'll tell the world what will be happening in the boxing world. We'll tell about the Formula One, golf stories, tennis, and also the basketball world. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Yes, welcome back. You're still watching Voice of People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. Let's talk about the boxing world. Fabio Wadley's team have held talks about a potential WBO World Heavyweight title defense against Donald Dubois. WBO champion Wadley is also considering option for his first title defense, and Donald Dubois, ranked at number 4 by the WBO, is on a short list of possible opponents. Vic Hekovic and also Ding Zhang are other 2 available contenders inside the WBO top 15. But terms could not be agreed between Wadley and fellow Brit Derek Chisora for a fight. Wadley manager Mike Offo told reports Fabio wanted to fight Alexander Usyk after beating Joseph Parker, but he chose to pursue Deontay Wilder instead. Now the fight has fallen through. Fabio wants a unification fight with Usyk for all the belts, which we will see happen soon. But also we are pursuing a fight with Chisora or Wilder for April 4th. But he said, but they took a refuge in those very ones. So this is going to be all British battle, and we cannot wait to go and understand how this goes. Also, you need to know Wadley was crowned as the new WBO champion after Alexander Usyk relinquished the belt instead of making a mandatory WBO title defense against the unbeaten Brit. The Ipswich fighter had previously become the WBO interim champion after a stunning 11th round stoppage victory over Joseph Parker at the O2 Arena in October. Donald Dubois recently returned to former trainer Don Charles as he plans to get his career back on track following a knockout loss to Usyk in their July rematch at Wembley Stadium. Still talking about boxing now, let's talk about this one. This is Terence Crawford, and Crawford, they call him It's a big one to know that following his retirement, Terence Crawford has been placed into many fans' lists as one of the greatest pound-for-pound fighter since the turn of the millennium. Now, Paul has revealed he believes he's outperformed Floyd Mayweather and Roy Jones Jr. Crawford defeated Canelo Alvarez back in September in a win that will be referenced for generations, becoming boxing's second straight divisional undisputed world champion, 87 years after Henry Armstrong became the first. Off the back of the career best triumph, Crawford opted to walk away from the sport whilst he was sat atop it, hanging up the gloves with both an undefeated record after 42 fights and the status of being a 5th division world champion. Reflecting upon his time in the ring, Crawford told the Pivot podcast on his pride as becoming the undisputed superweight and lighterweight champion back in 2017 and why he feels he surpassed Mayweather and Jones Jr. The undisputed super middleweight title has since become fragmented, with Jose Armando Rosendez picking up the WBA strap and also Christian Billy being elevated to the full WBC champion. Meanwhile, Hamza Shiraz is also expected to take on 38-year-old Alan Bejic in a clash for the WBO super middleweight title, while Ulises Iglesias is set to challenge for the vacant IBF title against the unnamed opponent. Now, feel like a boxing story looks very long? Let's talk about this one. Tyson Fury has sent a heartfelt message to Deontay Wilder. People are saying it's a cheating story. Tyson Fury has sent an olive branch to Deontay Wilder after the American accused him of cheating in their first 2 fights. Deontay Wilder has been very vocal during his UK trip to promote his April 4 fight with Derek Chisora. The Bronze Bomber has once again accused his heavyweight rival Tyson Fury of cheating against him, alleging that he tampered with his glove in the rematch, and then in their 2018 first fight, he went all and referee talked about Jack Reese for giving Tyson a long cut due to a white supremacy amongst with other outlandish claims. The 40-year-old American even clashed with Talk Sports reporter Simon Jordan over racism accusation, stating that no one believes he claims becomes the color of his skin. When Jordan challenged him on the wing, Wilder exploded and had to be back by security before stunning out of the very interview. But from Deontay Wilder, he said, he is the biggest cheater in boxing history. If you look at him, you will see it. And if I'm lying, then please tell him to sue me for defamation of character so I can have the proof. And that statement, is being out there because Deontay Wilder also said, all I can't wait is because of a black man with dark skin, it's hard to believe me and believe a white man. So, well, it sounds like a racial talk or racial abuse talk. I don't know, but he's been saying it from the onset. Deontay Wilder has been talking like he's been everywhere. He's been on radio. He's walked out of TV stations. Prior to interviews. He's not really feeling happy with what's going on. He's been talking. It's more like no one is giving him a listening ear. And he's on the opinion. He opines that maybe because of my skin color, maybe because I'm black, that's why no one believes me. They are now believing, Tyson Fury. He said, so it's what it is and how I speak. I speak from the truth and from my heart. That's why a lot of people don't want me in this business. Well, you need to know, Wilder fights Chisora on April 4th on that's the O2 Arena, and that'll be a very big fight, a big bout in London. We cannot wait to see how that turns out to go. Now, wrapping up on the show today, let's talk about Formula One, where we've seen former Formula One driver Riccardo Patrese. He has backed Max Verstappen to master the complicated new power unit regulation. And then Formula One new regulation for the upcoming season has been touted as the biggest in the championship history, with much of the technology having been overhauled. This is largely due to the 50-50 split between electrical power and internal combustion, which has resulted in a major challenge in how the cars are driven. Boost mode and also overtake mode are just two of the new features to be seen in 2026, resulting in more drivers' involvement on the steering wheel to maximize performance and also strategize. Patrese is not a fan of all the changes, but believes they will suit Max Verstappen best, given how familiar he is with changing setting on the steering wheel in a simulator, as well as his natural ability to adapt in the game. Now, from Formula One, we tell another one again is this Cadillac story. Cadillac is entering Formula One with a big brand swagger and a long-term plan to raise American-made engines by the end of the decade. In the short term, expectations are brutally realistic, but this is still a team intent of making noise from day one. That intent will be made clear when Cadillac unveils the livery of its Formula One commercial on Sunday, and that's about Formula One. Now, also, we should tell you this headline just as it goes. This is tennis. Nigeria tennis is really having a good time because we're seeing Nigeria sweeping the best it can in Lagos Davis Cup tie, and I'm happy to celebrate this ones because Nigeria doubles pair Kanis Abwa and Michael Emmanuel defeated the best it can Dennis Instom and also Kumyong Sultanov 7-6-6-4 at the RTF Davis Cup tie in Lagos. The closely fought encounter saw the Nigerians edge or tie break first set before asserting control in the second to win in a straight set. The victory boosted Nigeria's Davis Cup campaign and drew loud cheers from home supporters at the Lagos venue. In singles action, Daniel Adeleye beat the Besikan Kumo-Yasunov 6-3, 6-4 in a reverse single rematch. And then Adeleye also delivered a confident display, breaking serve at crucial moment to dominate both sets and secure another point for Nigeria. The result further lifted the team's morale and then strengthened Nigeria's position on the tie. Speaking to report, Nigeria Tennis Federation NTF President Victor Oche described the success as a collective national achievement. And that's the words of Oche. And also, tennis in European Saint says this is about Carlos Alcaraz. Carlos Alcaraz won his 7th Grand Slam title by defeating Novak Djokovic in the Australian Open, and now many think the Spaniard could win more majors than his Serbian rival. For years now, many thought Djokovic's 24th Grand Champion victory would be untenable, but Alcaraz now, 7 before turning 23, has given the world #1 plenty of time to make that very history. Moving on, Alcaraz recalled Bojan Jung's Grand Slam record by winning 7 majors at the age of 22 at the Australian Open, but following Alcaraz's monumental victory in Melbourne, our readers have shared their own opinion. They've said a lot about this one, and they are saying it's just what it is. And also, another headline in tennis says Amanda Anisimova opens up about the preferred surface she wants on the court. We should be calling it a close right now on the show, but we'll not be wrong to tell you this one where we're seeing women tennis fall to Yali in EACC Indoor Champion with a 4-love race to power on that very one. And then the PGA Tour headline says Phoenix Open disruption, controversial YouTuber Jack Doherty banned from PGA Tour event. And lastly, we tell you this one. What is that? We should have told you. We'll tell them all why Oakley and Meta see golf as a perfect sport for smart sunglasses. But thank you so much. We'll see how that goes because golf's such popularity over the few days and few years is being talked about. So we'll wait to know if that outdoor participation would be key by the Meta phase. Thank you so much for doing this with us. We'll be doing this again hopefully tomorrow, 11 a.m. Nigerian time. We have the media news coming up, and that will be for 12. And do well to join the guys, 5 p.m. Jerry Apollo, and then Afiso Goodbye will be here to take you through everything football. Locker room is the time. Thank you so much. It's still morning. I could say good morning. When the time is afternoon, good afternoon. Do have yourself a beautiful day. Stay safe.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My secrets. We're diving deep with most.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am Chioma Innocent. First, the headlines. Civil society groups set to protest at National Assembly. Peter Obi joins Occupy NAS protest. Institute DG warns media against terrorist publicity. Hospital visit leads to arrest of Edo doctors' kidnappers. Bauchi governor sacks commissioner for internal security. APC cites strategy behind FUBARA welcome delay. In business, BOI secures CBN approval for non-interest banking. In sports, slot sites officiating in Liverpool loss to Man City. And in the world of entertainment, actress Faithia Williams mourns mother ahead of 55th birthday. Now the news in detail. Some civil society groups are staging a protest at the National Assembly demanding the Senate reverse its rejection of mandatory real-time electronic transmission of election results in the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026. The protest comes after the Senate's February 4 decision to keep the current discretionary provision instead of making real-time transmission mandatory. The Nigeria Labour Congress has also threatened nationwide protests and possible election boycotts if the Senate fails to mandate real-time transmission in the bill. Now joining us live on the Midday News to discuss this and give us a situation on ground, we have our Abuja correspondent and station manager, Jimo Ogorima. How are you doing today, Jimo? Good afternoon to you. Jimo, can you hear me? All right, I'd like you to tell us what's going on, what's the situation on ground, you know, the protesters' demands, where they have moved to, if anyone has come out to address them. But just really what's the situation on ground, if you can hear me. All right, while we wait to connect with our correspondent in Abuja, you can actually see what's going on. You can see the protesters. We can see the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, Peter Obi, at the forefront of the protest. By his side is the global coordinator of the Obedient Movement, Yunusa Tanko. And of course, activist and the newest ADC member, Aisha Yusufu, is also part of the throng. It's a large crowd. The protesters want the National Assembly to ensure that electronic transmission of results is made mandatory in the 2027 general elections and beyond. And that is the reason why they are marching. We can also see Electoral Act Amendment activist Randy Peters at the forefront of this protest. With this placard, real-time results equals public confidence. That is what the people are asking for. They want to be able to have confidence in the National Assembly. They want to know that the lawmakers are actually working for the good of Nigerians. But we were trying to reach out to our correspondent in Abuja to tell us what's going on. But in the meantime, you can see for yourself. And Nigerians asking for too much. Before this protest, actually last week, the youth wing of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, one of the biggest opposition coalitions of the moment in Nigeria, actually staged a protest at the National Assembly. And of course, they also scheduled for today. Abuja is right now, one could say, shaken due to these protests. But in the meantime, let's take a listen to what Peter Obi is saying.
Small countries of the world are trying to do things right. Some have different Ghana. Because of did the wrong thing, and then South of Africa is the one that wants to do things wrong. What is wrong is just simple process of transmitting vote properly. Simple transmission. It's very difficult to allow the election to go through the normal process. Whoever wins will accept. So why are you bringing on the confusion?
Well, there you have it. But still on this development, member of the African Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, is among protesters at the National Assembly gate. He has urged the Senate to prevent the glitches seen in the 2023 elections and to make real-time electronic transmission of results mandatory. Now moving on the Midday News, the Director General of the Michael Imodu National Institute for Labour Studies, Issa Aremu, has warned the media against giving undeserved publicity to bandits and terrorists. Speaking in Ilorin during his APC membership registration, Aremu urged the media to focus on the efforts of communities and government in tackling attacks rather than sensationalizing violence. He praised the prompt response of the Kwara and federal government, including security deployment and humanitarian aid to affected communities. Aremu added that prevention through timely action on intelligence reports should be the priority. Now, in a turn of events, 2 suspected kidnappers have been arrested at Edo State University Teaching Hospital, Auchi. They were identified by the younger brother of Dr. Bamidele, who was recently kidnapped and whose sibling was killed while visiting an accomplice in the emergency ward. The suspects have been handed over to the Edo State Police Command in Benin City. Now, this report says that Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has relieved the Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Ibrahim Galadima, of his appointment. The governor approved a minor reshuffle in the State Executive Council with Galadima's removal effective immediately. Governor Mohammed thanked Galadima for his service and wished him success in future endeavors, while reassuring residents of his administration's commitment to peace, security, and good governance. The All Progressives Congress has explained why Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has not yet been officially welcomed into the party. APC National Chairman Nentawe Yowatda, in a television interview, said the delay is a deliberate political strategy, not a reflection on Fubara's authority or standing. He dismissed claims that Fubara is struggling to assert leadership in Rivers State, challenging anyone to provide evidence of internal discontent. Yowatda also clarified that groups supporting President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda in Rivers are separate from the APC's official structures. Away from political matters, Nigeria's electricity grid faced low generation and unstable system frequency in January 2026, exposing ongoing weaknesses in the power sector. The Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission's January fact sheet shows a sharp gap between installed capacity and usable power, with grid stability remaining a major concern. Most available power was absorbed by the grid, leaving little operational buffer, while generation plants continue to operate below capacity. Experts say the challenges stem from years of underinvestment, aging infrastructure, and weak execution, with transmission bottlenecks limiting power evacuation and system stability. You're watching the Midday News on Voice of the People television. We have joining us in the studio for the Midday News analysis, Barrister Darlington Agomo. Thank you for joining us today, Barrister. How are you doing?
Afternoon, Chairman. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? I hope you had a happy weekend.
Yeah, you too.
All right, then. Let's go right into the issues. Peter B., Aisha Yusufu, Yunusa Tanko, Randy Peters, and quite a lot of other activists are out today, and they are protesting against the perceived lack of confidence in the National Assembly, where they say the National Assembly should have made it mandatory for electronic transmission of results and not just retaining it how it was in the Electoral Act 2022. Now, quite a number of people have been on Peter Obi's case, including his supporters, the Obedient, who say he's not exactly oppositioning the way the APC oppositioned when they were in the opposition. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. But right now, he's leading the charge. You think this will actually boost his supporters' confidence in him before we talk about the National Assembly and the Electoral Act amendment?
Yes, this is what I wanted the opposition to do. In fact, I think that they even woke up too late. They should have been protesting on every bad policy of this administration. That is why this APC, they feel that nobody can challenge them. I'm telling you, if the opposition had been doing what they are doing today, oh my God, APC will not do what they have done so far.
You want the opposition to be protesting every other day? I
said, in their time, Lai Mohammed used to issue 3 press conferences in a day. He used to grant a press interview 3 times in a day. Everywhere, everything Jonathan does at that time, they must say something about it. Brainwashing the public, telling them lies, until nobody could do otherwise than to accept what they are saying.
So you want the current opposition to quote and unquote brainwash the public so that you can see them as a veritable opposition that's actually doing what they're supposed to do.
No. Listen, when I say brainwash, do you know what I mean? All the things they told the public about a PDP, today we have discovered that they were all lies. True or false? Was that not brainwashing? When they said there was no subsidy, they were telling the public all the manner of lies. Is that not what happened? So in this case now, the opposition have a very good weapon, valid weapon, which APC have handed over to them. Instead of them to make use of it, they are sleeping on their rights, very docile. There are many things they should have been protesting about. And people will say, yes, it's true. There are many things that this government have done in office that the opposition ought to protest. I mean, serious opposition. But they are not doing that. They will only make statements here and there. That's the end. So this thing that they are doing today in Abuja, they should sustain it. From now on, every bad policy of APC should be protested. It should be protested. Nigerians are ready to follow them if only they can wake up. Because that was what APC did when they were in opposition. Even when Nigeria was okay, when things were okay, they were protesting. Remember the Ojota Freedom Square march, where APC went to bring out all manner of people, and they were there because of fuel subsidy. Now look at where they have brought us to. Yes, the opposition that ought to even protest that this is not what you denied us from doing now. You said there was no subsidy, this and that. So what have you done now? Everybody just kept quiet. They are very lucky I'm not in the opposition party. I'm not joking.
What's preventing you from joining the opposition
party? I said they are very lucky. I am not. Yes,
but you can't join the opposition party if you want to, so that you can do what you feel the opposition is not doing.
I can do. Look, I can do opposition from here. I can do opposition from here. I don't need to be partisan to contribute to the national development.
All right, then.
Yes.
Let's talk about the Electoral Act amendments. There were quite a number of issues, when it first came up, and one of those issues was diaspora voting. Another was independent candidacy. We did not see all of this in the amendment, you understand, that the National Assembly has been looking at. Instead, what we are seeing that is actually causing the buzz, causing the protest in Abuja today, is real-time mandatory electronic transmission of results. Nigerians believe, or rather the people who are protesting today, believe that if real-time transmission of results is made mandatory, it will reduce incidences of glitches that were seen in the 2023 elections.
Yes.
But here is the thing. It may look like it doesn't correlate, but our national grid falls every other time. When it comes to internet services in Nigeria, there are certain areas where it just doesn't work. If real-time electronic transmission of results is made mandatory, what about in the villages, in the hinterlands, where there is no internet for these results to be uploaded? What happens to those people? Would it not slow down voting? Does this not give us a perspective into why the National Assembly decided to take that decision?
Is there any part of Nigeria where POS is not operational?
There could be parts.
Is there any part of Nigeria where the banking system is not operational? The nearest community or the nearest town to any village and all that, financial services are being rendered. If not, how are those people managing with their financial transaction? If there is nothing at all, how are they? Can any human being live for a week without any money in him or her? So how did you get the money? All those excuses are lame excuses. When you don't want to do anything, you will look for 1,001 reasons. As long as there is a community in that place, as long as there is a banking system in that place, as long as there is a POS in that place, there is no place where internet services cannot get to in Nigeria today. If there are, then let them mandate the networks to go and make sure that those places are covered.
While we're talking about this mandatory real-time upload of results electronically, let's not forget that the government of the day has total control over everything that happens in the country. We could say, oh, let there be real-time transmission of results, and then something happens and the internet just shuts off. You remember during Buhari's administration, from late President Muhammad Buhari, God rest his soul, during his administration, when Twitter was banned for about 8 months, and you had to use a VPN to access Twitter for those who still wanted to access it. And most of our media outlets could no longer post on Twitter because then it was supposed to be this is a banned social network. How then were you able to have access to post on it? It was Nigerians, quote unquote, stubborn Nigerians who did not want to stop having access to that particular medium that went ahead to download VPNs to access it. So if the government in power wants to ensure that they can win, do you think real-time upload of results can actually stop them?
Yes, it will help a lot. At least it will reduce rigging by almost 80%.
There are other forms of rigging. There are other ways through which rigging could be conducted.
Hackers.
There is vote buying as well. And while we're even talking about hacking, don't forget that during the 2023 elections, we had that kind of issue.
We are saying now that, look, we must start from the known to unknown. We have identified one means of rigging, which is this
collation of results.
No, not collation. Transmission of results. Transmission, not even at the collation center. It is when the vote leaves the polling unit that they start doing all those. You saw TPS. You saw cancellation in the last election where people were using TPS and all that. We say we don't want that again. Let them transmit timelessly from the polling unit. From the polling unit. Let the beavers and the RF become mandatory and all that, so that whatever result you have at the polling unit will be transmitted. Will be transmitted. If there is a network failure somewhere, you wait now, network will come up. You wait. If they say the results in social place have not come up, after all the agents, they have the copy of the results. And so if anything untoward happen, the result sheet from ECA is there to tell everybody what happened. So all the system cannot shut down at the same time. So the places it can go, at least I'm sure of 80% coverage.
All right. The NLC is at the forefront of these particular protests. They are threatening nationwide protests. They are saying there could be a possible election boycott if the Senate fails to mandate real-time transmission in the Electoral Act amendment. The ADC, people from the ADC, at least we've seen Peter Obi, we've seen Aisha Yusufu as part of these protests. Do you expect that other opposition parties should join in? Or is it only the ADC, is it only Peter Obi as an opposition that is concerned about the outcome of the 2027 elections?
It's not only Peter, the whole Nigerians, including members of APC, the whole Nigerian, because Chioma, if you see the mockery Nigeria has turned into in the international community, you will pity this country. Seriously. We have not gotten one single thing right. Nothing to cheer, nothing to celebrate. Just 2 days ago, Ghana president recalled the ambassador in Nigeria because of electoral malpractices. And the man is even a member of their party. Can it happen here? The reason why the ambassadors have not been sent to their country, do you know one of the reasons? The countries of primary assignment, they are vetting the ambassadors that are coming to their country. They want to know whether they will be acceptable or not. It was in yesterday's news reporting. Can you just imagine? Nigeria. So, if we get it right, what will happen? If we have free and fair and credible election, please, what will happen? Is it a cause? These people forgot that whatever law they put together is not just for them. It is for future elections and future posterity. So why can't they do it right? If you are good as you claim, people will vote you now. Must you rig yourself into power and claim to be you are this, your master strategy, this and that? All these apprehensions is because you know you have failed. The fear is there that you have failed. Is it not a dollar? Is it not an unintelligent student that do expo? If you are sure of yourself, you will go into any exam and still score high. Yes, if you are sure, you will read. When you read, you go into any exam and you are going to pass. So it is only when you did not prepare, you don't know anything, that you'll be looking for expo. And that is what I think these people are trying to do now with this election. They are afraid that Nigerians will vote with anger. That is just the truth. But they will not get away with this one, though. Because the whole Nigeria, more people are coming to join them in Abuja tomorrow when they are going to resume sitting.
How long do you think this protest can actually be sustained for before people get tired, before the police get involved, before tear gas gets involved and other things?
I want it to last for a whole month, if more. Let people sponsor them. Let there be eating and drinking in that place.
Some would say that there are other more pertinent issues Nigerians should be protesting about.
No,
not just this Electoral Act amendment. You want them to be out there for a month.
Yes.
What about insecurity? What about economic downturn and other issues? We are talking today about a doctor in Edo State who literally saw the people who kidnapped him and his brother. That's after he was released from the den of the kidnappers. He had to go back to work. This was somebody who was supposed to be going through psychological evaluation for what he witnessed in the kidnappers. Then he had to go back to work, and then the kidnappers brought a kid to be treated in that hospital, and that was how they were identified. Isn't that an issue that Nigerians should be protesting about? We've seen videos for people who have a CCTV in their homes of where people just jump out of the bush, kidnap people, take them into the bush. Isn't that something that should make Nigerians occupy the streets for up to 1 month rather than this?
If we get our election right, some of these things will be avoided.
But before then?
If we get, that's why we must insist on, let us get one thing clear at a time. I mean, we cannot be, trying to correct everything at the same time. At least we have identified this one, and it's very germane. The election timetable will soon come out. So let us get this one right. Let us get it right. Do you know the irony? The House of Rep have already agreed, though, with the electronic transmission of results. It is the Senate that is our headache now. This Senate headed by Akpabio. He is the one talking with three mouths. He's the one talking with three mouths. So the problem is with the Senate. If the House of Rep have agreed, why can't the Senate agree? That is where we are now. So it is going to be done, whether Akpabio like it or not. It must be done. I mean, must. For once, let Nigerians rise up against infamy, against atrocities. This Senate has painted us black in several occasions. We don't even know whether we have a Senate or not. Ordinary, transmit it, electronically. What is wrong with it, for God's sake? Since your other sister colleagues have already approved of it, so what is holding you back? If you are thinking of where let us get there. It's when we get to the bridge, we now think of crossing it. At least put it, let it be made known, legal, compulsory. Put it there. That is all we want to hear. So what is too big about that one? That you cannot do it? If they have done the needful, will anybody be talking? Because you remember the problem this thing caused in 2023. Remember? Where they said it was discretion. We said, okay, fine, no problem. We don't want discretion again. It has to be what? Mandatory. You must do it mandatorily. It's no longer whether you want to do it or not. I can use any method. We want a method that is clear-cut, unambiguous. Transmit this and upload it immediately after voting. Immediately after voting, send it. Send it through IRF. If not, that result will not be accepted.
All right, then. Because of our time, let's look at other issues. The Director General of the Michael Imoldu National Institute for Labor Studies, Issa Aremu, says he has actually warned the media against giving undeserved publicity to bandits and terrorists. Now, he was talking during his APC membership registration. He says the media should focus on the efforts of communities and the government in tackling these attacks rather than sensationalizing violence. But when we look at the media reportage of this incident, not to be biased, since I'm a media personality myself, one could say that the media tries to really tell what is going on, talking to the people who are involved. When the Kwara massacre happened, quite a number of media houses were reporting 35 murders and were reporting 40. But the Red Cross Society told the international media and some select Nigerian media that it was up to 165 people. Is this sensationalizing? Should we be reducing the numbers in order to make the government comfortable Would you say that he's saying this because the media is not doing the reporting so well, or because he's an APC member?
In fact, you have landed now. That is just the crux of the matter. APC, they don't want you to report their infamy. Chioma, that is the crux of the matter. How can you kidnap this number of human beings and you said nobody should talk about it?
Not even kidnapped. It was a massacre in Kwara State.
Okay, yeah,
and you recall the ones that were kidnapped on a Sunday in
that's what
Kaduna
I'm
State,
saying
the
now,
Christians, where we're told that 80 children escaped. And one could ask the question, how were 80 children able to escape from the camp of their abductors and the adults could not? And then the remaining people were then, whether they were rescued or they were released, nobody is really giving us the information so that we can tell Nigerians. But what we were told is that, people saw vehicles going into the bush and then they came out.
Later they came back.
They will be returned to their homesteads and they may be kidnapped again. There may be people in Nigeria who have been kidnapped 2-3 times. It's almost as if they've become customers of these bandits.
Now, Issa Aremu was once a Labour leader. I don't know whether he's still one. And now, he's trying to do like Oshomole, who used the Labour Union to climb to where he is today, from governor to senator. The same trajectory. So if he doesn't talk like this, APC will not bring him into the family. They will not give him an attractive position and all that. This is what they are doing. They are playing with human lives here. You should not resort such atrocities. So what are you going to report? Please, what will you report if you cannot report this type of thing? And if you don't report, how will the government know what is going on? Is it not the press that's supposed to tell the government what is going on? Is it not their responsibility? When they start talking like this, just check. They are looking for something from the government. That's just the simple truth. To the detriment of what? Human lives in Nigeria. And it is always APC people. This thing that is happening, it doesn't bother them. What they're after is power. Power. How to get power. I wish them well. It will get to their doorsteps one by one.
Should we wait for it to get to their doorsteps?
So that they will let
before we hold them accountable. How many people can you get to their doorstep? These are people who can afford to move in convoys. You know, there was a video last year that actually, I would say, weakened quite a lot of Nigerians and brought the reality of our situation towards. I really could not verify whose children that was, but they were moving with, I think they were moving with an aircraft on the roads because of bandits. They were moving with convoy. They were moving with very expensive vehicles. They were moving with an aircraft. The aircraft was not even flying. The aircraft was moving on the road. It was posted on TikTok, and they say, "Oh, this is how we overcome the issues of banditry in Nigeria." Is it those people that you're expecting for you to get to their doorstep so that they can say it has come home to us now? Let's do something about it. And when it gets to their doorstep, they can afford to leave the country. They can afford to pay the ransom. They can afford to, when their family members are released, fly them out of the country. They're in the highest echelon of power. So can you really touch them as much as it's touching Nigerians?
They can only run, they cannot hide. When the chiefs are down, they will reap the fruit of their labor, whether they like it or not. After flying in a jet or flying in the moon, or they will come down one day. Maybe they are going to work. They are going to take political appointments, and they are going to work in those offices. So no matter how they try to be security conscious, one day, whatever they have done will turn back and hit them if they don't take care of things as it is. So they cannot be too much security conscious. In fact, it is not possible. You cannot hide. You cannot cocoon yourself inside your flat. You are going to ply on the road one day. Is that not true? You are going to ply on that road. And when you get to where you're going, you will come down from your car before you enter office. So anything can happen between your car and your office, and between your car and your home. Won't you come down when you enter your gate? So all those things is just when they have not remembered.
But your own NS prayer is for it to happen to them.
My own NS prayer.
Shouldn't you be praying for your leaders to be alive and well so
My
that
only,
they can do better
leader?
for the country?
No, I am trying.
Political elite. Should we not be praying better prayers for them?
I am done praying for them. Let them pray for me too.
What do you want to do now? You want to curse them?
After all, they swore to protect me and my property. That's what they swore. I never swore to pray for them. I gave them my mandate so that they can take care of things. My right that I gave them, is it not enough? So what is the prayer here? Other countries that are working, is it by prayer? So please, that prayer, we are done praying. Let them do the work. I'm not telling you that whatever aircraft they are using to whatever, it's not temporary. It's an ad hoc arrangement. It cannot be sustained.
All right, then. Because of our time, I want you to just, respond to these for a minute. Going back to the issue with the Electoral Act and mandatory transmission or electronic transmission of results in real time, the Senate has called for an emergency plenary, even as the protest is ravaging Abuja today. The Senate is calling for an emergency plenary sitting for tomorrow, Tuesday, amid this mounting public outrage. It disclosed the decision yesterday. Godswill Akpabio, President of the Senate, directed the reconvening of plenary for an emergency sitting on Tuesday, February 10th. What do you think they will arrive to at this? Do you think Nigerians have been able to push their hands in order to click that button the Nigerians want?
Look, the Senate are beating more than they can chew. They never expect for them to reconvene, for them to be calling for the senator to reconvene to. That means there is really emergency. In fact, it is an emergency of emergency. That will tell you. Remember, they're supposed to resume on the 24th of February, but they have brought it down to this Tuesday. That's tomorrow. So there is an emergency here. And they cannot reconvene without doing the needful. It can never happen. That means the civil society group, they are not going to back down. They will not. Until the needful is done, they will not back down. That is all the truth, because we have taken enough from this Senate. We have taken more than enough. This time around, what we want is what they are going to do, because we put them there. That is my own take on this matter.
All right, then. Thank you so much for joining us on the Midday News today, Barrister Darlington Agomo. We appreciate your presence and your analysis.
My pleasure.
You're still watching the Midday News on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, Lagos Assembly begins local council account audit. Please stay with us. Welcome back. Now, here in Lagos, the state government has sealed the Ladipo spare parts market along the Murtala Mohammed International Airport Road on the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway over repeated environmental violations. This was disclosed by the Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, in a post shared on X. The action forms part of the state's ongoing enforcement drive to curb environmental degradation and illegal activities along major roads. According to Tokunbo Wahab, the market was shut for repeated acts of indiscriminate waste disposal and illegal street trading along the highway corridor. The closure was aimed at enforcing compliance with environmental regulations and restoring order along the highway. The enforcement exercise also aligns with the state's efforts to improve sanitation, traffic flow, and public safety on major roads. Now, Yang Yuqing, the Consul General of China in Lagos, says her country remains firmly committed to expanding high-level opening up and sharing development opportunities with Nigeria and Africa. Yang said this in Lagos at a reception held to celebrate the Spring Festival and the 55th anniversary of the establishment of China-Nigeria diplomatic relations. According to her, the Spring Festival is a time to bid farewell to the old and welcome to the new, embodying the Chinese people's heartfelt aspirations for a better future. Reflecting on past years, Yan said bilateral relations between the two countries had advanced by leaps and bounds. Also, Secretary to the Lagos State Government, Abimbola Saluhunde, said the celebration spoke to the strength, resilience, and relevance of the China-Nigeria relationship, describing it as one that continues to evolve. In another development, the Lagos State Government has inaugurated a central planning committee to coordinate the final burial rite of the Accra of Badagry, Aholu Menu Toyi 1. The ceremony held at the Accra's Palace drew government officials, council chairmen, traditional rulers, religious leaders, security agencies, and stakeholders from Badagry Division. Speaking, Bolaji Kaude Roberts, the Commissioner for Local Government, Chieftaincy Affairs and Rural Development, described the committee's constitution as a sacred responsibility. He stressed that the burial must be conducted with dignity, accountability, cultural sensitivity, and zero politicization. He cautioned members against financial impropriety, political interference, or actions capable of undermining public confidence. The commissioner assured that the state government and Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu would provide full support for the burial arrangements. Also speaking, Commissioner for Home Affairs Ibrahim Layode stressed peace, orderliness, and strict adherence to cultural norms. Now we take you straight to the world of business, where the Bank of Industry has received regulatory approval from the Central Bank of Nigeria to operate a non-interest banking window, marking a major expansion of its financial framework. The approval was disclosed in a statement by the BOI Managing Director Olasupo Olusi. The development is expected to strengthen the bank's role in promoting sustainable industrial development and improve access to finance for underserved and high-impact business segments across Nigeria. With the approval, BOI is authorized to commence non-interest banking operations, offering ethical, asset-backed financing options that prohibit interest and promote risk sharing. The initiative aligns with growing demand for alternative financing structures that support inclusive growth and broader social development objectives. Olusi described the approval as a significant milestone in the bank's growth and long-term development agenda. He said it positions BOI to deepen its contribution to Nigeria's industrialization drive through tailored financial solutions. Still in business, gold prices rebounded above the $5,000 per ounce mark on Monday as deep buyers returned to the market following an exceptionally volatile week for precious metals. The rebound comes after a sharp sell-off at the end of last month that erased a significant portion of gains made during a historic rally. Investors appear to be selectively re-entering positions, betting that underlying demand drivers remain intact despite recent turbulence. Precious metals had been on a record-breaking ascent since last year, driven by a mix of geopolitical tensions, concerns over currency debasement, and questions surrounding the independence of the U.S. Federal Reserve. These factors encourage investors to seek safe haven assets, pushing gold and silver to unprecedented levels. Now to sports. Liverpool head coach Arne Slot has slammed VAR and referee Craig Pawson after McGuire was not sent off for Manchester City at Anfield. With the score goalless, the centre-back was shown a yellow card for pulling Mohamed Salah's shirt outside of the penalty area. The VAR official, John Brooks, checked whether the foul was inside the area and if Guehi had denied an obvious goal-scoring opportunity. The decision was made to stick with the on-field call. Later, the Premier League match centre explained why Guehi was not dismissed for the challenge on Salah. In the French League 1, Ousmane Dembele scored twice at Paris Saint-Germain, demolished rivals Marseille in Le Classique to move back to the top of League 1. The Ballon d'Or winner opened the scoring in the 12th minute and then doubled the lead with a fine solo goal cutting in from the right before smashing home 25 minutes later. Facundo Medina then scored a 64th minute own goal, and 2 minutes later, Dembele's lofted ball was brilliantly volleyed in by Kvicha Kvaratskhelia. Substitute Lee Kang-in netted the 5th goal for Luis Enrique's defending champions. The result moved them 2 points above surprise title contenders Lens, who beat Rennes 3-1 on Saturday. Roberto De Zerbi's Marseille are 4th, 12 points behind PSG. Now we bring you news in the entertainment circle, where a very tragic development has unfolded. Nollywood actress Faithia Williams announced the death of her mother, revealing the loss was concealed from her until after her 55th birthday celebration. In an emotional post shared on her Instagram page, the actress disclosed that her mother passed away on the eve of the birthday party she marked on Thursday, February 5, a development she says she was unaware of at the time. Faithia described her late mother as her cheerleader, prayer warrior, best friend and gist partner, adding that the reality of her passing is yet to fully sink in. Taking solace in her faith, the actress said the Williams family had chosen to keep the matter private for now, while requesting prayers and support from the public. Still in entertainment, Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny on Sunday turned the Super Bowl into a giant street party, emphasizing unity over division in his groundbreaking Spanish language set, but still earning President Donald Trump's scorn. Anticipation was high for the 31-year-old set, amid rampant speculation about whether he would use his platform to renew his criticism of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown in front of tens of millions of viewers. But the wildly popular musician, whose real name is Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio, instead made good on his pregame promise to joyously share his culture and largely avoided overt political statements in favor of subtle messaging through symbols. In a set featuring a sugarcane plantation, a traditional Piragua cat-selling treats, and even a wedding, he opened with Titi Me Pregunto and feminist anthem Yo Perreo Sola, with a cast of dancers fueling the party atmosphere. Actors Pedro Pascal and Jessica Alba and rapper Cardi B were among the guest stars vibing in his familiar La Casita backdrop, representing a home in Puerto Rico. Bad Bunny wore an all-white ensemble with a football jersey featuring the number 64 and Ocasio before donning a classy suit jacket. He delved into more political territory with El Apagón Blackout, which touches on the displacement of Puerto Ricans on their own island and the constant problems caused by the unreliable power grid. And that's it on the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. My name is Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching. Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, and music, and purpose-driven people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's a beautiful day to stay inspired and grounded. Guess what? You know, this is the month where we are talking about love. And if you get it, if you don't get it, forget about it. And yes, I hope you have not forgotten. I'm your best special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And today is a new day, and we're going to talk about a lot of things. And first off, we're talking about today, still in the season of the love. Yes, we're talking about Valentine. And yes, what's all this about Valentine? I know a lot of people don't they talk. Yes, you see Valentine. Valentine is coming. Where some people they say, where is your boyfriend? And some they say, where is your girlfriend? But wait till I want to tell you, we say, no, go do Valentine, forget yourself, you, because it is truth. Last, we go still celebrate and well. All right, it is a season of love. And a lot of people feel that, yes, Valentine's time, plenty people, they go astray. I don't want to talk like this, but yes, some people, they go astray. Why people, they really genuinely show the love. You get what I'm trying to say? And it's actually beautiful that, yes, some people go receive gifts, some no go receive, some go get flowers. Get what I'm trying to say? Some no go get. But if you still don't get, no worry. Person will go love you genuinely, go still give you your own. All right, so a question has been put out to people, us, that are going to celebrate the Valentine. And somebody is saying that, oh, the Valentine is a sin and that it is not supposed to be. And some people are now saying that the question has to come out and that they are asking, is it possible that Valentine should be cancelled? How will you feel? That is the question.
If Valentine is cancelled, how would you feel? So before we go into these questions and people have started, reacting to this particular question, let's see this video because there's a video trending and we need to watch this. A pastor was talking about Valentine, so let's watch this.
Cancelled. That Valentine should be cancelled. That Valentine should be cancelled. Any Christian that do it is going to hellfire.
Hellfire. You are judging already, oh, Pastor. The Bible says we should not judge you. Say you know.
I don't judge anybody. You hear me? I want to let you know that thing that you are doing is evil. Evil.
Evil. Valentine's celebration of love. Okay, Pastor, let me ask you this question. Do you believe in love?
The love that Jesus is talking about is the word for John chapter 3, verse 16, which says, for God so loved the world, he gave his son, begotten son. Valentine is sin. Anybody that do Valentine is going to hellfire. Whether you believe it or not, I stand on it.
Valentine is sin. God, I beg you. Some people when they already programmed themselves say, oh, I'll be receiving gifts. It be like saying, don't be me talk, but in not talk say na fire when I go, but it's well. See, Valentine is widely celebrated, and it's always that season of love to show someone that you care, someone that you love, like buying gifts, getting cards, receiving gifts too. It's a lot of things. So, but some people don't turn the thing into something else, getting another mindset about this Valentine. So I think where the pastor is coming from is a different angle. But him saying is a sin is where the problem go there, because a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. They are like, oh, but if they give you gift, you go collect. Make we just let's just go straight to our comment section, people, because this my comment section, they know they agree me make I rest. All right, Pretty Ada said, I agree with you, Papa. Okay. Akrina said, yes, Papa, preach. And the Joy Girl said, supported. And Oma Jaru said, yes, so. And then Unusual said, I agree with you. But before we continue with our comment section, people, let's go into what actually this whole Valentine thing really involves, because a lot of times when people are celebrating, they always want to get gifts. Now, a lot of people now get hampers, yes? Try to get packed gifts. A lot of people now sell those gifts to, you could just quickly go pick and, send somebody that gift. Actually, it's a season of love. A lot of people need that love. So make you not come say, na sin, na hellfire, na go for him, basically. Maybe now only now they see that. But come to think of it, it's time of love, to show somebody that you actually care. Yes. This time around, now when they're asking now, for people who not see get a boyfriend or get girlfriend, not be by, you could still be show person love without, having that kind of mindset. Yes. So where this man don't they carry the thing they go is another way, which me, I know they follow up. All right, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are talking about Valentine. And Michael, you said, this man, they always find bridges to stand beside. He go convert you before you cross. Okay. And another person said, preach on, pastor. And the Real Gold 99 said, yes, Papa, all these relationship people want to go and do bad things on the 14th. And there, Umami said, anything where my pastor talk, make una do am abeg. No Valentine, no do boyfriend, marry straight. Make women no come Lagos. But talking about marrying straight, because this is what a lot of people talk, that we are not dating, we're courting. That's what they put it, they target us. And talking about courtship, is it better now that you just get married to this person without knowing this person? A lot of people don't learn people, like they don't, because I don't know, people are not doing things so religiously, like you get to just want to get married straight to the point. We understand that is how you want it, but I feel that you're supposed to learn this person, know this person you're supposed to spend the rest of your life with or be with, actually. Because a lot of people don't they do things, a lot of people now claim to be sheeps. Yeah, demons in sheep clothing, and they are doing lots of things. And funny enough, most of them, now then they go church pass. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Now then they do the holy thing where you understand. But apart from that, what I'm trying to say is that Valentine is where people, you know, tend to show this love, care, you care for someone, you love somebody, you want to show the person that you're there. You get? But now people don't, they think on other things. They carry the Valentine, they go another place. You get what I'm trying to say? But what are they try to say? Maybe when I use their hair for this 14. 14 is close. And yes, if you want to show love, please show the love genuinely, not the other way around. Nobody may send you. And we're still talking about courtship and dating. And this is where we talk about where people tend to not know their partners before getting into marriage. I feel it's risky. Oh, you get? It's risky. So, but then if you say you go, it's okay for you, and that is how you, because a lot of people don't get married like in that kind of state. Oh, I didn't know him for like some years. Oh, I didn't know her for like, after all, not be person where you go date for like 10, 20 years. Now you go still marry. But if he leave you, go marry another person. Life happens, actually. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and we have a lot of comments concerning this. Let's take more comments. And yes, somebody said, God bless you, Papa. I don't know waiting them see for Valentine. It should be cancelled, please. On that day, I go just scroll through people post and comment. I miss you, baby. Now you know waiting you go explain, give your boyfriend that day. All right, and another person said, if you're seeing this video on Sunday evening, can we please be friends? Okay. Oh. And another person said, leave Valentine, just marry direct. Marry direct. Okay. Oh, for people where the advice now, marry direct. Shall marry with sense. You no go marry the one where you don't know. You go marry direct. While I go there, you go there regret. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, Dozy Breezy said, pastor with a touch of anger issues and overthinking. And Nena Force 59 said, Daddy G.O. have spoken. And another person said, yes, they stole all the gifts and cards wanted to gift my man. Oh, sorry, Bele. And Whalemouth said, Shey when I don't hear. And Ayomide Baby 11 said, it should be cancelled until I find love. Oh, for people who never find. See, this 14, people who don't already plan as this 14 go be. We said when I go pepper some people. Well, not be me, Sha. When I'm not ready, say when I go pepper a lot of people. God will help una. Yes, God will surely help people. If I already don't plan, say, oh, I want to be dropping pictures like this. Maybe 2 days to the Valentine time. I want to be dropping posts. See, nobody should pressure you. If nobody buy you Valentine, go buy yourself gifts. You are worth that gift. Yes, I they tell you now. If anybody no buy you Valentine gift, oh baby, go and buy yourself gifts. Nobody should pressure you in this. Nobody should try and pressure you. Oh, there are people are going to vacation, going for vacation for. Carry yourself, waka, go buy yourself. Cold drink first. Calm down. No, they look all those. Forget all those things. When they go do finish, marriage, relationship go they scatter up and down. After this Valentine now, I go to hear breakup. I no pray for anybody. I'm just saying. A lot of people go, but they receive breakup left, right, center. Or I call they tell me, divorce. See, you see this. I know even 1 year. In fact, after this February, make nobody come they shout for me say, oh, we are no longer together. Like you are going to stay in that relationship. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more and more comments and see what our comment section people are saying. And yes, somebody said, should someone should help me to catch this man. Where you want catch and go? He's well with you. And Odinaka said, Olanyika said, so my friend should cancel her birthday also at no, that one is birthday now. Birthday versus the Valentine. Okay, so no vex me. And Hero Daniel said, please, Pastor, don't cancel Valentine. I beg. We get show that day. Single staking and unbothered. All right. And I am Click said, I don't see excuse. Which excuse will you won't give? I am BB said, I am not in support. It's my wish. Okay. Oh. For people who no support. What I have to say is that nobody should pressure you. If you say you get person where you want to do your Valentine with, it's still good. And for people where still they find love, I will not get person where go gift them on that day. I don't tell them what I go do. If you want to do pepper people to go buy your own gifts. Place and where you want them, mail and they say, oh, I received my gift. After all, gift na gift. Who come open my head and say, na person will gift me. Nine lose. So just do your own gift personally. Buy it for yourself and say, oh, this is my own Valentine. While I no go there. All right, and yes,
That takes us to our next gist. And right now we're talking about something that happened during the weekend. And yes, a post circulating widely on social media has sparked intense debate after claiming that parents allegedly spent 70 million on a birthday cake for their daughter's celebration. So according to the viral post, the cake was part of an extremely lavish party that reportedly ran into hundreds of millions of naira, drawing mixed reactions from Nigerians online who questioned the priorities and symbolism of such spending amid current economic realities. You get what I'm trying to say? And however, the claims remain, we're still checking out. And while extravagant celebrations by wealthy individuals are not uncommon, analysts have urged the public to treat viral social media stories. And yep, we're talking about 70 million naira cake. Father, see, even when you look this cake, say, waiting the company up. Say poverty is poverty. God, in fact, make we shout the blood of Jesus for where poverty there. Because what in the heaven is this? Now cake be this so. It be like house. People they expect later now they say precious you day two you 2 day you I beg wanna leave me. If they even give me this one, uncle, I'm gonna chop it. I'll go chop her with my full chest because who is not going to see this kind of cake and be happy? Even we even check even the grand self feed the cake too. But come to think of it, this cake is massive. Even the walls, everything about this cake. But for wetin I dey talk, we say for pikin wey still dey small, wey they celebrate birthday, now they do this kind. I feel well, it's their money, abi. It's good to also do all this kind of. Oh my God, it's actually good to do all this kind of things for your daughters. Do you understand? But it can't they do me. I say it too much. But when the money is there, what will you not do? It's his money. He can do whatever he wants to do with it. The cake never finish. Even the one where they see they swing up and down. Okay. Lord Jesus. Now, this kind of people where you go carry go school like this, they go tell, see, I cannot imagine that I carry my own child and go to a very expensive school and my child go, they speak another thing for me. While I go there, because I cannot spend a lot of money, on birthdays like this and still spend money on in the school, and you tell me that my child is not learning. There will be wahala everywhere. All right, a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things about this this cake. They say some people say it's too much for a young child. Though say with the some parents they too over pamper their kids. All right, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And Salma Kudi said, all right, Posh Queen said, I ain't even capping even if na 7M, I no do. If I like, make my money be like Oshimiri. Actually, it's too much. Oshimiri, oh my God. An agent said 18% cake. The rest is fuke. How you take no? See why they cut the wall? I beg, agent, stop the one way you know. And Kelechi Kasmia said, you will carry head on top pillow. They watch video and read comments. I greet you. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. And African Echo said, in a country where 96.7% live below $4 daily, is well. Yeah. Money na waiting. Me una use your hand understand. I'm not be me go answer. All right, let's take more comments of what people are saying about this. And I am DJ Walid said, we don't win this one. Yeah, win con enter for this one. Cookie Boma said, Father Lord, may this type of clients locate. Amen. Oh. And Sarumi T said, there are some things I will never spend money on, even if I get money past Bill Gates. And Final Touch Cakes one said, cakes by. All right, we have a lot of people commenting on this, and people are saying that this is too much for a little child. You want to celebrate a baby's birthday, at least you could go your way, get better cakes, but getting 70 million. It's not 7 million, oh God. It's not 7. The cake is massive. You get what I'm trying to say? It's massive. And talking about that is how parents, want to, take care of their children. We get the fact that they want to take care of their children and, pamper, love them. That is what all parents would want to do. But is it right, getting such amount of cake for a little child? Actually, you see, A lot of people don't talk, say, even if they get money past brigade, say they don't go try and one bit. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are talking about this. And before we go over to our next gist. And yes, somebody said 70 million on cake. Why? Total waste of money. And Anita Wealth. And a lot of people, come to think of it, 70 million. People, they find money. See, this period, a lot of people, they look for money. And yes, things not today sort for everybody. You know, rather than, you know, spending so much on this cake, why don't you, you know, do this portable birthday and, you know, share this love. You know, give people money, help people, extend. But I feel like a lot of people see they want to do all this, you know, say, I don't arrive thing. A lot of people won't carry the matter for head, say, they don't arrive. How can my baby be doing a birthday and we're spending just like 1 million or 2 million? Some people see they even call them just. Oh, God, help me in Jesus' name. All right, let's take more comments. And Anita Wells said, this is upsetting. You just know that the source of money is likely unethical and political. If it's political, then the money they just lavish is for your health care education and the many lives that have been lost due to a dysfunctional system. And Michael, you said, me self, the data I use, they watch this clip, now 10 million I buy. Everybody just the free will. They just get free will to they lie on top of this social media. All right, as well, but that cake is massive, actually. For that price, it's actually massive. Okay, and yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we have a guest joining us. So please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I.
And welcome back, my people. Yes, to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your special baby girl, Precious Akumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of things. And it is Valentine's season. I hope you're ready. And yes, guess what? We have a guest today. And our guest today is a sensational artist, a true master of rhythms and vibes, known for blending hard-hitting raps flows with infectious Afrobeat energy. This artist has been setting stages on fire and playlists on repeat. From catchy hooks to lyrical punchlines, every track is a journey. And every performance is a celebration. Drum rolls as we welcome one and only Wakidi Banks to the show. Woo! Welcome. How are you feeling?
I'm fine.
Is this steez and composure for me? You know when somebody is big. This one, when somebody is big, it's big. You don't need to, they always come down to talk to you. Relax. You get what I'm trying to say? All right, tell me, how's your week been for you?
I've been good. I'm having a nice time living in Lagos.
You know, Saturdays that, turn up Saturdays, vibes upon vibes. You had party and the rest of them. Yeah. Oh, you had to party. Now, wow, and you want to come on Monday, and then it's always all right. For people who don't still go back party, I beg go. Valentine don't they come? So what do you have to say about the Valentine season now to show love?
Everybody's not doing Valentine.
Everybody know they do the Valentine. You don't go do the own Valentine. I don't understand. Abi, you no get babe. May we know first. You get what I'm trying to say? You get babe. Abi, you no get babe. Talk true.
I get babes.
Voila de. Oh, please, the babes. I hope they're watching right now. So tell me, Wakidi Banks, how did you come about your name? Because I just saw the name. I'm like, okay.
Well, they started calling me Wakidi from my secondary school time.
Oh, okay.
So I just added Banks to it to make it unique.
To make it, you just got the name Wakidi. It be like say sometimes people they always get this skill to name themselves something. Maybe one day I go just sit down and call myself one time. I won't call them so that everywhere I go just. So tell me, how is music? How has music been for you?
Music is fine. The creative part of it, everything is going very well. Just sometimes you have some kind of what do you call it? Some kind of breaks to take care of other things. But
Yeah.
we're moving, we're good.
Okay, so how did you come about doing music?
Well, I've always loved music
Yeah.
from when I was a kid.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had a friend who said we should go to the studio and make real music in the studio.
Yeah.
I went to the studio with him, and that's history
Just
today.
like that.
Yeah.
So at what stage did you now know that I can do music? At what stage did you just wake up one day and say, I'm going to go to the studio to go do music?
Then I used to write my own songs. I used to I used to have a notebook. Then I used to write my own songs. I was a very big fan of Lekesh, Whiskey, plenty of them. I used to write my own songs.
Oh wow! And talking about you, making your own song. Why did you choose rap? A lot of we have a lot of Afrobeat singers, and a lot of them want to do the normal contemporary songs we do, and the rest of them. So why did you choose rap?
Well, I feel like that's what resonates with me. I like rap music. Yeah, I'm not really not like I don't listen to other genre of songs. But
Yes.
I love rap music. I feel like every artist, a rapper, has this creative mind.
Mind.
Being a rap artist, tells stories, some other things. It's quite creative and quite educative to know that somebody, thinks beyond other people.
So tell me, do you flow more with the beats? Because rap artists, they always do this, this kind of sound when they want to be. I don't know. Like I feel that that's how they do this. You get what I'm trying to say? So I don't know. Do you flow more with the sounds before getting your lyrics done and stuff like that?
It depends. It depends on the kind of beat.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have the song already on your mind before you get to the beat. Sometimes you write with the beat.
Ooh, so talking about the beat, what inspires you in writing your songs?
Well, I feel like my experience, and some other people's experience too inspires me. I can maybe somebody might tell me about a story, and I'll have an idea of how to make a song with it.
So so can you make a song with we're sitting down right now? I want to. All right, and yes, Wakidi is still with us, and we'll take a short break. And when we come back, please don't go anywhere. Stay put.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss matters.
And yes, welcome back to you on the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. And guess what? We still have Wakini with us. So Wakini, tell me, apart, we'll actually go into the questions we have, but then let me ask this one question. When last, did someone get you gifts? It's time for season of, love. And when was the last time someone went out his or her way to get you a lot of gifts, that you really, felt emotional? A lot of people now, men don't they cry now. You get what I'm trying to say? So when last did someone gift you that?
To my friends. Yeah, so I can't place my mind who was the last person that gifted me.
Ooh, now wow, God, see gifts everywhere. You can't fix this, but that means the gifts are a lot. Yeah, you have a lot of gifts that people give.
My friends gift me.
Wow, ask me now. We see people will get plenty babes, like he mentioned. It's actually beautiful. All right, so we're talking about music, and tell me, how do you balance the lyrical side of your rap now with feel good Afrobeats vibe? How do you balance both the rap and the music part of your songs?
Well, during my creative process, I like I said, I like to make music from realistic things.
Yeah.
Things happening around me, things happening around other people, stories.
Yeah.
Books I've read, so many things, movies, people. So I just like to talk about realistic things and something that can relate with people. Yeah.
Wow. So what was your first performance like? Because I've heard one of your songs and I'm like, okay, we get a vibe, you get what I'm trying to say. So tell me, what was your first performance was like? What was it like? Because I know you've been to some places, to do your songs. So tell me.
It was cool. Back then at where we used to stay, I had a performance with Jerick. Back in the days.
Yeah.
Samba Lichwa too. It was cool. The vibe, the energy was there. We were superstars from back then.
So how did the audience take it? How did they react to the songs?
It was cool. It was massive. The love was just so super massive.
So tell me, what are the challenges you've faced so far so good? Because I know that you've been doing music, and a lot of people that do music will be like, oh, we people that normally see the better sides of people doing music. Maybe when the songs are out, a lot of people are vibing to it, but they don't know the stories that come and things that come with, making those songs and making music, better music. So tell us, what are the challenges you faced so far?
Well, there are so many challenges every artist faces, but the major challenges are the funding aspect of the music.
Okay, the funding part.
Yeah,
so how have you been able to, fix that up lately?
Well, I have other businesses.
Ooh, nice. So tell us, what are the other businesses?
I have a degree in surveying. I'm also a surveyor, so aside music.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have other businesses I do.
Okay.
Combine them with music.
All right. So before going on stage, I still want to talk about music. Before going on stage, how do you prepare or how do you plan to be on stage? Do you try to? How do you prepare? I don't know. Do you a lot of people would like to take some time off, want to get some fresh air, and just some people just like the energy. Oh, I want to get gingered and just So, but how is it for you?
When I have performance, I just connect with the crowd, connect with the fans, connect with my friends around. So we just go and do our thing. It's just a normal thing. So
yeah. So have you had any time you've performed one time and everything just completely goes differently than expected?
Yeah.
No, so what would you like to share that time with us?
I don't want to talk about
Oh my God. Oh my God. It will actually be fun. So tell me, have you had any fun time? You creating music?
Yeah, I really do enjoy the creative process of making music. Yeah, I like to, make music from the moments times I'm in the studio, I like to make music from the energy. Yeah, people around, what we're talking about.
Yeah.
When you're having discussions is when you have ideas.
Yeah.
To put in it.
Put in it. Wow. So tell me, any project you're working on right now?
Yeah, apparently I'm working on my EP coming out in a couple of months. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is it all about?
It's my EP from. So I haven't dropped like a song since 2 years. I've been on a break.
Yeah.
I dropped a song out from the EP, Bombing.
Yeah.
So the name of my EP is Valley.
Valid.
Valid, yeah.
Oh,
Valid.
valid. So what's about valid? If you could tell us, could you share?
Valley is a valley of sounds.
Ooh.
You know, comprises of different genre of songs.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't want to talk more about
So what should we expect? Well, I want to know what people will expect from that song.
You should be expecting hits. Hits upon hits. I have a new song with J Wheels coming up soon.
Yeah.
And I have a couple of singles from me. I just dropped a single out from the EP.
Yeah.
Bombing. It's out on all social platforms.
Oh, that's nice. So I want to talk about music right now. Like, I know that all of your songs, you've written them and your lyrics are so spectacular. But I would like to talk about this. In all your songs, which one would you say that you put in your all the energy, all the? I know that all your songs you put in all those energy, but which one would you say that is more particularly important to you, that you always want? Maybe if you're called out somewhere to perform, and that particular song is what people really vibe to. What song would that be?
Well, I can't really say. I can't really place a particular song because all my songs has a message for different things. Like I said, most of the times people tend to like a different song.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I do is I try to make different songs for different people. Do you understand? And I love all the songs equally.
Okay, that's nice. So outside of music, and what are some things people don't know about you?
I'm a good photographer.
Nice. Wow. And what else?
And I play football very well.
Oh, so see the football people. All right. So tell me, what's your best club actually?
Manchester United.
See them. Una two they do.
We are doing well now. I don't see the lineup.
Hey, wahala. So what's your guilty pleasure, music or otherwise?
What
do you love music? What do you love, like, apart from music? Maybe music, or like?
I love music. Yeah.
So you don't like to party?
I like to that one is not among.
Oh my God. So tell me, a lot of people are watching right now and they are like, oh, I want to go into music and I want to be an Afrobeat singer. So what would, and they want to go into rap basically. So what would be your advice to young and upcoming?
Well, my advice is believe in yourself. Whatever is worth doing well. Master your craft. Basically, so many people out there are just trying to sound like similar artists. It's not bad to have someone you look up to, but you should have your own niche. You get me? So master your craft. Whatever you want to do, music or otherwise, just do it well.
Okay. So a lot of people are now saying, oh, I want to hear him rap. Okay. Do you have any song you would like to do for us? They would like to hear you rap.
Well, I don't know which song should I think about it.
Oh, okay. So tell me, looking back, what's the one thing you tell your younger self when you started?
When I started?
Yeah.
I should have just focused more on music.
Oh yeah, talking about that. You said you gave yourself like 2 years before you got back into music. So why was that? Why was there the gap? Where was the breach from?
Well, I wanted to, take my time off to make the kind of music I would want to continue making. Yeah, I had series of challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah. But during those times, I just like to, keep myself locked in and, keep making music.
So what really pushed you back into music? Because it's as if you just wanted to give your time. What was that period? Was it like you wanted to give up on music?
No, not really. Just that I had a lot going on. But regardless, I always record. I have lots of songs.
Yeah.
Whenever whether in good condition or bad, I keep recording. I make music from my experience, both good or bad. So most times when I drop songs and people are like, "This song is cool. I like this song," it might be my actual pain.
Yeah.
So I'm just putting out there. But I'm glad that people like it and they reason and resonates with the song. I'm just glad that I make people. Someone tells me, "Hey, your songs make me happy. It made me to come out from my difficult times."
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's why I'm doing this shit for real.
So tell me, growing up, you said growing up that you started music in a younger age. So I'd like to ask questions. Who are the people that really inspired you in the music scene?
Well, then I used to listen to Fino. I used to listen to Lil Kesh. I used to listen to Wizkid.
Oh, Wizkid. If you're big, you're big. So tell me, who would you love to share the stage with maybe someday?
Fino, Wizkid.
Why did you choose Fino? Why did you choose Fino?
I love his personality as well, aside the music aspect.
Oh, okay, and what about Wizkid?
I love his sounds. I love everything about him.
Okay, and you know that Wizkid is someone that is very quiet, but anytime he talks. All right. So I don't know. Would you want to do a shout out to any of your producer, anybody that has been into the music scene with you?
I want to give a shout out to my producer, Mr. Mars.
Yeah.
He has been very good. We've been giving out hits back to back. We have, like I said, I have a project coming up.
Yeah.
It's massive. I have a couple of songs. I have a song with Jay Wills. I have the videos already coming out soon. So you guys should keep up, keep waiting.
Okay.
And keep bombing.
So I wanted before we go out, I want to ask these questions. While growing up, your family, because a lot of people feel that families doesn't support them while making music. Has your family been the biggest support you have?
My dad was never in support. My dad really wanted a different path for me. Yeah, but my mom has always been supportive of whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Like you have passion for, she supports.
So right now, are they still in support of?
Yeah, both of them are in support.
Definitely, because. All right, thank you so much at Wakili Banks. And yes, it's all about music, rap, and we've been talking about a lot of things with Wakili Banks. And he has already told you, please don't stop what you're doing. Keep doing that thing you feel that you want to do in music. Because now who give up, now fail. I'm telling you. And yes, their challenges will come, but I need you to stand strong. Because standing strong, you're definitely going to be victorious. And yes, thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. To my amazing viewers, thank you for staying with us. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your stories. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. And until next time, I am still Precious Agamanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. And yes, catch you next time. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to African News on Voice of the People Television. I'm Solomon Ofem. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp, the number is 0904-473-2605. Now we begin the African news in full with story that Uganda's Information Minister Chris Barumeyunsi
condemned a military raid on opposition leader Bobby Wine's home, which occurred last month. Barry Yomunsi told newsmen that a pop star turned politician had not committed any crime and was free to return home. Wine has been in hiding for weeks after fleeing his home in the capital, Kampala, hours before he was announced the runner-up to President Yoweri Museveni in the January 15 presidential election. On January 24, Wine said his wife had been taken to hospital after soldiers invaded their residence, alleging that they partially undressed and choked her. Uganda's military chief, Muhunzi Kainerugaba, who is also Museveni's son, denied soldiers assaulted Wine's wife, but later said on X that they had captured and then released her. Barry Yomunsi, who is also a spokesperson for the government, said the authorities would investigate the incident. Sudan has resumed full participation in the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, citing a positive statement from the organization's secretariat reaffirming its commitment to regional cooperation and Sudan's sovereignty. Sudan had suspended its IGAD membership in January 2024, protesting the bloc's inclusion of Rapid Support Forces RSF leader Mohammed Hamdan Dangalo in a summit without prior consultation. IGAD has welcomed Sudan's return, describing it as a boost to regional unity and cooperation. Sudan's reinstatement is expected to enhance collaboration on conflict resolution, security, and development in the Horn of Africa. The country's foreign ministry emphasized its commitment to regional and international peace and security. In another development, Somalia and Saudi Arabia have signed a defense and military cooperation agreement aiming to strengthen ties and enhance regional stability. The deal, signed in Riyadh, covers areas of mutual interest including training, equipment, and security technologies. The agreement seeks to improve Somalia's security capabilities amid ongoing efforts to combat insurgent groups and stabilize the Horn of Africa nation. Saudi Arabia has been a key supporter of Somalia's security sector reform. The partnership also targets Red Sea security, a critical maritime corridor. Somalia's relationship with Saudi Arabia has deepened, particularly since Israel recognized Somaliland. Eritrea on Monday rejected accusations by Ethiopia that it was responsible for military aggression and was backing armed groups inside Ethiopia's territory as false and fabricated, calling the claims part of a hostile campaign by Addis Ababa. Ethiopia's foreign minister had accused neighboring Eritrea over the weekend of military aggression and of supporting armed groups inside Ethiopian territory. The two countries have a history of tension dating back to Eritrea's separation from Ethiopia 3 decades ago. There is fear of a renewed conflict, especially after recent clashes between Tigrayan forces and Ethiopian troops. Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has stated that regaining access to the Red Sea is essential for Ethiopia's economic survival, a commitment Eritrea views as a threat. The African Union and regional bodies have called for peaceful resolution. South Africa will withdraw its troops from the United Nations peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, citing the need to realign its armed forces resources. According to a statement by the Office of the President, President Cyril Ramaphosa notified UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres of the decision will see over 700 South African soldiers withdraw by the end of 2026. The UN mission, MONUSCO, has a total of nearly 11,000 troops and police deployed in Congo, where conflict has raged for decades. South Africa has supported UN peacekeeping efforts in Congo for 27 years. The withdrawal marks a shift in South Africa's peacekeeping role in Central Africa. Despite this, the South African government says it will maintain close bilateral ties with Congo's government and support other multilateral efforts to bring lasting peace to the region. Mali's military has carried out coordinated strikes, killing several dozen suspected terrorists west of Sogo. The army said in a statement that the actions followed territorial surveillance conducted on February 7, tracking an armed group to its hideout in a wooded area. The strikes targeted the armed groups, killing around 15 individuals. Additional strikes neutralized 10 suspected militants attempting to cross the Niger River and another group of 10 on motorcycles. The operations are part of ongoing efforts to combat terrorism nationwide, with the military's Chief of General Staff confirming continued search and neutralization operations across the territory. Elsewhere, police in Senegal have arrested 14 individuals, all Senegalese nationals, for allegedly operating a transnational pedophile gang between Senegal and France. The group, which has been active since 2017, is accused of organizing pedophile pimping, rape of minors, sodomy, and international transmission of HIV/AIDS. According to police, the gang forced boys to have unprotected sex with mostly HIV-positive men, filming the act. 4 of the accused allegedly acted on the instruction of a Frenchman arrested in France in April 2025, receiving money transfers in exchange. A rubber boat carrying 55 migrants capsized off the coast of Libya, leaving 53 people, including 2 babies, dead or missing, the International Organization Migration IOM reported on Monday. The incident occurred on February 6, with survivors indicating the boat departing from Al-Zawiya in northwestern Libya. The IOM expressed deep sadness over the tragedy, highlighting the persistent dangers faced by migrants on the central Mediterranean route. This incident brings the total number of refugees and migrants reported dead or missing on this route to at least 484 in 2026. With us in the studio to analyze these stories is public affairs analyst and a legal practitioner, Darlington Agumwo. Barrister Darlington, thank you very much for joining us on African News.
My pleasure, Solomon.
Now, the first story on our news item is Uganda's information minister joining the numerous voices that have condemned the military raid in opposition leader Bobi Wine's home, which occurred last month. Of course, as expected, reactions have continued to trail that, with the military denying that. And of course, the information minister, Chris Baramosi, has lent the voice on that. What's your take on that story?
My take is that, yes, at least their conscience is beginning to worry them because of what they have done in Uganda in the name of election. That was not an election, it was a selection. That's just the truth. So some people are beginning to regret what they have done so far. And maybe they are looking at tomorrow and what the people will say. Because there's life after government. After you have finished serving in government, there is life. And so it's not enough to lament. Let them release all the opposition. After all, the election is over.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. I mean, they have nothing to lose anymore.
No.
You know, so release the opposition, and compensation for the threat and the malhandling of him and his wife. That surely should be a better situation here.
That means we're expecting too much from Museveni. He's not known to do that kind of thing. Just release them, let them go home. That's all. They are not going to reverse the election you claim you have won. They will not reverse it.
What about electoral reform? Like the same thing we've been crying in Nigeria, where oppositions are, strangled and siphoned from a level playing field as far as election in Africa is concerned?
No, those things are not constitutional. You know, it is the high-handedness of Museveni and his fellow travelers. So if you are talking of reform, I don't think they have to shoot the electoral reform. It is the high-handedness of the government using the security agencies. These are things that people do physically because they claim they are in power. That is just what I think here. So, asking for electoral reform now, what are they going to reform?
I mean, for a coming election,
yes,
this will definitely not be the last election that will be going on in Uganda, that's for sure.
You are right. The loopholes in their electoral act is well known to everybody. But asking for its reform with this type of government, my brother, you will not go far. Because this government of Museveni, it doesn't take prisoners. So.
And now to Sudan, where reports coming out from there is as they've resumed full participation in the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, ICAD. They cited a positive statement from the organization's secretariat as a reason because the secretariat has reaffirmed its commitment to regional cooperation and Sudan's sovereignty. Sudan has been known to boycott a lot of this international organization, but looks like they have decided to come back to ICAD. What's your take?
Yeah, you know, they have been at loggerhead with some groups in their country. And so after the war, there should be peace. All the international organizations that they have not been taking part in all that, that's what makes you a government. Your ability to relate with other countries and other governmental agencies for recognition as a sovereign. You cannot be an island of your own.
Definitely.
So those groups, I mean, they have accepted themselves from because of what was going on in Sudan. Now that things are beginning to look up, they are going to return back to them.
The giving for suspending their membership that was in January 2024 was the bloc's inclusion of Rapid Support Forces RSF leader as in the summit as their reason for withdrawal. Do you think that reason is valid?
Why not? Because what is RSF? A rebel group that wants to destabilize the country. It is not allowed under international law. Except if somebody wants to play mischief, he now wants to hang on to it and say, this is my reason. But for a rebel group, the government of Sudan should not take prisoner when it comes to fighting these people. That has been my take. It should brutally confront them, whoever is behind them and all that.
And then in Somalia, Somalia and Saudi Arabia have signed a defense and military cooperation agreement. Obviously, this is in response to Israel's pronouncement of Somaliland as a sovereign nation that has garnered reactions. And Somalia, they've been trying to do a lot of review, trying to do a lot of military collaboration, if not for anything, to reclaim the authority as a sovereign nation and the owner of Somaliland. What do you think between the MOU between them and Saudi Arabia?
Yes, because if Israel is trying to woo Somaliland, of course, Somalia should be doing something on its own to have allies, you know, in case of any fallout. Because the day Somaliland declare independence and all that, there will be war in that country. Because Somalia will never allow it. That's just the truth. So Somalia is trying to woo some international friends who may be their supporter in case anything breaks out in Somaliland.
And of course, also, in order for them to combat insurgent groups that have been stabilizing the Horn of African nation. Now, don't you think it's high time countries stop trying to do an individual network in order to combat insurgency? Because it's obvious that insurgency has become a big problem in Africa, not just in sub-Saharan Africa, not just in Western Africa, but, you know, even at the Horn of Africa, you know, they've been having skirmishes of insurgency. Don't you think it's time to have, like, a holistic approach to insurgency? One of them being having a regional body to combat this insurgency, a separate body in Africa whose responsibility is to combat insurgency. Instead of Somalia having an agreement with Israel, Nigeria have an agreement with France, individual country. Obviously, it's not working.
The need of each of these countries are different. There will never be a time where, when all the need of the countries in Africa will be the same, and so they are going to champion one cause. It can never happen. It can never happen because the language barrier, the culture and tradition, because many world powers are the what's it called? They are colonial masters of these African states. And so those African states are still tied to the apron string of these colonial masters. So if you now want to be one Africa, what happens to those colonial masters? Their interest will be gone.
Now we understand the peculiarities of each country, but at the end of the day, Africa has an insurgency problem in the midst of so many other problems. Of course, we have leadership problem. That's a different topic entirely. But we have an insurgency problem. Don't you think that at least should unify Africa in the fight against that?
Yeah, it should. Already Africa is talking of one Africa. You know, they are talking of United States of Africa. The plan is in the works. You know, they have gone far in that direction. But the actual date of takeoff is what I don't know. Okay. And one of the things that is uppermost is this one African force that can be deployed in any direction, in any country where there is a problem. In that regard, I fully support them if they can implement it, if they can make it work. Even if they don't come together, but have one African force that can deal with these people. If you have a 2 million strong African military force, do you know what it can do?
It will go a long way.
Yes. By the time you see this large number coming to confront any rebel in your country, those rebels, in fact, they will be as good as done. The sheer number will just overwhelm them. That's what I think should happen.
Now, Eritrea on Monday rejected accusations by Ethiopia that it was responsible for military aggression and was backing armed group inside Ethiopian territory as false and fabricated. Obviously, the conflict between Eritrea and Ethiopia as regard the Tigray is not coming down anytime soon.
In every country, because of the way African states were brought together by their colonial masters, the friendship can no longer hold. People want to be independent of their own. People want to be free. Because ab initio, they were never together. They were never, united. And so, with time, everybody would want to be on their own and all that. So that's what is happening in that part of Africa. And of course, you know the whole history and story of Nigeria. So it's all over the place. The moment you are not speaking the same language, the same culture, you know, and it will bring a lot of problems.
Now, the African Union and the regional bodies have called for peaceful resolution. I mean, that shouldn't just end with a peaceful effort for urging. Is it not time to take action?
No country will want any of their membership or anybody of its part to break away peacefully, especially in Africa. It always ends up in what? Bitter war. That is strong military war. That, like what happened in South Sudan. Before they got independent, was it not through war? So 90% of the time, it is always war. When such a thing want to take place, that will show you, that will tell you the level of our civilization and understanding. Meanwhile, in Europe and America, Britain just left the European Union. They did not even, nobody even shot one single catapult, not to talk of gun. So we'll continue to experience this thing until we now realize ourselves. You know, they said the day a madman realized that he's not wearing clothes, that day his madness will stop.
Now, South Africa will withdraw its troops from the United Nations peacekeeping mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, citing the need to realign its armed forces. Now, the UN has 11,000 troops and police deployed in Congo, and of that, over 700 of them are South Africans. This will have a catastrophic results, don't you think?
Catastrophic what?
Result.
If they withdraw them?
Yes, in the Democratic Republic
because that Congo,
the South African troops.
Yes, that Congo problem has been intractable since 1960. DR Congo have never known peace from the time of Zaire.
Since their independence.
Yes, they are never happy because of the mineral resources there. Unfortunately, these mineral resources are inexhaustible. Imagine something that you have plundered since that time. Up to today, the thing is still there. Most tech companies in Europe and America cannot be in business without the raw material from DRC. You can imagine. So with this kind of free raw material which they are extracting from DRC, they will do everything to sustain it. They will do everything. So this company, they have their own military foot soldiers who are now controlling their own territory of the mining sites and all that. And these people are being paid. No money that their country is being plundered. It's really unfortunate.
It is. And they give reasons for the withdrawal as the need to realign its armed forces resources. Do you think that's valid?
Yeah, it's valid.
Or there's something
because
deeper in the surface?
You know,
or they're just tired of the war and keep sending army, military troops to...
You know, the undertone, the aligning factor may be that because America is involved in the same DRC. And America and South Africa
are not exactly friends.
They are not.
At the moment.
They are like cat and mouse. So South Africa may be trying to play safe by withdrawing her troops from DRC. After all, there are other people there. So if they want to do that, why not? If not.
And South Africa has been very instrumental in peacekeeping in Africa, considering the role that Africans, especially Nigeria, played in their own situation in the apartheid. They've played a crucial role in peacekeeping in Nigeria. So this is going to be a shift from the policies South Africans have been known for, because outside of Nigeria, South Africa has been the only other country in Africa that's been involved in peacekeeping in Africa.
Look, for you to send your men to any place is not a tea party. your resources are going into taking care of this. I hope you know. So if a country say, look, this is becoming a drain on my resources, why not? That is just one of the reasons why I think South Africa is doing what they are doing. They are looking at their resources. And to make matters worse, there is no solution in sight. And there will never be any solution in sight because as long as those mineral resources are in DRC, oh my God, that place will always be theater of war until those minerals were exhausted. That's when you see relative peace in DRC. Let us not deceive ourselves.
And talking about terrorism and insurgency in Africa, Mali's military, of course, Mali is another country that have been experiencing insurgency. The military there carried out coordinated strikes, killing several dozen suspected terrorists west of Segou. And according to their information, there 15 individuals were killed. Additional strike neutralized 10 suspected militants attempting to cross the Niger River and another group of 10 on motorcycles. Your reaction?
My reaction is that, you know, Solomon, when things are getting to this level, you really need to be cautious. You know, because it's not enough for you to be fighting and doing all sorts of things. The important thing that results. If you are doing something that is not producing results, Solomon, will you continue to do that thing?
Definitely not.
So the answer is obvious here. That is what I think. You know, that's what I think here.
And before you know, Mali will now have their own separate security pact with another country. And this individuality is, you know, what I've been saying that it's obviously not working. Mali is fighting their own insurgency. Somalia is fighting their own insurgency. Niger is having theirs. Nigeria is having theirs.
The so-called Sahel group is not producing results because it was not well thought out. They still need the support of their colonial masters and outside world. And they don't have the resources for these things. That's just the truth. As small as Mali is and all that, can they do anything on their own? Monetary-wise, do they have the resources? They don't. That is just the main issue here. The financial muscle is not there.
Now, a rubber boat carrying 55 migrants capsized off the coast of Libya, leaving 53 people, including 2 babies, dead or missing. That's according to a report from International Organization of Migration. This migration issue in Africa, it's a huge problem. And no solution so far, at least none that is working. And we keep hearing stories of death. And despite these deaths, Africans still try their best to cross the Mediterranean at the risk of their life.
That will tell you how the human mind works. The first law of nature is that of what? Self-survival. And so these people are saying, look, instead of me to die in hunger in Africa, why can't I try my luck and see whether I will cross over to the other side? Where
and die if possible?
That as those people have just died, more are preparing to you only hear, may God raise their soul. They will embark on their own journey the following day, not thinking of what happened to the other people that died. So that is the human spirit. That is the human spirit. The spirit of what? Survivor.
At all costs.
At all costs, because they believe that, well, it may be it's their own luck. Maybe I may be lucky. Because when they realize that some people have made it, you know, they will say, it may be our own turn to make it too. It's not all of them that die now. Some people used to cross over.
Yeah, I mean, it's barely 5% of people that survive.
So they want to be among that 5%.
That's just tragic.
They want to be among that 5%. And because their paymasters or their controllers have already assured them that nothing will go wrong and all that. So, and having come this far, for them to get to that point whereby they need to enter boat now and cross over to Europe through that nearest island in Italy and all that. It's a long way from home. So going back is not an option, Solomon. Going back is not an option.
it's the obvious issues there. For example, how do you use a rubber boat for such journey?
They have assured them that there's no other choice. So the people that are doing business with the boat and others, so they will say, in fact, they come and tell them stories of those who cross over. You know, and so they'll be claiming maybe it may be our own turn, it will be our own day to be lucky and all that.
Is it also an information issue? Because if this information is in the public, it's in the domain, as in if they actually inform that, hey, out of maybe 100 persons that cross the Mediterranean, it's probably just 2 or 3 people that survive. If there is a proper information, don't you think the number of Africans trying to cross the Mediterranean will reduce drastically?
Do you know where we are talking about? It's a desert. These people are kept in an enclosure where they don't see or hear
at least before they embarked on that journey in their various home countries, they must have had.
Yeah, they must.
They should have gotten some of this information.
Yeah.
If they are properly informed, like we're hearing and broadcasting these stories, they hear it, especially in a time of information like this.
Look,
don't you think a reorientation will take place, will occur?
They hear the sad story of those who didn't make it. They equally hear the glorious story of those who made it. So, which one are you? They'll be thinking that I will be one of those who will make it across the ocean and all that. That's what is uppermost on their mind. They believe that some people are crossed over, and maybe somehow they would have communicated with them, and they are clapping and celebrating. You know. So it will be our own turn if we start our own journey. It's always like that. Until maybe in the middle of the ocean, the waves will start the activities, all kind of turbulent weather will erupt. And of course, the rest will be history. So they believe that it is not always, that's why they always do this journey in the night, when they believe that the seas are calm. But there's no guarantee that the waves cannot wake up anytime and start rumbling and all that. That is just the irony. There are days that the seas are very calm. They will do all sorts of sacrifice, begging the water spirit to be calm throughout this journey. But most times, the water spirit don't listen to sacrifice. They will come and look for food to eat.
and one of the information in this really sad story is those presumed missing or dead, including 2 babies. It is one thing for you to embark on this perilous journey. It's another thing for you to undertake it with babies. That's tragic.
Yes, that will tell you how desperate things are. Solomon, as long as there is bad leadership in Africa, as long as there is hunger in Africa, this will continue. In the next 1 million years, you will continue to hear this type of story. I'm not joking. As long as Africa is where it is now, where their leaders don't care about their citizens, these stories will continue in the next 1 million years and even beyond. That is just the unfortunate fact here. What do you want them to do? No, tell me, what is the alternative? In an African state that there is nothing. Some people will stay for 2-3 days, no single meal in their stomach. Such a person, you mean such a person, is it not a candidate for this kind of risk? Those who take this risk, Solomon, you don't know how desperate it has been with them. You don't know, seriously.
And then this particular incident brings the total number of refugees and migrants reported dead or missing on this particular route to at least 484 in 2026. That's a huge number.
That's a population. That's families. That's the human beings just cut off from the face of, and their family back home may not even know their story. That's just the error. They may not even know their story. Maybe after waiting for a year or two, they will conclude that those ones are, I mean, they are no more. In fact.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister Gomo. It was a pleasure talking to you.
My pleasure too.
That was Darlington Gomo, a legal practitioner and current affairs analyst. You're watching the African News on Voice of the People TV. When we return, failure to follow procedures, Namibia reject Total Energies and Petrobras offshore deal pending approval. These and more stories coming your way after this break. Join us again.
Barrister.
It is good to have you back. This is African News on Voice of the People TV. Ghanaian music legend Ebo Taylor, a pioneer of the high life genre, has passed away at the age of 90. Born Deroy Taylor in Cape Coast in 1936, he rose to fame in the 1950s and 1960s with his unique guitar style and arrangement, blending Ghanaian rhythms with jazz, funk, and soul. Taylor's influential career spanned over 6 decades, inspiring generations of African musicians. He played with notable bands like the Stargazers and Broadway Dance Band, and his work was sampled by international artists such as Usher, Black Eyed Peas, and Judena. His legacy extends beyond Ghana, with recognition as a fundamental figure in Afrobeat music. Taylor's collaboration with Fela Kuti in London helped shape the genre, and his music continues to influence contemporary styles. Angola is pursuing a 20% to 30% stake in Anglo-American's diamonds unit bears, a proposal being discussed with other diamond-producing African nations. The move aims to secure a strategic minority position, mitigating risks associated with luxury commodity market volatility. De Beers, a leading diamond company operating in Botswana, Namibia, Angola, South Africa, and Canada, is being sold by Anglo-American due to falling diamond prices and rising synthetic diamond competition. Angola initially bid for majority stake in October 2025, but now seeks a minority stake. State-owned Ndiama and Sodium will represent Angola in the deal. Closed-door talks are ongoing with Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa to determine ownership structure. Still on our business news, Namibia's government has refused to recognize the recent acquisition of offshore stakes in the Lüderitz Basin by Total Energy and Petrobras, citing failure to follow proper approval procedures. The companies announced last week that they had each acquired a 42.5% stake in the PEL 104 exploration license. The Ministry of Industries, Mines and Energy stated that any transfer or acquisition of petroleum licenses in Namibia requires prior ministerial approval. No transaction can be recognized or considered valid until formal application and statutory processes are completed, said presidential spokesperson Jonas Mbambo. Total Energies and Petrobras plan to develop oil in one of the world's last exploration frontiers, with Total aiming to be the first to produce oil in Namibia by the end of the decade. We go on another quick break, and the African News returns with other stories. Stay with us.
Of the people. 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. The 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamako Ray, actor, model, producer.
It's good to know you're still with us on African News and Voice of the People television. The South African Rand firmed up in early trade on Monday, gaining 0.5% to trade at 15.97 against the US dollar, buoyed by stronger gold prices. Gold, a key export, hovered above $5,000 per ounce as investors await US jobs and inflation data to gauge interest rate moves. The US dollar was 0.2% weaker against a basket of currencies. This week's domestic calendar features the annual mining conference in Cape Town from February 9 to 12, attracting top investors and officials. And Auto Sport user Pyramids FC confirmed top sport in Group A with a 4-1 win over Rivers United, overturning a first-half deficit with goals from Mustafa Fatih, Marwan Hamdi by penalty, Auda Al-Faikori and Nasser Maher. Powered Dynamos reignited Group A race with a 2-0 win over RS Berkane, leaving them level on point. In Group B, Al Ahly secured quarter-final qualification with a 0-0 draw away to JS Kabylie, extending their unbeaten run. AS FAR strengthened their position with a 1-0 win over Young Africans. Similarly, in Group C, MC Alger threw qualification wide open with a 1-0 win over Al Hilal Omdurman. Mamelodi Sundowns were held 1-1 by Saint Eloi Lupopo, leaving all four sides in contention. Elsewhere, Stade Malien made history in Group D, qualifying for the quarterfinals for the first time. 1-0 win over Esperance de Tunis. Petro Atletico were held 1-1 by Simba, who equalized late through Anicet Ora. And that's all on the African News. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happenings near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, requests, photos, or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon Ofem. Thank you for watching.
Good afternoon and welcome to another intriguing episode of Health Check here on Voice of the People Television. I am your host, Praise Peters, and it is always a delight to bring you amazing, beautiful conversations centered around your well-being. I mean, your health is our priority here. And yeah, we're here again today to talk about another interesting topic. Well, today's conversation is a very sensitive one, but very, very necessary. You know, over the past few weeks and even over the years, there has been a very, very significant complaint in the health sector. You know, Nigeria has been flooded with heartbreaking stories from hospitals, you know, stories that have reopened a long-standing conversation about patient safety, medical negligence, and the state of our healthcare system. Really, we've heard stories like that of renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, whose 21-month-old son reportedly died after the family alleged that he was denied oxygen and excessively sedated in a private hospital, which led to a cardiac arrest in that little boy. That's actually very sad. We also heard of stories like that of Aisha Umar in Kano, whose family says a pair of surgical scissors was left inside her body during an operation, causing months of severe pain before she eventually died. You know, that's not even all. We've heard stories like that of Ifunanya, the young singer who died after being beaten by a snake in Abuja. We heard that she was first taken to a clinic without antivenom and then transferred to a hospital where questions were raised about access to complete life-saving treatment. You know, all of these are quite sad. These and many more that we really don't even know about. You know, beyond these high-profile cases, thousands and thousands of everyday Nigerians are also sharing their own painful experiences of waiting endlessly in emergency units, being told that there is only one doctor on duty or sometimes no doctor available. All of these has left many people asking, what is really going on in our hospitals? I mean, why does seeking medical care increasingly feel like a gamble? Well, it's getting very emotional over here, but I'm not alone. So to help us unpack this in a very balanced, emphasis on balanced, honest and human way, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a wellness physician and public health advocate. Dr. Charles, you're very welcome to Health Check.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
It's amazing to have you on the show today.
Same here. Happy New Year.
Right. See you. That's true. This is the first time I'm seeing you on the show this year. All right. So, Doctor, we have a very pressing issue on ground. You know, I don't want to call it medical negligence, but I guess we just have to use that phrase. You know, people often think that doctors are emotionally shielded from these stories. We feel like, okay, doctors have seen so many death cases. They've become immune to it. As much as people get affected and all that, we're just like, doctors, do they even really care about us? You know, sometimes they even get to the clinic and they don't attend to us very well. And we're like, why are you people treating us like this? You know, so we often feel like doctors are emotionally shielded from stories like this. But when you hear cases like this, I want to ask you now, personally, because you are a doctor. So how does it affect you personally when you hear stories like this?
So first and foremost, I want to clarify that doctors are human, though they are professionals that are trained to save lives, but to a very large extent, they also have emotions. In as much as you try as much as possible to give quality healthcare delivery, and you want to do that with clarity, empathy, and everything done professionally, you still have your emotions. So most doctors have what we call a kind of professional approach to managing patients, you know, when they present at the hospital. Death is a reality to humanity that is never, you know, a very good experience. You know, so the process of grief, associated with bereavements, mourning period, people experiencing depression and all that. It's absolutely normal, and doctors too have their fair share of it. The fact that you're not related to somebody doesn't mean that when you lose a patient that you don't feel grief as well, but you just have to manage it in a way that you don't let it make you dysfunctional. But that still differs from person to person because doctors still have their individual traits, basically. But for me as a person, I would say that these incidences that you have cited are quite unfortunate, and it should not be in an ideal setting. There are lots of things that, are plaguing our health system that is resulting in all this kind of consequences we're experiencing. First and foremost, I must, highlight the fact that a lot of doctors in Nigeria are overworked. So the burden of work, even the statistics will tell you that the ratio of doctor to the general population is.
Yeah.
And you know about the brain drain thing, about how much of people are presenting at the hospital now. We have a lot of people who are ill presently in the country for various ailments. And the number of professionals that are available to cater to their health needs are minimal. So, of course, you find out that there will be overwhelming consultations for doctors. There will be a lot of, a high likelihood of mismanagement of data. There may also be cases where, you have oversights, and those oversights can really be detrimental at the end of the day because, unfortunately, any errors will don't always bounce back on patients.
Yeah.
So this is where we would now say, the working conditions of doctors, must be improved. Yeah. You would need more well-trained doctors. You will make sure that the working conditions are favorable. You will make sure that the remunerations, are good enough to make sure that the doctors stay motivated to give their best at their jobs.
Yeah.
Because a doctor who is thinking of so many things and is just coming to work bothered about a lot of things, is anxious about rising cost of rent or transportation or school fees or all the things he still needs to meet up with, and he's still looking for, a means to make ends meet by juggling jobs and all that. You can't have that doctor deliver 100% of his capacity. And the oversights and the errors and the mistakes would drop on the table of the patient eventually. And everybody that is involved in the healthcare delivery chain is not immune to this. Even the nurses, the laboratory scientists, the pharmacists, it's a team. The medical team, it's a team of professionals coming together to deliver healthcare. So basically, every one of them are stretched. And this can cause all these problems that we're seeing. It is easy for you to make errors when you're not focused. It is easy for you to make errors when you're not motivated. It's easy for you to make errors when the working conditions are not favorable. So I think those are the few things that could possibly be responsible for these things that the government and health policy and possibly budget allotments, can actually help to correct.
Well, that's quite sad because at the end of the day, the patients get to suffer for this.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, from your experience, are we really dealing with careless individuals, or it is just the system that is deeply strained and unsafe?
Well, I think there are possibly a number of answers to that. Yes, the system is strained and overburdened. And secondly, you also have a situation where, unfortunately, people bring in their personal traits from their daily lives and routines into their professional life.
Exactly.
So you find out that a lot of Nigerians don't pay attention to details naturally.
True. I love the fact that now we are stating facts.
That is the truth. A lot of Nigerians don't pay attention to details.
I don't understand why you would forget surgical scissors in a womb.
That is why precautions, there are safety measures that should. And you would also have theater nurses. You have your surgical team with you.
So nobody noticed that.
Exactly. So even if it was an error from one person, there should be somebody who, a
and then you
nurse,
stitch the person back.
that would verify that everything that you used, everything is complete before you close the patient back. And you should always recheck and verify that you are good to go to end the surgery.
Exactly.
So I think
I don't really want to believe that it is just the system that is failed. I feel like individuals also have a role to
that's
play
why I
in this.
said we have multiple answers to this. So
Yeah.
you actually find out that people bring in their personal traits to the job. We as a people need to do more in paying attention to details, in doing due diligence to important things.
Yeah.
And then focus and concentration on the job is key, particularly in healthcare delivery, because the slightest error could mean a life is gone.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, for a lot of people, we find out that even in everyday life, you ask somebody for something, or you give somebody an information, and then in 5 minutes you ask, or 10 minutes you ask the person the person was probably nodding when you were telling the information. You probably think the person got you right. But at the end of the day, the person will do the exact opposite of what you asked him to do.
That's very correct.
You know, and you'll be wondering, but you signaled to me that you understood what I said in the first instance. That tells you the attention span. That tells you the level of focus and commitment that people have in their daily lives for ordinary things. But that has now, you know, come into the professional scene, and it is now translating into what we are seeing as negligence on the job.
That's quite sad, you know. But still talking about medical negligence, I don't really want to believe that this one is medical negligence anyway. I want to believe this is the system. So I heard of a case scenario where a hospital where a single doctor was expected to cover an entire emergency unit. I mean, one doctor. In fact, I don't want to say this all by myself. Let's take a look at a short video shared by an investigator showing a general hospital in Ogun State where only one doctor was assigned and dozens of patients were waiting, and the doctor had not resumed duty at the time. Please, let's have the video.
Can you see a lot of people waiting for a doctor here? Ẹ̀gbọ́n, wọ́n á bínú. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ṣé dókítà ni gbogbo àtàwọn bíbá iná ń dúró dé? Lọ fà á. Ẹ ṣàì má bínú. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, àwọn tá a jókòó iná dókítà ni à ń dúró dé. Wọ́n lè ti dì, àwọn èèyàn sì tún wà àtàgàn tó ń dúró de dókítà tó ń pọ̀ gan.
We can say that was a really that's really sad. Okay, I don't want to speak from emotions here, but I feel like that was a really, really sad one. So watching that, doctor, how dangerous is this kind of situation for patients? I can't imagine anybody in the emergency, you know, room there. What would they be feeling like? They'll just feel like life is gone for them. I don't want to imagine. So how dangerous is this for the doctor as well?
So when you call something an emergency, it means time is of the essence. And that means that you need urgent care. So when you see an emergency room crowded and there is no doctor to attend to them, it just simply tells you that you don't even know how serious some of these conditions are, and you don't even know if some of them can even make it till when the doctor arrives.
Exactly.
So it is so sad that we have scarcity of health workers, and it is still around brain drain. It is still around having fewer trained doctors, you know. And then also it is also from doctors feeling that they are not motivated enough. And mind you, the shortage of doctors, to a large extent, brain drain contributes. But for some other people, it's not only brain drain. Some doctors are in the country, but they've diversified into other fields or other sectors. And we need to look for reasons why the passion they once had for their profession is no longer there. And it will all come back to motivation, remuneration, you know, the sense of fulfillment they get from their job. You see, job satisfaction
the sense of fulfillment.
Yes, job satisfaction goes a long way in determining the performance of professionals. So the government has a long way to go in trying to let doctors know that they are appreciated, that their work is seen, that their work is appreciated, and that should reflect in their working conditions. Because as a professional, you can't be working in a health facility and you don't have basic water or soap or disinfectants that you need, or even disposable consumables, gloves and all that. You don't have them at your disposal. That's really something of concern, because you as a health professional, in as much as you're trying to save a life, you don't also want to catch infections, and you don't want to spread one infection from one patient to another patient. So you can imagine if these things are still, basic stuff are still problems in our society. It really is sad in this day and age. So we have a lot to do in terms of making sure that the good working conditions, better working conditions are put in place for doctors, better remuneration are put in place for doctors, and let doctors have a sense of worth, knowing that they are well appreciated, so that they can have self-actualization. Because nobody wants to go through years of rigorous training to save lives.
I even feel like this profession has to do with purpose. If you don't feel like you are, giving some level of sacrifice, you would feel used.
Yes, of course, because it looks like you're giving away. You're just
not prioritizing your own self.
Yes,
too.
you're giving your life away to an extent, and to a good cause at that. But you also are looking forward to some form of compensation that is worth your while.
Exactly.
That is worth your while and meaningful. That will keep you motivated to keep doing your best. But unfortunately, if these needs are not met or these things are left unchecked, you cannot get the best out of these professionals. And sadly, those people in those emergency rooms, it looks like the country has failed them, because we are the ones advocating for, please don't self-medicate. We are the ones advocating for, don't use these mixtures that you don't know what the contents are. But when
Sometimes
they are
they
left
are
helpless,
forced
but when they are left helpless, they will look for other means available to them to get themselves treated. And unfortunately, they may even run into bigger problems. So it's very essential that we need to really, address this issue.
I can't even imagine what could be going on with that particular doctor that has to oversee that much people.
Because that doctor,
he has a family.
That doctor is also overwhelmed. Because
Honestly,
that
how
doctor
would you do it?
He may have been on 24-hour shifts, night shifts.
I'm not even sure that doctor himself is fine.
Exactly, because he may also be completely drained, exhausted, and needs to be refreshed himself. How can you be in that state of mind or state of physical, that physical state, and be able to deliver appropriately? Because even your sense of decision making or your ability to diagnose appropriately or give proper counseling to a patient. You can't counsel somebody when you yourself need counseling. And then you can't help other people when you yourself are in need of help.
Okay, that's profound. Okay, so I want to quickly touch on something that has even been bothering me myself. There is this comparison between private hospitals being safer than public hospitals. But I've also seen that public hospitals tend to have, better equipped staff, more professionals and all that. So we don't even know exactly which is even safer when it comes to things like delivery and all of that. People just always feel like which is better and all that because of the kind of things we have seen in this particular, sector. So based on reality, would you suggest or what would you say about this? Is patient safety really about ownership, or is it about standard? Is it about staffing, or is it about the systems?
All of the above. It's about standards, it's about quality control, it's about making sure that the kind of healthcare delivery or the kind of clinical setting that you have delivers optimal care for the patient, prioritizing the needs of the patient, to make sure that everything that is around healthcare delivery and everybody on your health team, are well positioned to carry out their duties diligently. The problem with most of the government hospitals that people say is long waiting times before you get an appointment, before a doctor gets to see you, the crowd and all that, which is of course expected. But if we still address this scarcity of doctors, or improve on the number of doctors we have, trained health professionals we have, I think this to a large extent will be reduced. And the advantage of private settings, people say, oh, you go there promptly, you can see a doctor, things work faster. yes, things work faster, but nowadays you also find out that all sorts of things are happening. You also have some so-called private settings that the certifications
ends up being quacks.
Exactly, the certifications or the licenses of people who claim to be, manning the facility, are in question. And then you may not be able to know who you are actually, sitting in front of, whether the person can make or mar your situation.
Yes.
So basically, it's always advisable that at least you know the quality of the professionals that you're seeing. At least you get that in the government hospitals. The government hospitals, you have your specialists, you have your trained doctors, you know that there's a lot of verification that goes into, play, in that kind of setting.
Yes.
Taking out the waiting times and other issues, the hitches that they also experience.
Yeah.
But in the private setting, yes, you can have prompt service. Yes, you can have quick service delivery. But what is the quality of that service
quality,
delivery?
now that is it.
And then I know we have regulatory agencies that go around to make sure that these facilities are they are up to date, and then they have the right professionals and all that. But we still know that sometimes some of these people escape the radar sometimes.
Yeah, that's very correct.
So it's still very difficult because you still are not sure absolutely who you're seeing, and that puts a lot of things to question. So it's very important that you as a patient, you are also well informed. Gone are the days where ignorance is, well, I'm not a medical person, I don't need to know so much, that's why I'm going to the hospital, but you should know about your health.
Yes, ignorance is no longer an excuse.
It's no longer an excuse, because you should be able to ask questions. And when concerns arise in terms of you asking a question and you're not getting answers that are satisfactory to you, or you think that the person you're talking to, the professional you're talking to, you don't get the right vibes that the person is on top of his game when it comes to managing a case like this, then you better go elsewhere, because this is your health here, and
your
any
life,
error can
falls
just take
back
your
on
life.
you.
Yes, any error takes your life away from you, or permanent incapacitation, as the case may be. So it's very necessary that you have good conversations with your health professionals. Make sure that you ask relevant questions concerning matters of your health, concerning your diagnosis, concerning your line of management, and ask, why are we doing this, or what is the relevance of this? And you need to know and be assured and be fully convinced that the person you are placing your life in his hands is capable of helping you.
Yeah. Ask questions. Ask questions and be very, very sure. So right about now, we'll be going on a very short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the effects of all of these in families, basically touching the emotional part of this particular conversation. Well, please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People television. And we're still talking about, patient safety, medical negligence, how to improve all of these. And right about now, we're talking about the families, right, Dr. Dego? So we understand that behind every case is a family. Chimamanda lost a son. Aisha Umar's children lost their mother. Ifunanya's friend lost a rising star. When families feel ignored, they feel confused or left without answers, what does this do to trust in the healthcare? So these people might have developed some kind of fear or some kind of, they feel destabilized, literally. So what would you say concerning that to help build their trust back in the health sector?
Well, like we said earlier, they are humans, just like doctors are humans too.
Yeah.
So emotions would come to play. And bereavement is never easy. There's a grieving process. And of course, there will be some degree of loss of trust in the system, loss of credibility in of the system. And then you would also find a lot of people asking questions, where do we go from here? So when people are ill, so where do we turn to? So do we even stand a chance? So anybody who is ill now is sentenced to die. You know, all these kind of questions would arise in the minds of people. And that is absolutely normal. For us to actually build back the trust and let people know that, okay, we still can do better, we have what it takes to be better, we need the whole medical system and even the government's backing to be able to achieve this. So this is not something a particular sector alone can handle. The doctors must be more diligent on their jobs. The nurses, who are also a substantial part of the health team, must also minimize errors, you know, when it comes to their jobs, paying more attention to details, making sure that they verify things and nothing is put to chance, nothing is left to chance. And then ultimately, even the people who produce results, the lab results in the diagnostics, very, very essential. So any errors from them also, to a large extent, may also misdirect the doctor's judgment.
Yes.
I mean, misdirect the doctor's management. So everybody, all hands must be on deck. And finally, the pharmacists too, who eventually would dispense these medications, must make sure that the right medications are given out at the right doses and for the right duration of time. All these things, you know, you can say that everybody has their own functional roles, and each of those roles are very essential in maintaining, you know, quality healthcare delivery. And of course, the governments have their own role in ensuring that everything these professionals need to be in place to be able to, you know, give their best at their job and to function optimally and made available to them. Because if these things are not available to them, we'll still be dancing around in circles, and we're not going to be able to get where we want to get to. And if you have more people losing faith in the system, all you have is more people going back to self-medication, which you're discouraging, more people going into alternative medicine or into unverifiable forms of treatments that are available to them, which we know will be catastrophic in the end, because the consequences of that would really boomerang on everyone, because you will now find new illnesses coming out. You find people with organ failures that you can't explain because they are looking for other sources of care outside conventional care. So it's very essential that the government looks into this with a matter of urgency, knowing that we need to salvage the health system. And one of the simplest ways to salvage the health system is from your budget allocation, prioritize health. Very essential. You have to prioritize health. Health must carry huge priority, you know, in the government's plan. Because without that, we're not going to see improvements. Because that is what would help refurbish the existing health facilities. This is what will help maintain all the equipment that we use for our diagnostics. This is what will ensure that doctors and healthcare remuneration is there as at when due. And we don't want to hear all this strike back and forth thing. You know? Yes, because all these things come from job dissatisfaction.
Exactly.
Because it is when you have problems with your job, that's when you think you want to protest. That's when you think of strike. But if doctors are happy, you know, at their stations, nobody will think of strike. Everybody will be looking at how to improve the system. Everybody will give their best, and everybody would reap the dividends of this. So the government has a huge role to play. The Ministry of Health, you know, and the commissioners of health for the different states, you know, they really have a huge role to play in seeing to it that, you know, doctors and healthcare professionals in general, you know, are comfortable on their jobs, because what they do is too delicate. What they do is too important to be toyed with, because the consequences are grave. We need to do better.
Yeah, you know, we heard, I think it's even very trending now, you know, the massive migration of Nigerian doctors and health workers to other countries, you know. At the same time, we are seeing industrial actions and strike threats within the health sector. From your perspective, how do you think this is really affecting the patient's life? I mean, how does labor unrest connect to patient safety, and what can be done about it? I mean, in terms of the, you know, doctors, I feel like they should also consider the patient sometimes, knowing that the government can be very, you know, slow in the response of this. Yeah. So if they keep going at this rate, don't you think that we'll be losing more lives to, you know, this whole thing?
The truth of the matter is that a lot of doctors are already sacrificial, to be honest. A lot of them are sacrificial, especially in the government facilities. We've heard of doctors who personally use their money to buy certain things for the patients. Yes, correct.
Wow.
Some of the things that are not available, they go out of their way to source for funds for these things to make things work. So you cannot expect professionals who are salary earners also, who have their own private responsibilities and personal life, to keep doing that for every patient they encounter. That is not sustainable. So you are already now making them, work in a condition that is not so favorable, that is not so conducive, and yet with all the sacrifices, it looks like things still remain the same. And it's not sustainable for them even emotionally and, physically as well, because they're exhausted and drained, or in all ramifications. So you cannot expect that kind of a person to be able to give his best. And it may sound a bit insensitive that doctors will go on strike when people are ill in the hospital, but the truth of the matter is the doctor also has a family. And one thing I keep telling people is that we as Nigerians should appreciate doctors more. I'm not saying this out of sentiment or because I'm a doctor. I'm just being realistic. Because the truth of the matter is somebody who is there to help you, who is there to save your life. A lot of Nigerians take doctors for granted a lot. You find people, they just see you as a solution to their problems. But how many of them actually give back? Anybody who is watering should also be watered back.
Sure.
That is the only way. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So you cannot expect somebody to keep giving and not being watered in return. You're going to drain the person out. In fact, you're going to wipe out the person's existence. So a lot of Nigerians will call you out of the blue. Oh, doctor, we need this. Doctor, we need that. They expect you to be there for them. They expect you to give them timely advice. They expect you to give them prescriptions. They see you at the church. They want you to help them. They see you at the restaurants. They expect everywhere you appear, you are a solution to somebody's problem. But how many people actually do come back to you to show appreciation to you for what you do?
True.
Very, very few of them.
Very few.
So you're actually seen as somebody who is an answer to all, but nobody is ever a solution to your own matter, and to now make it all worse, even your remuneration or what you expect from the government is not forthcoming either. I think it's quite a frustrating situation.
Yeah.
So you are just seen as somebody who keeps giving and giving and giving, and you're giving a lot because your work is physically tasking, emotionally tasking, mentally draining, and you are not watered back the way you're supposed to be watered back, and yet people have high expectations of you. I don't think that's feasible and sustainable. We need to do better if we really want to see an improvement.
Yeah, we really need to do better. But, let's talk about the practical steps towards this now. So I know we've stated the policies and all of that, but let's say you have 5 minutes, to have the ears of the policymakers in the country. What immediate changes, emphasis on immediate changes, would you push for to reduce, the preventable deaths and even all of this? And also, let's talk about the policy management, even in the hospital. I mean, with the management of the hospitals and all of that. What role do you think hospital management should play in building safer systems as well?
So hospital management can start with being, very, very strict with their recruitments, making sure that the people you bring on board are people who know their onions, who are well experienced, and who are good on their jobs. Not only are they good on their jobs, they are also dynamic and teachable and adaptable. They are ready to learn more. And because medicine is dynamic, nobody ever says, I'm a health professional, I know it all, I don't need to learn anything. New things are coming up, new lines of management, new medications are coming up. You need to keep improving on yourself. So the clinical management of any facility must ensure that every member of the health team, they are also evolving, they are getting better. They are getting proper, advancement in what they know. And they're going for updates, courses, conferences, seminars. They're doing their own research. They're open to, learning more and broadening their scope and improving their clinical skills. That is the only way. And anybody you find wanting is either you do away with them or you ask them, look, you need to brush up. You need to be better if you want to stay in this institution, and you stand by it so that your institution is known for standard. And you are known that you give best quality, best global practices, because there's a certain level of expectation for good quality hospitals. And on the part of policymakers must do better in enacting laws and regulations that will protect the working conditions of doctors, making sure that health budget allotments of the budget to health is prioritized. You have a good substantial amount of the percentage of the budget going to health and health infrastructures, making sure that doctors' remuneration, you know, is timely, no stories, and something comparable to what you get in other climes. If you really want to combat brain drain, then
or else everybody will leave us here.
absolutely. And then also, you may also need to set up agencies and have laws and regulations that look into malpractice, and there should be consequences for, you know, for wrong management, particularly when you've done your due diligence in carrying out investigations and you actually find out that it was a case of negligence, it was a case of malpractice, then there should be consequences. There should be strict laws and regulations that apply to health professionals who, you know, have been found to be negligent. All you need is just a few scapegoats, and I think every other person will comply.
A few scapegoats. I can tell you're a disciplined person. Okay. All right. So this message is to the policymakers, even in the hospital sector, the medical sector, and even in the country as well. Well, before we wrap up this week's episode, I would like to acknowledge the fact that this week marked World Cancer Day. I think that was February 4th, and we've had in-depth cancer conversations on this program before, actually. But today, we simply want to just acknowledge everyone living with cancer, those undergoing treatment, and families walking through that journey. It's definitely going to get better. But doctor, in a few words, what message of encouragement do you have for cancer patients and people with tendencies, you know, of having this particular ailment?
So cancer is a global menace that has affected humanity, and there's a lot of research ongoing into the treatment and management of cancer. There are some cancer survivors, so that is one positive outlook to it. So anybody living with cancer now who has just gotten a diagnosis of cancer should know that there's hope. But we need to emphasize on early intervention, because like we always say, early intervention would always produce better outcomes. So when the cancer is still starting, before there is a widespread to other organs or distant organs, you know, the prognosis is usually better. So we advise everybody, go for your screenings. For the women, go for your breast ultrasound scan. If you're above 40, go for your mammograms, do your PAPS, cervical pap smear screening for cervical cancer. If you're over 50, you should go for your colonoscopy to rule out colorectal cancer. For the men, after the age of 40, please, it is mandatory for you to have your PSAs check. And then it's very necessary for you to present early if you have abnormal reports. That is not the time for you to disappear. That is not the time for you to seek other alternatives that have not been verified to actually be effective. So it is in your best interest to go for these screenings, because it's only when you screen that you can detect early. So early detection is very key. For instance, in cervical cancer, if you do your cervical screenings and your pap smear results is not looking good, before it advances into full-blown cancer, when it is still starting with the earliest changes that we call CIN, you know, you are able to do something about it. It's very necessary that you kickstart your treatment and your management immediately. Specialists are available. They are called oncologists that are in charge of cancer-related cases. Those are the people that you should go to see. Those are the best professionals who have been trained in that field to assist with cancer management. And for all cancer survivors, please stay healthy. We thank God you made it through. So eat healthy, don't let down your guard, keep exercising, make sure you stay away from too much processed food, avoid too much of artificial products, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
And not to allow fear take their lives before the treatment.
Absolutely. And don't let fear stop you from taking your tests.
Exactly. Knowing that it's from the mindset.
Yes, they dread the findings of the doctor and they completely avoid the screenings, which make matters worse. And people present now in advanced cases.
That's very correct. So finally, before we go, Dr. Charles, if you had just 1 minute with everyone watching, you know, what's that one truth about healthcare in Nigeria that could change how we all engage the system? I mean, what would you tell them?
I'll tell you that first and foremost, your good health starts with you. It is your decision, it is in your hands, and it is all about you because it is your life. So all you need to do first and foremost is to make sure that you take responsibility for your health. Good health will not drop on your laps. You have a functional role to play.
Good health will not drop on your laps.
Yeah, it won't just
Profound.
happen. It won't just happen. It won't happen. So it has to start with your choices, your diet, your lifestyle. Quit detrimental lifestyle or habits that you have. Reduce your smoking or stop smoking preferably, and then your drinking should be restricted. Exercise, get enough sleep, stress management, eat healthy. All these are basic stuff that we can do to improve our well-being. And ultimately, if you have anything going wrong with you, please go and see your doctor. And don't even wait for anything to be wrong. We've said it time and time again. Go for your routine screenings. This is the beginning of a new year. Start your new year on a good note. Go for an appropriate screening that is suitable for your age bracket, and let a doctor examine you so that at least early detection will be able to help you to correct any anomalies that may be detected on time. So you see, your good health is absolutely your choice. So you have a good role to play in ensuring that you live long and you have a good quality of life.
Exactly. But you know, I try to put myself in your shoes sometimes, you know, what it felt like or what it should feel like to be a doctor. And I feel like we emphasize or we focus a lot on victims. We focus a lot on the patients, and we don't really pay attention to the doctors. So for the doctors who are overwhelmed there, the doctors who feel overworked, the doctors who feel like there is so much demand on them and they cannot do more than their strength. You know, what would you say? They cannot kill themselves. What would you say to them? Literally, I just wanted to encourage them as someone who is also experiencing something like that.
We see you. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
We love you for what you do. We hope that things get better.
Yeah.
And we hope that, you know, the system appreciates you more, and that everything you need to give your best, you know, is made available to you. We see your passion for the job, because if you were not passionate, you won't even be in that profession in the first instance. So you are special people, you are gifted people, and you are here to save lives. So we appreciate you, we see you, and we validate your concerns. Your concerns are valid, and we hope that the government does the needful.
Yes. All right, doctors out there watching this, we want to let you know that we see you, we value what you do, and we appreciate you. And we pray that you always be strengthened. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles.
Thanks
this was a really amazing conversation. And today's conversation really reminds us that the crisis in Nigeria's healthcare system did not start today. For years, patients have been suffering quietly. For years, doctors have been working under crushing conditions. Both realities exist, really. But if we truly want safer hospitals, we have to fix systems, not just blame individuals and talk about it. We just keep going around in circles. We must protect patients, and we must also support the health workers. It goes both ways. And because no one should lose their life simply because help did not come on time. It's really sad. So our viewers, remember this. Your health matters. Your voice matters. And seeking medical care should never feel like a gamble. You can catch this episode again on SLTV, channel 264, or stream it anytime on YouTube at UPTV Live. Remember, take care of your body, listen to it, and stay informed, because good health is truly your most valuable asset. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, when we'll bring you another interesting and informative episode, please stay healthy, stay informed, and stay intentional. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
And welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizens start to shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting A major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. PDP crisis deepens as Wiki-backed faction Turaki's group sets shoulder. Join the conversation with experts inside the citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. APC explains delay in welcoming Rivers Governor Fubara. The All Progressive Congress has explained why Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has not been officially welcomed into the party despite his defection from the People's Democratic Party. ABC National Chairman Professor Nantawi Yiwatda said that the delay is due to regional sensitivity, particularly in the northern states where Ramadan is approaching. The party is prioritizing welcoming northern governors before those from the south. And of course, the national chairman also emphasized that the delay does not imply Fubara's lack authority from the party, but this is just to follow their proper protocol as regards to what they do or how they are to actually do it. And away from that particular one, Wike warns politicians of betrayal consequences. To be precise, a minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has warned politicians who support betrayal that they would face consequences. Speaking at the commissioning of Rivers State chapter of the Renewed Hope Ambassador's Office, Wike said those who betray others will ultimately be betrayed and collapse and go. Well, we don't know what the collapse and go means. He emphasized that the betrayer is a circle that will follow individuals everywhere, and those who plant betrayal will reap it. Wiki has actually said so much here, and notwithstanding, the same Wiki, was called upon, of course, by the president, and we got it from, a reliable source, and of course, Fubara and some political heads in that particular state to actually come for an emergency meeting where the president is trying to see how to, settle some situation again. And it was also gathered that the governor of Rivers, after the meeting, in Aso Rock, that he escorted Wike to his private residence. But we're yet to confirm, how true that is, because we want to see, a peace broker again for us to really believe that that particular, meeting was held. But if we don't get to see that, if the other person is still singing Yendebai and this one is still here, then we would actually know that they are not done with themselves yet. Away from that particular one, Ogun PHC, where babies are delivered by torchlight. A recent investigation revealed that the Ikereku Health Clinic in Abeokuta North local government, the area of Ogun State, is in a deplorable state. The primary health center lacks basic equipment, manpower, and essential amenities like electricity and water supply. Health workers often rely on torchlight and phone light to deliver babies at night, putting mothers and newborns at risk of infection. The facility's poor condition has led to concerns about the high rate of maternal and neonatal mortality in the area. Experts warn that the situation requires urgent attention to prevent further complications and deaths. Right, away from that particular one, ADCs are confident of challenging Tinubu in 2027. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, is confident they can actually challenge the president in the 2027 presidential election. Says former sports minister Solomon Dalong, he cited that the party's a strong lineup of politicians, including Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, would actually be substantial enough. And Dalong also emphasized that the party's commitment to a transparent primaries and supporting the winner to challenge Tinubu. Okay, away from that particular one, PDP National Secretariat to reopen after court ruling. The People's Democratic Party, their National Secretariat, of course, has been said that the Wadata Plaza will reopen on Monday, which is today, after being sealed by the Nigerian Police Force in November 19, 2025. The sealing followed a clash between two factions of the party led by Taminu Turaki and Abdurrahman Mohammed, according to Senator Samuel Anyanwu, the acting National Secretary. Now, the court has ruled in favor of Abdurrahman Mohammed-led National Caretaker Committee, declaring the November 15 and 16, 2025 convention null and void. The committee will now take over the office, and the party will field candidates for all positions in the forthcoming elections. And away from that particular one, IPOB cancels Monday sit-at-home in Southeast. The indigenous people of Biafra has announced a permanent cancellation of the Monday sit-at-home in the Southeast region. According to IPOB spokesman Emma Powerful, the decision was made by the group leaders, who is Namdi Kanu, and is effective immediately. The sit-at-home, which began in 2021, had resulted in significant economic losses and disruption to daily life. IPOB has warned against any attempt to enforce the sit-at-home and urged residents to resume normal activities. Of course, we're told that everyone in Anambra and of course in the Southeast have been going about their businesses, and there is no more sit-at-home. But of course, we just saw a video there that we actually got. This is from another faction of the IPOB coming out to actually say this. For just few minutes, I would like us to take this before we proceed with the program.
From the good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear friends all over the world. Today is 7th of February 2026. This information is coming from the table of Triple General Igwe Botozo and Major General Gento de Yahoo and all the 40 state commanders in Biafra land. As the information reaching to my table to inform all Biafrans, order from the highest command of the Biafra Restoration Movement, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has reached us that Monday sit-at-home is cancelled from today. Sit-at-home is a voluntarily and will not be enforced henceforth. Last Monday, sit-at-home February, 2nd of February, sit-at-home was a one-off event due to the Soludo's stupidity, and it will not happen again. Onitsha traders are Biafrans, and our children must return to school on Mondays, as commanded by our able leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Our job as guardians of Biafra land is to keep away Fulani terrorists from our land. That is the task our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, gives us, and we must follow it to the letter. No enforcement will be tolerated henceforth. Our traders should decide if they want to open or not. Any intimidation from Soludo or any government will force us to react. If Soludo is as stupid to lock down any shop in Onitsha,
Okay, so looking at this particular one, of course, seeing different flags, that of Israel, and and with the way he's talking, you would know that this is another faction of the IPOP. But I just hope that the real people would actually fish all of these particular ones out so that they don't get to bring up unnecessary situation again in the southeast. We're trying to see how the southeast would be peaceful enough. That's all we're just requesting for here, and of course every part of Nigeria to be peaceful. Away from that particular one, let's quickly talk about protests that is going on. Presently in Abuja, protests erupt over Senate's decision on elections result transmission. Former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has joined hundreds of demonstrators at the National Assembly complex in Abuja to protest the Senate's decision to remove real-time electronic transmission of election results from the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. The protesters are carrying placards with inscription like "Our vote must count," "No electoral robbery," demanded credible elections and transparency in the electoral process. Obi urged the National Assembly to enact law mandating electronic transmission of election results. I'd like us to quickly just look into the video. Let's hear what Mr. Peter Obi has said as regards to this.
Because of he did the wrong thing, and then the sense of Africa is the one that wants to do wrong. What is wrong is just a simple process of transmitting vote properly. Simple transmission. It's not difficult to allow the election to go through the normal process, whoever we will have said. So why are you bringing on the confusion? That's what we're trying to make sure that they make that difference. No, when they let their speech. I think it's in a situation that is working, that working towards action, that are protesting, at the same time, first time they don't even that's what do their thing. Well, the first time they everything, now we're
we are here to say our votes must count. That's what we are here to say. We are here to say our votes must count. We are here to say we are tired of the inconsistencies and criminalities in the 10th Assembly. We are here to say enough is enough. We are here to say we need mandatory transmission of electronic voting, of what did you call it?
Mandatory transmission of electoral results.
Bam! That's what we want. Transmit our results.
Why we are here.
That's why you see the rich here, the poor here. You see, we don't want any more glitch. You see different kind of people here. In fact, we are hey! I need to start again.
No, just continue.
Are you going to cut? I can't forget where I stopped. These guys, they are very...
That was, I think they call her Mama P. So you could actually hear what Mr. Peter Obi said, and of course, everyone has actually come out with different placards. They just want a free and fair election in Nigeria, and we don't want that word glitches, and we just want the federal government, and of course, from the position of our National Assembly to mandate the electronic, transmission of results. That's all we want. All right, to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live on YouTube, with Voice of the People TV, and of course the hashtags People's Voice on VOPTV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation. PDP crisis deepens as Wike-backed faction Turaki's group set for showdown. Don't go to my place. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The past struggle within the People's Democratic Party, PDP, is escalating as the Wike-backed caretaker committee and, of course, a Tamino Turaki-led National Working Committee prepare for a showdown as the party's national secretariat in Abuja. The Wike-backed faction led by Samuel Anyang announced plans to take over the secretariat, citing a federal high court judgment in Ibadan that recognized their committee as the legitimate leadership of the party. However, the Turaki-led National Working Committee has rejected the judgment, stating that the matter is still under appeal. Meanwhile, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has commissioned, a new media house, of course, in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, as part of efforts to mobilize support for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's re-election bid. And of course, the media house is strictly for campaigning for the president. Wike declared that Rivers State is a no-go area for Tinubu's opponents, citing the state's solid commitment to the president's re-election. Wike emphasized that the people of Rivers State do not need a governor to mobilize support for Tinubu, as they have a strong network, of course, of local leaders, including senators, assembly members, and party chairmen. He commended the coordinator of Rivers State's Renewed Hope, Ambassador Desmond Akawo, for his effective mobilization drive. We're now being joined by Dr. Kayode, a social political technocrat, and of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, Doctor. And you?
Great.
So, Doctor, before we dive into the main conversation as regards to PDP, Wike, APC, Rivers, would you like to respond to any of the news stories?
Oh, yes. Very well. Let me start from the issue of even Wike that was talking about betrayers and what would normally happen to them. Is Wike not the mother of betrayers? Look at the way he grew from the local government to becoming the governor, to becoming the minister, to that. Those people that brought him up, has he not betrayed them? What he is experiencing now is the price of being a betrayer. That he is saying will happen to a betrayer. But then he has not seen it. He has not seen anything. Just wait. Wike's the coup de grace is coming. Now let's leave Wike alone. Let's go to that hospital that you showed, I think, in Ogun State. It is an eyesore and unheard of for us to be hearing that kind of a news in this century, whereby a maternity hospital is using candle and torchlight to deliver pregnant women, whereby the government is spending millions upon millions of dollars to launder its battered image abroad. Is that not absurd? It is. Let's go to those people that are now occupying the National Assembly. Kudos to them for occupying National Assembly. Let me tell you this. Come 2027, our votes must count. And for our votes to count, we must ensure the entrenchment of real-time electronic transfer of results from the polling units to the IREV. Elections come 2027 must be won or otherwise at different polling units, not at the court, whereby we experience what we experienced in 2023 that I labeled in my speech to Nigerians. Validation of electoral contraventions in 2023. Validation of electoral violations of our constitutional guidelines. Even look at the background of some of them, at the bench then, to the extent that a retiring Chief Justice of this country, a retiring Justice of the Supreme Court, was saying that he is leaving behind a rotten judiciary that he never bargained for when he was trying to become a barrister. A comment from a retiring Justice of the Supreme Court. So this time around, it is either you allow entrenchment of real-time electronic transfer of result to IREV, or I think Nigerians will be able to fill that gap. Nigerians will be able to fill that gap. And I will refer you to J.F. Kennedy's statement. Not my statement. J.F. Kennedy. And I quote now. Those who make peaceful change impossible will make violent change inevitable. By all means, Nigeria belongs to all of us. And whatever the vast majority of Nigerians are saying must be considered. Because those of them in the National Assembly, they are not there on their own volition. They are there at the volition of the people that had willingly submitted their sovereignty to them, to serve them there. So how come they will now be saying they will listen to the voice of the people? You have to. Now to your last story, whereby Wike now is now setting up or has set up a radio station in Rivers and saying that you don't need a governor to win an election. If you don't need a governor to win an election, why are you now railroading all these governors to defect to APC? Why? When you know you don't need them. Yes, we don't need them. How many votes do they have? How many votes? We Nigerians are going to speak come 2027, and let us see who is going to keep our mouth shut.
Okay, Doctor. I would have wanted to, cut you in, but of course, you know how you get to, bounce back to me.
How we got to roll here.
You just tell me, Savior, no, let me land so that I don't forget. But when it comes to this National Assembly situation, I would like you to watch the video from your leader, the leader of your political party, the ADC, His Excellency Mr. David Mark. I'd like you to watch what he told Akpabio at the just concluded event, over the weekend. And of course, I'd like you to hear what Akpabio responded before we can actually, move to the main conversation, if that's fine by you. Let's
yeah, fine.
Okay, so I'd like my team to actually play that particular video of Dave Mark.
Your Excellency, my brother and friend. Your Excellency, my brother and friend, a very distinguished senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is the president of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Godswill Akpabio. My friend and brother, the executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, the author of the book and his dear wife, that there should be electronic transmission. Let INEC decide whether they can do or they cannot do it. Don't speak for INEC. Just speak for the National Assembly. And what the public wants is let there be electronic transmission. Now, if INEC cannot do it, it is in their own problem. That's their own problem. Not for you to speak for INEC. It's as simple as that. But that's just a by the way issue. It's not a serious issue, which you have raised. It's a by the way, it's a tangential issue.
That was from Dave Mark. Let's hear the response of Akpabio. I just wanted to just take one or two comments before we go into the conversation we are having today. Can we have that of Akpabio's response?
Institutions. Democracy breathes through such interrogation. But I don't think citizens are free to abuse the legislature. I give you an example. There is a man who heads one NGO, or a CSO. He was on television the other day. He was abusing the current Nigerian Senate that he makes money from. And he said that the Senate is the worst since the world was founded. And he's judging us by something that is incoherent. Electoral Act amendment that is incompleted. We have not completed it, but they are already on television. You see all sort of panels because they don't understand lawmaking. They don't even know that even the one in the Senate is not completed until we look at the votes and proceedings. So when we bring out the votes and proceedings, any senator has a right to rise up and say on clause 3, this was what we agreed upon. And if those who are recording through the verbatim recorder disagree or agree, we amend it before we approve the votes and proceedings. That is the only time you can now talk about what the Senate has done or what the Senate has not done. But already people are on television abusing the Senate, talking about the Senate, even when what we did has not yet been approved by the same Senate. It's incomplete. Your Excellency, see how you are better than us. Once you decide, nobody will question and they will understand.
All right, so that's the president of the Senate there saying that the process is incomplete, meaning that they're not done, in as much as some days ago, they actually said that let INEC decide on any way they want to actually, transmit results. And of course, Nigerians are saying that we want electronic, transmission of results. But this is the same president of the Senate saying now that their process is incomplete. So do you think that we're actually blowing this out of proportion? Doctor, I just want you to take this in just 1 minute so that we can actually move to the main conversation here.
To my national chairman of ADC, truly, electronic, real-time electronic transmission of results is tangential to a credible election come 2027. I agree with him. On Akpabio, he has even misfired. Are you saying people cannot have their own opinion about the 10th Senate? Am I part of the senators that you always tell to sit down? That Senator, what's his name again? Senator was asking him that he should stop telling him to sit down. The former Senate leader that always wear white. What's his name again?
That's Senator Ndume.
Senator Ndume.
Okay.
Senator Ndume stood up and said, Mr. President, stop telling me to sit down. Because they are discussing a crucial issue. Between you and me, my own judgment regarding Akpabio is that he said the worst Senate president I ever experienced in Nigeria, whereby tax law was passed, something else was gazetted, and you are telling me you don't know until your members of the Senate started coming out to say, look here, what we passed as a resolution here wasn't the law that was gazetted. So was he sleeping as a president of the Senate, who is supposed to be the guardian angel of our national constitution? Now look at this one again. Has he not referred it before now to the joint committee of the National Assembly, whereby he even removed the chairman of that committee on the floor of the Senate? He removed him until when he was tackled. Who is he trying to fool? Who is Akpabio trying to fool? Look at the series of budget padding that we have been experiencing during his tenure.
All right, Doctor.
It's the worst Senate president I ever experienced. Let him pick this one up again.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Doctor. Let's now come back to the main conversation. I think the same way you have a thing, with Akpabio, that's the same way you have for Ayo Fayose. So now I have actually, written it down to know that, okay, these are the two people we don't like in this particular government. But it's fine. Let's move on.
Not that I don't like them. I'm only passing my comments about them.
Okay, no problem.
I mean, it's known to everybody.
All right, no problem, Doctor. Let's move. Okay, because of our time. So let's just move. I want you to really, take your time to talk about this whole situation of the PDP. You would agree with me that, of course, the court sitting in Abuja started this whole conversation by telling the PDP, the Turaki, faction, and of course, Sheyi Makinde's faction not to go ahead with the convention, which they went to Oyo State, and of course, another court sitting in Oyo said they should go ahead, which they actually went on with that convention. And not quite long, of course, they all went to the same secretariat that they all planned to fight again today, yes, because they planned that they were going to come in, and whatever that will happen, will happen. Okay, so, and afterwards, the police sealed it off, and Anyan was removed, by another court sitting in Abuja. And in just between 12 days, yes, 12 days window, after 12 days window, another court sitting in Oyo State actually ruled off the convention that PDP, the Sheyi Makinde, faction actually did their convention, announcing it null and void and taking back every, structure back to the caretaker committee, who happens to be Anyan, that was removed by another court. In this situation where a particular court is saying this, another court is saying that, and all of that, who is now the real legitimate PDP main party? Who are the people? Because if you want to say it is Sheyi Makinde, court is saying otherwise, and if we say it is Wike, we also have, another court who actually told this faction to go ahead initially for their convention. So I would like you to really talk about the PDP situation. Do you even think that they can actually have any headways anymore?
You see, it has different phases, and I'll be as brief as possible, while also a very comprehensive and understandable analysis regarding this PDP imbroglio. I thank God that I've tendered my resignation letter to PDP very long time ago. I mean, so what is happening there is none of my headache, but for, how do I put it now, political, academic exercise. In the first instance, I mentioned just now regarding the court, vis-a-vis 2023 election. If we should talk now, the court will come out again and be talking like the way Akpabio just spoke on the video you showed. The question I want to ask the judiciary is this. The same case, different judgments from different courts. Are they applying different rules, or what exactly is the problem that we make one to validate this, and the same thing another court will invalidate? What is the problem? Are we saying the court proceedings, rules, and adjudicating guidelines are different from that one in Abuja? Is it not the same country? Is it not the same 1999 constitution as amended? Should we now say that is why some people had been commenting in recent past that our courts, it's a question. I'm not alluding it. It's a question. That our court is now where Bele face judgment. Whoever has the deepest pockets gets judgment in the court. Should we be saying that based on what is happening presently? So, part of the blame goes to the court. It goes to the judiciary. That's one. Two, on the issue of Wike Seyi Makinde, I will keep on saying it. And I will not stop saying it. It's a seasoned film. It's a seasoned film. Makinde had said in the past that he will war for the second term of Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
But he actually came out to also say that he's not doing that anymore. Of course, he admitted that he did it in the past, but he was not going to do that anymore. So
Yoruba will say, ẹni tó bá ti jalè lẹ́ẹ̀kan, tó bá dàrán borí, aṣọ olè ló dàbúra. Anybody who
are you saying that someone cannot be repented?
Well, for me to see that you have repented, I will not be able to sleep with my two eyes closed.
Okay, so that means Nigerians should not also sleep with their two eyes closed with the ADC people, because the people you have in your leadership, we actually know them coming from different places, and of course they also have different cases in this nation. And today your party is saying that they want to save Nigeria from where we are.
Yes, I will say it. There is nobody within ADC today who had ever mentioned that he or she will work for the emergence, even the emergence, in the first instance, emergence of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nor his second term. I know you want to mention another leader of mine, Aregbesola. I know you want to mention him. Aregbesola had never worked for the emergence of Bola Ahmed Tinubu presidency.
Did El-Rufai not work? Did El-Rufai not work for him?
El-Rufai worked
Doctor,
for him.
I just want you to be straight. Did he not?
I will. Yes, I will. He worked for him. But at the end of the day, I don't know either of them betrayed each other. And when the issue of betrayal happens, that means trust will not be there again. Trust, it is easy. I mean, you build trust over a period of time, but the moment it's within a minute that you will breach, the moment you break that trust, it is gone. And that's what has happened between El-Rufai and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So, what are you talking about again? So let's leave that. Makinde,
I still have more names to give to you, Doctor. But of course, because I still have more names to give to you.
Give me the name and I will answer you.
Okay.
Let's go ahead.
All right.
You know, I'm always ready for you.
Did Amechi work or not, sir?
Which Amechi?
The same Amechi.
Amechi never worked for emergence of Tinubu. Amechi contested against him.
And after he dropped, are you aware that the same Amechi actually repositioned himself because he wanted a ministerial position? Have you forgotten?
I will also tell
Doctor,
you,
let's say this on national TV with clarity,
because
please.
yes, I am.
And because he didn't get the appointment.
Wait now.
Yes.
Wait now. I was watching the whole thing, even in Rivers. Amechi never worked for Tinubu. He contested against Tinubu.
Doctor, after the primaries, what happened?
Listen now, when he lost, Wike's involvement and the way Wike had betrayed him in the past, he sat down jejely in Rivers and he was watching.
Doctor, that was not the case. Doctor, that was not the case. Doctor, I know that you are breasted with this particular. I know.
Never showed up.
Doctor, I know you are breast with this particular information, but of course, to save your party, to save your party, you would actually argue that
Mention
Amechi never
another
did.
name. I mean, you want
But
to mention my name.
Amechi
You want to
actually
mention my
did.
name.
Doctor, you know Amechi actually did. You know Amechi actually did.
No.
But that's
I'm
not the
not
case
aware.
for today. You are not aware all of a sudden. All right, no problem.
Yeah,
let's
I'm
let's
not
go on
aware.
with the conversation, please. Quiet.
Now, having said that, Wike too. Wike is also what I mean. Look at what he just did in Rivers. So he's not even hiding his own. Now the issue is this: the two of them are working from different angles to be able to ensure that they hold the soul of PDP for PDP never to be able to come up with candidates, so that at the end of the day, the supposed candidates of PDP will eventually work with APC. Now, having said that, also remember, the Supreme Court adjudicated that political parties should always be allowed to sort their problems by themselves. So tell me, why is the court now trying to dabble into issues that concerns political parties? If one, the political party is, and if two, the law court is also respecting the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, why are they allowing PDP to come and mess the court up, to come and mess the judiciary up, while the Supreme Court had already made a pronouncement? So can we also say that the court, even all those courts, should be charged for what do I call it again now? Breaching the pronouncement of the Supreme Court? Can they also be charged? So where do you charge such a court to? It's a big question. So between me and you, the issue in PDP is a season film that will continue to be rolling over and over until after 2027 elections.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor, for that particular one. We're pressed for time, so I would like you to dive into Wike's activities, with the ruling party. Of course, he's still saying he's a member of the PDP, and for now, they still look like the legitimate faction or the main PDP group because of the new court judgment. But when we look at Wike's...
Let me quickly tell you this 1 second.
All right.
Let me quickly tell you this 1 second. Somebody sent me today the logo of Wike's political party. The person now put PDP flag and then used the stick, he entered it into a broom.
That's
and
multitasking,
Doctor.
Standing
on each other.
Doctor,
that is Wike's political
Doctor,
party.
that's actually multitasking. So I think he has really done well for himself. All right. So, Doctor, how effective is a Wike mobilization strategy for Tinubu's re-election bid? He has really done so much, and of course, nobody's even telling him that he's been indulging himself in anti-party. You are still in PDP, but you are doing all of this. And of course, you heard that statement of no-go area for Tinubu's opponent. What are the implications of all of these comments? And of course, do you think that this Wike's strategy as regards to mobilizing people for the president would be really, really strong for his re-election bid? I'd like you to take this in just 1 minute as random.
And that can be explained with another Yoruba proverb. Legbe tó ń jó lórí omi, nǹkan kan wà nsàlẹ̀ odò tó ń lùlù fún. That is, that small fly that always dance on top of water. It's not just dancing. There is somebody underneath the water that is beating the drum for that fly. So there is no way Wike will be doing all these things he's doing without the support of his so-called principal. That is one. Two, I see Wike as making too much of noise so that it will become more relevant in APC. Because of recent, you will see how he are here and there, beatings here and there from the leadership of APC. So he's just trying to show a bragado that is still there making noise. Have you seen Fubara making noise like this?
But of course, Fubara was told that Wike owns the political structure by the president. So I think that says it all.
No, who is the leader of the party? Wike have been told.
If the president can actually ask him to go and follow his boss, so what are we to say?
Tinubu that Fubara is the leader of the party.
The president never said that. It was Boala that said that.
Party
Doctor.
The leader of the party holds the structure of the party.
All right, Doctor, because of
whatever
our time.
Whatever it is, Fubara is the leader and he holds the structure. Wike is just making a huge noise.
All right,
so that it will not be sent away by the ruling party.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor. We're pressed for time. We can actually take more again, but of course, for clarity, it was Boala that actually mentioned, that
not only Boala, even the chairman of APC mentioned it.
That's what I'm saying. But
governors of APC also mentioned
Doctor, hold on. You used the word the president said. The president never said. All the president said was no. Now the presidency is even from the president himself. Of course, I know that these are the people that that are around him, and of course they make speeches sometime on behalf of. But later, which we understood that the president said to Fubara that Wike owns the political structure of that particular state, regardless of the political party. And he told them to allow Wike's candidates to actually be recognized for the by-election. We actually saw all of this. That was what the president said, just for clarity. But of course, thank you so much.
Congratulations to him. Let's see where it leads him in the coming days.
And congratulations to your friend, of course, because Wike is your friend, either you like it or not. Thank you so much, Doctor, for being part of. Thank you so much for being part of the show. This is how far we can actually go on the program this wonderful evening. Coming up next is your Word of Sport Locker Room. Of course, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy that particular one. But please don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely down and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
All right, so another beautiful Monday to talk football. So much happening in the exciting world of football. Talking about the weekend action all around the world, from the Falconets. The Super Eagles of Nigeria is still in the news, though. They didn't play over the weekend. Of course, the battle for the Premier League title continues with mouth-watering fixtures to look forward to as the season enters its climax. My name is Jerry Apelehoi, saying welcome to the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. It promises to be exciting. The guys are with me talking about the Hafiz makes a return. The man I like to call the Algerian. Hafiz Ogunbanjo, it's great to have you join us.
Yeah.
No Algerian vibes.
You know, about this Algerian thing, right? I was discussing with a friend of mine, and he was like, I think he's a fan of the show. He watches the show. So it was like, okay, now that Rivers United and RS Berkane are in the same group in the CAF Champions League, like, who am I supporting? I said, otherwise that's supposed to even be a question.
That was a big question.
You know, like, why is that supposed to be a question? And Rivers United did not even cover themselves in glory. I was about to say Rivers United, but they got beat by Pyramids 4-1. It was bad here in Nigeria. Like, Pyramids did not even have to break a sweat. So good evening, Jerry. Good evening, everyone on the sound of my voice, everyone that's watching this show, and welcome to Locker Room. And just like you said as well, a lot of football. I was just breaking one down. Rivers United were in action. I think it's time to just wrap it up with the CAF Champions League and try to focus on the NPFL where they are currently leading, so that they can go on to win. Because look, it was nothing to write them about. And there were also games, in the French league as well. It was supposed to be a normal classic when it's Paris Saint-Germain against Olympique Marseille. It was supposed to be a classic, but this one was a beat down, 5-0 at the Parc des Princes. Ousmane Dembele reminding everybody that, yeah, look, I'm still the current Ballon d'Or holder. I'm still the FIFA the best player, in the world, and he scored 2 goals. And I think he also gave an assist. Beautiful game. Sandy Marilu also coming with 2 assists. And of course, you mentioned in the Premier League. But before I get there too, in the Serie A, we also saw Inter Milan, still holding on to the title, to leading the pack. They also won their game up against Sassuolo. So it was beautiful over the weekend. And for the Premier League, it's still 6 points. I think Manchester City, the title is over where Manchester City says so. So for now, they're still saying that they're in the title race and they want to keep on challenging Arsenal.
For me, I think it's just initial. It's just they met a team that was not ready to win. That's all.
Who is the team that was not ready to win? Liverpool. Yeah. Why would you say Liverpool were not ready to win? They were ready to win the game now.
Liverpool is a suspect ahead of every match. I've told you this before.
Yeah, but you
they are going into a match to lose, except they now pull up a surprise this season. They go into every match looking like a team that is going to lose.
But Jerry, you and I know that this is not the first time that Liverpool will not be in form, but they will still step up against big teams.
Yeah.
Arsenal, the league leaders, did not beat them home and away.
Yeah, they got.
This is the first time in 89 years that Manchester City beat Liverpool home and away in a season. This is Pep Guardiola's second ever win at Anfield. For Manchester City, that is. This is his second ever win. Come on, it says a lot now. So when they meet Manchester City, you know that they try to step up. And that game was, for me, like a game of 2 halves. City had the control in the first half. Liverpool came in the second half. But then, football can be cruel. I think that was just cruel on Liverpool. And I don't know what Szoboszlai was doing at the end of that game. But the referee, for me, I think...
The referee
we had to hold the referee. Even cancelling that 3rd goal, for me. Just leave it. It's a moment of beautiful football now. Like, look, it's what we enjoy.
That ref took the joy.
You drag me, I drag you back, and the ball was still going into the back of the net. Now they're not saying, okay, look, he was trying to clear the ball, but he still got a red card for pulling. So, no balance, like double standards. You just let it slide. 3-1, and Liverpool should be looking inward, and they should still look inward. Because if you think that...
There's nothing inward.
No, do you know why I said they should look inward? Yeah. They should look inward because that game said a lot of things, Jerry. It said a lot of things, number one.
That means
we can't deny it.
That means you've not been watching Liverpool.
No, let me tell you what I observed.
6 games they lost.
Let me tell you what I observed.
6 straight losses.
Number one, Liverpool is not just Liverpool's collapse is not just on any slot. It's top to bottom. And let's start from the top. Let's start from the owners, the FSG, right? What is going on? What happened in the transfer window? Fine, you don't want to sign the centre back. Oh, yeah, sign the right back. You are playing your player of the season, your potential player of the season. You obviously the best player in the team right now, Dominic Szoboszlai. You are playing him as a right back. Now he's suspended. Straight red card. That should be 2 to 3 games. Suspended, and he's Sutherland next.
I think that red card should be rescinded.
It's not going to be. It's not now. If it's rescinded, the goal should be brought back now.
They should appeal.
They've already cancelled the goal. They can't appeal anything now. He fouled and they played the free kick now. He got the red card and they played the free kick. It was even further than where he committed the foul. So that one is by the way. But for me, I think Liverpool's collapse is on FSG. They started from FSG. You spent all that money. You didn't spend it in the right place. It's not fair.
Yeah.
It's not fair. Look at the player. Look at Konate. Look at Konate this season. Yes, he has to deal with the loss of his father, but he has not been informed.
No, before that, he has
not been informed. But he had to pull out.
The thing he has been picking games to play.
It's not about picking games. These guys are not informed. There's a lot of things happening to the boys already. From the missing of Diogo Jota, God rest his soul. I don't think they fully, come back from that one. Fine, they have to move on. But you are not strengthening them. Szoboszlai is playing as right back. You signed in the Frimpong, he's injured. Conor Bradley is injured. Okay, go into the the transfer window, the winter transfer. I said it here on the show. I said when it was January 1st, Liverpool should be the first team to go and sign somebody.
I feel for those who want Arsenal to win the league. Because
I don't understand.
Yeah, because that I knew that Liverpool was not going to help bad.
It's not about LP now.
I know.
About LP.
The thing is that Liverpool has fallen below standard.
Is there anybody that has won the league that did not help? There's nobody that has won the league that did not receive help one way or the other.
There are some. You see, it's better.
Who has won the league on his own?
It's better to get help from Crystal Palace right now than that Liverpool team. Crystal Palace has assurances of helping anybody.
That's how bad Liverpool.
Yes,
how bad Liverpool
that's
is
how
now.
bad they are.
That shows how bad Liverpool is at
That's
the
how
moment.
bad they are.
But that game they were supposed to win. They were supposed to win that game. Ugo Ekitike was
I think
suspect.
the officiating was.
Aside the officiating, Jerry, Liverpool had chances. Now, why are you doing like this? Liverpool had chances in that game.
Anyway, Maiwa is now with us. Maiwa, I don't know whether you enjoyed the game over the weekend. And definitely, we just had to just bring that in. And
He's going to cook.
Yeah,
he's going to cook.
Better cook. I even told him. I think I showed you my steak.
Okay. So you showed him.
Yeah. He's aware.
You won't stop him from cooking. No.
He's aware.
He wants to cook.
He's aware. Definitely.
He has been saving this for a long time.
The thing is that he's only a blind man will know that Liverpool team has problem. You know, normally, a good Liverpool side, when that goal came in, would have defended that 1-0, and the game would have ended 1-0.
See, I know a lot of people used to talk about Arteta, right? About the style of play. Arsenal play one way. Look at Rosinho. In fact, the top coaches 1-0 against a big team like that, a fellow big team. Forget Liverpool's form. A fellow big team 1-0 in the 83rd minute, and you capitulated like that. Come on. It's just, I don't know. And it's lot. I think he has actually lost the plot this season. He has.
Is he on his slot?
Aside FSG, you have to talk about him too.
All right, Mara, it's good to have you join us. The way Mario is laughing and see if he won the lottery. Mario, we can hardly hear you. Hello, Mario. Yeah, we're trying definitely to hear you, but it's really faint, and of course we're having some bit of breaches from there. Okay, when we get Mario clearly, we'll be able to take him up. But let's start off with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Head coach of the senior national team, Eric Chell, has explained why it's difficult for new players to find their way into the team as it gets set to return to action in March. And under his guidance as coach of the Nigerian team, they went all the way to the semi-final of the recently concluded AFCON and picked bronze after beating Egypt in third place playoff. Since taking over as coach of the Nigerian team, close to 1 year now, Chell has handed debut to a couple of players, but only Jerome Arco of Sevilla have been able to cement his spot in the starting lineup of the team. And I think that's unfair to Benjamin Frederick too. He has nailed his starting lineup in the team. Those two players, when they start, it's difficult to really bench them. And definitely, I didn't know Arco Adams until Richard started playing him. I said, who's this Arco Adams? He started hearing, okay, Sevilla. Wow, that's brilliant move. Very bold move from Richard, because they were still called, give the other Victor more time, give Tolu Arokodare. Even dropping Tolu Arokodare was really bold. Because Tolu was already sure.
It paid off.
It paid off. If it hasn't paid off, they were like, this guy that knows how to score against Chelsea, how come you bench him? It will be very bad. But new players, he's just his customer twice. Lightning doesn't strike twice. Home and away. He scored against Chelsea this season. He scored over the weekend.
He has been dropped long before he faced Chelsea the second time, even the first time.
Now this season he has played Chelsea twice. He has scored twice.
So it's Chelsea's kryptonite.
Yeah.
But Chelsea,
So
they still beat his team comfortably now. Did you see that second penalty? How will a professional player push somebody in the box? Wolves deserve championship. If there's any other game to tell you that Wolves deserve championship, it's that game against Chelsea. As a professional footballer, pushing somebody, it's really bad.
Wolves already made their peace with
the fact that they are, and they've even sold their best striker.
They've made their peace.
Strand Larsen.
Larsen didn't want to see that.
Yeah, what Eric Chell is saying, to come back to this, I feel it's kind of two-faced, or let me say double-sided, something like that, because he is the one that actually brought in new faces to this team that we are even enjoying today. The likes of Igor Ogbu that he introduced. Fine, he hasn't got that much playing time because of Semi Ajayi and Benjamin Fredericks, who I'm sure that when he comes back, he's coming to stake a claim into the starting lineup, because we all know his quality before he got injured. But I'm somebody that wants him to get managed, when he's coming back to the team. But other players, just like you mentioned, Arco Adams as well. I feel it. Maybe he's just looking at the point of, okay, other positions in the team. Like, look at these players in other positions in the team. Before I can drop these players, we saw what they all did at the AFCON. So he's looking at it and saying, before I can drop this one, it's going to be tough. You have to work for your place. I don't think he actually means it in a very harsh way. I think he's just trying to say that, look, you have to work your way. Coming into this team, it's like he has already found his first 11. He knows the players he wants to bring in. So any new player that is coming through will have to work hard. I think that is what Eric Chell is just trying to say. He's not saying that you are not going to play at all, but you have to work hard. It's not like before, how it can be, Jerry, that when we've already established players here, maybe players that, 2013 is a good example. Stephen Keshi, God rest his soul. 2013, we saw the players that negotiated the AFCON, right? World Cup came around. What happened in 2014? It's like these players, it's like they were disbanded. We were seeing other faces. We've already seen players that even played the Confederations Cup, in 2013. That's when we started seeing some names, some faces. We're seeing the likes of, what's his name? Is it Babatunde Michael? I'm trying to remember the guy. Uchebo that was not even part of the qualifiers. So for me, I think that's what Eric Chell is trying to say. But, I remember before the start of the AFCON, we were clamoring for players like Akisomiro. He brought in Akisomiro. We didn't get to see much of him. But I think he should still give them a chance. There are many games to go. Right now, there's no big tournaments to actually prepare for. Aside that we have to be playing the AFCON qualifiers again. But there's no really big tournaments. Yes, Nigeria's participation in the World Cup 2026 is still somehow hanging in the balance. But let's just leave it at the fact that Nigeria is not going to do World Cup for now. So this is an opportunity to actually bring players, to introduce them and challenge the ones.
Do you think Eric Chell is doing something that's really working out for him?
Like what?
Because bringing in the likes of Akin Samiro, don't you see the likes of Wilfred Ndidi all of a sudden step up? Alexi Wobi was becoming something else.
Exactly, that's why.
And it looks like he should do this more. Usman Mohammed didn't even get a look in because
maybe he's now satisfied with the way they've stepped up.
Yeah,
maybe he's satisfied with the way they've stepped up now.
I think players, some players do well when they see competition.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. So when they don't see competition, they relax.
Mm-hmm.
Even the likes of Kevin Bassey, though excellent defender, but he pushed it to the next level.
Yeah.
In this last AFCON, knowing that Trustekon is not available, Benjamin Frederick is looking like he might be the man. Mm-hmm. Let's step up and show the coach.
Even Olajuwon seems to have a competition in Osai Samuel now.
It doesn't seem like he has.
He has a competition.
He has a big competition with that showing at the AFCON.
Who would you start? You will still start another, for now.
For now, I will still start with Shai. I will still start with Shai because you know why?
Yeah. You don't want to alter a winning team.
No, apart from altering, I have to wait for Olajuwon to give me a half-season good form again. Because right now, let's not forget, he's still not in the main team.
But he's already back and playing for Nottingham Forest.
He's back. Is he at that level? That pace?
No, there are some players that even okay.
We look at March now. He's not ready.
Frederick is not. Is Frederick
for the month of March?
Is Frederick coming to actually come back and
I think Frederick is out of the season for the season.
But when he comes back, you still have to ease him in.
Yeah, he has to take a lot of time.
Exactly.
He has to take a
lot
of time.
But you know that this was a player that was very, very good before he got injured. He was just unlucky with injury.
I think for Eric Chell, and in the case of Olajuwon, I think he has not seen much of Olajuwon.
Okay.
Because he had a short spell before Olajuwon took up
injury.
He didn't play a lot. He played some and got injured within the qualifiers.
Yes.
So at least now he
was the starting.
Now he has seen enough of Osai Samuel. I think Olajuwon will have to convince him why he has to bench Osai this time.
Okay, maybe that's just AFCON.
Yeah,
that's just based on AFCON performance.
Yeah.
Right, but there are some players that you are looking at them and saying, look, you've tried for Super Eagles like Ndidi now. We know it is on his last legs.
It's an OG.
Right? It's on his last legs for me at this point in time. Maybe it's time to introduce like a new DM.
Yeah.
That will be playing that role. Rafael Onyedika for me is a box to box, not that man you want to put as an anchor man in front of your centre backs, in front of your back four. Same as Frank Oyeka too. I think Frank Oyeka too knows how to move forward, play the box to box. He can crash into the box to score goals. He has shown that for the Super Eagles too. So for me, I think it's time to actually introduce. But what he's trying to say is, fine, it's not that you will not be introduced, but you have to work out to.
You have to really convince the coach. Yeah,
you have to impress me.
It's going to be difficult.
You have to impress me. He brought in Benjamin Fredericks out of the blue, and Nigerians fell in love with him. In fact, not because he's just as good as maybe it wasn't hyped. It wasn't even hyped. He was just brought in, and Nigerians they've seen how good he is. So for me, I think it's just like a message. It's trying to pass a message.
It seems like Mayo have left the Etihad Stadium. He's now with us. Mayo, It's great to have you join us.
Oh, well, it's always amazing to be here. The Yoruba should say, "Toba so besoke igba." 200 times is going to, yeah, it depends on your fees. Meaning that if you throw the knife 200 times, it's going to always come with the side. And that's what we are seeing. No matter how Liverpool tries, they will be below Manchester United this season. And that's just it. I think Alisson was bribed. I was thinking, I don't understand what he was thinking. And I heard you say, officiating. I think officiating was okay. There's nothing wrong with the officiating. If you want to blame anybody,
it will be okay.
If you want to blame anybody,
nobody blame PGML for that officiating now.
you blame Alisson. What was Alisson thinking? I mean, the guy was outside the post. He was not going to make any attempt on goal. Even if he was going to make any attempt on goal, Alisson was, got it covered. I don't know why he was panicking. And to be honest with you, Liverpool were not that comfortable in that game. Yes, they created chances. They didn't take their chances. Immediately they scored one goal, and it seems to be a bit of fear in them. They dropped deep, and that gave Man City the opportunity to be able to attack, and that resulted in the goal. And Alisson decided to dash them, the 3 points. As far as I'm concerned, they spent over £600 million, and they failed
Net
to buy.
spend is not 600 million.
Yeah,
They sold
you
players.
spent now. You
They
signed
spent
new
and sold players. Let's not set an agenda. We can see that agenda. We use 1 hour. We use 1 hour to talk about the agenda. We use 1 hour. How much did they say? How much did they make from sales?
How much did you spend?
How much did they make from sales?
Did Liverpool buy new players?
How much did they make from sales?
How much
Did Liverpool buy new players?
They also sold
Let's break
players.
down the questions one by one.
They bought players
Did Liverpool
and
buy
sold.
players
And sold.
Were those players not enough for 30 defense?
No.
They're not enough.
Definitely not.
Isak is not enough.
Definitely not.
Ekitike's performance
Definitely
has not been
not.
enough.
Definitely not. Definitely not. You don't sign two strikers and you say it's enough to defend the title. And you don't have a backup defender.
Haaland was signed, and that was
How do you defend the title? Look at Manchester City, for instance. Man City had injury. I'm trying to remember the other player in the Etihad box. I'm trying who got injured in the middle of the match. They had to bring in Ruben Dias.
Okay, that was Kusanov. Yeah.
Kusanov can get injured, and you bring in Ruben Dias from the bench.
The depth is
Which
there.
team can do that?
Arsenal can do it.
Fine. Who else?
But Jerry.
Who else?
Now.
Who else? And you want that team to defend the title? How?
Well, how you spent is nobody's business. Now.
Oh,
You spent.
it's not about
How
that's
you
not
spent is
that's
nobody's business.
no, that's not the way to look at it. If you say it's nobody's business, then leave the team. Leave the team is not doing well because of all those issues. Then don't talk about the team not doing well. If it's not your business how they spent, that means it's not your business how they are failing.
Jerry, listen.
Yeah, I'm listening.
At the beginning of the transfer window, sorry to cut you. At the beginning of the transfer window, everybody had a chance.
Oh, really?
Yes. Liverpool. It's not that everybody don't even expect Liverpool to have a bag of money. Okay, you have the bag of money now. You signed the Kitty.
Oh, really?
You've already,
they went
not
for
on that
Gueye.
side.
They went for Gueye. Gueye didn't come.
Did you see the report that came out after that game? That Liverpool were not even in active talks for Gueye in January. No. They were not.
Yes, they were not planning.
They were not planning to sign Gueye for 20 million.
I don't blame them because if you look at the season was already up. They were already giving up on the season already, and they were buying young players.
What do you mean giving up on the season? What happened to the Europa League?
Europa League.
Why are you doing this now? Why are you trying to make an excuse? Which one is giving up on the season? What happened to the Europa League?
Is that if you notice, calm down.
Okay.
Liverpool had a chance of sacking on the slot.
Right.
They already looked at the season. If you're a good businessman, you already look at this season is already up. The best thing you can do this season to save for top 4 and plan for next season. And that is why, if you look at the players Liverpool has been buying, they've been buying players in 18, 19. Go and see they've bought like 4 defenders. Nobody knows that. They bought
4 defenders for next season.
Yeah.
2 of them are already injured.
For the future.
2 of them are already on long-term injuries. And you know how injuries can be to young players these
Jeremy
days.
Jacket is out for the rest of the season, right?
Leone is out for the rest of the season.
He's out for the rest of the season. The next season is available. You plan for next. They are planning for next season.
Okay, what happened to Rio Ngumoa that was Liverpool's best player in the preseason?
Best player.
Where is Chiesa? Yes, he was Liverpool's best player in preseason now. Where is Chiesa?
We've seen players who do very well in preseason and when the season
Did
starts.
you give him a chance? Was he not the one that scored that winning goal against Newcastle for Liverpool? Was he not the one?
Yes, if you give him a chance.
Give him a chance.
What
Out
about
of Chiesa, you left Chiesa out of Champions League. Why are you not putting him in the Premier League?
Chiesa has been given chances. and he didn't really.
Which chances? Coming into 88th minute is chances.
No, he has started some few games.
And he didn't perform.
Yeah, he didn't really perform to the expectations.
Seriously?
Yes, I'm telling you, I've been watching the games now. I've been watching their games.
Anyway,
the game against West Ham, we expected him to take the boost by no injuries.
That doing
So,
well.
Maiwa,
Liverpool can be out of the equation.
I know Arsenal fans were praying that Liverpool win, but Liverpool cannot help Arsenal. That's the truth.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So the thing is this. See, when we say you spend 600 million, you spent 600 million wrongly. I will take you back to what Michael Owen said yesterday. Yeah. He said, why do you need to buy Isaac for 120 million when you know you have deficiencies in your defense? Why are you spending 120 million on a striker that you don't actually need? Why are you buying Isaac for 120 million when you could spend the same amount getting a distant defender for 30 million pounds? If you look at the Liverpool side, the positions that they reinforced, it's not the same position. It's not the position they are supposed to reinforce, especially the defense. They keep conceding goals with reckless abandon, and I've said it consistently. The central defense position is in shambles. Konate and Van Dijk, they are out of form, and they are major contributors to goals conceded by Liverpool. The same thing happened yesterday too. The equalizer for Man City, it was because of the lapses in the central defense. So I think the amount of money spent so far, they bought players where they don't need players to be bought, and that's just the honesty. Because the Isaac you bought is not even contributing. It is Ekitike and the almost forgotten Salah that's actually contributing. Yes, Szoboszlai is doing so well. Yes, you keep playing Szoboszlai out of position.
Has picked up form. He's been doing well. Yeah, Florian
Yeah, so Florian is doing well, but how well is he doing compared to what Konate is doing? You are leaking more goals. You are scoring less goals. That's the problem.
But
there's no way you go forward.
If you look at that Liverpool defense, the fact that there's no competition is making even the players even more lazy. They're not even putting effort because they know that
obviously
you can't bench them. They're unbenchable. That will only give every player who has that mentality the willingness to be lazy,
to
relax and know that nothing can happen to them. If he likes, he concedes 100 goals. The next match, you're still going to play him. And Liverpool put themselves in that situation.
I mean, that's why I said everything is not on a slot alone. I mean, he has his own. I won't deny that.
There's nothing you can do under the circumstances. There's not even the best coach in the world will struggle with this kind of transfer.
We've seen
business.
We've seen situations where coaches they have that advantage of okay, fine. They went to meet the club owners. This is who I want. This and this and this. These are players I want. You don't give me, I walk out.
He got Leone.
Look at Conte. Conte loves Tottenham. His head up high, and he went out to Napoli to win the league. Why? Because he went to Tottenham and said, "Look, I don't like your mentality at this club. I want this player."
Notice the players were hungry to really do well when this transfer window was still open. When the transfer window shut.
When Liverpool were linked to a certain Sunderland defender, Lucia Gertruda, I was like, go and get this guy. This is somebody you even know from Feyenoord. You coached him at Feyenoord.
He was loaned to Sunderland.
He was loaned to Sunderland, yes.
So to get him off that loan,
to cut the deal was he loaned? Was he loaned from Leipzig?
Yeah.
Okay, so he was loaned to Sunderland.
Yeah.
Then they were supposed to go and cut the deal. Maybe that took a long process, but they were under defenders now. They were other defenders now. Why would the best player in the team be playing right back? Now he's now suspended.
The thing is that as far as right back is concerned, let's not forget Bradley was already there, and they signed Frimpong. So they were not expecting that two of them would get injured. All of a sudden.
Yes, I understand.
It happens.
But now it has happened, right? And you know that you don't have option. Gomez can hardly stay fit. Gomez is the next person that we know can play in that place. Now, if something happens to Konate or Van Dijk,
they should just close shop. They should not play again.
Maybe Robertson will play in center back. Liverpool has issues, honestly.
Robertson. Okay,
issues.
While we're just talking about the Super Eagles team and the fact that Eric Chell says that it's going to be difficult for new players to make it into the team, and it's understandable looking at the fact that the team did very well at the AFCON. Any player that wants to take the first team position from any of those players have to do something extra.
Well, I think I'm really proud of what he's saying. He's trying to send a message out. And it's very simple. Nobody has a permanent shirt. You have to fight for your shirt. And I think said something the other time, which is very, very true. Calvin Bassey even stepped up. Semia Jai stepped up. And the reason is very simple. There is a particular Benjamin Fredericks, that is doing the job. You saw what we saw. If he returns fit, definitely he has the potential to displace any of these players because of the kind of performance he has put in. That is a serious competition for that particular shirt in the center of defense. If you look at what Zaidu Sanusi did in the first game, immediately he messed up. Another player stepped up, and since then Zaidu Sanusi has not been able to, get his team back, his shirt back. The same thing for Brighton Samuel. The first game was horrible, but he improved in the course of the tournament. And if Olaino wants to be part of that national team, that means he has to step up. This is the kind of thing we want in the national team. I've said it consistently. We don't want players good on their day. We don't want players that are good on their day. We want players that will show up anytime you give them the opportunity to be able to show up. And this gives another question. The likes of Victor Boniface and the rest of them, they need to actually step up if they want to be part of the team. I like the competition, and this is the kind of healthy competition we want to see. We don't want players that are not doing anything in their club, strolling into the national team. If you want to play for the national team, you have to prove that you actually deserve the shirt. And I like this kind of spirit, and I hope, this continues. I hope this is maintained. I hope, the politicians in the glass house will not, use my slot to disrupt the plan of Eric Chel. So kudos to Eric Chel.
All right, kudos to Eric Chel. I just hope that definitely in terms of looking at other players, I don't know about Tammy Abraham, whether we invite the idea, but maybe he's trying to send a message to the likes of Tammy. If you feel because you have made the move back to the Premier League and now you have remembered the Super Eagles, all of a sudden we can say
let's play something like let's make it twisted like that. Okay. Maybe you try to send the message. When a certain I can do it. I was the best when I was there. When he came out to say that I tried to bring a certain player, maybe try to let him know that you can try, but I'm the coach here. Yeah. He's going to. If Tammy Abraham doesn't even have to work hard to say what's this place was seen. Everybody knows that because we start ahead of 10 Tammy Abraham.
If he likes, let him start farming on the pitch. No matter how hard he work in farming on the pitch.
No, it's a level playing ground for everybody.
Tammy can never bench you.
But for now, everybody knows that.
And I put $1 million.
He can't even play for Nigeria anymore. He can't
play for Nigeria anymore. England has already trapped him. So he can't play for Nigeria.
I know.
Yeah, he has already. I think he featured at the tournament.
It's true.
So
no, for instance, if he's even available.
There are many players. Actually, there are many players in that number 9 position now that they are jostling for places. I feel Duosimi is still there, who has been doing well for Pisa here and there. And Gift Orban. No one has even spoken about Gift Orban in a long time. He's doing his bit for Verona in Italy as well. So there are other players that. I think there was a time that they also linked the Dominic Solanke to the Super Eagles.
Yeah, Solanke.
How many of these boys do we want to have?
Solanke, I think he has been counted by the Super Eagles.
I want to even ask a question. Is the top scorer in the NPFL, is he French? Is he not a striker? Is he French? Is he not a Nigerian?
No.
Why are we not giving these boys opportunities to play?
The top striker last season was, I think it's a Remo player. I can't remember his name right now.
Why was he not invited? Do you know how tough NPFL can be? The top scorer.
At the CHAN. What did he do at the CHAN?
That CHAN was a collective. It's a collective problem. Collective failure.
The player that will be top scorer is already nearing 4-0. I don't want to mention the age. He's already nearing out of it. When he goes to the half-court, when he runs with his mates, 5 minutes, he's nowhere to be found. When Osimhen will body him in training, he will know that, this is not a PFL standard. He will go to reset. But Eric Chel said it, that he invited a lot of players to Unity Cup. All of them were not meeting up.
He was not impressed.
They were not able to run. They were not able to catch up. So you want him to take a risk after they almost ended his career at the CHAN? Yes, everybody was talking about Eric Chell's coaching. Question his coaching abilities after the CHAN.
After the CHAN, of course.
Imagine you want him to continue on that trend.
No.
You want to end the career that he has not started.
I don't think, with the way it is now, before any NPFL player will come into the Super Eagles.
If you were the one, we thought you saw at the CHAN and the Unity Cup. Would you invite those players?
No, but I think some league games, you have to watch some league games. I know CHAN was nothing to write home about, but at least let's watch some league games. Some of these players actually give their all. Some of them.
Hafiz, when last did you watch the NPFL?
I
saw Rangers now. Was it not? This electrical team.
Yeah.
They couldn't beat a team one man down over the weekend.
I see Coup Califat against Shooting Stars. And there's some players there that you can just put in. I know CHAN is like that avenue for them to show. Absolutely.
That Coup
and they
Califat
failed.
is a mini academy. They are grooming players.
What of Remo Stars?
Remo did it last season. They sold about how many players?
Remo started with less
13 players.
They can't do it again.
They sold 13
because they are able to get to relegation.
13 players that won the league last season. They sold them.
That's Remo Stars for you now. Bring them from beyond limit. Let them play Remo Stars and ship them off now. There's Firenze in Portugal.
That's
now.
the team.
There are other teams now.
Now you are encourage Hafiz to talk to Rachel to bring those players.
I want to see players of the NPFL.
But is this? We not blame the club owners. See, so I mean, you got somebody from Ikorodu City on, I think GM of Ikorodu City or the officer mistaken, and he said if they ever qualify for another company, they will go be at the state with the state government. So you will not blame the this is very simple. That is how to run the club. To run club as a it's not easy. How many private are really so? Yeah. The team that even brought Nigeria was state. Remember what Edo Queens did? They got to the semi-finals of Champions League. That is because the state government decided to pump money. So it is very difficult for private owners to run that club. So I will not almost for that because they need money to run the club. There is no investment in the league who's down to so you that.
All right, Mayo definitely was trying to make a point there. But let's talk about the Falconets, the under-20 women's side. They got a slim victory against Senegal. And they'll be taking that slim victory away, which is going to be a very difficult affair. It's very dangerous to take 1-0 win to an away game. And I don't know their chances. The Adoku girls showed a lot of promises. We thought that they were going to blow the Senegalese side away, but they came fighting. And 1-0 is a respectable scoreline. Senegal can still do the damage away in Dakar.
I mean, the fact that they are going away, but first of all, good one, for the Falconers getting the win. Much needed, though it could have been much more. 1-0, I think that was Kindness Ifeanyi's goal that separated the two sides. Good one, they showcased themselves. I think right now they will take more into that game and say they can do more when they get to Dakar because trust me, it's going to be tough. And Senegal are saying that, look, it's only one goal. An early goal, will disrupt the whole trajectory. So for me, I think right now they just have to focus on, trying to score more goals and trying to keep it also clean at the back. Unfortunately, there was an injury in the game to one of the fine players in the team. That's I'm trying to remember her name now. It's like a tongue twister. Akeko Mowe. Yeah, that's her name. She got injured. I think an ankle injury, and she will be missing the second leg as it stands. But then I think even without her, or maybe this injury will even fuel the girls even more to do more for her and also for Nigerians when they get there in Dakar. I think it was a good display, but they can do better, when they face Senegal in the next game, the second leg.
All right. Hopefully they'll do better. That game comes up this Saturday. On Tuesday, tomorrow they'll be off to Dakar to play the second leg. The winner will face either Guinea-Bissau or Malawi in the final qualifying round. Malawi held Guinea-Bissau to a 1-1 draw in the first leg last weekend. So it's all about updating you with what's happening as far as the Under-20 World Cup qualifying series on the continent of Africa is concerned. Hopefully, that's the injury to the young lady, bright, strong and healthy. Yeah.
It doesn't look good, right?
It doesn't look good for a strong and healthy 21-year-old, under 21-year-old. Yeah. it is what
I don't know what you are trying to cook, but then
no, it's stronger healthy.
I hope the food is good.
It's stronger healthy. Stronger healthy. Why you are? Yeah, it's great to have you back.
I mean, the thing is, I think the girls created a lot of chances, but because I was following the game, one thing I think the coach needs to do in terms of their finishing, the finishing was a bit poor. They created a lot of chances, they didn't take their chance, and I hope not taking their chances will not go back to bite them in the behind. Because remember, Senegal is doing something fantastic. They are beginning to build their teams from the from the 8th grade, and we are beginning to see the result. They are doing it with the male team. Now they are doing it with the female team also. If you look at the last AFCON side, it is paired with young blood and experience, and that is what they are trying to build to for their 8th grade competition. So it's going to be a very difficult game, but I think we have enough quality to be able to dispatch them. I'm just hoping that they don't concede early. If they concede early, that puts them under a lot of pressure, and that might play into the hands of the Senegalese. But I think we have enough quality to be able to dispatch the Senegalese. At worst, probably we get a draw, but I think the girls, the Falconets, will probably be making it to the next round.
All right, probably. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Yeah. All the best to Moses Aduko and the girls as they head to Senegal tomorrow ahead of the game on Saturday. All right, let's talk about Nigerian striker Terence Murphy will look to make his debut for FC Porto in tonight's league clash with Sporting Lisbon. Murphy linked up with Porto from French club OGC Nice on loan last month. We all know what happened. The guy was threatened. His life was threatened. At the point, fans even went as far as messing them up, molesting them.
Yeah.
And he was one of those players who was felt victim.
It was ugly.
Yeah, it was really ugly. I felt for him. I felt for his own safety.
Yeah.
Because Terence Murphy was one of the players we're looking forward to make it to the national team. He's a great player. And I just want to see his potential really, really come out.
Is that his fair share? Very unlucky with
injuries,
and also loss of form. I mean, I remember when he was scoring consistently for Nice, and that's talking about Terence Murphy. He was brought into the Super Eagles at some point, but it's not every striker that can succeed. I was even mentioning strikers the other time. He's another one that can be considered if he finds his feet in Portugal.
I think Eritrea shows he likes him. He has invited him.
I think this move to Porto is actually a good one, though we'll be competing with the likes of Samuel Aguero, Amorodi, the Spanish striker.
Another Nigerian.
Yeah, but
nationalized.
Spain has already claimed that one. Yeah. Also, there's Deniz Gül, the Turkish striker. Luke De Jong, the veteran from the Netherlands. The OG from Netherlands is also there in Porto. But I think it's a level playing ground for him. He can go there to prove himself, get a few goals under his belt. I think he's on loan from Nice, but maybe by the time he returns to France, he will be a better striker than he was before. I think good one just for him. He was looking unsettled at Nice.
He wasn't feeling safe.
All those you mentioned. And I think there was a time that he was even left out of the team for a certain Evan Gesson, who is now at Crystal Palace. So for me, I think if he can, keep his head down. We already saw pictures of him. He's actually going to link up with the Nigerian Zaidu Sanusi, who plays for FC Porto. So I think that will help him settle in and see what FC Porto is about. I think he's going to get some goals. He's a predating striker with his left foot, very dangerous. So I think if he gets goals under his belt, Super Eagles can come calling, and also Nice will also be glad to have him back. So good one for him. But Sporting Lisbon is going to be a tough opponent. But if there's something Farioli's side have proven, they hardly lose games. I think they've only lost once this season. There was a time that they were the only unbeaten team in Europe's leagues. So for now, they've lost, but I think they've gotten back to their full strength. And it's going to be a tough game against Sporting Lisbon too.
All right, my Terence Murphy, the future is bright.
Well, I think it's a good one for him. After he expressed something horrible. Yes, the fans decided to attack the players because of their performance, and this is a team, so decided to attack them. And he had this slight threatening. And to be honest with you, I think playing for Nice was not just going to work for him, because mentality-wise, you don't go through that trauma and you come back here. And remember, it's also a foreigner in that particular country. So I think it's a breath of it's a breath of fresh air for him. Going to another place to see how to rejuvenate his career. We've seen players do it before. Mohamed Salah was a shadow of himself when he was with Chelsea. He left England, went to Roma, and now he's back. He's one of the best. We saw Kevin De Bruyne do the same thing. I think this is the right move for him, going to a new environment and seeing if he can be able to regain his form. Remember, he was on fire with OG Nice when he first joined. However, he has dropped in form, and that's one of the reasons why, it affected the performance of Nice too. In as much as I'm not saying him out, I mean his own performance too also contributed to a decline of OG Nice. So it's a good one for him. Let's see what he can do with the Porto side that has been, running riots in the Portuguese league. I mean, there's no two way about it. I think FC Porto will probably win the league again if they continue to go on the way they are going on at the moment. And coming to a team that exudes a whole lot of confidence, has a way of playing on the psyche. I hope he's able to settle down quickly and be able to contribute to the success, the overall success of the Porto side. So I'm looking forward to seeing him, and let's see how he's able to turn his career around for him to be able to have a shot with the chess national team.
All right, let's see how that pans out for Terry Murphy. And let's talk about the weekend action in the English Premier League. Dominic Szoboszlai who was sent off the dying seconds, thought he had set Liverpool on their way to a win with a stunning free kick that swerved past Gianluigi Donnarumma. However, Bernardo Silva slid in to volley Haaland's cushioned header past Alisson in the 84th minute before the Norwegian snatched all 3 points from the spot with his first Anfield goal after the Liverpool goalkeeper had fouled Matheus Nunes. Right, and Ryan Cherki then saw a late goal chalked off in a frantic ending, but Manchester City still moved outright second after the win, while Liverpool remains sixth, 5 points behind. I don't like to say it, but it is what it is. Man United. What?
You have to say it.
But anyway, it's just temporary.
Yeah.
They say form is temporary, class is permanent.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see how it pans out.
We saw how the weekend fixture panned out, but already as it is in England, always has been. There are games this midweek, starting from tomorrow. Chelsea will be playing Leeds. Also on Thursday. Look at that save.
And that's
look at that.
That's the save of the season.
This is a work of art. I'm sure McAllister was looking like, that ball was supposed to enter.
That was a goal. Even Guardiola.
Yeah, one of the men of the match too. One of the men of the match, Gay. I think it was showing Liverpool that look, this is something you've missed.
Gay was just doing extra shift.
What do you mean extra shift? He played well, man. He's a typical Gay.
Yeah, he was trying to show off. That's all.
I was like,
showing that
yes, now of course now. If you are the one, these are the games.
Players do that to impress a club that didn't get them. Just to let people know this is what you are missing. Not like a girl that you are striking, and maybe you do small shakara for her.
Don't use that narrative, but go ahead.
No, that's the truth. If you do shakara for her, she can say, let me show you that my new boyfriend
is trying. This is your loss.
This is your loss, my game. That was not going, was just it.
And it's a big loss.
A fantastic big loss.
These are the games coming up this week. I mean, Chelsea will play in Leeds, Everton against Bournemouth, Spurs against Newcastle. What's going on with Spurs?
Arsenal is playing twice.
No, Arsenal is playing on Thursday. That's West Ham.
Saturday.
That West Ham against Man United game will be interesting because this is
Thursday and on Sunday, I think.
Yes, but Arsenal is playing first on Thursday. But I was talking about the West Ham Man United game. Manchester United have won 4 in a row. This is the chance for the man with the haircut. This is the chance. But it's not West Ham. West Ham got a morale boosting win, over the weekend, 2-0, and they won that game. I think it was Burnley away. Now they are 2 against Man United.
Yeah, Carrick can do it.
But will that man have his chance to cut his head this time around?
Hopefully,
Carrick. I pray. It's been 2 years plus.
I think I saw a meme where Carrick was dressing like a barber.
Okay, that's ready to cut. I think Manchester United, with the form they are in, the way they dispatched Tottenham, I don't know what's wrong with Spurs. Romero with the red card, he has spoken.
Romero has been.
Yeah, he has been outspoken about the club this season, saying that they are a disgrace. But then
I shouldn't make such a player my captain. I think Frank should take the ball by
the tackles he goes in. It's just
he shouldn't be captain
very
because now he endangers the chances of the team.
Yes,
speaks out randomly without
and
caution.
If he doesn't know, they are closer to relegation as well. I think they are just about 5 points or so, or 3 points.
If I were Frank, I don't think that play out. I don't mind. Wow. I don't mind losing my job, or just because to make the players understand that you can't just do these things and get away with it.
I mean,
Romero is getting a lot of things because Thomas Frank is not his big coach in quote.
Well, Thomas Frank, I don't even understand how.
Arteta won't take that.
Of course, you can't do that.
Guardiola can't take
Top
that.
coaches won't take that.
Jurgen
They are just
Klopp
driving
won't
after
take
coming
that
out to come and insult the not.
And you still
insult,
captain that team the next match? No.
So I think maybe they should be looking at. I think they will ship him off in the summer. I think he's going to leave Tottenham in the summer, but he shouldn't handle it that way. Even though I still feel that tackle was a bit. The card was a bit.
It was deserved.
Was a deserved red card
because he went after that player on purpose. All he just needed to do is to stay calm and let the player tackle him and him fall. He decided to raise his stud, which was really unprofessional.
Very, very unprofessional. But aside that, I think Manchester United were always going to win that game. It was a professional performance. Brian Mbeumo took his goal well. Bruno Fernandes was unplayable. Beautiful. I think that team right now, before you can stop them, you are going to have to work hard. I'm glad.
It's just a flash in the pan. Let's not just.
Do you think it's a flash in the pan? 4 games in a
row. It's aura.
4 games
the aura for aura. It's aura for aura.
So
just the aura of the DNA. The DNA is mixing well.
So you think it's still new manager bounce?
Yeah.
Why is this the new manager bounce?
How you expect? You expect the aura. He has caught up with the aura. You expect him to see anything
wrong? Yes, go
ahead. Yeah. I feel the Yorubas will say, "Until Baniro and you the a team that
you won 4 games.
You cannot understand your time.
You won 4 games now. You all of a sudden your time.
But you will do anything to win 4 games.
1 in 7, we don't understand it. 1 in 7, we don't.
I'm not part of
that
this.
That is the reason for it.
I am not here.
I mean, if a team is winning 4 teams in a row, I mean, a team that's winning 1 in 7, we don't understand what it takes to do that. However, I think Carrick has gone back to basics. And sometimes football is not difficult. Just go back to basics and allow the players to express themselves. Under a Ruben Amorim, Bruno Fernandes will never be in the box 18.
Yes.
And it's very simple. Why would you be playing a Fernandes as a deep line midfielder? And that frustrates guy. And that's the reason why he was always complaining. Even Roy Keane complained that, he's a crybaby. The guy is frustrated. Now he has been given the opportunity to express himself. However, a word of caution. If Casemiro gets injured at any particular point in time, Ugarte cannot step in. Go and check the games Ugarte came in when they substituted Casemiro. Manchester United struggled in the midfield. And that's my big concern. Manchester United is 1 injury away from, losing consistency.
Carrick will inject him with the DNA. Don't worry. At least Dogu is out injured now, Abi.
But look at the table. Look at the table, Jerry. It's not looking good at all.
It's looking good for us now.
It's just 6 points. And
6 points.
We still have 13 games to go there. 39 points to still fight for.
Arsenal, Man City is going to lose more games than Arsenal.
Aston Villa still has an outside.
Out of those 13 games, Arsenal is going to win more games than Man City.
Look at Man United. It's just 12 points.
I think I saw a video that Man U is going to win the league.
Man U still wants to. Of course, they're still interested.
Which league?
That league. Chelsea.
Top 4 league.
Yeah,
maybe top 4 league. Top 4 league.
Okay.
See, Man United is not careful. If Man United is not careful, they might not even make the top 4.
No, Man United will make the top 4. They will make the top 4.
They might end up 5.
They've gotten the confidence.
Man U will not make the top 4. Don't be surprised.
Is that an exclusive?
Exclusive.
Should we put that down?
Yes. Man United will not make the top 4.
We have an exclusive. Don't worry. Come May.
This Man United team will not make the top 4. Just watch.
Come May, we'll discuss.
The injuries will start coming. Don't worry. Luke Shaw is not injured yet.
Wait, Terry.
That your attack. Any good coach. That team has scored depth. Then Euro is not even playing. Lisandro Martinez is not even starting.
But
the elite is not even available.
They are getting it right.
And yet they are getting it right. That team should not be struggling because in all departments of the team, they have a lot of options.
Well,
but unfortunately, it's Man United.
Well, in this game, tomorrow's game, West Ham against Man United is going to.
I'm rooting for Man.
Because for West Ham, they just need 3 points. They can get off the relegation places.
West Ham all the way. Because they are bound relegation, they need to win this
one. That's on you. But I mean, look at Spurs. Spurs are in 15th and they're not doing anything about it yet. Leeds, good one. They managed to turn their season around. And as for Newcastle in 12th place. But Liverpool, look at Liverpool. I mean, 5 points.
Yeah, Liverpool's
5 points below Man United.
Unfortunately, there'll be no show slide.
That's the biggest story of the season.
And they are going to the Stadium of Light next. And Arsenal can be at home.
We'll dim their lights.
Hopefully.
We'll dim their lights.
1 in 7.
Why didn't you turn the litmus paper red when you faced the blue? Why were you not? Was it acid now or alkaline against Man City? It was injustice, Abi.
Injustice.
Okay, let's see what will happen at Stadium of Light.
That's much you can take. My wife, it's been awesome having you, and of course, Afis, always a pleasure having you guys on the locker room. And of course, big thanks to the guys who made the show great. Talking about the likes of Victor, Sam, as well as Hassan, and of course, Jeremiah. My name is Jerry Apelehai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
My name is Osas Obama Blessing, fitness trainer, gym instructor. The name of my gym is Great Life Fitness Center. My journey as a gym instructor has been very superb, loving. Like, I'm so happy to be a sport person, to be an athlete. You know, it has not been so easy, but sport is something you do with your heart, with your mind, and you enjoy it at last. You know, this thing has to do with mindset. So I've been doing this thing for like the past, let me say, okay, like 12 years now. And again, about fitness is it has to do with, you know, you have to love it. You have to love it. You have to, like, you know, put your mind like, okay, I really want to do this for myself. Because when you are fit, it makes you look better. Food has to play a big role in fitness. You are what you eat. So, for example, I finish training you, you went to go and eat something that you're not supposed to eat, like you just rush it back. You don't understand? It's not really healthy. When you finish training, there's some kind of training you do. You eat something like food that gives you strength before you come to training again. Because if you eat anyhow, you get tired, you can't train. Anybody that wants to lose weight, one, it has to be disciplined and be focused. You understand? It has to do with your mindset. Say, okay, I'm ready to lose weight. Then be happy doing it. You understand? Don't even use your mind. Don't even say, I want to lose weight. Say, I want to be fit. Use the word, I want to be fit. When you are fit, you lose weight. When you are fit, you are flexible.
When I joined the gym like 6 months ago, I had to go to lose weight because I was feeling so heavy weighted when I was at home. So when I joined the gym, I met Osas, one of the gym instructors. So he helped me accomplish my goal at first. Then I was like, okay, I wanted more. So I started lifting more weight so I'll be able to tone my body more and get like muscles because I play basketball and those things are like really necessary for me. When I started, I was mostly watching what I eat. So I was like always counting calories and being on calorie deficit and all those kind of things. But right now I'm just eating things that would help my body nutrients because of what I'm trying to achieve right now. Yeah, eat more vegetables, more proteins, less carbs. Even though those carbs are like really helpful in your body sometimes, but then healthy fats. I mean, if you look at yourself and you're happy with how you look, there's no point of you coming to the gym. You just need to like keep doing what you're doing. But then if you see that, okay, I need to come to the gym, come to the gym, you enjoy it, you love everything. People here are like so friendly. People are so welcoming. People will help you achieve your goal faster.
Right now, I'm not really big on weight loss. At this age, I'm basically doing body sculpting. But once I notice my clothes don't fit anymore, I pull back. I think last week I was 86. I noticed I was going bigger, so I just reduced that. You know, we have to do healthy eating, whether we are working out or not. So we have to eat healthy. I do selection. I also junk a lot. I won't lie to you, but I come and burn it out. Once I really want to do a weight loss program, or like I want to do when I'm going in on weight loss, I actually get onto a meal plan. I eat anytime, as the spirit leads. And basically, I think the world has really changed. Gone are those days in which you sit back, get fat, get sick and all that. And I used to be hypertensive, as in up to last year. I was quite hypertensive, I was on drugs. But I noticed each time when I come to the gym, my blood pressure actually goes down. So I've been able to manage hypertension just by working out and like healthy diets though. But by working out alone, I've been able to manage hypertension. Lots of diseases. Like yesterday, I think I went to the hospital. They said I had vertebra, blah, 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 that I should be feeling pains at the back. And I told the doctor, I can't feel any pains. I actually go to the gym, I lift weights. He said, that is just it. Because you are going to the gym, just keep going to the gym. It's something we need to come out to do just for ourselves. And also just coming to the gym, apart from the fact that you have to work out at home, if you come to the gym, it has some mental relief for you. It cures depression for some people. Just come out, socialize, work out. There's some mental relief that you get.
I've been gymming for like, this is going to be my second year. And my body weight was actually 3 digits. When I mean 3 digits, I mean 100 and something. But now I'm in 2 digits. That is my 90 something. I'm clocking to go to like 85. But even if I don't get to 85, being healthy is the most important thing. I'm not really a diet person. I take everything, but I eat early. That's the most important thing. I don't do night food. Once it's 6, my meal for the day is closed. For my breakfast, I do a lot of juice. I eat solid lunch. I mean, I can eat anything, but I try as much as I can to like cut everything on soda. No more soda. Soda is not part of me anymore. leg workouts are very, very important. Leg workouts, because when your leg is strong, you can go a lot of places. So I actually do a lot of leg workouts, and I do a lot of mass too. I carry weights. Exercise is a daily routine. Make it your daily routine. Now it's my daily routine. It's like my paracetamol. When I don't do my exercise every day, it's like I'm feeling sick. Like yesterday, I wasn't feeling too well, but today, look at me. I'm better and stronger.
Although I just got into the gym, and my aim is to burn down the fat. I want to be fit. And with Osas, the little time I've spent with Osas, man, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And I believe at the end of everything, like a month, I'll be very fine. Now, I've stopped eating some kind of food, like eating bread. Started taking watermelon, vegetables, what is going to boost my exercise. I stopped some kind of food that won't help me. Before I eat late, but now, Osas told me I should stop eating late. Like my last food for the day should be like around 6 or 5 o'clock. The rest of the hours, I can be taking fruits or water. I don't even feel like stopping again. And I feel this gym of a thing is not something you can just do for a while. It's a lifetime thing. I think so. I wasn't thinking like this before, but now I think it's a lifetime thing. I'll keep doing it. Please, if you know the gym, you're the Jones. You just need to gym to sweat out all this rubbish we are eating every day. We don't have any good food here now. So you need to sweat out every day.
For working out, I've been working out for my secondary school days. But yeah, I started January. So for I would say 3 months, but I've been working out all my life. One good thing is there's no bad workout. That's a quote I'm giving you. As far as there's a workout, anyone you do will give you success. So the only thing is your body level and how to adjust and adapt to it. Many of us feel intimidated with others, and it's part of why some of them get discouraged, why some get motivated. So for me now, I advise that if you see somebody that is doing better than you, you take it as an opportunity, because you need to like step up. Then if you are doing better than the person will definitely draw you down. So now the motivation lies on you. Your workout is not 100% in terms of what you get in your body. Diet has a percentage it takes, while the workout also has a percentage it takes. So if you are working out, you also need to control your diet a lot. So if your dieting is poor, then you're going to have issues. So for every successful person that works out well, the person should also control the diet. I usually advise all my friends, even colleagues at work, that they should work out, irrespective of the kind of schedule they have or the kind of job it is, that there's always time for workout. You might not hit the gym, but for those times you have at home, even if it's 10 minutes, it is better than nothing. I always advise that you work out. Even my mom, to a point, she's old, I still tell her to take a walk, and she does that.
Well, it's actually nice. You understand the journey, because initially I was having this weight. I noticed that myself, I'm adding weight. You understand? So, but the moment I started working out, I see some changes in my system. All this fatigue, normal body pains gone, and all that. So it's interesting. So I've burned so many fats. I've achieved so many. Even if I'm working now, I notice that I'm light. So I eat everything, but meanwhile, I reduced my alcoholic intake. Now I eat more early than before, because without eating early, it will not work out very well. Some food may not digest like they said, but eating early is far better when you are taking some exercise. Working out is the best. You don't even need to advise them; they should just start working out. It makes it overcome so many things, even stroke, all those small sickness in the body.
Yeah, I've been consistent here for like 1 year. Great Life Fitness Gym. She motivated me actually. She has been the one coming, so she was always looking good, coming down, trimming, looking good, stronger, more energetic. I said to myself, why wait for her? Why sit down? I decided to join her, and since then it has been all sweet. So I eat in moderation. I eat everything but in moderation. Then I drink a lot of water, fruits and vegetables. I've stopped eating late. But I can take coffee in the morning. Coffee without cream, just coffee, black coffee. You're not even meant to eat before coming to the gym. When you're coming to the gym, it should be like some few hours before you come to the gym if it's evening class. So it's not ideal for you to eat. You might likely throw up. It's not easy to get started, but one step at a time.
just start. You know, just get your legs moving. You'll be motivated.
1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Quality assurance of the nation. Now, we all know this, hear me carefully, when this word is mentioned, if you're in the sectors, depending on whatever field you are working in, usually it's the time when the auditors come in to check what you've been building, to peek through the holes to see if there's any shady thing going on, to ensure that once they hit and hit, will it fall? Listen, they are not doing that because they hate you, but they want to ensure that there is longevity and there is a sustained success in what you are building. Now, that is why at the end of it all, you would see that at the end of such audits, if it goes badly, sometimes it could actually mean a loss of job. Hear me carefully. At the worst case scenario, it could be a withdrawal of license if you're in the engineering or the medical field or other fields that require such licenses to practice. So if the understanding of the importance of this quality assurance process, the audits, is known in the natural, how much more in this nation that I've introduced you to. Remember, I take it again, this nation means you have accepted Christ as Lord and you now have this life of Christ that has now become the light on your inside, and you have now been made the light of the world, the city set on a hill that cannot be hid. That means you now have the unrepentant commitment of the God of the universe on your inside. That means you now have the Lord God of the universe with the innumerable company of angels helping and assisting you in every single thing you are doing. That means we are not scared of process because we know we carry the life that can even surpass the process. We are not scared of targets because we know we have the Holy Ghost as our senior partner. Hear me carefully. That is why no matter how impossible a situation is placed before us, like Daniel and his friends, we can go in our secret place and pray and see the fullness of the answers being revealed to us. Because as I said in the last episode, is the amount of thought and study you give to this truth I've spoken to you is on how much you can bank your all on this. Listen, you're just facing a job loss or probably a withdrawal of license, but Daniel had his neck on the line. If he failed, he would have been killed. Trust me, I'm not downplaying what you are facing, but I'm about to put in your hands quality assurance, how to test if you've been going all the way in the building of this nation. But the comfort I bring to you as I proceed on this piece is that in this life, even if what you are building is burnt to ashes or is taken down, or actually it is pulled to the ground as it is done sometimes with that engineering building, with that, it didn't pass the quality assurance test, so it is pulled down. But I say to you, the comfort you should have is this, that no other foundation can be laid, and this foundation standeth sure, so you are still saved. But remember, in the last episode, I spoke about usability. I spoke about influence, not just a mere gift, but as a reward for giving thought and study and taking action on the promptings that the Holy Ghost has put on your inside for you to take. So what the world calls, I just have that guts feeling. No, to you right now, is that is the Holy Ghost on your inside that is saying, go here, do this, because right now, you now have unrestricted access to Him because your sins are forgiven, because Christ was punished at the cross for you. Are you with me? Quality assurance of the nation, the auditors, storms and troubles. Hear me carefully. Two men built, one built on the sand and one built on the rock. The storms of life and the waters and the troubles of life hit both houses. Remember, as we've said before in one of our previous episodes, I told you that you are what you are a building. Remember, true wisdom is a house built, and by understanding it is established. And true knowledge, again, the amount of thought and study you have given to this truth, your Bible, scriptures, the amount of thought and study is the amount of power and virtue and more the Lord will give back to you. So hear me, when the storms of life comes, when those troubles, when those issues stare you in the face, when the auditors come, it reveals what you have built. It reveals who you are. It reveals what has been done. Hear me carefully. When you squeeze an orange, it is not apple juice that comes out, it is orange juice. So in the time of troubles, you cannot run away from it. That has to be very clear. Because listen, the storms and the wind and the rains came to even he that built his house on sand, that shifting, sinking sand. That's he who has not put his trust on Christ. He who does not have this privilege of being in Christ Jesus, having the life, the Zoe of God on his inside. That means I'm saying to you, don't compromise, because the auditors will come. I'm saying to you, give your all on this. Don't be 1 foot in and 1 foot out. I'm saying put your all on the person of Christ. Build rightly with him. Ensure that you are not cutting corners. Why do you want to cut corners? Are you trying to get the approval of many? Don't you know that you are living for the audience of one? Don't you know that you don't need to cut corners because you have the fullness of the backing of the Lord on your inside for every single task and project you are on? So why do you need to cheat? Why do you need to cut corners? Why do you need to say, no, I'm not really feeling the relationship with my wife, I'm not getting it properly. I think there's someone else out there for me. Why? Why are you doing that? Don't you know that it's the Lord that can turn that water into wine? Those are storms that are coming your way right now. You want to give me legitimate reasons. Listen, the storms and the rains are legitimate things that happens here on earth, but it is not an excuse. It's a question of what have you been building on? Are you anchored on the Lord? The rock there means the house is anchored on the rock. The rock is the picture of Christ. It means your soul is anchored on the word of God. It means that you are seeing that the same spirit that raised up Christ from the dead dwells in you, and this same spirit is able to quicken your mortal body. From the word, you are seeing that whatsoever you do, it prospers. So meaning, even if they put a dead business in your hands, you don't take it naturally. You pray, you ask and trust in the Lord for answers even to that dead situation. And even if it seems like it hasn't come or it didn't come, you don't still cut corners. You still trust and put your all on the Lord. Because when this QA comes, when the storms come, at the end of the storm is your lifting. Hear me carefully, Daniel. Right now, it feels like you're in that den. They threw you in. What did you do? You just stood by your values and your virtues. You did not compromise. Why will you bow down to man when you know the Lord God is the head of this nation? Why would you do that? No, you wouldn't. So right now, you're in that den and you're saying, why am I here? That I did nothing wrong. See, the very reason you're already contemplating and now looking to yourself and saying you did nothing wrong might be the reason you'll stay longer in that situation. Hear me carefully. I'm speaking on just terms. I'm not speaking to your sentiment. I'm not speaking to appease or appeal to your emotions. I'm saying in this life we deal on justice, and Daddy God no longer looks at you as you to judge you, but he looks at you in Christ, in this life he has given to you. Because remember, in the natural, in your own works and strength, you can't even come close to merit or deserve the fullness of the help and the blessings of this nation. No, it's on the basis of the finished work of Christ. So the very reason you are saying to yourself right now, but I didn't do this, it's not my fault. It's not my, that's the very reason you will stay longer, because you're not taking your eyes off the situation and looking to Christ. That is how you come out of storms faster. That is how you pass this QA that the world, this QA that life brings to you. It must be eyes on Christ. I know it's one of the most difficult things to do right there. I'm not speaking just based on knowledge alone, but I'm also speaking from the point of experience, being placed at the spot whereby you almost want to say, I did nothing wrong. But you must realize that your way out is not by looking at yourself, dear Peter. That is why you see yourself constantly sinking in. It's by putting your all on the person of Christ. That yes, you've seemingly done your best with the help of the Lord. You must also realize that the way out is still with the help of the Lord, there, Daniel. Then you will see the Lord come and shut the mouth of the lions that they can't eat you up. There, Hebrew boy, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Yes, you will not bow. They're asking you to compromise on your stand and values, right? And the QA is there right now. Quality assurance is there. Why are these numbers looking like this? From the top, it was said the numbers are this. But at your side is different, and you know you did nothing wrong. You stand on business. No, these are the records on ground. This is what it is. But listen, you might be told that I'm about to cut your head. You're going to lose the license. How dare you go up against me? If at that point you start putting and pointing to yourself in your strengths, you start saying, no, I did what is right. They cannot kick me out of here. Trust me, you're about to be kicked out. But if you stand and say, he sends from above, Lakatinasata. He took me, he drew me out of many waters. Hey, Liketinasata. He brought me into a large place. He kata out of this eater, as I've taught you in the previous episode. He's coming forth meat for me because of what Christ has done for me at the cross. You have, in essence, set forth a ladder to take you out of that pit to the palace. And you will be able to say, just as Joseph did when his brother stood before him, that evil you meant it for, God turned it around for good. And it becomes a platform for you to minister and share the same life that I've put on your inside with them, and have them also sealed with the same Holy Ghost that is giving you the wisdom in these times of trials and storms. So count it all joy when you go through diverse trials and tribulation, but in the midst of it, ask for wisdom, because it's God that gives wisdom liberally. It could even be you, like David, when he stood before the king of Gath and he had to feign madness just to be taken out of there, but he never compromised on his values in that situation. Hear me closely. Storms and troubles will come. Those are the quality assurance. It might take a little bit of rigor, a little bit of push, but it's to reveal what you've been building. And should it stand the test of time, hear me closely, you are already taking another step higher in the place of influence. Your voice is getting thicker. You can say to many that now that I bring you out of that situation, you can say those mouths of the lions are shut up and none shall bite you. Liketinasata. Hear me closely. You can now say to one that you will see the fourth man in the fire, that you will not, the smell of that fire will not be on you. See, when one says we don't look like what we've been through, listen, hear me closely. Let me give you the fullness of that context in the life of the one carrying this nation, this national status, being in this world but not of this world. It is this: it was delivered up for my offenses. Hear me closely. Christ Jesus was delivered up for my offenses, meaning my mistakes, my seeming innuendos, my seeming omission, whatever it is that you want to call it, that you are seemingly taking as a legal ground to bring this trouble and storms. I'm not going to come down to the level of arguing with you in intellect. I'm going to go higher and lay hold on the finished work of Christ and receive this saving grace of the Lord that is bringing me out of this situation. What you are doing right now is that you are culturing this life, and you are going to come out stronger and greater, because you've stopped thinking it's all about you and you are realizing it is all about Christ. That is how you dominate over the QA when it comes, and the auditor will look and give you that handshake and say, pass, move on to the next level. The same way the Lord will say to you, you have now increased in rank and qualified for the next level, the next weight of glory. More lives, more cities are handed over to you, because at the very point of building, you didn't compromise. And now you have qualified in Christ for the next level of greatness.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftmania Hub. Craftmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Solo. My flair for fashion and creativity has always been right from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Well, everything in Craftmania Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always come true for me. Well, so many things inspire me to create. Like for instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a fascinator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Like in every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. So I've been able to empower people. I've empowered people a lot, gain financial independence and be able to help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to wear my own, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. The government has been helping, because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftmania Hub _rentals.
My name is Eizibo St. Charles. I'm a barber. Name of my barbing salon is Divine Wisdom Barbing Salon. Number 1, Kudurat Adeneko Okeafa Ejibu. This is my 18 years experience, and I started this from Benin City and from Edo State. Being in this particular shop that you are seeing me here, by October 1st, it will be 15 years me managing this place. And I have a lot of customers that always come here to patronize me, female and male, which I give them a good haircut. I do dreadlock, and I also give them a nice haircut, and I also do home services. And as I'm talking to you right now, I will have a client to attend to today. And a lot of people, they are very happy about my haircuts, and they only patronize me. And I also do a lot of things in this shop, not so aspect of barbing as at least I also like do some POS and other business to attach to it. Yeah, I'm married. By special grace of God, I'm married with 4 kids. It has not been easy for me. I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is my 18 years in marriage. And my first son, last February, he's completed his own 17 years. But the journey has not been easy for me. I have to tell the gospel truth. The journey has not been easy. And this is like by September this year, it will be 2 years when my wife left me with the keys without quarreling. You know, before I will come back from my business promises, before I will get to the house, I found out that she packed her bag and left. But the journey has never been easy for me with the keys, 4th key. I've been trying to, with the help of God, and the journey is just going with the little business I'm doing here. God has been sustaining us, and I'm praying that God's favor should strengthen me for me to be able to put the children into the right path of life. It has not been easy, I will not lie to you. Actually, I'm a little physical challenge, but I'm thanking God. I don't look at myself. I don't look at the challenging. I look at what I can do. Understand? And with the help of God, God has been faithful. On my way coming to the shop one fateful day, I saw a young man that worked in the government, was just passing by when I was about crossing to my place of business. He called me. He asked me, do you have NI? Do you have Lastra? I told him yes. He asked me to submit it, hoping that I'm going to receive something from the government. But unfortunately, nothing came from the government. But I really needed help, assistance on the government to help me, for me to able to finance my children, to forward their education. And I believe that is what I'm praying for the government. They can really come to my aid to see how they can help me. It's not easy for me with the 4 kids, without wife, just left the children with no reason. I believe I really need a help from the government. I went through a lot of challenging. When I had my second child, June 30, That's when I have my second child. Things were very rough for me in Edo State. And I left my wife after the baby was 3 months. I left her and I told her that I'm coming down to Lagos to see how I can support the family. And I left with 2 kids, my first son and my second child then. That one was 3 months. And I came to Lagos. When I came to Lagos, I saw my first place of working, which I worked with the guy after 2 years. And the landlord said he wants to make use of the shop. I was thinking, how? God, I don't want to go back to Edo State. God should get me a place where I can be managing my own. With the faithful of God, and I got this place I am today. After 2 years, I worked with him, and I started mine. It has not been easy for me. I sleep in the shop for after 6 years of my being in Lagos. Before I get a little apartment I'm staying, before I went down to Edo State to bring down my wife and children. We have been managing before she finally left us. I can't say I have not been having gain on the business. Me coming to this place, having a customers to barb their hair, for me to be able to put food on the table of my children to pay their school fees, to pay other responsibility, to also see how I can manage to pay my rent. I can say there is a profit and I'm benefiting the job. I'm happy that I was able to learn the job on time, for me not to beg before I eat. I believe there is a gain. For me to put food on my table, I really appreciate God for that. Yeah, as I earlier said before, I said my name is Eizigwe St. Charles. My Facebook name is also Eizigwe St. Charles, and then TikTok, the same name, Eizigwe St. Charles.
My name is Mr. Nanachuka Austin, the CEO of Estin Surgical. So the business has been existing for roughly 3 years now, and the reason is because my family has always been in the medical space. My dad owns a pharmacy and it's been existing for over 35 years. So I decided to, carve a niche for myself, and hence Estin Surgical was formed. So basically, we focus on medical consumables, medical equipment, laboratory equipment. We also supply hospitals and laboratories, and also we set up hospitals and laboratories as well. So we are faced with sky-high inflations, low income, and also overstretched healthcare system. So it's a no-brainer that most of our practitioners have to go outside to look for greener pastures. In this country we are in, you have to be your own government to provide the best for yourself. So I will say we only pray for our leaders and hope for the best for us. Our foundation rests on consistency, but consistency is just the first layer. We pride ourselves on flexibility and accountability in such a way that we provide professional help to healthcare practitioners. Our brand aims at providing services to healthcare professionals with the highest quality of surgical equipment and services. We see ourselves in the next 5 years to be the leading global provider of reliable surgical equipment and also impacting the economy in a positive way. Hi, I'm the CEO of Eastern Surgical. Welcome to Eastern Surgical.
I love creativity. I love beautiful wares. So I think that's what inspires me to go into the business. My name is Eriaka Oluwatosin, the face behind Upslide Design. I choose fashion because naturally I love nice wares. 1, 2, the fact that it's a kind of craft that you can do, unlike some other craft that you can do for others, you can still do for yourself. So the fact that it will be shown over you that you are a fashion designer too, I think that's what makes me to choose that part over other creativities and other arts works. Choose that part over other creativities and other arts works. To be a fashion designer, you need to know the technique behind the fashion, the beauty of fashion, the uniqueness of the job itself, like knowing your colors, knowing good things. You understand? I think that's very important. Knowing what's like the material that will be good for a particular style, the design, the body shape, and so many more. So many things, because fashion is wide. The steps, first you look at the fabric, then know the style the person, maybe the client want to make, the person's body shape. You understand? You, as a fashion designer, you are in place of advising your customer, because some customer will choose a style that will not be appropriate for their body shape. So you are there to advise them. You choose the style. To choose the style that will be appropriate for their body shape. Then you get their measurements, because that one is very, very important. Why you apply the measurements when you are making the dress. Then get your materials that will make the clothes stand out. Then all this applique that we add to clothes that makes the clothes stand out too. So you just have to have that taste of beautiful thing for you to beautify somebody else. The place of home is very important, because you are still going back. Whatever you do, you are still going back home. So you make sure your home is settled. Then you balance it with your time. I don't have time for play as much. Do you understand? So most of my time I use it for my business, and the remaining time I use it for my home. So far it's not easy, but we are pushing through. Nigerian fashion industry is really growing. It's really growing and it's wide. Like I said, it's very wide. It's growing. You have to be updated. You have to know what is going on out there. So it's really growing, and it's as much as possible. There are different departments in the business that you can. Okay, let's say the marketing departments, the sewing. Fashion designer is not like before that you just cut and sew. You have to know the techniques to give the body the body that you want to sew for, the fitting that you want. So it's been encouraging so far. It's wide, so it's encouraging. We are still pushing through. Once you see a learner, somebody that is ready to learn, then you impact the knowledge into them. That's just it. So you have to know it yourself for you to impact that into somebody else. The training is not easy, but for the trainer and even the training too, but it's worth it at the end. It's worth it at the end. It's worth it at the end, both for the training and the trainer. You will be happy that you train somebody, and the person that learned to will be happy because you will definitely make money if you know what you are doing. It's a lucrative business. It's okay. It's worth the time you put into it. But like I used to tell people, you don't just stay and be on what you are being taught alone. You have to lay your hand on it, do it, go online and acquire more knowledge. Fashion is wide and it's growing every day. So you must keep on learning. You keep on learning. Even me, I've been in the business for like 15 years, but I still keep learning. We keep knowing new things, good things keep evolving, and you have to know it. And so that's it. My name is Neriaka Oluwatosin, the face behind Upslide Design. I'm a fashion designer. This is my hustle.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2024, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Obuche.
And I am Nenna Ndamdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Tinubu pledges to boost agriculture and end banditry.
Minister says Nigeria needs 10% growth for $1 trillion economy.
Obi and others protest at NAS over Electoral Act amendment.
Also, Ezekwesili Adegboruwa seek mandatory real-time transmission of election results.
CJN task judges on reflective evidence-based judgments.
An appeal court upholds Senate's suspension of Natasha false contempt charge.
On the foreign scene, Hong Kong pro-democracy tycoon Jimmy Lai gets 20 years jail.
Well, in business news, CBN and NCC released measures to resolve failed airtime and data transactions.
In sport, Olympic medals break apart, raising concerns over quality.
Well, in entertainment news, false bloods Nigerian leaders and religious institutions over insecurity and poor governance.
Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has said that Nigeria is at a critical juncture where bold reforms, cooperative federalism, and decisive implementation are required to move the country from economic recovery to full transformation. Against this background, he pledged accelerated agricultural development and a renewed offensive against banditry and terrorism, which described as hindrances to economic recovery and transformation, while assuring states of expanded social investment programs. The president, who spoke at the ongoing Second National Economic Council conference at the presidential villa in Abuja, said the theme reflected the administration's resolve to move from recovery to transformation and from malnutrition to warm, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable action. He vowed to strengthen Nigeria's forces and intensify efforts to defeat insecurity, describing terrorism and banditry as major and unacceptable economic hindrances that should not be part of the nation's culture. Also speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima, who chairs the Economic Council, stressed the importance of translating economic progress into tangible improvements in citizens' lives. He added that inclusive growth requires collaboration across all tiers of government and alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals.
In the meantime, the Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Doris Uzoka-Nite, says Nigeria requires a more aggressive expansion at a minimum annual growth rate of 10% over the next decade to realize its $1 trillion economy. Dr. Uzoka-Nite, who spoke at the ongoing National Economic Council conference in Abuja, stated that while the economy was stabilizing with a 4% growth recovery in 2025, achieving a $1 trillion economy requires a more aggressive expansion. She explained that while 6 to 7% growth was sufficient to reduce poverty, reaching $1 trillion demands sustained double-digit growth driven by private investment and structural reforms. Highlighting the federal government's shift from a primary spender to a strategic enabler under the domestic growth acceleration strategy, she said the government's strategy introduces investment budgeting to de-risk projects and attract private capital at 3 to 5 times the public spending.
Meanwhile, the Senate has called for a more strategic budgeting system that prioritizes critical sectors. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriations, Solomon Adeola, made a call during a public hearing on the 2026 Appropriation Bill in Abuja. Adeola said budgets needed to be better designed and implemented to meet national priorities. Opening the hearing, Senate President Godswill Akpabio, represented by Deputy Senate President Jibrin Barua, noted that budget hearings are not just formalities, but moments of national reflection.
Well, turning to other stories, former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, earlier on Monday led protesters to the National Assembly demanding the inclusion of mandatory electronic transmission of results in Nigeria's Electoral Act amendment. The protesters expressed grievances over the removal of the clauses mandating electronic transmission of election results, stating their concerns over electoral transparency and credibility. The Senate had last week passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, but removed the phrase real-time electronic transmission of election results, thereby sparking widespread criticism from civil society groups and opposition political parties and figures. Obi warned that without electronic transmission, Nigeria's elections would be prone to manipulation, stating that if there is no electronic transmission of results, there will be no election. The protest, tagged #OccupyNAS, drew members of civil society organizations, student groups, and opposition political parties, with security personnel deployed to maintain order.
Still on the controversial Electoral Act amendment, civil society organizations, including the Coup Center and Yaga Africa, have given the National Assembly a 2-week ultimatum to conclude the amendment process, including mandatorily retaining the real-time electronic transmission of election results. The coalition, which includes Staff Africa, Center for Media and Society, Nigerian Women Trust Fund, as well as Elect Her, also urged the Independent National Electoral Commission to release the timetable for the 2027 general elections without further delay. They insisted at a conference committee harmonizing the Electoral Act amendment must prioritize national interest over political considerations. Speaking on behalf of the coalition, founder and chief executive officer of TAF Africa, Jake Ekpele, emphasized the need for electoral transparency and credibility. The groups warned the failure to address these concerns could undermine the integrity of future elections.
Now, a former Minister of Education, Dr. Obi Ezekwesili, has renewed calls for full electoral transparency, insisting that real-time electronic transmission of results from polling units should be made legally mandatory in Nigeria. In a statement on X, Ezekwesili said, transparency in governance can never be excessive, insisting that credible elections depend on clear and enforceable rules rather than institutional discretion. According to her, making real-time electronic transmission of results compulsory would ensure that votes truly count and are shielded from interference and manipulation. Also, human rights lawyer Ebunlu Adegboruwa said the electronic transmission of election results is non-negotiable, warning that any attempt to weaken the provision in the amended act would undermine Nigeria's democratic process. He described the emerging developments in the National Assembly regarding the proposed amendment of the Electoral Act as worrisome and baffling in the 21st century Nigeria, where government, ministries, departments, and agencies are transitioning to paperless systems. Adegboruwa noted that Nigeria's electoral history has been plagued by fraud, corruption, and manipulation, particularly during the collation and transmission of results.
For presidential candidates of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, who joined ongoing protests at the National Assembly in Abuja earlier on today over the Senate's rejection of mandatory electronic transmission of election results by the Senate. Correspondent Jimo Ogirima reports that protesters with different placards stormed the National Assembly to protest the action of the Senate.
Results, urging lawmakers to allow the electoral. Speaking at the protest ground, Obi faltered the Senate's position on the electronic transmission of election results, urging lawmakers to allow the electoral process to proceed without restrictions. The former Labour Party presidential candidate added that the election must go through the normal process.
We must learn to that small countries of the world are trying to do things right. We saw how different Ghana. Because of he did the wrong thing, and then the Tenth of Africa is the one that wants to do things wrong. What is wrong is just a simple process of transmitting properly. Allow the election to go through the normal process, whoever wins will accept. So why are you bringing on the confusion?
The protest tagged Occupy National Assembly saw Nigerian youths and pro-democracy activists converging at the entrance of the National Assembly to express their opposition to the Senate's rejection of e-transmission of election results.
We are here to make sure that the Senate pass the electoral reform that includes real-time electronic transmission of results. We don't want to hear transfer. We don't want to hear it is at the discretion of INEC. No, INEC has been given so much money, they should do the needful. Currently, what we have, the only independent in INEC is the I that is in their name. We want a situation whereby there is independence is forced on them, since they do not know how to take the capacity and take the power to be independent. And so that's why we are making demands on the National Assembly to say to them they must pass the bill that has transmission, real-time transmission, mandatory of results, and so that people can see. We are tired of the rigging. Whatever it is that the people vote, let the people's mandate stand.
We are here to save democracy in Nigeria.
the foundation of every democracy is free, fair, and credible elections. Without choosing your leaders, there is no accountability. So no matter how criminal-minded leaders are, they rig themselves back into power. And the 10th Assembly is trying to be mischievous with passing an electoral act that is supposed to guarantee transparency, accountability, and a free and fair process. That is why, as Nigerians, it must concern everybody to come here and ensure that they do not only pass the law, but do not pass a fraudulent law, a law that will ensure that the votes of the people will count. Because come 2027, my vote must count.
We need the results to be transmitted immediately, mandatorily. You know, that's why you see both the educated and the uneducated. One thing binds us together, our votes. Yes. You know, for our votes to count. We can't keep voting thin air. We can't keep voting and our votings will not count. And the reason why leaders are misbehaving is because they know that votes don't count. If you are a leader and you know that next 4 years they will not vote you in if you don't fulfill your promises, you will act right. But because they know that they have INEC, they have people like Akpabio, they have people like Amupita that they can probably pay. And you know our votes will be sold. They don't bother looking after us that is voting the votes. This time around, according to Peter Obi, he said, let there be no illusion. Yes. The criminality witnessed in 2023 will not be tolerated 2027.
We are asking the Senate to come back to the real-time transmission, electronic transmission, because there seems to be misunderstanding the way people are explaining electronic transmission. We say upload from the ward level, from the voting point, from the polling unit. When you auto-IREV, upload immediately. And when you upload, what happens? Whether you have, even if you are saying it's in a place where there is no network, as soon as you get to the network environment, the thing uploads. And so what we are asking the Senate to do is to come back to the same resolution of electronic transmission. You are creating, confidence and trust for a system. Let them not take us back.
We are here for a singular reason. There must be compulsory electronic transmission of elections results. Anything short of that is injustice to Nigeria. The National Assembly, led by Senator, in quote, Mrs. Godswill Akpabio, is trying to convince me and you that they cannot transmit election result electronically. So we are demanding that election result must be transmitted electronically. We are not asking them to return the money they have taken. We are saying you must face a free, fair, and credible election.
The demonstration attracted a heavy security presence with personnel drawn from the Nigerian Police Force, the Nigerian Army, and the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps deployed to maintain order around the complex. The civil society groups, however, promised to continue the protest tomorrow by 7 a.m. Jimo Ogrima, reporting for VOP TV, Abuja.
Jimo, thank you. Well, turning to other stories, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, CJN, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has implored judges across the Federation to always properly evaluate the evidence at their courts before giving judgment. Speaking at the opening ceremony of the 2026 refresher course for judges of the lower courts and the management of evidence in trial, the CJN warned that decisions made without explanation or discretion, exercised inconsistently, erode a public trust and weaken the legitimacy of the court. She explained that the strength of the judiciary is measured not only by the brilliance of the judgments, but by the fairness, integrity, and reliability of decisions delivered at the grassroots. She added that when evidence is properly managed, justice becomes more accessible, judgments more durable, and public trust is reinforced. According to her, the lower courts are the front lines of justice delivery in the country, and for many Nigerians, their first and most immediate encounter with the judiciary. Therefore, she warned that decisions made here do not only resolve disputes, but also shape public confidence in the judicial system, influence perceptions of fairness, and determine the credibility of justice in the eyes of citizens.
In the meantime, the Court of Appeal in Abuja said the Senate acted within its powers in suspending for misconduct the lawmaker representing Kogi Central Senatorial District, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduah. In a unanimous decision by a 3-member panel of justices, The appellate court said it was satisfied that neither the appellant's parliamentary privilege nor her constitutional rights were breached as a result of a suspension from the Senate. Nevertheless, it vacated the contempt proceeding and the 5 million naira fine awarded against Senator Coup over her satirical apology to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio. In the lead verdict delivered by Justice Abubakar Mohammed, the court further held that the Senate President was not wrong to have denied the appellant the opportunity to speak for not being on her official allotted seat during plenary on February 20, 2025.
And now residents of Danhunu 2 community in New Millennium City in Chikun Council area of Kaduna State have protested against the recurring kidnap incidents in the area following the abduction of 7 persons by suspected bandits. Marching to the Millennium City Divisional Police Headquarters, the protesters demanded urgent security intervention. The latest attack was said to have occurred at about 11:30 p.m. on Sunday, when the bandits reportedly stormed the community and abducted members of 2 families. Those kidnapped included Yahya Yusuf, his wife Latifat, and their sons, Abdul Ghaffar and Abdul Kudus, as well as Abdul Razak Jima and 2 of her children.
Joining us virtually to analyze the news is Chartered Management Accountant and Public Affairs Analyst Chijioke Oje. Glad to have you join us, Chijioke.
Thank you for having me. Good evening, Judge.
Good evening. Okay, let's start with this. President Bola Tinubu has said that Nigeria is at a critical juncture where bold reforms, cooperative federalism, and decisive implementation are required to move the country from economic recovery to full transformation. And with this background, he's pledging accelerated agricultural development and a renewed offensive against banditry and terrorism. Would you agree with him? Is this what we need at this time?
Well, definitely, I think the president has been able to put it in circumspect. There's an urgent need to address all these lingering issues. It is said in ideal situations that when you know the problem, then you can now know the solution. But we have seen that we have either expected too much from people who have little or no knowledge of the current situations in the country, because we have continued to live in denial rather than face and confront these issues that often have been labeled all kind of friendly elements. What is banditry? In the past less than 7 or 8 days, more than 200 people, as reported by the media, has been slaughtered. And we know that that is just a minimal figure compared to what could actually be on ground. And you still label such as a banditry. The word, I wouldn't want to waste the time of audiences in beginning to define the term or the word bandit, which is been used and has played the role which served the previous administration that was trying in every effort to ensure that Nigerians were completely kept in the slumber of sleep by a former presidential spokesperson who is not a security personnel or trained to be or in any format with such knowledge, suddenly in granting conference or interviews, label this state-sponsored terrorism as heathers and bandits. And it has become the nomenclature of the use of the word banditry in Nigeria today. We ask ourselves, how indeed does the present administration intend to tackle the current situation? Is it by the current granted interview by the First Lady in US, where all that she said was a complete play of denial and fallacy of the current situation of our dear country? It is not the prayer of any well-being that such individuals should experience what people, Nigerians, are facing on a daily basis. But I can bet you that if the First Lady is befelled with such calamity, they would see it differently.
Well, Chijoke,
It is always an illusion when people don't understand what it is to have people in captivity, maimed and killed, and the killers are on the spree, continue to display any form of fearlessness.
Chijoke, can I come in here? I want us to have a conversation, right? You talked about the interview the First Lady granted Fox Digital, but you also are picking bones with the nomenclature banditry. What would you rather have? Would you rather have them called terrorists so that they can be treated as such? Briefly, I just wanted to answer that before we push this matter forward.
Ideally, these guys are terrorists, and they're state-sponsored terrorists. They have admitted, the ones that have been arrested and caught on several occasions have said spokenly that they are being sponsored by the people in government. And the government have continued to reintegrate them in the military and all the various forces. The government are not in denial. Rather, what they have come out to say is that they are repentant. And by the way, these guys are not Boko Haram. These were not the ideologies of Boko Haram. These individuals are state-sponsored terrorism against the people of Nigeria. So in reference to your question, yes, these people are state-sponsored terrorists that are haunting the ordinary and average Nigerian.
Now I have another question for you. So the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, who chairs the Economic Council, stressed the importance of translating economic progress into tangible improvements in citizens' life. Now, I remember putting this question to you not too long ago about the World Bank commending this administration, and you said they were mocking Nigerians. Just towards the end of last year, 2025, we had a Nigerian at an international level talking about Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the WTO DG. She came and said this administration has stabilized the economy. And she now said that what is needed now is growth and safety nets for the vulnerable. Now, when it comes to this area, how would you rate this administration? How far so far?
First of all, I wouldn't want to dabble so much with the individual you've just mentioned, with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and her service to our dear nation and at the international level. But what I would have expected the media to have asked her is, while she was the economic head of the team of the led administration of President Jonathan, who promised Nigerians delivery of about 100,000 housing units that was launched under ASO Savings and Coup. What has happened to those housing units? It was under her own purview. And I can tell you that if we begin to uncover or open up, all that led within the presence of the then Jonathan administration, a lot of people may not see her in the same light they see her today. But we hope that someday there shall be room for accountability. Coming back to the question as regards to the portrayed seem to be doing well country, when indeed everything is all falling apart. What they're not telling Nigerians is the fact that everything that is presumed to be working is all orchestrated drama to continue to put Nigerians to the same sleep, slumber, and sleep forever. I was not the first person that told Nigerians the Port Harcourt refinery will not work. Not that I don't wish for it to work, but because of the fact that the government was deliberately misleading Nigerians. The pregnant minister of petroleum for state, in the person of Henneken, Lokobere, till date has not come out to apologize to Nigerians with all the dramas, needless dramas that was orchestrated between him and the former group managing director of the NNPC in the person of Melekere, who kept on promising Nigerians on the delivery. And at a point in time, they told Nigerians that they've even started production. Today now they say they are turning into China to see if they can revamp that. What the present administration is scared to open is the indictments that many of the people today in the same administration were part of the looters of the same previous administration that have continued to sing on your mandate we stand, were the same culprits that ensure this does not work. The Buhari administration could not tell Nigerians the deal and the parley it had with a company called Technomont. I mentioned it on the media and I said Nigerians should seek out the information on what is going on. The spree buying of houses by Nigerians in Dubai who were using the proceeds of these monies to buy houses and destroy the younger children of girls, who today they have made, completely, let me not even go there. But coming back to the economic values or the continued misconception that things are working, in which area is it working? Is it the power sector that the country has completely collapsed from the so-called achievement of 6,000 megawatts to now 2,900 megawatts? Is that the celebration of the administration? Or which area are we said to be thriving? Or is it the road that is meant to or said to be in construction that it is completely a misalignment of the current needs of Nigerians? Is it the Benin-Ore Expressway that is pliable? Which is the current intervention or the progress that this government has been able to bring in? Or is it the continued situations of while the governor is traveling, the ministers are traveling, the president are traveling? A country today, we don't know what is our travel policy, where anybody can just wake up and say, including the local, which foreign investor has the president or the governors or the ministers brought in today? Please, I challenge the VOP team to counter me on this. That this is one particular investor that has been brought in under this current administration through the so-called effort of traveling and signing bilateral, all complete deceptions. And some of our Nigerian brothers who are there, colluding in this whole efforts. I hope Nigerians are seeing them and should be finding a way to locate their houses to go and feed, because they have done what? Completely mortgaged the entire nation. And as I speak to you, you only need to open your eyes so that you can see what you need to see, not just the imagination or the picture being painted and portrayed by individuals who in most cases have become drunkards.
Okay,
and their policies are complete failures. It is so sad that in a nation that you said that is growing in population, is growing in poverty, you do not have what it takes to service the nation. You're turning into everything is foreign relied.
Chijoke, let me come in here.
One major construction that is going on in Nigeria today that is being handled by an indigenous company. And yet we have the all sort of various bodies in Nigerians that are, claiming to be prophesized in different areas. We have them in governments at all times, and everybody's here and there pocketing foreign currencies. And then we expect that things are working. There is nothing working.
Okay, let me come in. Let me come in here.
Wake up and tell Nigerians the truth.
Okay. Let me come in here. We're still talking economy. The Minister of State for Finance, I don't know what you have to say about this. She says Nigeria requires a more aggressive expansion at a minimum of an annual growth rate of 10% over the next decade to realize its $1 trillion economy. Do you think that this annual growth of 10%, do you see the feasibility of it?
It's not. It's not. The current projection of 4% growth is absolutely a mad false. It's complete make-believe thing to give Nigeria the impression we're growing as a country. No, the nation is not growing. The bigger problem is that Nigeria is failing to tackle or for once make up its mind to start afresh. You can't continue to have a situation that nothing is livable. It is not the system that is working. It is not the people you put in the office that are being held accountable. You appoint somebody today, tomorrow you're chasing after him with the EFCC and ICPC. Is that progress? It's to show you that each day as a nation, we're losing people in terms of value and their own love for our dear country. Other nations are developed. Why? Because the people have the belief in it. Today, you should be asking yourself, How do we intend to develop Nigeria when over 99% of the people in government have their children schooling abroad,
can I come
and
in
resident
here?
abroad? Who will develop the nation?
Those are very valid questions you are asking, and you're setting us up for a part 2 of this. But there is no way we can let you go, right, without you talking about this. It's one of the major stories right now. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, earlier on Monday, led protesters to the National Assembly demanding the inclusion of mandatory electronic transmission of results in Nigeria's Electoral Act amendment. Please, you have 2 minutes to wrap this up. What do you make of this?
It's a good move. I think for now, Obi should be, commended for that, along with other individuals who have taken out that busy time to make this demand. These are things that you should begin to take responsibility, because people are already seeing him as a leader. It's not always about being at the driver's seat that you must become a leader. No. As a matter of fact, I had expected this long coming from him, not this so-called purported, mess dine with children that that you have been mocking them. I won't say Obi has been mocking them, but the politicians are used to, when it is election period, you see them dining with their lamajuris. You see them with their karawoman on the street. You see them hawking all sort of things. And at the end of the day, the same people now see the same Nigerians as less privileged and do not deserve any form of attentions. What Nigerians have been expecting is an alternative voice. As a matter of fact, I was expecting that Obi himself would have been leading lots of legal battles against and demanding, even though we know that the judicial system has been messed up, especially with the fact that now we are now hearing the First Lady telling Nigerians and the rest of the world, purportedly, that she can now tell her husband on the kind of judgment that the judges should release. And the media is not crying about it. But let's even look at the fact that Obi and the co-likes should be doing more in terms of suing these individuals, even when we know that the judicial system is not effective, and probably be in the pockets of many. But let them continue to make the efforts to demand, because the world is watching. It is no longer the days when we had those whole deception of, it doesn't exist. It is only what the government acknowledges that exists. Today, the world is changing. Today, we now hear the First Lady celebrating that while she's in US for a prayer conference, the President of America acknowledged her, not knowing that Nigerians who are already aware of the $9 million PR are now asking, is this the price Nigerians get to pay? And meanwhile, at home, everything is roasting in a grave danger. Is it the nature we want? No. What you should be asking for is not just accountability, but demanding that the rightful thing should be done. I was expecting that Obi himself would take the current Senate president to court, asking the sources of his funds that a sitting Senate president can put in his hand, in his pocket, as the word elucidated by the pressman, to donate 100 million to the Nigerian military emblem. And we ask, what else do Nigerian politicians do? How do they get their monies to a point where a Nigerian politician can afford to have so much luxury, and the same so-called policing system in Nigeria is in complete comatose? A policing system that you want them to respond when you find a problem does not have the capacity to even keep a record or communicate with the next police station. Then we're in bigger trouble. Because what I was expecting is that the OB of this war should be championing the demand for building and ensuring that we have a formidable police force. How do we have a formidable police force? The current policing system in Nigeria, yes, is failed. But what about the equipping of the policing people? Because I want to challenge the average Nigerians that where or in which police station do you have a situation you can walk into a police station and you have them take the records of whatever reports you're making with the system, or can search and give you the detail of a criminal records of anybody, or even be able to pass such information to the next police stations because they have those information? It's not in existence. And then yet we hear some governors saying they're investing money in drones. Who would respond when you find the criminals? Is it by always equipping them with bikes and failed vehicles that Nigerian police cannot maintain? It is designed to fail. These are the areas I've been expecting the Peter Obi and the likes to wake up to demand for accountability. The monies that have been budgeted to these various ministries, parastatals, and the forces should be completely traced to the very end. What happens to these funds? By so doing, we will be ensuring that we're equipping the rightful persons to govern our countries. And I tell Nigerians one more thing. If we're able to get our policing right, majority of our problems have been solved, because it is actually the police duty, the integrity, the law, and the nationhood within its nation, within the inside. Then the military can be charged with the territorial borders, not the current situation where we have the abuse of powers. Any riffraff or any individual who can afford to employ a Nigerian military to cause mayhem and destruction. And at the end of the day, they're not held accountable. So I'm glad that Obi and the likes are making such moves. And we hope that this will be heard by the National Assembly, especially in recognizing that what is being asked is even a laughable thing. That transmitting electoral results that will even be of value to them themselves is now being rejected on the excuses that in 9 states you don't have networks. Nigeria is in a bigger problem. Until we begin to see these things and address them, then I don't see anything meaningful progress coming our way as a nation.
Okay,
Chijioke. We must demand for equity, fairness, and justice.
Okay, thank you very much, Chijioke, for your extensive and, of course, intelligent analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. We've been speaking with Chijioke Oji. He is a public affairs analyst. We'll take a break now. When we return, bring you more stories. Just stay with us.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs.
Welcome back, everyone. And now, 2 suspected kidnappers have been arrested at the Edo State University Teaching Hospital, Auchi, after they were identified as the abductors of Dr. Bamidele Folari, whose younger brother was killed. The suspects were promptly handed over to the Edo State Police Command in Benin City. Our correspondent, Rhoda Johnny, has details.
Linked to the kidnapping of Dr. Abu. Edo State Police have arrested 2 suspects linked to the kidnapping of Dr. Abu Babatunde and the killing of his younger brother in Auchi, Esako West local government area of Edo State. The suspects were arrested yesterday at the Edo State University Teaching Hospital, Auchi, after they visited the facility to check on a gang member receiving treatment. They were identified by Dr. Babatunde, who was recently released after the payment of a 50 million naira ransom. Community leaders in the area reacted to the development.
They went to General Hospital today to say they have a patient, their brother who is in the General Hospital. That process they came to pay. Dr. Ibrahim was in the hospital. He saw them, he knows them.
He now said, these are the two persons that kidnapped him, that were together in the bush. He called other doctor to tell him this is what he saw. But before we do that, the doctor he called first, called police. So before we get there, the police came and they took them away. They identified them very well as kidnappers, and they did not argue.
I also want to thank the security agency, because what you saw at the St. Edo State University Teaching Hospital was a fallout of the joint effort at Agbede Forest, where some of these bandits, a few were able to escape, and I'm sure that was the one that came for medication at Edo University Teaching Hospital. And human being what they are short-sighted. They never knew somebody would be there who would know them. And from reliable information, even the person who went to pay ransom has also confirmed these were the persons who collected money from him. So I think Nigerian law, though, is very slow. That's why I believe in Sharia law. Evidences are abound that these guys are confirmed kidnappers. And so the law should take its course.
Police say investigations are ongoing to arrest other members of the gang and also reassured the public of its commitment to ensuring justice and safety for all. Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Rhoda. The streets and markets in the southeast have once again come alive, signaling a gradual end to the usual sit-at-home observance. In Anambra State, business is returning to speak. Correspondent Ndo Okbaleze tells us more.
Main market today, with traders and their customers engaging in commercial activities from Johnson Street to Bright, from Bida Road through Haruna Street and Sokoto Road. Economic life has picked up, giving signs of full-blown trading activities. In Awka, the state capital, traffic is also getting heavier along the Enugu-Onitsha highway. For Jude Atopolazi, kudos must be given to Soludo for the bold step at halting the decline.
This issue of sit-at-home had become a menace to our economy. People were relocating their businesses outside the state, especially to Delta, Asaba precisely. So he took that step to ensure that the nonsense stopped and people were shouting, out of sentiments or ignorance. But today, we are seeing the fruits of it. The feelers I've got this morning are that if you go to Onitsha main market, it's thriving. Shops are open. More people have come out for business, and we know that henceforth it will always get better each Monday. So we want to thank the governor for that bold step.
Meanwhile, the indigenous people of Biafra group has joined forces to call off indefinitely the sit-at-home order throughout the southeast. With their latest stand, one would think it should have a positive impact, but Atopolazi seems to have a contrary view.
Well, I think they are trying to save face, because we always knew that you couldn't fight government when government gets serious. So they tried to resist it, when Soludo earlier said it was going to be a one-week closure. So they were against it, they resisted it, they did everything. Some were even posting old videos to scare people away. But when they saw from the last week that this was something that was going to stay, they now came up with this to say they had backpedaled. I see it as just a face-saving measure.
Ndo Okbaleze, VOP TV News.
And now the National Business and Technical Examinations Board, NABTEB, says it has released the 2025 November-December examination results with a total of 34,060 candidates obtaining 5 credits and above, including English language and mathematics. Announcing the release of the results, the NABTEB Registrar and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Aminu Mohammed, told newsmen in Benin City, Edo State, that a total of 61,591 candidates are registered for the examinations that held in 2,079 centers across the country, compared to the 48,825 candidates in 1,825 centers in 2024. He said the performance represented 60% of candidates that sat for the examination. This, he said, was against the 67.56% for the 29,880 candidates for the 2024 exams. According to him, 54,009 candidates obtained 5 credits and above with or without English language and mathematics, representing 94.7% as against 42,431 candidates, representing 95.94% in 2024.
And now to the foreign scene. Hong Kong's pro-democracy media tycoon, Jimmy Lai, has been jailed for 20 years for colluding with foreign forces under the city's controversial national security law. Rights groups called it a death sentence for the 78-year-old, whose family has raised concerns about his health. But Hong Kong's leader said it was deeply gratifying. According to a report, this is the harshest punishment to be handed down under the law that China imposed after huge protests in 2019, demanding more freedom, and which it defends as essential for the city's stability. Lai, a British citizen, is the most prominent of the 100 arrested under the law. A fierce critic of China, he often wielded his paper, Apple Daily, as a tool of protest.
Well, in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, and the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, have released an exposure draft of a new framework to address failed airtime and data purchases. The draft also covers delays or non-resolution of disputes arising from debits to customer bank accounts. In a statement by the Director of Consumer Protection and Financial Inclusion at CBN, Dr. Aisha Issa Olatimu, the bank explained that the framework was a joint effort with the NCC mobile network operators, deposit money banks, and other relevant stakeholders. It stated that in response to the rising cases of failed airtime and data purchases with corresponding debits to bank accounts and delays in resolving related complaints, the framework aimed at improving transaction efficiency, prompt resolution, and clear chargeback processes. According to the CBN, the framework provides a unified national approach to managing failed airtime and data transactions, emphasizing root cause identification, regulatory alignment, standardized service level agreements, real-time reconciliation, and regulator-enforced timelines for automated reversals.
And now to sports. Milan Cortina 2026 organizers are investigating why Olympic medals are breaking after several athletes experienced issues with theirs. Gold medalist Breeze Johnson and Alisa Liu from the United States and the German biathlon team reported that their medals came apart soon after being awarded. Johnson, who won gold in women's downhill alpine, showed her broken medal at a media conference, while Liu shared a video on social media showcasing the issue. The German team's bronze medal fell off during celebrations. Meanwhile, Milan Cortina 2026 Chief Games Operations Officer Andrea Frassisi has assured that the organizers were given maximum attention to the issue, acknowledging the medals as a dream for athletes and should be perfect when handed over. The medals, designed to represent discs of eyes, feature interlocking parts symbolizing Milan and Cortina and the athletes' network. A possible cause is the breakaway mechanism required by law, designed to prevent choking.
And now, entertainment news. Well, in this segment, Nigerian rapper and activist Folarin Falana, popularly known as Falz, has criticized Nigeria's leadership and religious institutions over the nation's rising insecurity, lack of accountability, and poor governance. He expressed frustration over recurring violent attacks, saying mass killings are often met with empty official statements without arrests or prosecutions. Falz accused authorities of failing to protect citizens or deliver justice and faulted religious leaders for prioritizing spiritual solutions over holding politicians accountable. He claimed that politicians exploit church platforms for campaigning, contributing to repeated support for underperforming leaders. He also condemned lawmakers' refusal to amend the Electoral Act for real-time election result transmission, calling it a threat to transparency. Falz urged Nigerians to demand accountability and informed voting for meaningful change.
And finally, Ghanaian music legend Ebo Taylor, a pioneer of the high life genre, has passed away at the age of 90. Born Deroy Taylor in Cape Coast in 1936, he rose to fame in the 1950s and 1960s with his unique guitar and arrangements blending Ghanaian rhythms with jazz, funk, and soul. Taylor's influential career spanned over 6 decades, inspiring generations of African musicians. He played with notable bands like the Stargazers and Broadway Dance Band, and his work was sampled by international artists such as Usher, Black Eyed Peas, and Jidenna. His legacy extends beyond Ghana with recognition as a foundational figure in Afrobeat music. Taylor's collaboration with Fela Kuti in London helped shape the genre, and his music continues to influence contemporary styles.
Well, it's a wrap for us on News Hub, but before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that Tinubu has pledged to boost agriculture and end banditry.
Also, Minister says Nigeria needs 10% growth for $1 trillion economy.
Obi and others protest at NAS over Electoral Act amendment.
Ezekwesili and Adegborua seek mandatory real-time transmission of election results.
Also, CJN tasks judges on reflective and evidence-based judgments.
Appeal Court upholds Senate suspension of Natasha and folds contempt charge.
In foreign scene, we told you that Hong Kong pro-democracy tycoon Jimmy Lai gets 20 years jail.
In business, CBN and NCC release measures to reserve failed airtime and data transactions.
Well, in sports news, Olympic medals break apart and raising concerns over quality.
In entertainment, files blast Nigerian leaders and religious institutions over insecurity and poor governance. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we air at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. Can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I'm Vivian Oguche. Thank you for watching.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please just go.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you.
Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday edition of VOP This Morning on the Voice of the People Television. My name is Jane Ogoye and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. So let's check out the topics on the show today. Electoral reforms. Obi leads massive protest to National Assembly over Senate's rejection of real-time election result transmission. Plus, our economic reforms is yielding positive results, says President Bola Tinubu. And of course, Tinubu's security promises under fire as bandits ravage communities and missed AFRICOM's promise. But before we go straight into this conversation, let's dive into some of the trending stories in Nigeria today. Good morning, Mr. Okoro.
Good morning, Jane. Very well. I'm doing good.
How are you?
Yes, good morning to you, Jane. I'm Moses Humphrey, and of course, there are other trending stories that we'll dive into right away. So, Nigeria's political establishment is facing fresh scrutiny as the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERP, has petitioned the Code of Conduct Bureau, CCB, to investigate alleged abuse of office in the gazetting of tax reform laws and amendments to the Electoral Act. Well, SERP accuses lawmakers and executive officials of secretly altering harmonized versions of tax bills before they were signed into law, raising concerns of conflict of interest and erosion of due process. Even more explosive are claims that senators deliberately removed provisions on electronic transmission of election results from the Electoral Act Amendment Bill after a majority had voted for their inclusion, sparking outrage among civil society groups who saw this as a direct assault on electoral transparency. Now, the petition signed by SERP's Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadare, demands a thorough probe into what critics describe as legislative manipulation and undermines democracy and public trust, leaving ordinary Nigerians to wonder if the laws guiding their taxes and votes are being rewritten behind closed doors. Well, this is a conversation that has been on the front burner for quite a long time now. Nigerians have been talking about the tax laws, especially when it was made known that there was a gazetted copy that wasn't what was agreed upon. That speaks to the tax laws. And that, of course, has eroded trust in the National Assembly. Well, not just that, a few other things that have happened before that time has eroded the trust of Nigerians on the desire of those in the hallowed chambers to make laws that will uplift the nation, as it were. But now we're talking about the Electoral Act bill. Well, it's still being deliberated upon as it is right now. Civil society organizations are protesting, and that, of course, makes up one of the conversations that we'll be having this morning. So, yes, I think we'll just keep our eyes on it, and it's a good thing that Nigerians are reacting. Nigerians are talking about these things at this time, because if the people continue to keep quiet, then unfortunately our political actors will continue to take Nigerians for granted. So Nigerians should speak and are speaking, but I think the voices should be a lot more louder.
Yeah, the voices should be a lot more louder, and I think the voices are getting louder. Yesterday there was a protest at the National Assembly complex, and we were told that the senators were on recess. But because of that protest and all of that, the fact that Nigerians are saying, no, we cannot take this anymore, they are built to reconvene on, I think today, yes, today. They were earlier scheduled to reconvene on the 24th of February, but they had to move it forward. They are going to reconvene today. Peter Obi was there, Tanko Yunusa was there, Aisha Yusufu was there, Peter for Nigeria was there. A lot of Nigerians, young men that says, look, enough of all of this were there. And they said, look, this is what Nigerians want. You are there to represent us. You are not representing yourselves. Now, the Senate has come under very intense scrutiny lately. Nigerians, as a matter of fact, no longer trust their senators, their legislators, because for everything they have done, they come across as people who are just there for self-serving. They just go there to take salaries and do whatever pleases them, make laws that will somehow or the other entrench their position in government, more like regime protection, if you don't mind. They always protect, they are always very protective of themselves. But Nigerians are saying we can no longer have enough of this. And it speaks to what happened yesterday, speaks to people's power. When the people mobilize and say, look, in orderly manner, in an orderly fashion, the government is bound to listen. I spoke to one of the protesters yesterday on my show, during my show yesterday in Political Lens, and the guy said that the conduct of the police was very orderly, no harassment, no water can, no stray bullets and all of that. They just asked them, conduct yourself in an orderly manner. And according to him, some of the policemen also, in tune with what is going on. They say, look, we like this. That is not what Nigerians want at the National Assembly. So it speaks to people power. When we say that the people have the power, that is what we mean. And not when you sit back in your home and use your keyboard to say, no, this must not happen. This must not happen. Beyond using your keyboard, you have the responsibility to come out and say, look, enough of all of this. Oh, and it doesn't end there. You also have to go and take your PVC, because your PVC is your power. Once you have that PVC, it's your power to change things. You must not change government in a violent manner. No, nobody believes in that. But protest, well, is acceptable. You can say, look, this government, this is not what we want. This is what we want at this time. And I'm happy that the Senate had to reconvene quickly today. And the protesters say we are going back, to the National Assembly to tell them this is what we want. That is democracy in action. And I like the fact that, well, the government didn't send anybody to go after anybody. We have not seen anti-protesters protests, people going to protest against the protesters. This is a good thing, because normally what we see is people coming out to say, we support, you should not include the electronic transmission of
just a start.
Okay, it's just a start. So you think it might happen?
Yesterday was just the first day.
Okay.
I tell you, with the Nigeria that I know,
okay,
if this thing lingers for more than 2 days,
okay,
you might see those that will say, oh, no, you guys are trying to compel the National Assembly to do something else. You're trying to force their hand. And then you will see anti-protesters. Protesters protesting against the protesters.
Protesters, yes. I'm happy that you know Nigeria better than I do now, because
not better than you do.
I didn't think in that direction. Honestly, I didn't think in that direction. But I was like, oh, we didn't see, because the protest had been announced earlier, and I didn't see people, I hear people say, oh, we are going to do an protest against the protest. And a lot of people are saying Peter Obi shouldn't have been there. No, he's showing some kind of desperation. Nigerians are asking, what kind of desperation? Would that desperation be more than what we saw in 2011 and 2012? Oh, really? Oh, okay. In all of that. Well, Peter Obi was there, and let's see how it goes. And I am sure that today they'll reconvene and all of that. Jane, you have something to say?
Yes, I totally agree with you, and I think it's a good one, because at least our lawmakers will know that it's not business as usual. Nigerians are tired, and they want them to do the right thing. They want to hold them accountable, And I think when we have more youths key into this struggle, into this fight for accountability and doing the right thing, especially when it comes to these reforms and electoral acts, I think they would not be, they will stop taking Nigerians for granted. I think for me that's the most important thing.
All right, now let's get into it. In a striking development across Nigeria's southeast, traders have cautiously reopened shops in Onitsha markets after months of crippling stay-at-home orders, though customer turnout remains low and lingering. Fear and economic strain. Well, the reopening coincides with bold claims from APC chieftain Joe Ibokwe, who declared that the region has been reclaimed from criminality, crediting security forces and community resistance for breaking the grip of violent enforcers linked to separatist agitation. While authorities hailed the return of commerce as proof of restored normalcy, many ordinary citizens remain skeptical, pointing to empty stores, reduced patronage, and a heavy toll the shutdowns have taken on livelihoods. Yes, it is an ongoing conversation around Anambra State, not particularly around the whole of Southeast, because the sit-at-home had ended in about the other 3 or 4 states of the Southeast. Anambra remained the epicenter of it all. But in all of this, a lot of people, including me, agree that, look, it is time to end this sit-at-home order. And Nnamdi Kanu had clearly said, at some point, please stop this. You can't do it on the day that I'm being taken to court, but ordinarily you shouldn't do that. Now he has come out to say enough of this, and people are happy that. But what the report says is cautiously, and some stores, still remain closed. I think for 2 reasons. Let me hazard a guess. One, a lot of people have said we now use Monday as rest day because before the sit-at-home, we trade from Monday to Saturday, and on Sunday we go for town meetings and all of that. So there is no rest day. So a lot of people said, well, this sit-at-home is one day that we can rest. So even when in Enugu, it took a lot of time. It took some time for people to get used to coming out on Mondays. Now that thing has been broken in Anambra State, I know that with time, it's not going to be instantaneous. With time, people will get used to the fact that, we have reclaimed our Monday and all of that. And I said it before, the sit-at-home wasn't a good track. I know that people use different tracks, during self-determination, agitation, and all of that. In South Africa, they even got involved in what we call black on black then, though it was not approved, but it happened because of disagreements, splinter groups within organizations and all of that. The sit-at-home was not going to achieve anything because it was within the domain of the Southeast. You will simply have killed your own economy. If you want to call sit-at-home, you go to the center of commerce where, the national life will be affected. Otherwise, with what you see in Nigeria, the federal government will just look the other way and allow you to destroy your... I mean, when we were shouting insecurity and insecurity in the South, what did they do? They had to deploy troops. And nothing happened. So if you continue sitting at home for 10 years, the federal government, the Nigerian state will just look the other way and allow you to destroy yourself. So it is good that the thing has ended in all across the 5 states of the Southeast. With time, I know that stores, schools, banks, and all of that will start opening on Mondays in Anambra. It will take a little while, but we'll eventually get there.
I agree with you. I also feel that the fact that these stores are open, but customers are scarce, actually points to the fact that fear is still rife.
Yeah, fear is still there.
Fear is still rife. And as long as that fear is rife, we'll still see a bit of, it will still be shaky until it stabilizes a bit. But the people have to have that confidence in the government's ability to ensure their safety, which is something that has not really been, that hasn't been sorted out in a while. So as long as that fear still exists, commerce and trade will not, would still be a bit shaky.
I think the governor is doing a lot to ensure that there is security in Anambra State. He launched a security outfit some time ago before I think that was in late 2024, the Agune Chamber and all of that. And initially, they didn't get their mission clearly because they went out of their brief, harassing people they said were scammers and all of that, including assaulting a young lady. But they were called to order. But now I think the idea is that, look, prevent non-state actors from taking over and run over the state. And that is what we are seeing now.
Yeah. All right, we've talked about this. We spoke on this yesterday. And yes, it's still yesterday. A few people came out. And so for those that feel Mondays are rest days, this is Nigeria. You are in Nigeria, and in Nigeria, Mondays are not rest days. Rest days are Saturdays and Sundays. If you choose to work on those days, that's your call. You're not in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is even Fridays. Fridays and Saturdays, and some other countries choose Thursdays and Fridays as rest days. But here in Nigeria, I guess you just have to adjust and go about your business.
I think people are adjusted to the sit-at-home.
They should readjust.
They should readjust, yes, but it was an adjustment for them.
It's no longer business as it used to be. So let's just go back to what is acceptable. All right, Jane?
In a dramatic twist shaking Nigeria's political landscape, President Bola Tinubu has waded into the deepening crisis in Rivers State, holding a late-night closed-door meeting at the presidential villa with Governor Similaye Fubara and his predecessor, now FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, amid threats of impeachment and bitter rivalry that has destabilized the oil-rich state. Sources reveal that Fubara, once Wike's protege turned adversary, pledged renewed respect and in what observers see as a fragile truce brokered by the president to restore calm and prevent further breakdown of governance. The Rivers showdown comes as the All People's Congress, APC, suffers fresh political tremors in Abia State, where a former lawmaker and over 200 supporters dramatically dumped the ruling party for Labour Party, citing disenchantment and aligning with what they describe as a new political force for the people. Mr. Okoro, is this a permanent truce or is just a temporary calm down?
The one between...
Yes, between Wike and his godson.
Well, the intro, when the producer said, when you said it was a dramatic twist, so I was wondering what is dramatic about it. This is about the third time that we know that they are meeting. They have been meeting privately.
But the president is also again intervening.
So that's why I said it's not dramatic. This is about the third time he's doing that publicly.
Yes.
You recall that when he went to hibernate somewhere in Europe, we learned that... we learned that Sim Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, went to Europe to meet him and they had discussions and all of that. And the moment Fubara came back, he started talking tough, Where anybody don't follow Konakona, don't follow Kurukere if you want to support APC and all of that. All those talks were not necessary, if you ask me, because at the end of the day, he has gone back to where he started from. Clearly, he has gone back to where he started from. A lot of people don't like what is going on in Rivers State because, for one, the Rivers economy is affected. The people of Rivers State are affected. Good governance is not delivered in Rivers State. There might be projects, ongoing projects here and there, but with the amount of money available to Rivers State, if you go to Rivers State, you actually discover that they are not doing well. That's the truth of the matter. They are not doing well. They are supposed to do better than that. That's the oil city, There's so much money. Apart from the Lagos Island, the Obiakpo local government area, that houses the industrial, Transamadi industrial area, where you have even the OICs, the international oil companies, SPDC is there. They have a residential, they have a corporate office there. Chevron is there. Mobile Producing Unlimited is there. And a lot of other oil service companies are all housed in Transamadi industrial area. And their revenue take is second to that of Lagos Island. So you can imagine. Yes, it is. So a lot of, in Port Harcourt, development has taken a backseat because of this political squabble between Godfather and Godson. And it has always been like that. From Amechi, between Amechi and Odele, Wike and Amechi, now Fubara and Wike himself, it doesn't speak well. Now let me go to Abuja. I don't know why the president is meeting with them again. The president has said, from what we understand, the president told them, look, young people, go and reconcile your problems. You understand? And since after that meeting, I heard that the president told Fubara, go and walk with your friend. Go and walk with your master. When the president said, yes, technically he's telling him, go and resolve your problems with him. That means to remain loyal to him. And Wike came out over the weekend and said, it's only in Rivers State that we have a unity of purpose between the two major political parties, PDP and APC. What does that tell you? It just told you that I'm in control of Rivers' political structure. I'm in control of the PDP in Rivers State. I'm in control of the APC in Rivers State. And he even said, I'm interested in Oyo State. Talking about Shea Makinde and all of that. Wike is, whether we like it or not, he's playing the kind of politics that we play in Nigeria. Nobody is going to cut him down except the president himself. And the president had said, young man, go and reconcile with your godfather. That is it. That's the president's word. And so all this late night meeting and all of that, this is not the first time we are having it. And I hear that Fubara has again said he's going to respect, the letters of that late night accord, and like he did before and previously. So let's see what comes out of this one.
Moses, what do you think? Do you buy the idea?
Moses will not buy the idea. Moses is Fubara's supporter.
No.
Okay, I
don't support any of them, really. I just want good governance. That's all I ask. But Fubara comes off, he puts off a posture of one who is quiet, who doesn't talk too much. But he's quite loquacious.
Yes, he does.
He is. So he pretends like he doesn't talk, but then he doesn't know how to fight. He will learn.
He's not a strategic fighter.
No, he's not. He's not. But I hope he learns. He learns the ropes as he goes. Well,
he wasn't
exactly a politician.
He was recruited from the civil service.
Exactly.
And all of that. He didn't go through the ranks.
But walking around with politicians, he should have learnt a thing or two.
He worked with only one politician.
He should have learnt a thing or two from him. Because that's the person he's fighting now.
Well, he's on learning.
No, that's bad. That's
very bad.
Well, anyway, we saw that yesterday after the meeting with the president. He accompanied Wike to his lodge, and some said, okay, it looks like things are good. But the president already asked that the impeachment proceedings against him be stopped. And the president has also asked that he recognizes Wike as the political leader in Rivers State, which is what they will do. Well, my question is, what does that speak to democracy? The kind of democracy that we are practicing in Nigeria. I mean, if you go to those we borrowed democracy from, the United States of America, the President Trump is there, doing what he's doing, and a state like New York elected a mayor, and he wasn't in agreement with the mayor, but the mayor is challenging the president. The mayor is challenging the president, and the president doesn't have powers to suspend the mayor of New York. He doesn't have powers over the mayor of New York. They are all independent. But then, they still align with the center one way or another. But everybody each person, they're free to express themselves the way they want. That is democracy. But what we practice here, we'll know as time goes on. What we practice here.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then governor of Lagos State, challenged
Obasanjo.
Ojo Okalo, my own state governor then, challenged Obasanjo.
So is it that as we grow as a nation, those that emerge become weaklings?
No, it's not that those that emerge become weaklings. No, I think it should be the other way around, because the current president now is one that is tacitly, trying to rewrite our democracy by his
because
actions.
He's being allowed to do so.
No, because
a lot of other politicians are falling in line. Nigerians are basically kowtowing.
You know why? I think it has to do with what we call idiosyncratic variables, the personality of the person in government, in power. Jonathan said, with the powers at my disposal, I can do anything. And we are told that the constitution of Nigeria makes the Nigerian president the most powerful president in the world. But it depends on how you choose to use it. Now, this president is using it the way he deems fit to keep everybody in check. Obasanjo didn't do that. Jonathan didn't do that. He is doing it. So we might just see sometime a president that will come and say, well, let things flow the way they are supposed to flow. That is what is going on between Trump and the mayor of New York. I'm not sure we'll have it here in Nigeria.
No, we will not have it here. Not now.
But instructively, I also think the fact that the president has to wade in also shows that there's a lot of personalized power. And it also shows that the party structures, that is the party structure of the APC and the PDP, what's the ruling party?
APC.
Of the APC. And even legal channels don't have the power to sort it. And which is risky.
That's exactly what we are saying.
Because when you have a president having to wade into something that could have been sorted through other channels, through other legal channels, then it just shows how bad and how terribly our democracy has sunk.
Yeah, that's exactly what we are saying.
Yeah.
It's quite unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Well, let's move away from those conversations. Those conversations will continue to trend. Nigerians will continue to react to them. But let's run to the papers now. Let's bring you newspaper headlines. From This Day newspaper, these are the headlines. Access Bank's acquisition of South Africa's Bidvest Bank falls through due to regulatory hurdles. At NEC conference, Cardoso declares CBN reforms have achieved economic stability. Tinubu, terrorism, giving Nigerians sleepless nights will overcome them all. Insists security threats unacceptable. Protest in Kaduna as bandits abduct 7. All right. Another. Electoral Act. Coalition of CSOs warns 2027 elections may be compromised. Appeal to National Assembly to adopt real-time transmission of results. Pass bill in 2 weeks. Obi joins protesters at federal legislature. Agbakoba backs call for real-time electronic transmission of results in 2027 polls. NGE, Huriwa, other groups won Senate. And of course, yes, those are the headlines from this day newspaper.
And the Punch newspaper leads with the story, Senate reconvenes today as Electoral Act triggers uproar. Obi joins NAS protesters. Kuka demands review. Anger mounts over controversial amendments. Akpabio leads tense emergency session. Banditry crisis. Federal government rejects Northern governor's call to suspend mining. Oyo princes launch court fight to preserve Alafin's supremacy. President vows to replace open grazing with ranching reforms. CBN, NCC propose instant reforms for failed airtime and data. Again, US to deport 18 Nigerians on criminal list. Over 75 million Nigerians face retirement without pensions. That's from PENCOM.
Okay, now let's quickly run through the Vanguard newspaper. CBN, NCC proposed 30 minutes timeline for reform on failed airtime, data purchases. Now the window headlines. 9 worshippers abducted during night vigil in Benue Catholic Church. Midnight abduction sparks protest in Kaduna's Millennium City. Banditry, terrorism are economic hindrances we must overcome. Tinubu. U.S. intervention in Nigeria a blessing. That's coming from Remi Tinubu, the First Lady, our president's wife. U.S. intervention in Nigeria a blessing. Now the big story, Electoral Act, Senate open to criticism. Will resolve issue today. Senate spokesman. With the riders, protest rocks NAS over e-transmission of results. Obi joins protest, says Nigerians don't want glitch again. NGE, Abakoba, AME, MCE, fix politics, others speak. CSOs demand real-time results. Downloadable voters' cards. Okay, that's a picture of the protesters that I can see Peter Obi, Tanko Yunusa, Peter for Nigeria, and Aisha Yusuf, and a lot more people. Chanwolu flags off health safety initiative for 10,000 Lagos drivers. Children chant, our communities, our home, as Lagos lawmakers visit Makoko. I'll take that again for clarity and emphasis. Children chant, our communities, our home, as Lagos lawmakers visit Makoko. Nigeria will continue borrowing to fund 25.91 trillion naira budget deficit. That's coming from the Senate. As NAS vows not to approve further budget rollovers, subsidies. The bottom strip headlines, Rivers crisis, Fubara Mwike meet Tinubu in Abuja. Suspension, appeal court dismisses Natasha's case, says Senate acted within its powers. Why is it difficult for new players to break into Super Eagles? That's coming from the Super Eagles coach, Shelley. And that's it from the Vanguard newspaper.
And yes, that's it for newspaper headlines. Now we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll get into our first conversation for today. It's on electoral reforms. CSOs march to the National Assembly. Peter Obi joins protesters at the National Assembly over Senate rejection of real-time transmission of election results. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you. My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamilani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back, and you're still watching VOP this morning. In a major show of defiance, Labour Party's 2023 presidential candidate, Peter Obi, on Monday, led thousands of protesters to the gates of the Nigeria's National Assembly, demanding the reinstatement of real-time electronic transmission of election results, a provision controversially struck out by the Senate despite earlier approval. Chanting slogans and waving placards, demonstrators accused lawmakers of attempting to undermine electoral transparency and disenfranchise millions of voters. The protest, which drew civil society groups, youth activists, and ordinary citizens, was marked by heavy security presence, as Obi declared that Nigerians would not accept backdoor manipulation of their democratic rights. Images and videos circulating on social media show crowds blocking entrances, singing solidarity songs, and calling for accountability, while police officers stood guard to prevent escalation. The Senate's rejection has ignited widespread outrage, with critics and opposition parties warning that it could erode public trust in the electoral processes ahead of 2027. Joining us in the studio this morning to discuss this topic, we have Prince Francis Chilaka, who's a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you. Good morning.
And we also have Elvis Ehimehele, who is a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you for joining us this morning. So I think I'll just start with you. We've seen this protest. This is one of the many protests we've had in Nigeria. Yes. And yesterday's was very instructive. We had Peter Obi there and a lot of civil rights organizations. What do you think? What's your thoughts? Are you happy about this move? And do you think that it might yield positive results at a time like this?
Jane, I must confess to you that I was so proud to be a Nigerian yesterday.
I was so happy because what we actually need is what played out yesterday. Nigerians need to take their nation back with them. And it began yesterday. And more of this is what we are expecting. You know, when they hurriedly went on recess, you know, after sitting for just 3 days, they thought they were going to come back in February 24, what they said, and we're going to just, abide by the shenanigans they were trying to play out. But Nigerians told them enough is enough, and that was a good one yesterday. I keep saying that for democracy to thrive, the people own it. When you take the people out of democracy, you are calling for anarchy. That's why the definition is just simply the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So when Nigerians saw that in October there was a coup attempt and everybody condemned it, then in February the legislators wanted to reignite a coup against the democracy that we so fought for. Then dear Nigerians said no. We kicked against against coup attempt in October. Why are you bringing back coup in a democracy that we so fought for? And that's what you saw yesterday, that played out yesterday. Everybody that came out made me proud, and they made Nigerians proud. And if they don't shift, you know, the goalposts from what we saw earlier, I think they actually said the protest to continue, and we are waiting.
Yes,
because we want that protest to continue until we get
the want the protest to continue until?
Yes,
okay.
because they cannot ambush us and make us to look foolish.
Can we ambush them?
Oh, that's what happened yesterday.
We can ambush them?
Absolutely, because how many are they? We are not even talking about the House of Rep, because House of Rep did not do this.
Oh, so we're talking about
it was only 109 persons that just wanted to take the destiny of over 200 million people into play. And
okay.
so everybody that came out yesterday,
you don't accept the reasons given by the President of the Senate as to why e-transmission may not work. You know, some states, about 9 of them, are having issues of insecurity, and network may not exactly work in those states, and that may just affect e-transmission of results. You don't buy that?
Those are just mere excuses, Moses. In 2023, we were very ripe for this transmission of results, through IREV. There were no complaints from Mahmoud. Mahmoud got over 300 billion to put everything in place, and he even went to Chatham House and also said that we were ready. And we also saw that even those states he made mention of, the legislative arm of government, the election of senators and the House of Rep were transmitted. There were no error. Remember the legislative arm of government election were quite transmitted in that 2023 general election. It was only the presidency's own that they switched it off and called it a glitch. So where did it arise now that 9 states now? Are we moving backward or we are moving forward? That suddenly now we just heard now that 9 states, there's no network in 9 states. That's a pure lie, because we saw House of Senate election and House of Rep election transmitted into the IREV in 2023. Then they are now making excuses about that 9 states. It's a big lies to Nigerians. And two, is there any part of this nation that you go to that you cannot even send ordinary tests with your phone? What we are calling for is just like sending tests. It's not bigger than that. And even the NCC has told Nigeria that even with 2G, that job can be done seamlessly.
Okay.
Why are we talking about this time around? Okay. So I don't know why APC, after getting about 31 states or so, now suddenly is jittering. Towards the election, they feel that they have 31 states in their kitty. Why are you afraid?
All right. Okay.
Have we not said democracy is all about number? So they just have the states, they don't have the number. Let's wait, because Nigerians are waiting. Nigerians have the number, not APC.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis Elimehele. Now let's come to Prince Francis Chilaka. We're having a conversation just when you stepped into the studio, and let me start from that conversation. Peter Obi being present at the protest. Some have said he's desperate. you know, he's showing desperation. Must he join protesters and all of that? Some have said, oh, Peter Obi is showing what democracy should be because, I mean, he's a contender. And of course, he probably would want, you know, what is right. So what are your thoughts? I know you are, anyway, you're a supporter of Peter Obi.
Let's start from those who say Peter Obi is desperate. They should say that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was the most desperate person before now. All the protests that happened during Jonathan, he was in the forefront. So who is more desperate? A man who spent 25 years protesting and preparing himself, and a man who tells you things must be done the right way. So Peter Obi is not desperate. For those who want to hear, Peter Obi is simply exercising his right as a Nigerian. The same right you have. And that's what democracy is. That's the beauty of democracy. The beauty of democracy is to be able to speak out, speak power, speak, you know, truth to power when there is need to do that. The National Assembly has no right to try to ambush Nigerians from behind. And like I've said, what kind of National Assembly do you have? You have a National Assembly filled with ex-governors who failed their states. Ex-governors who don't have anything to show, no legacy. And you expect them to be different from what they were when they were governors? So it is high time that they also need to understand that for the fact that you have been in the Senate and enjoying the largesse of the office does not give you the right to decide the fate of 230 million Nigerians. We employ them. They didn't employ us. You cannot employ a manager who is more stronger than you. If you employ a manager and your manager begins to tell you when to sign a check, when to go on leave, then you must sack that manager. Okay. So for us, if the National Assembly feel, especially the Senate, if they feel that they're more important than Nigerians, we'll ask them to go.
Okay, now, Prince, when the protesters got to the precincts of the National Assembly yesterday, they were told that they are recessed. And they were built to meet on, to reconvene on the 24th of February. But all of a sudden, we hear they are coming back to reconvene today. Does it look like the protest worked?
It worked.
Okay, it worked. Because they are coming back today.
It's not because they're coming back, because they have a mission. And I believe that as we sit here, we also have the same desire. We want to have a country where our elections are credible, free and fair. We don't want to have an election that at the end of the day you go to court, the court will tell you, oh, this thing you are asking for is not tenable.
Prince, as the Senate, instantaneously reconvenes today, do you think that they are going to, acquiesce to the wishes of Nigerians?
They have no choice, honestly speaking. And we need to stop this whole shenanigans of voice vote.
Okay.
We need to know who voted for and who voted against. That is accountability. We need to know those who are in support. And we need to know those who are against.
Why I asked you this question, whether the Senate will acquiesce, is because we see, lately we've been talking about the tax reform bills. Nothing has come out of it. Whether it was manipulated or whether, I'm looking for the appropriate word now, whether it was altered or not. As at this time, they're still setting up committee upon committee. It's not being resolved. So how soon do you think that this could be resolved?
Nigerians are not ready for that tax bill yet.
Okay. But there was also a protest.
No. That is not a protest. Nigerians are not ready.
Okay.
Because Nigerians, right now, what we want to have sorted out is how we conduct elections in this country. If you have a standard of conducting an election that makes it free and fair, then the country is ready to develop. So Nigerians have taken the issues one after the other. It is at the end when people begin to see that monies are being removed, like banks are saying, from the account. That is when Nigerians will wake up for the tax. Nigerians are not ready, they're not ready yet.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. Now, let's go to Benin, where Frank Ehioshun is standing by. Frank, good morning to you. Good to see you. It's been a while. Let's establish communication with you. Let's get your audio feed.
Good morning from the heartbeat of the nation.
Great to have you. Great to have you on the program. Frank, have you been following? Well, I expect that you've been following this conversation, and you heard your friend, Godswill Akpabio, say a few things that he said. Some would say that the president of the Senate is probably preempting the outcome of the elections, or what would happen in 2027, when he, said, what if there is a grid collapse? And we know how frequently the national grid has collapsed in Nigeria. If there is a collapse, what if there is a collapse? Would that justify anything that may happen or may not happen in 2027? Do you see this? Do you see his statement as being preemptive?
I see it a little beyond that. It's a properly planned, like some folks call it coup, well structured. That is the truth. Unfortunately, welcome to Nigeria, where the absurd is the norm. My first disappointment is with the bulk of the folks we call the opposition in the Senate. Though Senator Abaribe with his colleagues came out to put forth some kind of a counter somewhat to wear the good gap before the public. But it doesn't excuse the lacuna on their side that they allow that to fly in the Senate. I watched the video time and again, and I said, wow, what happened to all the senators who had been canvassing and speaking for, in quotes, what the committee had earmarked as the position of the Senate with reference to the relevant section 60 sub 3, as the case may apply? How come within a few minutes the chief whip moved the motion and all the senators were deliberately or intentionally distracted? Because in my opinion, nobody distracted them. They chose to be distracted. Being in the Senate and a session was ongoing, you had no other thing to do than to listen to discussions that ensued and ensure that you followed every bit that went on in total. If you're in the Senate for 3 hours, within the 3 hours timeline, there should be no second lost in terms of the thrust of the essence of being there. So for them to be in the Senate and somebody moved the motion and the Deputy Senate President seconded it, he didn't stop at that, he moved the second motion.
If I'm not mistaken, what is the weight of the opposition in the Senate right now when we have about 75 senators out of 109, 75 of them are members of the APC, and about 26 or thereabout, 26 are members of the PDP, and the rest have like 4, 2, and maybe 1 each. SDP has 1 person in the Senate. NNPP has 1 person in the Senate. All Progressive Grand Alliance, ABGA, has 2. Labour Party 4, and maybe a few others. Just a few numbers there.
No, see my point.
What's the weight? What's the weight of the opposition?
It's not about the number. Let's look at the trajectory. There are 39 others. Since we have 75 from the party that has majority, the APC. But my point is this. The documents that they brought for consideration, majority of the members of the subcommittee that worked on that document, that adopted the transmission of results electronically, majority of them are APC members. That is the truth. If those folks who are in opposition had raised an eyebrow, if they had been circumspect enough and not be distracted by choice, if they had raised an eyebrow immediately, I can bet on the fact that so much of the people you call the APC people would have opposed it, because there was already a consensus. That was why that was so much the position of the committee, so assigned to do the job. The fact that it was in that provision did not come from the blues. It wasn't by accident. It was because it was the prevalent position of majority of the members of the Senate, which in this case even reflects the APC members of the Senate. So the concussion that took place there, which they attributed to the so-called coup, may have just been a plan by 5, 6, or 7 persons who took advantage of the distraction. That is my point. On Wednesday when it happened, there was no hue and cry. Up until Thursday when folks from the media now highlighted the anomaly. That was when the opposition seemed to wake up and realize that they needed to address the press. I am saying that I'm not excusing Abaribe and the team of opposition senators. They already had a flaw. And even the speech they gave, they said it wasn't passed. Are they talking to dummies? We watched the sitting. The Senate president passed it. By the normal process they go about. When he said those are saying nay, there was hardly any voice. That's why he now said the yes or the yea.
Okay, we need to address now, another. Okay, let's have you land on your thoughts. Land on your thoughts, please.
That does not excuse the fact that the overwhelming disposition of Nigerians against it will not counter it. The opposition parties in the country, even if they staged a protest yesterday, I beg to differ. The action of opposition is very, very, very far below what is expected. Like the president himself said on the 2023 election, that power is not served a la carte. What you need, you go for it. The opposition should be more frontal. The riot or the protest so-called, for me, is just a tip of the iceberg compared to what the APC would have done when they were in the opposition. So I expect the opposition to wake up because right now, as we are seated, the Senate has already passed it as their own law.
Sorry, Frank. You're talking about the opposition now. Peter Obi was there yesterday. Was Peter Obi a lone ranger? I mean, did you expect to see the likes of Atiku Abubakar, the likes of David Mark, and all these people in the opposition? Talking about the opposition, because as far as they're concerned, the opposition has not done enough, to pressure the government to do what is right. Apart from Peter Obi, who else did you expect to see there to make it have the kind of weight that you want?
Most of the names you mentioned, I expected to see them there or to see some signs that they are involved in the process. Some of them have not even made a statement concerning this thing. That's why I said that, like the president said in his election campaign in 2023, that power is not served a la carte. The opposition has not put up the kind of vigor that would make you feel that these guys are serious about the change they are pursuing to ensure that power is given to the people and things change in the country. 2014, 2013, we don't have to take a ride back in time to recall what happened then when the APC came on board. You could see, even when an issue is as infinitesimal as something that is mentioned, you see the way the APC blows it up in the media. They even go as far as using international media and several networks. They make a mountain out of a molehill.
Frank.
My point is that the opposition right now, they have not reflected that level of seriousness.
All right. Now, let's talk about
what is great.
Okay.
But it's not enough.
Frank, okay. Well noted. A lot of people interpret Peter Obi's action yesterday as desperation. Do you read desperation into his actions yesterday? Is it desperate?
I don't see his action as a reflection of desperation. I see it as leadership by example. What Peter Obi reflected yesterday was simply leadership by example. You walk the talk. You don't sit in the comfort of your office or abodes in whatever part of the world and just speak in confidence. Why not coming out to join and lead those who want to express their dissatisfaction for real? So his action was worthwhile. That's why I said I wish the others joined the queue. When APC was in opposition, was Buhari not in protest? Buhari himself, that was the head anchor man, he was involved in protest.
All right, Frank, before we move to our next guest, I'd like to ask you, in all of this, the way you understand Nigerian politics, do you think that anything will come out of this protest?
It will be a very big shame if nothing comes out. But like I said just now, these guys, if I call them vampires, I'm saying it in context. And those who are opposing must look at them from that standpoint. Because the law has been passed. All the English being spoken today, unfortunately, except today they review it. And I hope that something is done outright. If not, if they choose to go by their harmonization process and the Senate has its way, even if the House of Rep has its already structured. Look, this thing can be a big game plan, though. That's why I say the opposition should not sit aloof and think that all is well. The fact that the House of Reps passed it and the Senate has this, these guys can structure it to ensure that at the end of the day they succeed with what they want. That's why I said I can't beat my chest to say that the protest already has some results in view. That's why I said more action must be taken, sustained and coordinated to make the pressure felt.
Yeah, we're making some sort of side talk earlier in the day, just before we came on, talked about this protest and the way it went and the possibility of anti-protesters protesting against the protest. And I posited that if this protest linger for longer than today, we might see some people come up as anti-protesters. Do you foresee that happening as well? And if that happens, do you think it will destroy the work already being done? When you start seeing anti-protesters saying, politicians, naysayers are trying to, twist the hand of the Senate to ensure that they get their bidding. Already, we're hearing some people saying, that people want e-transmission because they have perfected the method of rigging, using technology. We've had that already.
That is why I said something just now. You see, if you follow up discourse in the media for the past 2 days or thereabouts, or even more, you see that there are equally counter views as to saying, just like the discussant said in the studio a while ago, that you don't have network everywhere, making reference to what the Senate President said.
Okay.
In the same light, as we are talking right now, I'll be surprised if there are no counter protesters already in front of the Senate.
Now, it's a good thing that you said that. Let's quickly go to the National Assembly where protesters have gathered. So, gentlemen, would like you to stay with us as we run to the National Assembly. I understand that Aisha Yusufu is addressing protesters at the moment. So let's just take this feed from the National Assembly and then we'll come back to the conversation here.
Just looking at policemen here, you will not realize that a community in Kwara State has gotten a warning that terrorists are going to attack. Meanwhile, we have policemen and women standing here protecting the people who are destroying the nation in a way. I don't even understand. Unarmed protesters, it's what police have gathered, packed their packables and whatever, and they are here. Unarmed protesters that have nothing, that have only placard, they are doing show of force. Police is doing show of force for citizens. Come on, I know they shame. Some cannot tire now. You are driving your car. The worst thing that will happen, you will hit me or you will shoot. It is no worse than that. Terrorists do more than that. A community in Kwara has received warning from terrorists. The other one, we had almost 200 people killed. What happened? They received the warning. Nigerian police were nowhere to be found. These terrorists went there. From sunset to sunrise, they were able to operate. They killed almost 200 people. All of you here with your guns, shamelessly, you couldn't protect citizens. When you get here, meanwhile you're suffering every day. Every day your colleagues that have retired are hungry. They are begging for voices. They are telling us to come out and speak on their behalf. Your colleagues are on the road. Every day they are begging. They are calling us. All day they cannot come out. Yet, anytime citizens are coming out, those of you that should stand by the citizens are the ones that are sent to come and stop them. All of it don't gather, don't cover everywhere. In short, all of them come and gather everywhere. As you what? As you what? You are setting your gun. Terrorists are out there killing. Madam, look at me. Your children, can they attend the school that don't send letters and say president or whatever attend you?
Never.
You know they pay you.
They pay us.
When you go and you will say what? You are coming out to stop those who are just saying that the right thing should be done. So I don't understand what this show of force is all about. You are putting barricades. A community in Kwara has received a letter. They kill you all needlessly. The idea of police will never say anything. Anytime that a policeman or woman is killed, they don't care. And when citizens come out, they send you and you stand. Then you have to tell us, and you know we are this, we are that. No! Have you seen, even when citizens came out to protest for them to be paid well, they sent them. It's actually funny, just looking at policemen here, you will not realize that a community. Never. You know they pay you. They pay us. When you come back home, your child will ask you, why am I not in good school where there is good quality education? And what? You are coming out to stop those who are just saying that the right thing should be done. So I don't understand what this show of force is all about. You are putting barricades. A community in Kwara has received a letter. They kill you all needlessly. The idea of police will never say anything. Anytime that the police.
All right, there you have it. Aisha Yesufu addressing the police barricade right there as you approach the National Assembly. Those you have a few members of the press with her. I think protesters may just assemble much later, but from what we can see, the protesters are yet to assemble. Well, let's bring it back to the studio. Prince Francis Chilaka. There you have. What do you make of the? You see, it's the second day, and now we have a barricade, which basically means that the police is, giving out a show of force. Now, is this because the Senate is sitting today, or is this to generally kill the protest that might still happen today?
Well, I think we need to look beyond whether to kill the protest or not, and to look at it from how does this portray this government to the international community. The wife of the president has been all over the news, talking of how she's been respected, how Nigeria is being carried up, how Nigeria has become the centerpiece. And I said this morning, the centerpiece of what? The centerpiece of bad governance, the centerpiece of corruption, the centerpiece of poverty, the centerpiece of insecurity. And then now, the centerpiece of people not allowed to exercise their fundamental rights. So for me, I think that the Nigerian police, they're always they're overbearing. They like to show force.
Would you blame them really?
When they shouldn't show force.
Would you blame them?
Whether you blame them or not, tomorrow these guys will retire. You will see them killed on the road, begging people, telling you that their pension has not been paid. Don't they have common sense? Don't they realize that what Nigerians are asking for is something that not only better the lives of the ordinary Nigerians, but also their own lives? So that's the point.
Why do you think one clause is suddenly mobilizing people? What deeper frustrations do you see behind all of this?
It's not about one clause. It's about the fact that Nigerians are getting tired. Nigerians are getting tired of being manipulated by their leaders. Nigerians are getting tired of the fact that, hunger is staring them in the face, poverty. The development promised to us by the APC government since 2015, we haven't seen it. The 8 years of the late president was a colossal disaster, which we know. This one is about going to the third year now. What is there to show? This is a country where you have no good roads, but yet Nigerians are paying money for roadworthiness. The roads are not worthy. You can't use them. But you're paying for it. This is a country where you give a security vote to governors that is not accounted for, yet insecurity is prevailing. This is a country where you keep talking about healthcare. You have some governors in the Senate who said that they built first-class hospitals, world-class hospitals, so to say. Yet, the hospitals are not functional. They don't even have ordinary aspirin in those hospitals. So the problem goes beyond what you and I are seeing. The problem is deep. And it's so annoying that, look at Abia State, that suddenly it's becoming lively. You know, we're seeing real development. You have failed governors coming out to gang themselves up together. In other words, what they're telling us is that the likes of Alex Otti is a madman. He shouldn't exist in Nigeria. And that's the truth. Because you're seeing a man that is working. The thing you couldn't do, 3 of you added together, 8 times 3 is 24, isn't it? They couldn't do anything in 24 years. And somebody is doing it in less than 4 years, and you're ganging up against that person. It simply shows you how wicked some of our so-called leaders are.
All right, then, Elvis, let me come back to you now. You know, talking about, now, Peter Obi's presence at that protest, does it give a pointer to the fact that he just might be the front runner for the ADC?
Moses, you are pulling my legs. I think we are watching. ADC said they are going to do an open primaries that everybody will be satisfied with, and we know too well that His Excellency Peter Obi has the number, he has the popularity, and we also know too well that Nigerians are saying that we need credible leaders that we can vouch for at least come 2027. So, with all these good recommendation we have around him, it's left for the ADC to actually use their tongue to count their teeth.
Okay,
especially when it comes to the
someone here
primaries.
who is with the ADC, you know, has friends in the ADC. I don't know if he's a hand-carrying member of the ADC. At least you haven't told me that yet. But tell us, give us some inside information.
Well,
so Nigerians will stop worrying.
I'll stand where I've always stood
on
this issue. I've said to you that Alhaji Abubakar Atiku will not contest.
Will not contest.
He will not contest.
Is that inside information?
I'm just telling you. That's been what I've
Okay, your position.
Yes, he will not contest. And you know why? Let me tell you, I have quite a number of northern friends. And they said this to me. They said, look, if ADC puts up an Atiku, they would rather vote for Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
And this is coming from your northern friends.
Yes. Why? Because they also believe that the 8 years of Buhari, which is in the north, must also complete, we must have the 8 years of the south.
Okay.
And a lot of northerners are beginning to ask themselves questions. With all the years that the north have held sway, what development have they brought to the north?
How then do you explain the botched coup where you had more participants from the northern?
Well, if you say, well, for me, I don't believe there was a coup. Honestly speaking, I don't believe there was a coup. Because a coup is not something you hide. Coup is like pregnancy. You don't hide it.
No, you hide it until it comes out.
You don't hide it. No, and for the government to have done what they have done, I don't trust what the government is saying. Personally, I don't.
Okay.
Because you no matter what happens, when the news broke out that there was a coup, and the government, the military came out and said, no, the government came out and said, there was no coup. People have been detained for disciplinary actions. At that point in time, that was the truth of the matter. Whatever
you
have
believe
now,
the government in that regard?
Yes.
Okay, but when
they said there was a coup,
when the government said nobody died in Kwara State, you didn't believe them?
In Kwara? We know what happened in Kwara now.
At the time?
No,
when they
in
said,
Kaduna State. It wasn't Kwara, it was
Kaduna State.
I came out and said no. No, they said nobody was kidnapped.
Nobody was kidnapped.
And I said no. I said people were kidnapped.
So you didn't believe
if
them?
If the government says something these days, if the government says good morning, you need to go outside and check if it's morning or night.
Okay, so you choose when to believe and when not to believe them?
Because there's a trust deficit, which they have created.
Okay. Still, please hold that thought. Still talking about trust deficit. If the game, eventually changes, how do you convince the opposition that the game will be fair when majority of the referees are from the opposition, from the ruling party? So how do you?
Let me tell you something. Every now and then, professors going on strike, lecturers going on strike, and for me, it's laughable. And why do I say so? those who manage our elections are professors. And when they manage these elections, they do not see the need to ensure that no rigging, no snatching of boxes, no alteration of marks. They pretend that all is well. And then when you support a system that is not functional, a system that is not working, how do you expect that system to favor you at the end of the day? How do you expect it? If the professor that handled the election in Abia State had caved in, Abia State would have probably have the worst governor they can ever think of. So it's not just about the senators. It's about these professors who claim to be educated, but foisting uneducated people on the country. So the professors need to go and think twice. What do they want for this country? What are they teaching the younger generation of Nigerians? So that's my own argument. My argument is that 2027 Nigerians will speak. It's going to be Nigeria against the ruling party.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. Now let's go to Benin. Frank, let's get your concluding thoughts on this one. Prince Francis, I'll take that as your concluding thoughts. Thank you very much. Frank, let's get your concluding thoughts on this one. It's day 2 of the protest. You saw Aisha Yesufu there. It seems to be building. Will it build up beyond that? Are you impressed? It's what time is it now? It's minutes past 9. It's 13 minutes past 9. Are you impressed? Did you expect to see more protesters at that ground or on that ground? Or are you disappointed? Let's have your audio feed. And then
I can hear you very well. I can hear you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I said I'm sorry to say that it's not the two of the protests. In my opinion, there's no protest ongoing. Apart from the bit of what happened yesterday. You see, I said something earlier. The opposition does not radiate the bite or people who want to take power. I make bold to say, if it were the time of APC 2013, 2014 that this kind of thing happened, there have been protests across the 36 states of the Federation. In fact, there will be a mountain of action that will show to the government of the day that if they don't do the right thing, the people will be mobilized against them. But the opposition we have right now don't look serious. I tell you, if I were in their shoes, by now there should be meetings with the core anchors of the opposition, of the different parties, the ADC, and the others, giving press conferences, threatening the fact that they will not participate in the election if this transmission issue is not addressed. But they are sitting in their comfort zone and sipping wines. Aisha Buhari is struggling on her own. Between you and I, ADC, I've been involved in this political thing for over 2 decades. It doesn't take anything to organize protests, especially in Nigeria, where it's unfortunately a case of pay as you go in most cases. ADC has secretariats in Abuja. What does it take to whisper all the words, mobilize 100 people each or 50 people each, assemble at the assembly? There's no reason why they should not have at least 5,000 people to show seriousness. They have membership across the country. This protest should be national. They even have the luck of having labor, MBA, civil society, so many people voicing the same groundswell of opposition. If it were in the days of APC being in opposition, you know what they would have done. They would simply take advantage and mobilize these structures. But the ADC is sitting aloof, while Aisha Buhari is standing in front of National Assembly. That is no protest. I don't see anything going on yet.
All right, then Aisha Yesufu actually is the person there. But thank you very much, Frank Hirshu. Now let's move away from that conversation. Let's get into another conversation. Are economic reforms yielding positive results? This is coming from President Bola Tinubu. Well, some will agree, some will disagree. We'll find out the position of the analysts in the House after this break.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise. And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People television, don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. The show.
That is why we are here. If it's sure for them, give us free and fair election. That is what they know they mobilize people here and there. Now we be the trenches, now we go to vote. Now we want Nigeria to be great. So all we want, you see the meeting when they do today. Now so we shout out. Yes. All we want is pass the bill. Pass the bill. Akpabio pass the bill. Akpabio pass the bill. Not the annotated bill. No. Yes. No, not that one. Not the fraudulent one. Pass the bill so that our results can, as we are voting, one man, one vote. One man, one vote. Actually funny, just looking at policemen here, you will not realize that a community in Kwara State has gotten a warning that terrorists are going to attack. Meanwhile, we have policemen and women standing here protecting the people who are destroying the nation in a way. I don't even understand. Unarmed protesters is what police have gathered, packed their packables and whatever, and they are here. Unarmed protesters that have nothing, that have only placard, they are doing show of force. Police is doing show of force for citizens. Come on, I know they shame. Some are not tired now. You are having your card. The worst thing that will happen, you will hit me, or you will shoot. It's no worse than that. Terrorists do more than that. A community in Kwara has received warning from terrorists. The other one, we had almost 200 people killed. What happened? They received the warning. Nigerian police were nowhere to be found. These terrorists went there. From sunset to sunrise, they were able to operate. They killed almost 200 people. All of you here with your guns, shamelessly, you couldn't protect citizens. When you get here, I go to put up with air. Meanwhile, you're suffering every day. Every day, your colleagues that have retired are hungry. They are begging for voices. They are telling us to come out and speak on their behalf. Your colleagues are on the road. Every day they are begging. They are calling us. All day they cannot come out. Yet, anytime citizens are coming out, those of you that should stand by the citizens are the ones that are sent to come and stop them. All of these children don't gather, don't cover everywhere. In short, all of them come and gather everywhere. As in what? As in what? You are setting your gun. Terrorists are out there killing. Madam, look at me. Your children, can they attend the school that don't say letters and say president or ever attend you? Never. You know they pay you. They pay us. When you come back home, your child will ask you, why am I not in good school where there is good quality education? And you will say what? You are coming out to stop those who are just saying that the right thing should be done. So I don't understand what this show of force is all about. You're putting barricades. A community in Kwara has received a letter. They kill you all needlessly. The hierarchy of police will never say anything. Anytime that a policeman or woman is killed, they don't care. And when citizens come out, they send you and you stand. Then you have to tell us, and you know we are this, we are that. No! Have you seen, even when citizens came out to protest for them to be paid well, they sent them. Never. You know they pay you.
They pay us.
When you go back home, your child will ask you, why am I not in good school where there is good quality education? And you will say what? You are coming out to stop those who are just saying that the right thing should be done. So I don't understand what this show of force is all about. You're putting barricades. A community in Kwara has received a letter. They kill you all needlessly. The idea of police will never say anything. Anytime that a policeman or woman is killed, they don't care. And when citizens come out, they send you and you stand. Then you have to tell us, and you know we are this, we are that. No! Have you seen, even when citizens came out to protest for them to be paid well, they sent them to stop those protesters. What is it? You are here showing the show of force when citizens are out there being killed. Kwara State, they operated from sunset to sunrise. They killed people. They slaughtered people. Children. A village head, his 2 children that are medical students were killed and they captured all. Every one of you here, you have children. Every one of you. Imagine in front of your houses, they carry your child that you have suffered. That for those of you that are women here, have carried for 9 months in their womb. You know how hard labor is. You give back to that child, to those children, and they come and for those of you who are men here, for those of you who know what it is to pay those school fees, all year in, year out, primary school, nursery, primary, secondary, the child is in the university, and then they slaughter that child, and you are here protecting the people that will never stand for you, that will never protect you. When you leave this job, you will meet us on the street, and you will call, you will beg us to stand for you. I tell you that smile will be wiped out of your face when you see your child lifeless in front of you, and God will strike you if you say God forbid, because those people whose children are being killed, they are citizens just like us. They are citizens just like us. Those Kwara people who have gotten another note, another letter telling them that terrorists are coming, they are citizens just like us. The fact that we live in Abuja, we can have one of you to come out against protesters. It doesn't mean they are not citizens. When it's time for voting, they will carry ballot paper and go and meet them. They will carry ballot boxes and go and meet them. They will tell them to vote. But here we are. All we are asking for is electronic transmission. Actually funny, just looking at policemen here, you will not realize that the community in Kwara State has gotten a warning that terrorists are going to attack. Meanwhile, we have policemen and women standing here protecting the people who are destroying the nation in a way. I don't even understand. Unarmed protesters is what police have gathered, packed their packables and whatever, and they are here. Unarmed protesters that have nothing, that have only placard, they are doing show of force. Police is doing show of force for citizens. Come on, I know they shame. Some are not tired now. You are driving your car. The worst thing that will happen, you will hit me, or you will shoot. It's no worse than that. Terrorists do more than that. A community in Kwara has received warning from terrorists. The other one, we had almost 200 people killed. What happened? They received the warning. Nigerian police were nowhere to be found. These terrorists went there. From sunset to sunrise, they were able to operate. They killed almost 200 people. All of you here with your guns, shamelessly, you couldn't protect citizens. When you get here, I go to Kuputo Kuzoku air. Meanwhile, you're suffering every day. Every day, your colleagues that have retired are hungry. They are begging for voices. They are telling us to come out and speak on their behalf. Your colleagues are on the road. Every day they are begging. They are calling us. All day they cannot come out. Yet, anytime citizens are coming out, those of you that should stand by the citizens are the ones that are sent to come and stop them. All of these children don't gather, don't cover everywhere. In short, all of them come and gather everywhere. As you what? As you what? You are setting your gun. Terrorists are out.
Auction must account for it. Tinubu won't travel out of this country after his presidency if those people are killed. The day he leaves this place, take the president of Philippines. Where is he now? Yeah. Where is he? He's in jail. Still in jail. For 5,000 persons. But Nigerians are afraid. That's why in my car I always play Fela. Because it's fear. They put that fear in you. So bloody what? They want to arrest me? Okay. So, compare our time. I'm talking to the youth now. Yes. Compare our time when we were youth to the current youth. Then we had Buhari. Then we had Bagira. But we were always on the streets. Yes. We were shot at. We were killed. We were on the streets protesting. And the government listened. If you think that President Tinubu will listen to you, you are probably going to waste your time. So the only way we are going to make sure that we don't waste our time, we must go and get both farmers, villagers. We must get everybody to get them to hear that the only way to save Nigerians from election violence, is to allow real transmission of what's wrong with that?
Nothing. That's what we are.
What do you think we have? They are afraid to lose power.
Okay.
They know. The stealing is too much. They are afraid to lose power.
So what do you think we have when the Senate is on today?
Like the gentleman said, we ourselves must let them know that they should participate, they should join us. When they see the number of people who have come out, they will join. Now, what is the advantage of transmission? Electronic transmission. The advantage is that very few persons will die on the election field. Very few Nigerians. You are saving the lives of Nigerians. The current situation you have now is that every election, people are dying in their droves, in their large number.
Thank you, sir.
And because people are dying, they don't care. That is that Ababi will be in his mansion with police, with army protecting him, while people like us will be on the field. And they are rigging the election. But you know one funny thing? If you think they won't rig, you're wasting time. To stop them from rigging, we must come out in large numbers.
So you see these people over the weekend responding to this peaceful.
I don't know. If it's a Bible, I know. If it's the one I know, because we are governors at the same time. He doesn't think it matter. The problem is not even a Bible. Even the president doesn't think the citizens matter. The only time the president began to react to insecurity was when Americans
Exactly.
Americans involved.
The day the Americans said, oh, they are killing Christians, that's when the president felt his office is threatened. He doesn't care about Nigeria.
One will be tempted to ask them for what is this protest if they are not going to react.
To stay, to stop. Okay. This is to make the mark that Nigerians must come out. You're right. What is the essence of this protest? We must go back home now before the election and mobilize ourselves in large number. If there are 300,000 policemen, bring out 600,000 Nigerians.
But sir, they are always with arms.
These arms, how many people will they kill? Nigeria international law tells you you can't kill. There is a number you kill becomes actually genocide. You're talking about genocide. This is Christian, but there's a number you are not allowed. I read it at international law. Okay. And in international law, there's a number of people you will kill. For instance, in Ikore, and you have committed genocide in Ikore, for instance, and whoever gave that instruction must account for it. Tinubu won't travel out of this country after his presidency if those people are killed. The day he leaves this place. Because it's fear. They put that fear in you. So bloody what? They want to arrest me? Okay. Compare our time. I'm talking to the youth now. Yes. Compare our time when we were youth to the current youth. Then we had Buhari. Then we had Bagheera. But we were always on the streets. We were shot at. We were killed. We were on the streets protesting. And the government listened. If you think that President Tinubu will listen to you, you are probably going to waste your time. So the only way we are going to make sure that we don't waste our time, we must go and get both farmers, villagers. We must get everybody to get them to hear that the only way to save Nigerians from election violence, is to allow retransmission of what's wrong with that?
Nothing. That's what we are. What do you think we have?
They are afraid to lose power.
Okay.
The stealing is too much. They are afraid to lose power.
So what do you think we have when they said it is on today?
Well, there you have it, Mr. Rotimi Amechi addressing the protesters that gathered at the entrance to the National Assembly. That's the feed that you were just watching. Well, let's get into another conversation and then we'll go back to bring you more update from the National Assembly. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has declared that his sweeping economic reforms are beginning to yield positive results, pointing to stabilizing inflation, improved investor confidence, and Nigeria's rising profile as Africa's fourth largest economy. Speaking while declaring open the two-day National Economic Council NEC conference held in Abuja, Tinubu insisted that tough policies such as subsidy removal and tax restructuring are laying the foundation for long-term growth, even as his administration touts gains in revenue mobilization and fiscal discipline. Supporters argue that these reforms are necessary sacrifices to reposition Nigeria for global competitiveness, framing them as a turning point in the nation's economic trajectory. Well, critics are far less convinced, citing reports that Nigeria remains ranked among countries with the worst governance indicators, with poverty and unemployment still biting hard at ordinary households. Parallel assessments suggest that while macroeconomic numbers may look promising, the lived reality for millions of Nigerians is marked by soaring food prices. And that's the situation, and dwindling purchasing power and widening inequality. Well, that's the situation of things. Well, we still have our guest with us. I'd like to start off with Elvis Elimehele on this one. The president seems, in all of these things, is that something Nigerians are missing? Because the president seems to be, looking at things from a different prism. He's seeing positive things, but Nigerians are singing a different song entirely. Where is the disconnect? Is there a disconnect? And where is the disconnect?
There is a big disconnect, Moses. That's if the president, all he has said from what you read, were actually the truth. What we are seeing now would have even arise. The president would have had that confidence that, yes, I have actually done this, and as a result, I deserve that second tenure, and the people are with me. For a president who said all this, and now the National Assembly that he has also put in his pocket are working in line that they must find a way to bring him back. That shows that there is a disconnect and the president is not speaking the truth to power. If he has actually done all these things he mentioned, oh, the economy is good, everything is working well, all his policies are working in favor of Nigerians, there wouldn't have been any need to go and start ambushing the electoral law, which will give Nigerians a credible election for 2027. If he has done so well, he would have not leave his judgment for the people.
Okay.
Now going to ambush the electoral law means that everything he's telling us is telling Nigerians lies. He would have left himself with Nigerians and say, I've done all this, and I know my people are with me. So let whatever situation the electoral law takes, let it go.
All right then, so that's the disconnect. But please do hold your thoughts. Gentlemen, I would like you to stay with us as we quickly go back to Abuja, because we're getting information that there is a development at the protest ground. So let's go back to Abuja, where Aisha Yusufu is, and also Rotimi Amechi. Let's see what is going on right now at the protest ground.
Now, again,
do quick.
No push me. Camera, no push.
Go like this. Be on wide. Hello.
It is not electronic voting at all. What we are saying is that it's still talking.
Have Jimo Salau, our correspondent, right there at the protest ground. Jimo, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
All right. So, what is the latest now? What's the latest? Do we have more numbers at the protest ground? Because when we came to you earlier, we had fewer people, and they all looked like pressmen. Do we have more numbers at the protest ground? And what are the actions of the policemen barricading the National Assembly like at this time?
Okay, good morning. My name is Sirima Jimo. As you can see, we have a few protesters today. If you see, our cameraman can zoom to a little. We have a few protesters, Aisha Yusuf and some few people here. But another dimension we are getting here today is that you can see the barricade the National Assembly. They didn't allow the protester to go beyond this. But what some people are crying for is that the protester, they should have a more number that they can come, because as you can see here, you see military men, see NCDC, see policemen around the arena. Maybe because today they want the National Assembly want to have emergency sitting. Maybe that's why we are having president of a security agency in the National Assembly. But the protesters are still insisting that we have a bandits ravaging some area, that if they can mobilize and come to this place, National Assembly, and resist the protesters like this, they should go there and make sure and fish out the bandit, fish out the kidnapper out there. Some of them that are protesting, that we interviewed earlier, the former governor of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi, was here earlier, and he addressed the protesters, and he told them that they should mobilize and come out to protest, because if they have many of the security agencies, they should make sure they have their have their own number, so that they can protest well. Meanwhile, some of the protesters are crying. some of the protesters are crying out that it's not only the youth that should come out to protest. The people that they believe that they have robbed them in 2023, somebody like Atiku Abubakar and other elected positions that they have robbed them, that they should come out in mass and lead. They should be the forefront of the protest and lead the protest.
Jimo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, now beautiful. For the time you have been there, have you seen movement of senators like driving into the National Assembly? Are you sure that they are actually going to reconvene today? Can you let us into what you know about whether senators have started coming in or not?
Okay, since 6 a.m. we are here this morning, but so far so good. I have not seen any of the National Assembly legislator that vehicle that are resembled that entered the National Assembly. So far so good. As I'm talking to you now, some of the protesters are coming with their mattresses. You can see them. So you can see that some of the protesters are coming with their mattresses that they want to sleep here because they are ready to sleep here, and they are coming with the pot. You can see the pot in their hand. I don't know whether my camera lens can take some of the pot and the mattresses. They are coming with it, which means they are ready today to say that today is today, and they are ready to sleep here until National Assembly answer them and seek to their demand. So you can see some of them. They are coming with their mattresses. They even have a spoon. Oh, wonderful! You can see even have a spoon, and they have a rice. I think everybody is going to enjoy here today in the National Assembly. You can see pot. You can see mattresses with a flag, and going to make sure they are ready to say yes, today is today. We must get whatever we are demanding from the National Assembly.
Now, can you hazard a guess? Can you hear me, Jimo?
I can hear you.
Can you hazard a guess as to the number of people on ground now? That's one. And secondly, I can see a few people, cross the barricade without being stopped. Is it that people are allowed to cross the barricade? Because the barricade is there, but a few people have been going through it.
Okay, you can see some of them. They are crossing because
you are serving your father's land and no politician. We love our strength and faith. Do you have faith in what you are protesting? Do you have faith in where you're standing now? They don't even pay your pension. They don't pay your salary. How much do you earn? Abroad, you'll be treated like a king. Stop.
I don't think we should touch him because touching him.
No. You can see the protesters are crying. They want the protester. You can see the protester. They are saying they must enter. They want to see the people that are elected into the National Assembly. They are ready to be here to occupy this place today. So you can see that they are telling the security agency that they have right to occupy the place. They have right. They elected the National Assembly. They are the one that voted. They voted them in, and they have right to enter the place. So as I'm talking to you now, they have leave the barricaded area and enter. Some of them, few of them are inside here. You can see some of them here. The Mama P is there, and other protesters are here.
Jimo, and it's a good thing that you're doing, bringing us the updates from the protest ground. We would like to let's bring it back to the studio now. Thank you very much, Jimo. We'll come back to you shortly. All right, gentlemen. Now, Frank, are you still with us?
I'm with you.
Oh, great. You watched what we all just watched, and that's that approach there, Mama Peace. That's what she's known as. That's her name, Mama Peace, talking to the policeman there. Do you think that will, that could change the mindset if that kind of message is put out there that their salaries are not being paid, they are poorly paid, pensions are not being paid. A few of their colleagues, retired colleagues, are protesting non-payment, while a few others are not being promoted because those that are in government, those that have gotten to the peak of their careers are not allowed to go, they are retained and all of that. Do you think that would create a shift in mindset and have a situation whereby the police would actually protect the people that have come to protest, and then we'll have a peaceful protest? Do you think that can achieve, that can be achieved here?
This is an isolated case, and the police is a paramilitary force. Unfortunately, the Nigerian police have maintained this viewpoint for so long a time. Of course, by our experiences on a daily basis across board, they are not quite our friends. I think that they are in front of the National Assembly and the world at large is watching, so the police, in some sense, will be disciplined to some extent. Because in Nigeria, we know very well that the Nigerian police doesn't have respect for us, for Nigerian citizens. But I don't blame the Nigerian police, though, because it's a systemic dysfunction. It's a flow from top to bottom, because government doesn't have respect for the people. There's a prevalent dysfunction that makes Nigeria what it is. So the police performing the way they perform is simply a reflection of what is inherent in the system at large. But what is happening there right now for me is just some show of decorum, because it's, like I said, it's the FCT. Cameras are everywhere. People are watching. So,
all right, Frank.
Even if, yes.
Okay, all right, Frank. We saw Rotimi Amechi, address the journalists, the media, right there on the protest ground. And we also saw a few people come with pots and mattresses to say, well, we are ready to stay here, and we are going to stay here unending, until the National Assembly does what we want. Now, how long do you think that Nigerians can hold out in all of this, if you understand what this government is, and the fact that yesterday there was a freehold? I mean, there were no restrictions around the protest area, but today we see barricades, around the presence of the entrance to the National Assembly. And so in all of this, how do you think how long are Nigerians able to hold out? Amechi has come out. We don't know who else is going to come out and all of that. Are you able to, peep into the future and see how all of this will end?
Nigerians can hold out for as long as possible. First of all, it is expected that the National Assembly will ensure that they beef up security after the protest of yesterday. It is normal. In fact, there is no country where that will not be done. That is basic. But to say that Nigerians would hold on, of course they would hold on. Like I said earlier, this is not just about Nigerians, it's about those who are leading the protest. This protest can be sustained for weeks. I said just now, Amechi is very experienced in this game. It takes nothing to make this protest worthwhile. Especially when, like I said earlier, a chunk of the population, most of the core sectors, have spoken quite in support that electronic transmission is what is needed. Because what the role the Senate is playing is actually trying to take advantage of the seeming lacuna, the fact that Nigerians sometimes take shit, they tolerate whatever comes their way, taking due advantage of that. That's why they had the audacity to even pass that bill that was passed. That is the truth. So if there's enough mobilization, Amechi alone can ensure that there's enough mobilization for protests to be sustained in the 36 states of Nigeria for the next 1 month. It will take little or nothing to do that. Fortunately, like I said earlier, they have the party structure, they are a network of different groups that they align with that will ensure that that is done. In 2012, how did they sustain the protest against removal of fuel subsidy? It took little or nothing. It's just a matter of leadership.
Okay.
Propelling it, and it will be sustained.
It's just a matter of leadership. Thank you very much, Frank. Here. So now let's return to the studio, where we still have Prince Francis Chidaka and Elvis Elimihele. Prince, I'd like for you to respond or react to the clips, live clip that we watched from Abuja. Amechi.
I'm not gonna talk about that because
okay.
It's still something that is building up.
Okay.
I just want to talk about what was it started with about the president saying.
No, we'll still get into that.
No. That's For me, that is more important than this protest for now.
Okay, but for now, we are just talking about. You don't want to talk about.
I don't want to talk about it because it's still something that is growing up. We haven't. The protest hasn't started.
Okay,
They're warming up.
Okay, I'll come back. Elvis, you have anything to say about the protest?
Yeah, I love the resilience of Nigerians that came out today, and they should also try and make it like what happened in 2012 in Ojota.
Okay.
We started seeing Occupy Nigeria. Yeah, we started seeing some of the characteristics of that 2012 protest. Pots, we saw food, we saw pillow, we saw spoons and all that. Yes, what it takes now is that for people that are going to be there, let them begin to provide them food stuff, let them begin to cook, let them begin to eat, so that these people will know that even if they are there, some people are outside waiting for the result of what is going to come out from what we are expecting.
Okay, to make it sustainable.
Sustainable, because yes,
Mm.
there should be water for them to drink.
All right,
because that's it's important.
All right, then.
This a flawed election is worse than coup.
A flawed election is worse than coup. Well, okay then. Now let's get your reaction to the president saying Nigeria is, things are working out.
What are the 8-point agenda of Mr. President? Because when you're saying things are working out, you look at your 8-point agenda and you say, oh, you're taking them one after the other. In the 8-point agenda, your first thing you have there is food security. Where is it? When farmers can go back to the farms? When you cannot even secure the lives of ordinary Nigerians? So food security has not been taken care of. That is one. Two, you look at ending poverty. We hear that more Nigerians are falling into poverty. And you're not, the ones that are even already there, they've gone into multidimensional. So another set is joining the poverty train. And you're talking about your policies, making sense. It doesn't make sense to me. Economic growth, job creation, where are they? What jobs have been created? If jobs have been created, you will see young boys standing on Oshodi Bridge, standing on My Two Bridge, harassing people who are importing cars and breaking their windscreen and breaking their side mirrors. So we must look at issues. It's not when Mr. President said, oh, my policies are working, people are clapping. Nigerians are so gullible, they can clap. Even if a dog barks, they will clap. Is that unfortunate? Access to capital. Where is the capital? How much is it today to borrow money from the banks? Then you talk about improved security. For where now? You saw what happened in Kwara. You saw what happened in Benue, what happened in Plateau, what happened across the entire country. You cannot protect the people. And your first responsibility as a leader, you swore with the 1999 obnoxious constitution, is to protect the lives and properties of Nigerians. And yet Nigerians are being killed in their numbers. And you're telling me that your policies are working. What policies do you have in place that is working? Rule of law, fighting corruption. Which corruption are we fighting? So for me,
some cases are in court.
For me, I think that the president should focus more. He should focus more on delivering on the things he has promised the people. You don't praise yourself. What Mr. President is doing now is behaving like a typical lizard. When the lizard falls, looks right, looks left, and nothing happens, he heals himself. That's not what we want. This is not what Nigerians want. Nigerians want a situation where I want to travel from here to the north by public transport, and I'm comfortable and I'm happy. We want to have our nightlife back. We want to have our lives back. We want Nigerians living in IDP camps to be relocated back to their ancestral homes. When you do these things, then we'll not say, okay, you won't even be the ones talking about your policies working. The people will be the ones saying that your policies are working.
All right, thank you very much, Prince Francis Chilaka. But I did say some cases are in court.
Sorry?
Some cases are in court. Corruption cases are in court.
Selected ones. Selective. That's what it is.
All right, then. Franca Hiyoshi, let's have your concluding thoughts, especially would like your reaction to the president's statement as to what his administration is doing and the fact that his policies are working. What are your thoughts in 1 minute?
The president's assessment of himself is his assessment. Like the discussant in the studio said, you don't give yourself pass marks. Let others judge you. Let the people judge you. Let Nigerians affirm whether you have performed well or not. But the figures are out there for everybody to see. And Nigerians better off in the past 2 years and how many months of the administration so far. by all index of measurement. I'll use one fundamental, or maybe two or three. Okay, from the standpoint of security, which is clearly stated in section 14 sub 2b of the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 as amended. Funny enough, that provision was in the same section in the 1979 Constitution. That the primary purpose of government, of course, is the security and welfare of the people. On the issue of security, what does the president call himself? That in the history of Nigeria, it is under his leadership that a foreign nation is now throwing bomb inside Nigeria. That is the first time it has happened in the history of Nigeria. Going beyond that, a few days ago, we heard from the US, not even from Nigerians or from Nigerian government, that they've sent a retinue of US Army to come and assist with security issues in Nigeria. That is probably the first time in Nigerian history. So on the issue of security, is it not a show of shame that people die in Nigeria more? Civilians are killed more than they are killed in Ukraine, that is fighting against a superpower in a war that has been on for more than 3 years.
Thank you very much.
On the issue of welfare,
yes.
What is this whole?
There's a lot to talk about, really, and the time we have is not enough to go through the policies of the government, the government's agenda, and what they've done. But we're working with a limited time. But I thank you very much, Frank Ehioshu. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Prince Francis Chilaka, and thanks to Elvis Elimehele as well. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time.
You're welcome.
Now, we do appreciate you for staying with us. This has been an extended version of VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next, but in the meantime, we'll go back to the protest ground in Abuja and continue with the feed from the protest ground. Bye for now. I'm Moses Humphrey on behalf of my colleagues Chukuma Okoro and Jane Ogoye. We'll see you at 10. Bye for now.
Greatest Nigerian people, for the greatest Nigerian people, for the greatest Bobo, Aluta Bigby, fundamental go, 3 Boza to the Nigerian people, Boza.
Hello.
All right then. Well, we still have Jimo who's standing there at the protest ground. Jimo, now over to you now. Give us an update of what is going on, and then let us see what the people are reacting to. Over to you, Jimo.
Okay. I see here at the protest ground here at the National Assembly. There was a report right now that the security agency have sent their men to round the protester so that they can tear gas them and send them away. But we cannot do until we get one of them to speak with us. I just want to get one of them so that I can speak with us, and we'll know what is the update about. But as it is now, they are still here protesting at the National Assembly. You can see them in number. The number is increasing right now, and I'm still seeing more people coming from the left and right. I'm sure they are going to get their own demand soon.
It was between some military officers led by an officer called Nerima.
Hello.
An ex-city minister.
No, they hear them again.
There was something that he said.
Hello. Hello? I said they don't go. Now they hear them again. Maybe they don't go. Maybe they don't go.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program.
I have only one thing to tell you, Senator Mrs. If you cook for a community, the community go finish them. You don't cook your own. It is the time of Nigerians to cook for you, and I sure say you no go finish them. Our dear Senator, let us inform you that there is nothing we will accept short of full electronic real-time transmission of results. You cannot claim to be the biggest party in Africa. You cannot claim that you have 31 governors. You cannot claim that you have registered 40 million members and you are afraid of free and fair election. We reject it. We reject you. If you know you are popular, go back to Akwa Ibom and face the election there. We will not allow you right results in 2027. I will not be so. Not so. We are waiting for them. They are inside. They have a emergency. So we are here. You are not living here today until
include being here against protesters. The last time you killed innocent protesters who were reciting the national anthem. Today we are here again. If you like, you can use us for your practice shooting. If you like, you can use us for your practice shooting.
I hear one state.
No, you cannot say here.
See some other people here now.
No, sir.
And they are saying that they can't do less for you. They were able to transmit that video electronically from the forest of Bushi.
Why?
Your colleagues that you have buried.
Come back.
Your colleagues that you have buried. The IG of police has not come out to say a word about them.
Almost 200 people in Kwara State.
Let me tell you something. And if it happens to you today again, they would not do anything.
Nothing.
So T.S. Aliu and the rest of you all here, when they call you and give you that orders, you ask yourself, is it constitutional or unconstitutional? constitutional. If it is unconstitutional, it is within yourself to borrow yourself sense and not use it. We are here. We stood here. We are waiting for the lawmakers that we sent to pass the bill the way it should be passed. All citizens are asking for is electronic transmission of results, real time. I do not see any reasons why soldiers that should be in Kwara defending the people that have gotten threatening letter are here. Yesterday they threatened our citizens. The last time they threatened them, what happened? Over 200 citizens were killed in Kwara, Boko. They were killed. There were no police. The terrorists came in the evening at sunset. They operated all the way to sunrise. For every soldier that is here, when you were trained that you would be the lions of Nigeria. You were not trained to be the chickens of Nigeria that are at the mercy of politicians who are not serving us well. Politicians who have not given good governance. So before you pull that trigger, before you throw that tear gas canister, ask yourself, is it constitutional or is it unconstitutional?
The funny part is that we raise money for them online.
Great Nigeria! Great! I know you're unaware. Great Nigerian protesters! Great! Una day here? Yeah! I know you're Una day here? Yeah! Before I go here, I want first talk with my Hausa people. Arewa toya! Arewa bakwana. Arewa inakuke! Magana da muke so mu giya ma gwamnati. Mun zo nan ba tsoro ku kun muke ba. Ya musu. An zaɓe ku domin aikin da ba mu yi ba ko ku je ku mana ko ba haka ba? Ku ce mana Akpabio barawo. Akpabio. Akpabio. Tinubu. Mun zaɓe ku, kun kasa yin aiki, mun kawo kanmu nan wajen, kun tattara sojoji da polisawa da dukansu jama'an tsaro. Sun ba kansu tsaro. Wayannan jama'an tsaro sun kasa zuwa Sambisa Forest. Wayansu sun je wajen sun kasa aikin. Suna yin aikin ma ana kakkashe su. Sojoji sun tuttura mana bidiyoyi daban-daban wanda an kashe. Mun kasa sa videos din domin idan muka sa Facebook da su sauke. Amma duk da haka ana tura su mutane wanda ya kamata a yi magana ana wulakanta su shine muka zo a kansu. Mun zanan wajen domin mu gaya musu cewa abin da muke bukata a 2027 shine a mana real-time transmission, electronic transmission na election results. Ba wai idan ka yi zaben a nan sai an